Atomic 3. By Mark E. Cooper. 1. Back in the room. Early September brought Lin Xia back to university beneath 2 escort vehicles, 4 armed officers, and the quiet hope that everyone had found something more interesting to stare at during the summer. They had not. Students slowed outside the engineering building as Chen Rui stopped at the protected entrance. Luo Wei checked the lobby before opening her door, while Sun Lan watched a delivery rider who had committed no greater offense than trying to read the name on Lin Xia's folder. By the time Lin Xia crossed the pavement, 3 phones had risen and 1 first-year student had walked directly into a bicycle rack. "Final year already looks promising," she said. Luo matched her pace. "The west stairwell is clear. 2 officials are waiting outside the design room. They weren't on today's schedule. They know." Professor Shen knew as well. He stood inside the senior design studio arranging steel practice blanks beside the project stations while an official waited at the open door with a sealed case and an expression suggesting national urgency ought to receive a chair. "Professor Shen," the man said, "Director Guo's office requested only 15 minutes. No. The material concerns 3 times sensitive capability gaps. Then they may remain gaps until this session ends." Lin Xia paused beside the doorway. The room had gone politely quiet. Her classmates occupied benches scattered among drawing tablets, tool trays and half-built project rigs, all of them attempting not to watch the state negotiate for her between lessons. The official turned towards her. "Miss Lin, the review could begin immediately and conclude before your group reaches practical work." Shen set the final steel blank on her team's bench. "She is already engaged in practical work. I've brought written authorization. And I have the timetable." Shen looked at Lin Xia. "Which one governs your degree?" She felt the familiar pressure to make the disagreement easier for everyone. 15 minutes could become 20. 3 sealed requests could become explanations, questions, and a journey somewhere after class. A few months earlier, urgency might already have carried her out of the room. "My timetable," she said. The official's mouth tightened. "These requests came from senior programs." "My students came from breakfast," Shen said. "Neither fact alters the start time." A muffled laugh escaped somewhere behind Lin Xia. The official closed the case without opening it. "I'll wait outside." "You'll wait downstairs," Shen said. "Their project discussions are not classified entertainment." When the door finally shut, conversation returned in cautious pieces. Shen pointed Lin Xia towards her assigned station. "You have missed nothing except an attempt to steal 20 minutes by asking for 15. Sit down." Lin Xia took her place beside the untouched steel practice piece. Outside, the state could wait. Inside, Professor Shen began the year exactly on time. He began with an ordinary design problem and refused to make it feel ordinary. Each team received a steel practice piece, a drawing with 3 disputed dimensions and a short account of the failure it was meant to correct. Lin Xia's group bent over the documents while Shen moved between the benches, asking questions that exposed assumptions faster than anyone could hide them. "The drawing says the edge radius is acceptable," one of her teammates said. "So the fault must be in the load calculation." Lin Xia turned the piece beneath the bench light. Its milled faces carried shallow tool marks, and one corner had been polished where earlier students had handled it. Nothing about it deserved secrecy, armed protection, or a government case waiting downstairs. Shen stopped across from them. "The drawing also says the material conforms. Do you intend to believe everything written near a title block?" "No," Lin Xia said. "Good. Belief is difficult to grade." He nodded towards the piece. "Establish what you can before choosing what failed." Her teammate reached for the calipers. Lin Xia rested 2 fingers against the steel to steady it. Analysis opened. The object became completely known to her. Carbon content, grain structure, residual stress, machining sequence, heat treatment history, and every cut made after cooling arrived with the old invasive certainty. She knew the billet's condition before the first tool touched it. She knew where the cutter had begun to chatter and why the final edge sat barely outside the intended geometry. What startled her was not the information. It was the cost. At the cathedral, understanding had come easily even through exhaustion, but she had blamed the prepared systems, the controlled feedstock and the strange scale of everything around her. This was plain steel beneath fluorescent lights. There was no support field, no stored power and no machinery built around her gift. Still, analysis passed through it with almost no resistance. Lin Xia withdrew her hand and waited for the familiar pressure behind her eyes. Nothing came. Even her breathing had remained unchanged. Her teammate looked at her. Did you find something? The heat treatment is correct, Lin Xia said carefully. The final machining pass left stress near this corner, and the radius is slightly wrong. Shen's attention sharpened. Slightly? She gave him the dimension, then watched her teammate confirm it with the calipers. The reading matched. Shen looked from the instrument to Lin Xia's hand. You appear surprised. I am. By being correct. By how little it cost. He held her gaze for a moment before lowering his voice. Then don't explore that question in the middle of an open class. Lin Xia nodded, but excitement had already begun pressing against caution. The cathedral hadn't given her one exceptional day. Something inside her had changed enough to follow her home. When the session ended, she sent Song a message asking whether he could help her secure a controlled university bay. He answered before she reached the corridor. Which bay, what material and how long? She slowed beside the stairwell while her protection team reorganized around the class dismissal. That sounds less like agreement than an interrogation. It's both. His voice carried the low mechanical hum of wherever she had interrupted him. You asked for a controlled test. Controlled requires details. Lin Xia glanced back through the design room window. Her team's steel practice piece remained on the bench beside the drawing and measuring tools. A compact class project tool. Familiar steel, simple geometry. I only want to find out whether creation feels as different as analysis did. Only. I use the word responsibly. You usually do when you're preparing to make it inaccurate. By the time she reached the ground floor, Song had secured a university fabrication bay for 40 minutes after her final scheduled class. Shen approved the booking without comment until Lin Xia handed him the form. Then he read the stated purpose and said, Capability assessment is not a design specification. It's an honest description. It's an invitation for administrators to ask what capability. Shen crossed out the phrase and replaced it with controlled fabrication study. Your private truth does not need to become searchable vocabulary. Lin Xia took the amended form. You're helping. I'm preventing avoidable stupidity. Don't confuse the two. Song met her outside the bay that afternoon with the access key, a prepared steel blank and 2 bottles of water. Sun Lan checked the interior before allowing the door to close, while Luo Wei remained in the corridor with the booking officer. Inside, the bay held 1 student workbench, basic measuring tools and a locked emergency cutoff that could do absolutely nothing about Lin Xia's power. The ordinariness of the room made her excitement harder to dismiss. Song set the steel blank on the bench but kept his hand beside it. Before you touch this, define when you stop. When I've made the tool. That defines success, not stopping. Lin Xia looked at him. You think I'll keep going? I think you've just discovered that something difficult may have become easy. Song's expression remained calm, but he didn't move his hand. You enjoy understanding things. You enjoy making them more than you admit. Excitement isn't dangerous by itself, but it's very good at renaming overuse as useful curiosity. The accuracy irritated her because it arrived without exaggeration. 1 compact tool, she said. Then I assess how I feel before deciding anything else. No, Song replied. 1 compact tool, 1 assessment, and no second object unless we agree you're well inside the limit. Lin Xia considered arguing, then rested both palms on the empty bench. Agreed. Only then did Song slide the prepared steel towards her. Lin Xia placed 1 hand over it and held the finished tool clearly in her mind. It was a compact alignment key for the class project, Simple enough to fit within her palm but precise enough that machining it conventionally would have taken several setups. She knew the material already. She knew the geometry from the team drawing. Nothing about the task should have challenged her except the question of how much it would take. Azure light spread beneath her fingers. The steel softened without becoming hot, its outer edges drawing inward as unwanted mass gathered along one side. Lin Xia guided the material through each change, forming the grip, the narrow working face and the calibrated shoulder that would seat against the project assembly. The act carried the familiar sense of matter yielding to certainty, but the strain she expected never arrived. No pressure gathered behind her eyes. Her breathing stayed even. The steel moved so readily that she had to slow herself before eagerness damaged the precision she was trying to prove. When the light faded, the finished key rested beneath her palm with clean surfaces and exact dimensions. Song waited until she lifted her hand before asking, "Cost?" Lin Xia flexed her fingers. Less than analysis used to cost on something unfamiliar. That isn't a measurement. It's the most honest one I have. He handed her the calipers. She checked every critical surface, then repeated the measurements because Shen would have objected if she treated supernatural certainty as permission to skip ordinary proof. Every dimension held. Song examined her face rather than the tool. Headache? No. Tremor? She held out both hands. They remained steady. Excitement rose hard enough that the untouched remainder of the steel seemed to demand another question. Lin Xia looked at Song. One fastener, matching material, simpler geometry and less than a tenth of the mass. He considered her condition, then nodded once. 1. Lin Xia pinched off the required amount between her fingertips. Azure light appeared again, brief and controlled. A tiny threaded fastener formed against her skin, its head shaped to fit the new key. The cost was so slight that she almost missed it. More than that, the second familiar act felt cheaper than the first. She set the fastener beside the tool and stared at both. "We could test a third," she said. "We could," Song replied. "We agreed not to." The desire to continue remained bright and immediate. Lin Xia closed her fingers, then stepped away from the bench. "Dinner," she said. They left the tool and its matching fastener at the student station for her team to use in the morning. Lin Xia walked out beside Song while she still wanted to stay, carrying the certainty that her power had changed and the more important proof that she could choose when to stop. 2. The noise at home. Dinner lasted 11 minutes before Zhao Mei called. Lin Xia looked at the screen, then at Song. He had already stopped eating. "Answer it," he said. She accepted the call. "Mum?" The sound behind Zhao Mei was wrong for home. Metal rattled, a motor labored unevenly and someone shouted over the shop floor before her mother moved into a quieter corner. "Are you still at dinner?" Zhao Mei asked. "We've barely started. What happened?" "Nothing yet." Her mother lowered her voice. Manager Liu called. "He says the supplier is tightening our credit terms immediately. Payment before dispatch, including orders already placed." Lin Xia sat straighter. "Why?" "He says the instruction came from above him." He argued, "But his account limit has been reduced as well." A second voice entered faintly through the phone. Manager Liu sounded embarrassed and angry in equal measure. "Zhao Mei, I'm telling you now because I don't want the formal notice arriving after you've promised delivery dates. I didn't approve this. Your account has always been sound." "Did they give you a reason?" Zhao Mei asked. "Market exposure. That's the phrase they used." Lin Xia heard the machine noise change. The rough knocking became a hard metallic beat, regular enough to be worse than random. Someone shouted, "Stop it." The motor wound down before Zhao Mei could move. In the sudden quiet, smaller sounds carried clearly through the call. Hurried footsteps. A tool striking the floor and the click of an isolation switch. Zhao Mei said, "Kai?" A man answered from farther away. "Line 2 is off. Nobody restart it." Lin Xia pushed her chair back. "That was Zhao Kai?" "Yes. The replacement bearing started heating this afternoon. He reduced the load, checked the lubrication and tried one final run after alignment. Zhao Mei moved quickly now, her breathing changing as she crossed the shop. It shouldn't sound like that. Song had already signaled for the bill. Do you need the car? Lin Xia covered the microphone. I need to see what happened. He nodded once and stood. Through the phone, Zhao Kai said, the housing temperature jumped again. I shut it down before the shaft seized. Was anyone hurt? Lin Xia asked. No, he replied. But this bearing hasn't been in service 3 weeks. The shop door opened somewhere near Zhao Mei, followed by her father's voice asking why the line had stopped. Zhao Mei looked towards him, then back at the phone. Come if you're coming. We're taking nothing apart until everyone sees it. Lin Xia reached for her bag while Song collected their untouched food. By the time she left the restaurant, the failed bearing was cooling inside a silent machine, and her father was on his way across the shop floor to decide what happened next. Lin Guozhang reached the silent machine before Lin Xia entered the shop. He placed one hand against the housing, checked the isolation switch himself and looked towards Zhao Kai. Start from the beginning. Zhao Kai had already laid the maintenance sheet and temperature readings on the nearest bench. The operator reported vibration after lunch. I stopped the line, checked lubrication and coupling alignment, then rotated the shaft by hand. Nothing bound. We restarted below half load and watched the temperature. How fast did it rise? 11 degrees in 6 minutes. I shut it down, opened the cover and checked the seating. No movement, no visible damage and no contamination in the grease. On the final run, the knocking started. Lin Guozhang studied the record before looking at the machine. Who installed the bearing? I did, with Chen from maintenance. Zhao Kai met his eyes without defensiveness. We followed the supplier procedure. I'll strip it again if you think we missed something. No one's stripping anything yet. Lin Xia stopped beside the bench. I can ask Guo to send an inspection team. They could secure the part and check the supplier chain. Her father turned towards her. No. It's already suspicious. The credit terms changed today, and a bearing that should last years has failed in 3 weeks. That doesn't make my shop a state operation. Lin Guozhang tapped Zhao Kai's maintenance sheet. A bad part can be a bad part. A mistake can also be a mistake. I'm not calling officials because 2 problems happened on the same evening. Zhao Mei folded her arms. 3 problems. Hengda still hasn't paid. I know how many problems we have. Lin Xia kept her voice level. Security support wouldn't take the shop away from you. It wouldn't arrive alone either. Her father faced the machine again. I want one answer before anyone brings badges, sealed bags and a reason my workers can't touch their own equipment. Zhao Kai glanced between them. What answer? Lin Guozhang pointed at the bearing housing. Was the replacement genuinely defective, or did our maintenance team miss something? If we made the mistake, we correct it here. If the part was wrong when it arrived, then we find out who sold it to us. He looked at Lin Xia, his expression firm rather than angry. That's all I'm asking from you. No repair, no replacement, no call to Guo unless the answer earns one. The restraint pressed harder than permission would have. Lin Xia nodded and removed her coat while Zhao Kai fetched a clean tray. Together, he and her father began exposing the failed bearing without disturbing anything they might need to preserve. Zhao Kai loosened the housing bolts in sequence while Lin Guozhang supported the shaft and watched every movement. Neither man hurried. When the cover lifted, Zhao Kai set it on clean paper and pointed to the darkened grease around the outer race. That wasn't there when I checked the seating. Lin Guozhang touched none of it. The heat could have changed the grease after the damage began. Zhao Kai nodded. Or the grease caused it. Lin Xia waited until they had drawn the bearing free with the shop puller and placed it in the tray. The outer surface showed no dramatic fracture, only faint discoloration and a roughness that shouldn't have appeared after 3 weeks of ordinary service. Her father looked at her. Now. Lin Xia pressed 2 fingers against the outer race. Analysis opened through the bearing with effortless certainty. The steel's composition arrived first, followed by every stage that had shaped it. The base material was correct. The forging and machining dimensions were acceptable. Its failure hadn't begun in Zhao Kai's hands, during installation or inside the machine. Heat had been applied too quickly and withdrawn too early. The outer layer had hardened, but the structure beneath it remained wrong. Under load, the rolling surfaces had begun shedding damage long before the noise became audible. There was more. She followed the machining history back through the final finishing passes and found a set of identifying tool marks cut beneath the supplier's polished surface. They belonged to equipment that hadn't made the manufacturer's legitimate bearings. Lin Xia lifted her hand. Zhao Kai didn't cause this. His shoulders eased, though his expression stayed fixed on the tray. You're certain? The material grade is correct, but the heat treatment was substituted. The hardened depth is wrong, and the structure beneath it couldn't carry the rated load. She turned the bearing carefully without touching it again. It was made to look acceptable long enough to enter service. Lin Guozhang's face tightened. Counterfeit? Not completely. Someone used the correct base steel and copied the right dimensions. The finishing marks came from a different production line. Zhao Mei took out her phone. Manager Lu needs to hear this. When Lu answered, Lin Xia described the hidden marks and asked which distributor had supplied the replacement. There was a long silence before he replied. None of mine use that finishing equipment. You authorized the order, Zhao Mei said. I authorized the manufacturer and the normal warehouse. Lu's anger sharpened. I never authorized another distributor. Lin Guozhang looked down at the failed bearing. What had sounded like a maintenance problem now had a root, and someone had inserted themselves into it. Zhao Kai found the bearing's packaging in the maintenance cabinet and brought it to the bench with the purchase record, delivery note and installation sheet. Lin Guozhang cleared a section of the worktable while Zhao Mei photographed each document before anyone moved it again. Originals stay here, Lin Guozhang said. Copies go somewhere outside the shop. Zhao Kai placed the empty wrapper beside the failed bearing. I signed for the delivery. The label looked right, and the order number matched. You had no reason to dismantle a sealed bearing before installation, Lin Xia said. I still put it into the machine. Her father looked at him. And you stopped the machine before it destroyed the shaft. We're recording what happened, not choosing someone convenient to blame. Zhao Kai nodded, but the concern didn't leave his face. He began writing a fresh account from the first vibration onward while Zhao Mei called Manager Lu again and asked him to preserve every message connected to the order. Lu agreed before she finished explaining. The shop's front door opened while they were sealing the bearing tray beneath clear wrap. A middle-aged man entered carrying a document folder and paused when he saw the silent line in the group around the bench. Mr. Lin, he said. Still working? Lin Guozhang's expression changed by a degree. Inspector Deng, you weren't expected until next month. Deng Qiming offered a polite smile that didn't reach his eyes. The district is conducting an early compliance review. Machine guarding, maintenance records, supplier documentation and workplace safety. Nothing unusual. Zhao Mei looked at the folder. At 9 o'clock in the evening? I was nearby and thought advance notice would be considerate. Deng removed a printed warning and laid it on the edge of the bench. The formal inspection may occur any time within 7 working days. Incomplete maintenance records could require temporary suspension of affected equipment. His gaze passed over Zhao Kai's handwritten account, the photographed invoices and the wrapped bearing. Lin Guozhang moved the warning away from the evidence. You've given notice. We'll be ready. Deng left without asking why the machine had stopped. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The shop seemed too quiet around the cooling line. Zhao Mei opened the calendar on her phone. Hengda delays payment. Credit tightens without warning. A replacement part arrives through an unauthorized distributor, and now Deng advances an inspection by nearly a month. Lin Xia looked at the 4 dates gathered inside 1 week. Her mother turned the screen towards them. Any one of these could be ordinary. Together, there's someone applying pressure. 3. 1 bounded target. The compliance warning was still folded inside Lin Xia's notebook when Professor Shen ended the morning lecture and looked towards the rear door. Guo Jian stood beyond its narrow glass panel with a compact black case in one hand. No assistants waited behind him. No trolley of sealed files occupied the corridor. Luo Wei stood several paces away, watching both approaches while students flowed around them towards their next classes. Shen checked the clock. "You have 20 minutes. Guo entered as the last students left. "I was told 25. You spent 5 of them waiting outside rather than interrupting my lecture." Shen gathered his notes without sympathy. That was the correct decision. Lin Xia slid her notebook into her bag, leaving the warning inside it. She'd slept badly after returning from the shop, and the sight of Guo should have produced irritation. Instead, the small case caught her attention. It was barely longer than her forearm. "Only one?" she asked. Guo placed it on the front bench. "Your professor objected to the 12-file version. I objected to you arriving between classes as though an empty corridor created an unscheduled working day," Shen said. He pointed towards the wall clock. 19 minutes. Guo opened the case. Dense gray foam surrounded a metal cartridge no larger than a clenched fist. Its outer housing was plain except for an imported manufacturer's mark and 2 protected ports. Nothing about it looked dramatic. The tolerances implied by its finish did. Lin Xia stopped beside the bench without touching it. "What is it?" "A high-speed spindle-bearing cartridge," Guo said. "Imported, expensive and restricted in quantities large enough to matter. Domestic substitutes exist, but not at this combination of speed, heat control and service life." Shen remained beside the lectern rather than joining them. "You may hear the request. You are not missing your next class to satisfy it." Guo nodded. "Agreed." The easy agreement made Lin Xia more cautious, not less. Yesterday someone had pressed at her father's business through credit, supply, counterfeit hardware and inspection authority. Today the state had arrived with one neat object and no visible cue. Both forms of pressure could call themselves reasonable when presented separately. She looked from the cartridge to Guo. "Why this one?" His hand rested on the open case. "Because I was allowed to bring a single target." "That tells me why there aren't 12. Lin Xia glanced at the clock. "It doesn't tell me what you decided not to bring." Guo's expression remained composed. "A turbine blade coating with a service problem. A naval actuator assembly we can no longer import in the required quantity. A guidance component with a failure rate nobody considers acceptable." Each item carried urgency without needing explanation. Lin Xia could already imagine the files built around them, the restrained language covering machines that failed in expensive or dangerous ways. Guo had chosen the cartridge, but the others remained present in the room through the way he named them. "Which is most urgent?" she asked. "The actuator. And you didn't bring it?" "No." Lin Xia looked towards Shen. He had stopped arranging his notes and was listening openly now. Guo continued, "The cartridge is compact, self-contained and suitable for a university bay if you decide to proceed. It also has civilian and strategic applications. The actuator would require another site, additional personnel and a timetable that would immediately become difficult." "So you brought the target least likely to expose what accepting one request turns into." Lin Xia rested both hands against the bench, well clear of the case. "That's sensible. It's also not enough." Guo glanced at the clock. "What do you need?" She thought of her father moving Deng Qiming's warning away from the preserved evidence. Of Zhao Kai writing his account while a machine stood silent behind him. The state could put guards around the shop, but it couldn't restore credit, protect every contract or give her father back the ordinary authority people were trying to erode. "If this works, what does my family receive?" "A prototype fee can be arranged." "Not arranged afterward. Fixed before I touch it." Guo nodded slowly. "That's possible. My education stays first. No missed classes, no timetable changes and no assumption that success makes the next request automatic." Shen spoke from beside the lectern. That condition is not negotiable. It wasn't going to be, Guo said.
Lin Xia met his eyes.
And I want access. To what? Physical samples, imported systems, failed domestic attempts, materials we can't currently make, and working objects I'm allowed to understand. Not summaries chosen to produce one answer. She indicated the cartridge without approaching it. If I'm expected to improve difficult technology, I need the right to build knowledge, not just close emergencies. Guo studied her for several seconds.
Access would have to be reviewed case by case.
Then successful work buys priority review and a written reason when access is refused. The wall clock advanced another minute. Guo looked at Shen, then back at Lin Xia. I can negotiate those terms. Do that before you bring the actuator. Lin Xia reached towards the open case and stopped with her fingers above the cartridge. For this one, tell me who owns what I learn.
Guo didn't answer quickly enough for the delay to be accidental.
The imported cartridge remains state property. Any technical record produced from the review would be protected. That isn't what I asked. Lin Xia kept her hand suspended above the metal. I'll remember everything inside it. Nobody can collect that knowledge when the case closes. Shen looked towards Guo. She requires an answer, not a classification label. What you learn remains yours, Guo said. How it may be disclosed or commercially used would require agreement.
Lin Xia lowered her fingers onto the cartridge.
Analysis opened through the outer housing and every joined part beneath it. The object ceased being a sealed imported achievement and became a complete history held inside her mind. She understood the alloyed steel races, the ceramic rolling elements, the retaining cage, and the narrow internal paths that carried lubricant towards surfaces moving too quickly to tolerate interruption. The geometry was exceptionally controlled. Every shoulder, channel, and loaded contact had been shaped to distribute force while preserving speed. Heat moved through the housing along planned routes rather than gathering near the races. Tiny differences in expansion had been anticipated across the mixed materials and contained through clearances too small for ordinary handling to forgive.
She followed those choices backwards into forging, heat treatment, grinding, and assembly.
Fixtures held each component through finishing passes.
Surfaces were corrected after coating.
Individual rolling elements were sorted into matched sets rather than accepted as one production batch.
The cartridge was expensive because its makers had refused dozens of cheaper compromises.
They had accepted one. Lin Xia's attention settled on the inner race. Beneath the flawless finish, the residual stress pattern narrowed around a transition where the loaded surface changed curvature. It wasn't a manufacturing mistake. The designers knew it existed. They had tolerated it because removing it would complicate grinding, increase rejection rates, and force changes through the surrounding cage and lubrication geometry. Under ordinary service, it would survive long enough to meet the promised life. At sustained upper speed, heat and repeated loading would make that accepted weakness accumulate damage until the race began to shed microscopic fragments. She removed her hand. Guo watched her face. Can we reproduce it? That's not the first question. Lin Xia turned the cartridge slightly in its foam without touching the metal again. The materials are difficult, but they aren't the cleverest part. The manufacturing sequence protects the geometry, and the geometry protects the heat flow. Shen stepped nearer. And the limitation? They designed one in.
Lin Xia pointed to the inner race.
Not by accident. They accepted a shorter life because correcting this transition would make the cartridge harder and more expensive to manufacture. Guo's attention sharpened. Can it be corrected?
Lin Xia looked at the cartridge again, now seeing not one answer but several competing designs.
Yes. But not by copying what they made. Guo closed the case halfway, leaving the cartridge visible between them. Describe the superior version first.
No.
Lin Xia picked up her notebook and opened it to a blank page.
We settle what happens if I describe it, and what happens if I make it. Shen checked the clock again.
7 minutes. Guo drew a chair towards the bench but remained standing behind it. Name your terms. Lin Xia wrote as she spoke. A fixed prototype fee, agreed before creation. Not compensation calculated afterward according to whether someone decides the result was valuable. That's reasonable. An ownership share in any protected design developed directly from my version. Guo's answer came more carefully.
The state will require broad rights of use.
Broad use isn't sole ownership. She looked up from the page. I'm not asking to control deployment. I'm asking not to donate the design and discover later that everyone owns it except me. Shen set his folder beneath one arm. Separate operational rights from beneficial ownership. You've done it before. Guo gave him a brief look, then nodded. A defined contribution share can be negotiated. Written before I create anything. Lin Xia added another line.
There's one handoff point.
I make one prototype from approved prepared materials, deliver it to the named team and answer questions needed to explain the design. Guo's gaze sharpened. They may need further clarification during reproduction. Then they submit questions through one contact. I'm not attending routine measurements, repeated trials, supplier meetings or every failure their process produces. What if the first reproduction doesn't work? Then conventional engineers find out why. Lin Xia tapped the cartridge's foam surround with her pen. My part is understanding this and making the improved version. Their part is learning how to make it without me. Guo considered the page. And if they prove the design can't be reproduced conventionally? That becomes information for the next decision, not an obligation hidden inside this one. The wall clock advanced into Shen's final minute. He picked up Lin Xia's bag and held it out to her. Your class begins across campus in 9 minutes.
Lin Xia took it without closing her notebook.
School remains first. The prototype happens after scheduled coursework in a controlled university bay, with prepared feedstock and Song present if his timetable allows. Guo reached for the case. I'll return with written terms. And one named handoff team, she said.
Not a queue waiting behind the door.
He closed the catches. One target, one prototype, one handoff. Lin Xia tore the page free and gave it to him before following Shen towards the corridor. She hadn't agreed to make the cartridge yet, but she now knew exactly what agreement would permit her hands to begin. 4. Made between her hands. The written agreement arrived 2 days later, and the prepared materials reached the university bay after Lin Xia had completed her final class. Song Qingyuan was already inside when Luo Wei opened the shielded door for her. He stood beside a waist-high workbench surrounded by sealed trays, inspection certificates and a compact recording rig aimed towards the central surface. No imported cartridge waited among them. Lin Xia set down her bag.
Where's the original?
In protected storage, Song said. You already learned what you needed from it. Guo Jian stood beyond the observation window with the named handoff engineer and no one else.
He lifted the signed agreement against the glass, showing her the final page before placing it beside the recording controls. One target,
one prototype, one handoff. Lin Xia looked over the trays. Prepared bearing steel occupied the first, divided into measured blanks for the races and housing. The second held ceramic feedstock matched to the rolling elements she intended to make. Smaller containers held cage material and the constituents required for the lubricant system. None of it had been shaped beyond what ordinary preparation could justify. Song handed her the material record. Independent checks confirm composition and quantity. Everything on this bench is approved feedstock. Nothing beneath it, nothing inside the fixtures. You checked for hidden generosity? I checked for officials deciding that extra material was technically still one prototype. Lin Xia read each entry before opening the trays herself. The agreement protected her ownership and limited the handoff, but it couldn't protect the work from ambiguity after the fact. She counted every blank, confirmed every seal and made Song record the unused remainder before anything moved towards the central pad. He watched her arrange the steel and ceramic into separate groups. You could have asked them to prepare rough forms. That would make their manufacturing choices part of mine. Lin Xia rotated one steel blank until its cleanest face rested beneath her palm. I want to know exactly where my version begins. Song adjusted the camera angle, then looked at the spread of materials. And where does it end? When the cartridge works. That's a result, not a stopping point. She met his eyes. He wasn't repeating Professor Shen's caution for form's sake. He'd seen how quickly curiosity could turn one successful act into another. Lin Xia considered the untouched feedstock, then nodded towards the sealed remainder. One complete assembly.
No spare races, no second cage and no improved replacement if I dislike the first result.
Song entered the boundary into the record and stepped back from the bench. Now it's a test. Lin Xia removed her watch, placed both hands beside the prepared materials and held the finished cartridge clearly in her mind. Azure brightened beneath Lin Xia's palms. The steel blank softened without heat, its fixed shape surrendering while its substance remained exactly what the material record promised. She drew part of it upward into the outer race, holding the circular geometry steady as the working surface narrowed beneath her attention. The metal moved in a smooth band, then slowed while she established the loaded track, shoulders and heat path the imported design had handled so carefully. Song stood beyond the marked boundary beside the controls.
First component is visible.
Lin Xia heard him without answering. Speech would have meant releasing part of the finished design from her attention, and she wasn't willing to discover whether she could recover it cleanly. The inner race rose from a second blank. She altered the transition that had limited the imported cartridge, spreading stress through a longer change in curvature while preserving the running geometry around it. Azure traveled across the forming surface until every loaded point held the relationship she intended. When the light withdrew, the steel looked conventionally finished, though no cutter, grinder or furnace had touched it. She moved to the ceramic feedstock. Individual rolling elements separated from the prepared mass beneath her fingers, each one forming beside the last rather than emerging as a single joined object. Their surfaces became smooth beyond visible distinction, but Lin Xia held every diameter separately, matching them as the imported manufacturer had done through sorting and then improving the set by creating the match directly.
Song's voice reached her again.
You're making them individually. They won't be identical, she said, keeping her hands against the bench. They'll be matched. The cage demanded a different kind of attention. Its lighter material opened into a thin controlled structure, strong where load transfer required it and reduced everywhere mass would only resist speed. Pockets formed around empty spaces reserved for rolling elements that hadn't yet been placed. Nothing moved together. Not yet. Lin Xia drew the remaining steel into the housing last. Internal passages appeared inside solid material as Azure traveled through it, dividing into narrow lubricant channels and rejoining near the loaded surfaces. She adjusted each route so delivery followed rotation rather than fighting it, then formed the protected ports and outer mounting faces around the completed interior. The light faded from the housing. Separate components now covered the central pad in disciplined order. 2 races, a cage, matched ceramic elements and a housing carrying channels no ordinary tool could have cut after closure. Lin Xia kept both palms against the bench and felt the larger task waiting behind them. Song looked from the finished parts to her face. That was the preparation? Lin Xia drew one careful breath. That was everything before they have to become one machine. She brought the inner race and cage together beneath both hands. Azure returned, spreading across the separate components while the ceramic elements lifted from the pad and moved towards their waiting pockets. Holding each part was easy. Holding every clearance, contact angle and lubricant path at once was not. The assembly existed clearly in her mind, but creation no longer followed thought without resistance. Each rolling element had to remain matched to its position while the cage closed around it.
The races had to stay separate by distances too small for her eyes to confirm.
Lubricant routes needed to meet the loaded surfaces without weakening the housing that would eventually contain them. Pressure gathered behind her eyes. The first ceramic element settled into place. Then the second. By the fourth, Lin Xia could feel how much of her attention the cage interface was consuming. The imported design used a divided retainer joined after loading, elegant at speed but difficult to assemble without fixtures, matched tools and experienced hands. Her improved version preserved the same approach because it worked. Song moved closer to the boundary. You're spending too much on the cage.
I know.
Can you change it? Not without changing how it carries load. That isn't what I asked. He pointed towards the unfinished assembly without crossing the line. Can you make the interface easier for people who don't have your hands? Lin Xia held the suspended elements steady.
Simplifying it now meant disturbing a design she had already balanced around speed, heat and mass.
The finished version in her mind resisted the change because every improvement had been chosen together. Song watched her expression. If a factory needs impossible assembly precision, they haven't reproduced your cartridge. They've built a reason to keep calling you. The words reached the part of her that fatigue hadn't dulled. One prototype was the agreement. A design ordinary engineers could learn from was the purpose.
Lin Xia let the cage open again.
The seated elements remained fixed while she divided one retaining section into interlocking segments that could be positioned conventionally before final closure. She widened one tool access point, shifted material towards the loaded side and altered the locking geometry so assembly force would seat the joint rather than distort it. The change cost mass she recovered elsewhere and created a new stress path she had to spread through the cage.
Azure moved unevenly for several seconds while she held the revised relationships together.
Then the interface settled.
Song studied the visible joint.
Can they make that? They'll still complain. That wasn't the question either. Lin Xia guided the waiting rolling element into place. Yes.
They can make it.
She reached for the next interface. The revised cage accepted each ceramic element without forcing Lin Xia to hold the entire assembly against its own design. One by one, the matched surfaces settled between the races. She closed the final retaining segment, drew the housing around the moving core and joined the lubricant channels to the protected ports without disturbing the clearances inside. Azure flowed across the cartridge's outer surface, gathered around the last open seam and disappeared. The finished object rested between her hands without any visible sign of how it had been made. Lin Xia kept still for several breaths. Her shoulders ached, pressure sat behind her eyes and both palms felt hot against the metal, but the exhaustion she'd expected hadn't arrived. She had created mixed materials, moving contacts, internal channels and several dependent interfaces as one working machine. The task had pushed against her limit, yet she remained standing with enough reserve to know the limit had moved. Song watched her carefully. Finished? Made, Lin Xia said. We still need to know whether it turns. He brought the approved hand spindle to the bench and stopped before touching the cartridge. Your boundary. Lin Xia lifted the assembly and seated it onto the simple drive fixture herself. Song secured the outer housing while she checked that nothing in the mount imposed load the cartridge hadn't been designed to carry. He turned the drive by hand. The inner assembly moved so smoothly that Lin Xia felt the rotation through the fixture before she heard anything. Song increased the speed. The cartridge produced only a faint mechanical whisper, with almost no vibration traveling into the bench. Guo Jian entered from the observation room with the named handoff engineer beside him. The engineer placed 2 fingers against the fixture, then looked at Lin Xia. At this speed, I should feel more than that. You will at full load, she said. Just less than you're used to. His hand remained on the fixture as Song let it slow.
And the revised cage can be assembled conventionally.
Yes. The locked record shows the sequence. Guo looked towards the recording rig. Do you want to remain for the controlled spin test? The question carried no pressure, which made refusing it easier. Lin Xia released the cartridge from the fixture and placed it in the engineer's padded transfer case. No, that belongs to the handoff team.
She signed the single transfer line, took her watch from the side bench and put it back on.
Outside the bay, her coursework waited in her bag and the dormitory evening continued without knowing what had just left her hands. She walked out beside Song while the case traveled in the opposite direction, tired, exhilarated and already wondering what else she could now make.
5. The result comes back.
5 weeks later, Guo Jian met Lin Xia outside her final afternoon seminar with a sealed black case and took her to a protected viewing room beneath the engineering building. The main screen was already live. Inside an unfamiliar test cell, a compact high-speed assembly ran behind thick glass, its shaft turning fast enough to disappear. The camera trembled faintly with the machinery around it, but the housing at the center remained steady. Two engineers stood beside the control station wearing headsets, both watching a vibration trace that held below the marked comparison line. Guo didn't begin with a report. That system is running on a cartridge made domestically from the record your prototype produced. Lin Xia stepped closer to the screen. Not mine? No part of your original is installed. The handoff team sectioned, measured and documented it. A separate manufacturing group reproduced the design with conventional processes. One engineer looked towards the camera when Guo opened the audio link. His hair was gray beneath the headset, and satisfaction had pushed through the restraint of someone accustomed to distrusting early results. "Miss Lin," he said, "we could manufacture high-speed cartridges before this. We couldn't manufacture this one. 5 weeks ago, that operating range still depended on an imported system we couldn't reliably replace." The second engineer lifted a clear evidence sleeve towards the camera. Inside lay a used cartridge marked with domestic batch numbers and inspection paint. This completed the endurance sequence this morning. The one running now came from the same reproduced batch. Lin Xia looked from the physical cartridge on the screen to the black case beside Guo. He opened it and revealed another conventionally made unit, its surfaces carrying ordinary grinding marks instead of the seamless finish her hands had left behind. It wasn't beautiful in the same impossible way. It was better proof. One object made between her palms had crossed into drawings, tools, furnaces, inspection rooms and other people's hands. Engineers she had never met could now make something their country had needed to buy from elsewhere. The cartridge turning behind the glass wasn't her creation, yet every smooth revolution had begun with it. The gray-haired engineer said, "We still have qualification work before unrestricted service. Long-duration heat behavior and production variation remain open." Lin Xia nodded without losing the feeling that had opened inside her. "But it works." His smile finally escaped professional control. "Yes, it works." Guo closed the audio link and turned the black case towards her. Beneath the reproduced cartridge lay a second folder bearing Janae's seal and her name. "The technical result wasn't the only thing that came back," he said. Guo opened the folder and turned the first page towards her. "The prototype fee cleared this morning. Your contribution share was registered with Janae at the same time, and the independent valuation now includes the reproduced capability." Lin Xia read the figures twice. The fee was real money, large enough to change decisions rather than delay them. The share valuation was stranger. It remained partly theoretical, dependent on Janae turning protected technology into usable products. But even the conservative estimate carried more wealth than her family had earned through years of careful work. "My parents know?" Guo touched the screen controls. The live test feed disappeared, replaced by a secure connection to the shop office. Zhao Mei sat behind the desk with 3 account windows open. Lin Guozhang stood beside her, still wearing his work jacket, one hand resting on the back of her chair.
Zhao Mei looked directly into the camera.
"Your father has spent 20 minutes pretending he isn't frightened of the number." "I'm respecting it," Lin Guozhang said. "You asked whether moving the decimal point would make the bank call us.
It seemed responsible to check."
Lin Xia sat down beside the black case. "What have you done?" Her mother turned the monitor far enough for Lin Xia to see each confirmation. The remaining equipment debt had been cleared. Supplier balances no longer waited behind customer payments. A separate operating account now held enough to keep wages, materials and repairs from competing whenever one invoice arrived late. Each payment removed something Lin Xia had learned to treat as permanent. Her father tapped the final window. "We're shutting the oldest line down on Monday." Lin Xia's pleasure caught against alarm. "It failed?" "No." He smiled, and this time no strain hid beneath it. "That's why we can finally stop it before it fails. We'll replace the worn drive assembly properly instead of asking it for another month." Zhao Mei closed the payment windows one by one. And we rejected the contract that required us to accept their payment schedule. Her father's smile widened.
They were very surprised.
You needed that order. We needed every order, he said. Now we can choose which ones are worth having. Lin Xia looked at the reproduced cartridge resting inside Guo's case. 5 weeks earlier, it had been prepared steel, ceramic and lubricant constituents beneath her hands. Now it had become a running machine, cleared debts, protected workers and given her father the freedom to tell a bad customer no. Zhao Mei's expression softened. Xia, this didn't rescue us from work. It gave us room to do it properly. For once, success had returned without bringing another unfinished machine behind it. The secure connection ended, and Guo reached for the folder as though the afternoon still contained several sensible uses for Lin Xia. Her phone began vibrating inside her bag. Tang Xi's message filled the screen before Lin Xia could dismiss it.
We know money happened.
Sun Lan told us you're safe, not what happened. You have 40 minutes to reach the dorm before we begin celebrating without you.
A second message appeared from Wu Min.
This is not a threat. It is a timetable. He Qian added a photograph of their cleared desk beneath enough takeaway menus to feed a small committee. Lin Xia showed the screen to Guo. I appear to have another appointment. He glanced towards the closed case. There are people who'd like to discuss possible follow-on targets. There are always people who'd like to discuss follow-on targets. Guo considered that, then closed the folder. Tomorrow. By the time Lin Xia reached the dormitory, Tang had obtained permission for a supervised delivery large enough to make Luo Wei question whether food could create a security hazard. Boxes covered both desks. Roast duck, dumplings, noodles, fruit, cakes and 4 drinks stood among paper plates and unopened chopsticks. Lin Xia stopped in the doorway. How many people are coming? 4, Wu Min said. We planned for emotional uncertainty. He Qian pressed a menu into Lin Xia's hand. You're paying for dessert. Tang pointed towards the untouched feast. And you're not allowed to say this is excessive. Excess is the event. Lin Xia looked at the prices and felt the old reflex begin counting what each dish might have covered elsewhere. A utility payment, 2 days of shop wages, replacement tooling. Then she remembered the cleared accounts on her mother's screen and her father choosing repair before failure. She opened the dessert menu. Fine, everyone chooses 2. He Qian stared at her. We've lost her to wealth. 3, Lin Xia said. The room erupted into argument. Tang wanted the expensive fruitcake because refusing it now would be cowardice. Wu Min selected something small, then changed her order when Lin Xia accused her of performing financial restraint for an audience. He Qian chose enough sweet buns to require a second delivery bag. When the food arrived, Lin Xia paid without checking the remaining balance. Then she added another order from the same restaurant and sent it to the evening protection team downstairs. Tang watched her confirm it. That felt good, didn't it? Lin Xia set the phone aside and accepted the plate Wu Min handed her. The answer embarrassed her only because it was easy. Yes, she said. Success can buy time. I just have to stop giving all of it away before I use any. 6 time zones away, Dr. Evelyn Xia placed 3 reports beside one another and removed the word coincidence from her working notes.
The first showed a protected communications session between the university district and Lin Guozhang's shop.
The second recorded an unusual Janae payment, followed within hours by cleared business debts and changes to the shop's operating accounts. The third tracked a supervised food delivery to Lin Xia's dormitory and a second order sent downstairs to the protection detail. A junior analyst stood across from Xia's desk. We're using takeaway food as intelligence now? We're using changed behavior. Xia enlarged the university movement record. Lin Xia had left a protected engineering building after meeting Guo Jian, returned directly to the dormitory and remained there while her friends ordered enough food to make the expense conspicuous. 5 weeks ago, she entered a controlled bay. Today, money moved, engineers celebrated and her family stopped behaving like every delayed payment could injure them. The analyst looked towards the technical report. It contained no description of the protected object, only procurement changes, a cancelled foreign order and the sudden elevation of a domestic high-speed systems program. "We blocked the imported cartridges," he said. "Yes. And now they've cancelled the order anyway." Xia drew a line between the program notice and Janae's payment activity. "Our containment assumption was that denying advanced components would slow every program dependent upon them.
That remains true when the component must be designed, manufactured and qualified through an ordinary development chain."
He understood before she finished. One source bypassed the beginning. One young woman created the seed object.
China spent 5 weeks teaching ordinary hands to reproduce what hers made once.
Xia opened Lin Xia's existing pattern file. It still treated protected travel, university access, Janae activity and national technical shifts as related indicators requiring confirmation. She entered a new tasking order. Rebuild the model around successful reproduction, not isolated intervention. Track payments, family decisions, protected celebrations, academic absences and every program that stops purchasing something we control. The analyst read the final line. "You think the reward matters as much as the technology?" "It matters more with every success." Xia closed the technical report. Money gives her choices. Celebration teaches her to enjoy winning. Reproduction means she doesn't have to remain with the work after she creates it. She sent the order into the collection queue. Containment had failed. Lin Xia was no longer merely solving shortages. Each impossible object gave her country a capability, gave her family freedom and gave her another reason to choose a harder target. 6. Both families, again. The payment had already cleared the shop's debts, replaced fear with choices and fed 4 students extravagantly, but Lin Xia discovered that success became less simple when both families sat around the same table. Her parents had invited Song Qingyuan and his parents to the villa for dinner, intending to celebrate without officials, reports or sealed cases. Luo Wei's team still checked the garden and controlled the front gate, and that contradiction had survived only until Zhao Mei mentioned the spare bedroom. "It would be easier if Xia stayed here more often," she said, setting down the fish. The university room was sensible when she was merely studying. Now every delivery needs checking and every visitor becomes an argument. Song's mother glanced towards the closed dining room doors. "Would this house be safer?" "Safer than the dormitory," Luo said from the side table, where Zhao Mei had required him to eat. "Not ideal." Lin Guozhang frowned. "It has walls, cameras and enough officers to frighten the neighbors. It also has 3 road approaches and a garden boundary designed before anyone considered rifles," Luo replied. Lin Xia put down her chopsticks. "I thought we were celebrating." "We are," her mother said. "Celebration doesn't make the problem disappear." Song's father looked between her and Song. "There will be more assignments now." The certainty irritated Lin Xia before the words themselves did. "Requests. Requests that bring guards, money and national programs," he said. "No sensible institution will treat them as casual." Song sat beside her, quiet long enough that she felt the pressure gathering around him rather than with him. Zhao Mei said, "Nobody is asking Qingyuan to give up his work." "Not directly," Song's mother replied. "But every plan begins with where Xia must be protected, where Xia may be sent and how long Xia's work will take. Then everyone asks how Qingyuan fits around it." Lin Xia looked at Song. "I've never asked you to follow me." "No," he said. "Other people keep assuming I will." The table fell quiet. Her father's new freedom, her own wealth and the success everyone had come to enjoy had somehow turned their future into a transport problem with Song listed as movable equipment. Lin Xia reached beneath the table and took his hand. "Then they can stop." Song's fingers closed around hers, but his expression remained thoughtful. "They may need a reason." His mother exchanged a glance with his father, then placed her chopsticks carefully beside her bowl. "There is one," she said. "We learned about it this morning." Song's mother reached into the bag beside her chair and removed a compact black case. A university industry group invited Qingyuan to join a fault-tolerant controls project. The work begins here, but successful development could lead to demonstrations elsewhere. Song Jianhua set the case between the serving dishes. It isn't an appointment yet. It's an invitation to develop one part of the system and prove it deserves further support. Lin Xia looked at Song. You didn't tell me. I received the complete terms this morning. He released her hand and turned the case towards himself. I wanted to understand them before everyone began planning my future. The rebuke wasn't aimed only at their parents. Lin Xia heard herself included and couldn't honestly object. What would you build? Song opened the case.
Inside lay a controls module no larger than a thick textbook, its connectors protected beneath fitted covers.
A controller that expects sensors, communications and operators to become unreliable without allowing one bad input to decide what the machine does next. His mother watched Lin Xia's face. It's his work, not an assignment attached to yours. I know, Lin Xia said, then realized how quickly she'd answered. Song lifted the module but didn't pass it to her. I can explain the architecture conventionally. You could. Or you could understand why I want it. The invitation landed with more force than the object itself. He knew what touch meant for her. Analysis didn't merely reveal components. It gave her the choices inside them, the compromises someone had accepted and the problems they'd refused to ignore. Lin Xia held out both hands. Are you sure? Yes. Song placed the module across her palms. Understand it, don't fix it. Analysis opened through the casing. The module became complete inside her awareness. Layered boards, isolated power pads, paired processors and separate channels built to distrust one another productively. She followed signed diagnostic records through the system, watched corrupted input lose authority, and felt how Song had designed each decision to remain visible afterward rather than disappear behind a successful output. Nothing pretended failure could be prevented entirely. His architecture made failure declare itself, limited what it could command and preserved evidence of what had happened. Pleasure moved through her before judgment could crowd it out. This was Song's mind expressed through copper, silicon and disciplined suspicion. He had invited her into it knowing she would see every unfinished choice. She lifted her gaze. Song was watching her rather than the module. You built it so being wrong doesn't have to become losing control, she said. His shoulders eased. Yes. No explanation she could have offered would prove more completely that she understood him. The module remained warm between her palms, fully known now, while everyone at the table waited to learn what complete understanding would make her do. The improvements were already waiting inside Lin Xia's mind. One isolation path could be shortened without weakening separation. The processors could compare confidence as well as agreement. A different arrangement around the diagnostic memory would preserve more evidence after a violent power loss. None required guesswork. She could see each change clearly enough to know what it would cost, what it would protect and where Song's present design had deliberately stopped. Her thumbs rested against the casing. Song watched the movement. You found something. Several things. His father leaned forward. Serious problems? No. Lin Xia looked down at the module again. The temptation wasn't to rescue failed work. It was worse than that. She could make good work better, quickly enough that refusal felt almost wasteful. Possible improvements. Different compromises. Song held out his hands. Then give it back. She placed the module across his palms without altering a single connection. Relief came with the loss of contact, followed by a smaller disappointment she didn't admire. Zhao Mei studied her. You're not going to tell him what you saw? I'll tell him if he asks. Lin Xia looked at Song. You asked me to understand it, not redesign it. His expression softened, though only briefly. Good. Song Jianhua frowned at the module. Surely knowing the stronger design would help the project. It might, Song said. It might also turn my work into a delivery system for hers before anyone has tested what I built.
Lin Xia understood the objection, yet her thoughts had already moved ahead.
Fault-tolerant control mattered to protected transport, remote machinery and every program that couldn't afford one corrupted signal. Guo would recognize the value immediately. Janae could provide support. Song's project could remain near the university, close to her assigned bays and whatever targets arrived next. We could ask Guo which programs need this, she said. If the project's structured around compatible national work, then travel and security could be coordinated. Janae might support the development without taking control, and if my assignments stay near the same centers. Song set the module into its case with careful precision. No. Lin Xia stopped. You've just turned my invitation into another branch of your schedule, he said. His voice remained calm, but the refusal reached everyone at the table. You're deciding where my work should happen by predicting where the state will want your hands. I was trying to stop our careers pulling us apart. By arranging mine around demands nobody has made yet. Song closed the case. I won't build my future inside the gaps between your assignments. The words hurt because she'd been doing exactly that while calling it planning. Lin Xia looked at the closed case and realized that refusing to overwrite his machine had been easier than refusing to overwrite the life around it. Nobody hurried to rescue the silence. Lin Xia's parents had spent years making decisions under pressure, and Song's parents had clearly come prepared to defend a future that belonged to their son. The restraint around the table made Lin Xia feel the full shape of what she'd done. She had respected the boundary around his module, then crossed the larger one without noticing because planning felt too much like care when she was frightened. She looked at Song. You're right. His expression didn't change immediately. About which part? That I was arranging your work around mine. Lin Xia folded her hands in her lap so she couldn't reach for the case, him or any solution before the words were finished. I don't know where my assignments will be. I don't know whether your project will lead to demonstrations elsewhere. I was trying to solve a conflict that hasn't happened by deciding whose career should move first. Song's father gave one quiet nod, but Song kept his attention on her. And now? Now the invitation is one career path. Lin Xia glanced at the black case between them. The development work, any later demonstration and any formal offer that grows from it belong together. They belong to you.
We don't split them into convenient pieces because one location suits me better.
Song's mother asked, even if the later offer is somewhere difficult? Lin Xia felt both families waiting for the honest answer rather than the reassuring one. Then it's difficult. We decide what distance costs when distance is real. Zhao Mei set down the serving spoon she'd been holding. Not tonight, then. Not tonight, Lin Xia said.
Lin Guozhang looked towards Song.
And nobody assumes you follow Xia because her work is protected. Song met his gaze. No. Good. Her father reached for the fish. Then we've spent 20 minutes arguing over a job that doesn't exist yet. Song Jianhua's mouth shifted. Families are efficient that way. The pressure around the table eased, though it didn't disappear. Song reopened the case long enough to settle the module properly into its fitted support, then closed it and moved it beside his chair. The gesture felt less like withdrawal now and more like ownership restored. Beneath the table, Lin Xia offered her hand without reaching farther. Song looked at it, then threaded his fingers through hers. We still haven't solved where either of us will be, she said quietly. No, he replied. We've only agreed not to solve it by making one career smaller. Dinner resumed around them, warmer but not simpler.
The invitation remained unopened into a future neither family could arrange, and Lin Xia understood that choosing Song would sometimes mean leaving the answer unresolved until both of them were standing inside it.
7. The queue outside class. By the following afternoon, the unresolved future at her parents' table had been replaced by a problem small enough to fit on Professor Shen's projector screen. Lin Xia stood beside her senior project teammates while a cross-section of their test assembly filled the wall. The question was ordinary and therefore irritatingly resistant to shortcuts. Their proposed sensor mount protected the wiring, survived the expected vibration and blocked the only sensible route for replacing the sensor after installation. Behind the closed seminar room door, 12 candidate targets waited in sealed files. Guo's officials had arrived 11 minutes before the review began. They now occupied the corridor with 2 cases, 3 folders and the disciplined stillness of people accustomed to making other schedules move around them. Every time the door opened, the nearest students glanced outside and lost part of their attention to the knowledge that national programs were waiting for one classmate to finish discussing a removable bracket. Professor Shen tapped the projected housing. You've proved it survives. Have you proved anyone can service it? One teammate pointed towards the access panel. The technician can remove the outer cover.
And then silence answered him.
Lin Xia studied the drawing. She could have imagined a finished solution, created it in a controlled bay and let everyone admire how neatly impossible hands avoided ordinary compromise. That wasn't what the review required. The design had to belong to the team after she left the room. We move the connector, she said. Not the sensor. Her teammate frowned. That puts the cable beside the support rib. Only if the rib stays solid. Lin Xia stepped to the screen and indicated the lower section. Split it into two formed channels with a removable bridge.
The channels carry the load.
The bridge controls separation and gives the technician a straight withdrawal path. Another student leaned forward. That adds two fasteners. It removes the access cover and four. Professor Shen looked towards the calculations rather than her. Does the altered rib still carry the peak load? Lin Xia passed the question back to the teammate responsible for the model. He reopened the simulation, changed the section and ran the stored case while the room waited. Outside, one official shifted position near the glass panel and immediately attracted 6 pairs of student eyes. The result appeared within limits. Her teammate exhaled. It works. It might, Shen corrected. Update the drawing, rerun the fatigue case and prepare the service sequence before approval. Lin Xia nodded with the others. The decision was ordinary, shared and incomplete in exactly the proper ways. The seminar room door opened. Guo Jian stood beyond the waiting officials and glanced at his watch. Professor Shen gathered the project sheets. Now, he said, the nation may have what remains of your afternoon. Lin Xia collected her notebook while the other students remained around the screen, already arguing over who would update the fatigue model and who had inherited the service drawings. Guo's officials stepped away from the corridor wall as though Professor Shen's dismissal had released something more important than one student. The oldest of them opened the first case. We've prepared a shortened review. Your presence should only be necessary for the technical summaries. Professor Shen looked up from the marked project sheets. She still has 5 minutes of review business. The official's expression tightened. The design decision has been made. The team has work assignments to confirm. One of Lin Xia's teammates held up the revised drawing. We haven't agreed who owns the service sequence. The official glanced at the student, then back to Lin Xia as if ordinary disagreement had become an administrative fault. That can be settled without Miss Lin. Lin Xia felt the familiar pressure hidden beneath the polite wording. Her power had taught institutions to wait for her hands, but it had also taught some of them that everything else around those hands was movable. It can, she said. After I finish my part. She returned to the table and drew the responsibility sheet towards her. The modeling student took the fatigue case. Another accepted the bridge detail and fastener selection. Lin Xia kept the written justification for moving the connector, then added a note requiring service access to be tested with the actual tool clearance rather than confirmed from the drawing alone. Professor Shen read the allocation. Why are you keeping the justification? Because I proposed the change. And if the fatigue model rejects it? Then I revise the argument or withdraw the change. He signed beside the review record. Acceptable. Behind her, one official checked his watch loudly enough to make the gesture deliberate. Lin Xia closed her notebook and turned. Were you told the review ended when I made a decision? We were told your team required your attendance, he replied. It did. The program expected flexibility. Professor Shen handed Lin Xia the signed sheet. Flexibility is not the practice of shortening someone else's obligations. Guo's gaze moved across the waiting cases and settled on the officials. You were instructed to wait until the academic review concluded. We did wait. You also planned around the assumption that concluding meant extracting her at the first convenient pause. No one answered. Lin Xia slipped the signed sheet into her folder. The irritation in the corridor no longer felt like something she needed to soothe. 12 national targets could survive another few minutes. Her teammates' deadline had belonged to today before any official arrived. Guo opened the preparation room door across the hall. Now the review is finished. We'll discuss what, if anything, enters her schedule next. Inside the preparation room, the 12 files occupied more of the bench than the glassware ever had. The officials arranged them by declared urgency, placing military requests nearest Lin Xia and commercial proposals at the far end. Guo left the cases closed and passed her a single-page index instead. Lin Xia read the first 4 entries. You've ranked them by who wants an answer fastest.
The older official nodded.
Operational urgency has to matter. It matters to you. She turned the page. It doesn't tell me which target teaches my power anything new. One request involved correcting another high-load alloy component. A second offered a ceramic surface whose failure mode resembled work she had already done. Both might be valuable, but they promised familiar understanding followed by familiar pressure to remain until every conventional question had been answered. Guo drew 3 slimmer folders from different parts of the stack. These were included because each is small enough for controlled repetition. Lin Xia opened them in turn. The first contained specifications for a laser mirror substrate whose value depended on surface stability and thermal behavior. The second described a high-temperature seal insert expected to remain compliant without losing shape. The third concerned a precision motor magnet whose internal structure had to preserve field performance under heat and repeated load.
She placed the mirror folder first.
This tests whether I can hold surface and bulk requirements together. The seal followed. This one forces a different compromise. It has to deform correctly rather than resist deformation. She set the magnet beside them. And this makes retained internal arrangement matter after creation, not only material purity or external geometry. The youngest official opened his calendar. We can schedule the first tomorrow afternoon, the second the following morning and the third during Saturday's protected window. No, Lin Xia said. His hand stopped above the screen. The bay is available. I'm not. The older official looked towards Guo. Saturday has already been protected from academic scheduling. It's protected because I promised the day to Tang, Heqian and Wu Min. Lin Xia closed the remaining 9 files without reading them. Protected time doesn't become available to the state merely because the university can't claim it.
We could complete the trial before noon, the official said. Your friends wouldn't lose the entire day.
They were promised the entire day. Guo looked at the 3 selected folders. Then when? After coursework, on a day when all 3 can be prepared in one controlled session. Lin Xia pushed the calendar back towards its owner. You may reserve the bay after my timetable is checked. You may not reserve me first and explain later. The 3 folders remained chosen, but undated. For once, choosing what her power would learn had not required surrendering the life waiting outside the case. Guo let the silence hold while the officials gathered the 9 rejected folders into their cases. Lin Xia kept the 3 selected files beside her notebook, separate from the stack and still without dates. The arrangement felt correct.
She had chosen what her hands would examine next without allowing anyone else's calendar to turn that choice into surrender.
The youngest official closed his scheduling screen. We'll request her academic timetable and return with suitable options. You'll request available windows from me, Lin Xia said. My timetable won't show every commitment that matters. Guo nodded. Send the preparation requirements for the 3 targets. No dates until she confirms them. The older official secured the final latch, but Guo didn't move towards the door. Instead, he reached beneath the bench and lifted a 4th, narrower case that hadn't appeared on the index. He placed it between them without opening it. Lin Xia looked at the case, then at him. That wasn't part of the 12. No. Guo rested one hand beside it. The request arrived during your review. The responsible program describes it as an emergency. The word carried its usual weight, sharpened by the fact that Guo hadn't allowed the program into the room to apply it directly. Lin Xia glanced at the wall clock. Tang, Heqian and Wu Min had already sent 3 messages arranging Saturday, including an argument over lunch that appeared to have become legally binding. What do they want? She asked. A preliminary review tomorrow evening. If the available evidence supports it, they'll ask for a supervised examination afterward. The older official added, "The national value is considerably higher than the 3 targets you selected." Lin Xia felt the old reflex begin arranging concessions. She could shorten dinner, move coursework into the night and preserve Saturday by spending sleep instead. None of those costs would appear in the official schedule. They would simply become hers. Guo watched her face. "You may open the case before deciding." She placed her palm on the lid, not activating analysis, only stopping it from being pushed closer. Then she slid the case back towards him. "No." The older official frowned. "You haven't heard the technical summary." "I've heard the claim being used to displace everything already agreed." Lin Xia closed the larger equipment case herself and fastened both catches. National value doesn't automatically outrank commitments already made. This may be time-sensitive. Then send me the written deadline, the consequence of waiting and the evidence supporting both. She gathered the 3 chosen folders. Emergency is information. It isn't consent. Guo lifted the unopened case. "I'll require the program to justify the timing." Lin Xia opened the preparation room door. Beyond it, her teammates were still gathered around the revised drawing, while her friends' messages waited on her phone. The queue remained important. It no longer owned the front of her life. 8. Free before dinner. The 3 selected files returned 2 afternoons later as 3 sealed containers in a controlled university bay, each accompanied by prepared feedstock, handling instructions and enough monitoring equipment to make Lin Xia suspect the officials still hoped caution could be measured by cable. She arrived directly from class with her project notebook under one arm and Tang Xi's latest message open on her phone.
Reservation at 1900.
"We're ordering without you at 1910. At 1915, we begin discussing your character defects with the waiter." Lin Xia placed the phone beside the wall clock where everyone could see it. "I leave at 18:30. The older official from the preparation room glanced at the test schedule. "We've allowed until 2100. Then you've allowed 2.5 hours for packing after I leave." Guo Jian checked the time and addressed the technical staff. 18:30 is the stop. No extension unless Lin Xia requests it. "I won't," she said. 3 transparent covers waited along the central bench. Beneath the first lay the laser mirror substrate, a pale disc supported only at its edges. The second held the high-temperature seal insert, dark, compact and unremarkable until its listed service conditions made the material seem unreasonable. The third contained the precision motor magnet, its polished surfaces marked with orientation lines. Lin Xia pulled on gloves and opened only the first cover. "No creation until I've analyzed all 3. The youngest technician looked towards the prepared matter arranged on the adjoining bench. "Wouldn't it be more efficient to complete each item in sequence?" "Probably." She lifted the substrate carefully. "I'm testing retention as well as repetition." Her fingertips settled against the disc. Understanding entered with the contact. Surface flatness became a complete physical fact, inseparable from the grain beneath it, the internal stresses left by processing and the small thermal disagreements waiting to distort the reflective face under load. She followed those relationships until improvement stopped meaning a vague better surface and became a precise structure she could later build. She returned the disc to its supports before opening the second container. The seal yielded a different kind of knowledge. Its value lived in controlled surrender, in compressing where required, holding contact through heat and recovering enough shape to remain useful without becoming rigid. Lin Xia retained the balance and released it. The magnet came last. Its internal arrangement pressed into her awareness as direction, alignment and stability, every region contributing to a field that heat and repeated loading were always trying to weaken. She saw how its material could be reorganized to preserve performance rather than merely begin with more of it. When she withdrew her hand, all 3 objects remained separately complete inside her mind. Guo watched her close the final cover. "Ready?" Lin Xia turned towards the waiting prepared matter. "Now I am." She placed both palms against the prepared matter for the mirror substrate and let retained understanding guide creation. Azure light spread beneath her gloves. The feedstock drew inward without mold, tool or cutting edge, becoming a pale disc whose interior remained quiet while its upper surface settled beyond any finish the monitoring instruments could immediately describe. The light withdrew from the center towards the rim, leaving a face so even that the ceiling lamps reflected without visible distortion.
The optical technician leaned over the protected bench and stopped himself before crossing the marked boundary.
There's no polishing pattern. There wasn't any polishing, the youngest official said. Lin Xia lifted her hands. The finished disc held more than smoothness. Its internal structure carried heat away without allowing one region to expand against another, protecting the surface from the distortion waiting inside the original sample.
She checked the clock, then moved to the seal feedstock.
Second. This creation resisted in a completely different way. The material couldn't simply become stronger. Strength applied carelessly would destroy the function she needed. Lin Xia held the intended shape in her mind while azure light worked through the prepared matter, preserving regions that would compress, return and maintain contact through repeated heat.
The seal formed beneath her hands with a dark satin surface.
When the technician placed it into the instrumented test fixture, the insert compressed smoothly under load, spread against the contact face and recovered when released without the sluggish delay recorded for the source sample. The older official watched the measurement settle. It deformed more. It deformed correctly, Lin Xia said. Pleasure moved through her before she could reduce it to caution. The first object had required controlled stillness. The second had required controlled surrender.
Her power had accepted both.
She turned towards the final tray. The magnets prepared materials weighted in separated quantities, their arrangement conventional and useless until creation placed every region in relation to the others. Lin Xia lowered her hands. Azure brightened almost at once, gathering the feedstock into a compact polished form while the retained internal pattern aligned beneath its surface. A loose steel gauge shifted across the bench before the magnet had fully appeared. The youngest technician caught it against the barrier. Field response already. Lin Xia maintained contact until the final orientation line emerged exactly where she intended. When she released the completed magnet, the monitoring display climbed past the source sample's retained field result and held there. Nobody spoke for several seconds. 3 improved counterparts now occupied the bench, each impossible for a different reason. Lin Xia looked from the undistorted reflection to the recovered seal and then to the magnet holding its invisible order against heat. The clock still showed time remaining, and the session record showed something more tempting. The mirror substrate had taken 11 minutes and 40 seconds from first contact with its prepared matter to completed formation. The seal had taken 8 minutes. The magnet had required 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Lin Xia read the figures twice while the technicians transferred the finished pieces into their separate holders. The reduction wasn't subtle enough to dismiss as better preparation. Her hands had found the required relationships more quickly each time, even though each object demanded a different function. The youngest technician gestured towards the unused prepared matter. We have enough magnet feedstock for a second formation. Repeating the last one would give us a cleaner comparison. Lin Xia looked at the clock. 18:23.
7 minutes remained before the stop sheet imposed, enough time if the next creation became faster again.
A dull ache pressed behind her left eye as she reached towards the bench. Her fingers trembled before touching anything, a fine movement that vanished when she closed them into a fist. Minor fatigue, she said. Is that the technical term? Song Qingyuan stood inside the bay entrance with his visitor clearance clipped to his jacket and her coat folded over one arm. He glanced from the 3 completed components to her closed hand, then towards the wall clock. Lin Xia relaxed her fingers. The tremor returned. It isn't interfering with control. You haven't tested whether it interferes with control. The magnet formed correctly. Song crossed to the marked boundary but didn't enter the work area. Before your hand started shaking. The older official looked towards Guo. 1 repeat remains within the reserved bay period. That isn't the limit she set, Song said. Lin Xia's headache sharpened when she turned towards him. I still have 7 minutes. You have 7 minutes before dinner. You don't have 7 minutes before the warning signs you agreed would make you stop.
She looked at the prepared feedstock.
Another magnet would be useful. More than useful, It would tell her whether 6 minutes had been a result or the beginning of a pattern. The desire carried none of the old resentment attached to assignments.
She wanted to place her hands down again.
She wanted the azure light, the moment impossible order became physical and the next proof that yesterday's limit had already moved. Song watched her without softening. Was the stopping rule real, or did you only choose a time because you expected the work to become unpleasant? The tremor moved through her fingers again. Lin Xia drew her hands away from the bench. Seal the remaining feedstock. The technician hesitated, then closed the container. Guo checked the time. Session ended at 18:24. Lin Xia looked at the three impossible objects and felt the unfinished fourth creation pulling at her more strongly than any official request had managed.
Then she picked up her coat.
Song held it while Lin Xia pushed her arms into the sleeves, then took her bag before she could reach for it. My hands work, she said. They're trembling. Less now. That isn't the same as stopped. Guo remained beside the sealed containers while the technicians completed the session record. Lin Xia looked back once at the unused feedstock, then followed Song out of the bay before wanting another attempt became an argument she could win. Tang Xi had chosen a small restaurant near campus and secured a table large enough for 4 people, their bags and the tablet Song placed between the dishes. He Qian checked the time as Lin Xia sat down. 18:58, she announced. You've preserved your character by 2 minutes. Wu Min enlarged the first test image on the tablet. The mirror substrate reflected its inspection grid without measurable distortion, while the thermal model beside it showed the altered internal heat path. Tang leaned closer. So this one refuses to bend when it gets hot. Not refuses, Lin Xia said. It spreads the heat before one region can distort the surface. He Qian moved to the seal recording and watched it compress under load, recover, then repeat the cycle. This one survives by becoming flatter. It survives by yielding in the correct places.
Wu Min opened the magnet results.
And this one keeps its internal arrangement when heat tries to disturb it. Song glanced at Lin Xia. 3 different answers. 3 different kinds of control, she said. The words stayed with her while the others argued over which object was most impressive. Tang preferred the mirror because its perfection could be seen. He Qian chose the seal because recovering after being crushed seemed personally meaningful. Wu Min selected the magnet because invisible organization producing measurable force appealed to her sense of justice. Lin Xia rested her hand beside her bowl. The tremor had faded, but the desire to return hadn't. I nearly kept going, she said. The conversation quieted. Tang's expression lost its teasing edge. Because they pressured you? No. Lin Xia looked toward Song before returning her attention to her friends. Because I liked it. Each one came more easily, and I wanted to know how much easier the next would be. She flexed her fingers once. Getting stronger feels good enough that stopping may become dangerous. Song nodded towards her untouched food. Which is why the rule has to survive enjoyment. Lin Xia began eating, and the table slowly returned to argument. Beneath it, she opened a fresh page in her private notebook and wrote 3 headings: thermal stability, controlled compliance and retained magnetic order. Below them, she added Song's external controls architecture and drew the first rough outline of a compact motor. 9. Miracles for sale. By the following afternoon, Lin Xia's hand had stopped trembling, the headache had faded and the compact motor in her notebook had acquired 3 more pages of questions. Janae interrupted before she could answer any of them. Guo Jian met her and her parents in a secured Janae conference room where a worn industrial pump seal sat inside a transparent case beside the improved high-temperature insert from the previous day. The 2 components served different machines, but the relationship between them was obvious once Lin Xia saw the enlarged wear images on the wall display. A Janae engineer indicated the damaged ring. This seal comes from a chemical processing pump. Abrasive particles enter the contact face. Wear opens the clearance and leakage forces replacement. The plant changes them every 6 to 8 weeks. Lin Guozhang leaned closer to the photographs. How many pumps? At that facility, 43. Across the operators who've provided service data, more than 900. Zhao Mei looked towards Guo. And Janae wants my daughter to repair 900 seals by hand? No, Guo said. Janae wants to commercialize a civilian product derived from what she learned yesterday. The engineer changed the display. A proposed seal geometry appeared beside a manufacturing route using ordinary powder preparation, pressing, heat treatment and finishing. None of it required Lin Xia to stand beside a production line.
What it lacked was the master material structure that would let conventional teams establish the process.
We believe the insert's controlled compliance can be combined with a harder wear surface and a protected internal support region, the engineer said. One civilian safe master sample would give us the target. Janae would fund reproduction, qualification and production. Lin Xia studied the projected service estimates. Longer replacement intervals meant less leakage, less shutdown time and thousands of pumps buying the same family of parts. The revenue forecast below them was large enough to make her read it twice. Her father gave a low whistle. That's real money. It could be, Guo said. The first license would cover chemical pumps. Water treatment, mining and food processing equipment could follow if the material proves suitable. Lin Xia looked through the clear case at the scarred seal face. Yesterday's component had been selected because officials valued what it could survive. This one offered factory orders, dividends for her family and a civilian product people could purchase without ever knowing her hands had made the first impossible example. She felt the appeal immediately and allowed herself to enjoy it. What does Janae need from me besides the master sample? She asked. Guo placed a draft agreement on the table. Zhao Mei drew it towards herself before anyone else could touch it. That, she said, opening the first marked page, is the question we'll answer before she makes anything. She read the first page without speaking, then turned to the ownership schedule and placed one finger beneath a paragraph dense with permissions. This says Janae receives exclusive rights to the pump seal family. The engineer nodded. That's necessary if we're funding qualification and production. That part is sensible. She moved her finger lower. This part isn't. Lin Xia leaned closer. The clause granted approved investors first access to future materials, components and manufacturing concepts derived from her technical contribution, with negotiation rights extending beyond pump systems into any related civilian application. Guo Jian looked towards the company representative seated beside the engineer. Who added the future access language? It was requested during the financing review, the representative said. Investors need confidence that the product won't become commercially isolated if Miss Lin develops related technology. Zhao Mei closed the agreement halfway. They're investing in a seal. Confidence in the seal is reasonable. Confidence that my daughter will keep making things for them is not part of the product. Lin Guozhang drew the paper towards himself and read the marked clause twice. How long does this access last? 10 years from first commercial sale. He looked up. 10 years of being first in line whenever she makes something useful? It grants negotiation priority, not ownership. Priority is valuable because everyone else has to wait, Zhao Mei said. That makes it a right over her time, even when the paper avoids saying so. Lin Xia studied the projected revenue again. The numbers remained attractive. That was what made the clause dangerous. It asked her to trade an undefined portion of her future while everyone at the table was thinking about the first profitable year. She took the agreement from her father and turned to the product definition. Limit the license to this seal architecture, its material system and applications that use the same working principle. Any other product requires a new agreement. The representative's expression tightened. That may reduce the valuation. Then value what exists, Lin Xia said. Don't value access to things I haven't chosen to make. Guo uncapped his pen. Remove future creation access, negotiation priority and automatic extension into adjacent technology families. The representative glanced towards the engineer, who looked at the damaged pump seal rather than the contract. Some investors may withdraw. Zhao Mei reopened the agreement and pushed it back across the table. Then they were buying the wrong thing.
Lin Xia rested her fingertips beside the transparent case, close enough to see the worn surface without touching it.
Once the contract described a product instead of a person, She could decide whether to make the master that gave those numbers something real to measure. The revised pages arrived on the conference room printer 9 minutes later. Zhao Mei checked the deleted clauses while Guo compared the product definition against his marked copy. Only when both nodded did Lin Xia turn towards the prepared materials waiting beneath a transparent cover at the end of the table. The Genet engineer released the cover and uncovered 3 measured portions: a ceramic rich wear material, a tougher internal feedstock, and a narrow quantity reserved for the compliant interface. The financing representatives remained seated opposite her parents, their earlier confidence replaced by the attentive silence of people who just learned that money did not control the hands they were watching. Lin Xia touched the damaged pump seal first. Its service history entered through her fingertips. Abrasive particles had crossed the contact face, cut shallow channels and widened them with every rotation. Heat had gathered unevenly where friction increased, while the rigid support beneath the worn surface had passed each small impact deeper into the ring instead of absorbing it. She retained the failure, released the seal and placed both palms over the prepared matter. Azure light spread across the covered workpad. The feedstock drew together beneath her hands, not as blended material, but as regions arranged for separate duties. A hard outer face formed first, smooth enough that the overhead lights crossed it without breaking. Beneath it, the structure changed gradually into a tougher body able to carry load without sending every shock back towards the contact surface. The narrow compliant region settled last, thin enough to remain hidden and precisely placed to accommodate heat and misalignment without opening a leakage path. Lin Xia felt the relationships close into one object. The work came easily enough for pleasure to reach her before caution. Yesterday's 3 targets had taught her different forms of control. Now she was choosing how to combine them into something no original sample had contained. When the azure withdrew, a dark seal ring rested beneath her hands. Its working surface showed no machining marks, polishing lines or visible boundary between the hard face and the supporting material below. The engineer lifted the inspection lens, looked through it and lowered it again. "How is that surface finished?" "It isn't finished," Lin Xia said. "It was made that way." Her father laughed softly, pride escaping before he could contain it. Zhao Mei's gaze moved from the impossible ring to the revenue forecast still displayed on the wall. Lin Xia enjoyed that too. This small object could become orders, licenses and money her family no longer had to apologize for possessing. She looked towards the financing representatives. Genet may sell this product in every seal covered by the revised definition. She rested one hand beside the master sample. "It may not sell priority access to whatever I decide to make next." The first order arrived before the master sample had left the conference room. A notification sounded from the company representative's tablet while the Genet engineer was still securing the seal inside its transport case. He checked the screen, frowned and turned it towards Guo. "The demonstration plant has submitted a conditional purchase order for all 43 pumps," he said. "They want the first production batch as soon as qualification permits." Lin Guozhang looked at the sealed master. "They haven't tested it. They've seen the projected service life and the material inspection results." The representative scrolled through the message. "They're willing to fund part of the qualification run to secure priority delivery." Zhao Mei tapped the revised agreement. "Product delivery priority." The representative met her gaze and nodded carefully. "Product delivery priority." A second notification followed before anyone could enjoy the correction. Then a third. The engineer moved beside him as requests opened across the screen from 2 mining operators and a municipal water treatment group that had received the preliminary technical notice. Lin Xia watched the forecast on the wall display become outdated while she was still standing beneath it. The numbers had seemed large when they were predictions. As named quantities, delivery windows and deposits, they became something her parents could spend, save or refuse without asking whether gratitude concealed a claim on her. Her father read the combined order estimate and sat back slowly. "Your mother is going to make us discuss tax." "I was going to make you discuss tax anyway," Zhao Mei said. "Now you may complain from a more comfortable financial position." Guo's phone vibrated. He read the message without answering it, then passed the screen to the Genet representative. Public market inquiry. Xi'an Industrial contacted 2 prospective customers within 20 minutes of the technical notice. The representative's expression sharpened. That's fast. What did they ask? Lin Xia said. Whether Janae actually designed the material, Guo replied. Whether the master came from a university laboratory, a state program or an unidentified independent inventor. They're also asking who controls future development. The room's pleasure narrowed without disappearing. Someone outside Janae had already recognized that the impossible seal mattered less than the person capable of making another one. Zhao Mei closed the contract and placed her palm over it. Then the public answer is simple. Janae owns the licensed product family. It doesn't own the inventor. Lin Xia looked at the transport case, then at the orders multiplying on the tablet. The miracle had entered the market exactly as she'd intended. Now the market had begun looking for her. 10. The shop does not bow. 2 days after the market began looking for her, Lin Xia arrived at her father's shop to find the first Janae subcontract already running and everyone behaving as though celebration could wait until the machines proved it deserved to exist. The order covered precision support rings for the new pump seal assemblies, difficult enough to require the shop's best tolerances but conventional enough that every finished part would belong to the workers who made it. Zhao Kai led the first shift from the inspection bench, checking each setup sheet before releasing work to the machines. He had placed the approved master drawing inside a clear sleeve and marked every completed stage in blue pencil. Lin Guozhang met Lin Xia beside the line with pride held tightly beneath practical irritation. Your mother says this order means we're allowed to feel successful. Zhao Mei looked up from the production board. I said we're allowed to invoice successfully. Feeling comes after payment. The first machine completed its cycle.
Zhao Kai opened the guard, removed the ring and carried it directly to the measurement station rather than lifting it for anyone's admiration.
Lin Xia watched him clean the contact faces, seat the part and work through the specified dimensions while 2 older machinists waited beside him. Within tolerance, Zhao Kai said at last. He turned the gauge so Lin Guozhang could read it himself. Not generously, but honestly. Her father's grin escaped. Honestly is what the customer ordered. The shop had won the work because Janae needed a supplier able to hold difficult geometry without pretending a miracle had made ordinary skill unnecessary. Lin Xia felt the satisfaction of that settle more deeply than the order total. Her master seal had opened the contract, but these workers were making the first production around it under the shop's own name. The roller door rattled upward before the second ring left its machine. Inspector Deng Qiming entered carrying a compliance case and an expression of official patience. Mr. Lin, I understood production began tomorrow. It did, Lin Guozhang said. Until the customer moved acceptance forward. Deng looked towards the running line. Then I'll conduct the scheduled inspection early. Zhao Mei checked the wall clock. You're almost a day early. Cooperation prevents delay, Deng replied. Before she could answer, the office phone rang. Zhao Mei took the call, listened without interrupting and slowly turned towards the production board. Our tooling supplier has cancelled the remaining delivery, she said. Immediate effect. No replacement date. Behind her, Zhao Kai looked from the finished ring to the limited tools already mounted on the line. The shop had secured the order, begun the batch and attracted an inspector before its first shift had settled. Now someone had removed what they needed to finish it.
The cancelled delivery left 6 mounted tools, 11 unused inserts and a subcontract large enough to expose every shortage before the day ended.
Zhao Mei asked the supplier for the cancellation in writing while Lin Guozhang accompanied Deng Qiming towards the inspection records. Neither raised their voice. That made the workers listen harder. An older machinist named Chen lifted the first accepted ring from the measurement bench and turned it between work-scarred fingers. Perhaps they don't expect us to finish the order. Another worker glanced towards Lin Xia. They may expect her to finish it. The remark wasn't hostile. The resignation beneath it was worse. Lin Xia looked across the line and saw the master seal's consequence from their side. Janae had brought the shop profitable work, but the impossible component at the center of that work had also taught skilled people how quickly one pair of hands could make years of practice feel optional. My daughter isn't operating this batch, Lin Guozhang said from beside Deng's open case. The contract is with the shop. Chen set the ring down carefully. Until the tooling runs out. Zhao Kai had been checking the unused inserts beneath the task lamp. He looked towards Lin Xia and held one out. You should see this before anyone calls it ordinary supplier trouble. She joined him at the bench without touching the insert. Its cutting edge looked clean under unaided sight, but the ground surface carried a faint repeated banding. Zhao Kai placed 3 more beside it, then arranged 2 tools already removed from service. These came from separate boxes, he said. Different marked lots, same early wear. The coating tears at almost the same point, then the edge begins pushing material instead of cutting it.
Could the supplier have received a bad batch?
Lin Xia asked. One bad batch produces variation. Zhao Kai rotated the inserts beneath the lamp. These failed too neatly. Chen moved closer despite himself. You're saying someone ordered defective tools? I'm saying these weren't made carelessly. Zhao Kai pointed to the worn edges. Someone controlled them well enough to make the weakness repeat. Deng Qiming closed the inspection folder behind them. That's a serious allegation without a laboratory report. Zhao Kai faced him. It's an observation from the man who stopped the line before the rejected parts multiplied. Lin Xia studied the arranged tools and the workers gathered around them. She could touch one and know. She could also make replacements that rendered the shortage irrelevant. Both answers waited inside the same temptation. Chen looked towards the sealed master drawing. Can your power make the tools we need? Yes, Lin Xia said. The hope on several faces arrived beside fear, and she understood that her next answer would decide whether the shop had gained a miracle or surrendered to one. But I'm not making the order for you. Hope faltered. Chen's expression closed first, while Deng Qiming watched from beside his inspection case with sudden interest. Lin Xia crossed to the prepared stock beside the first machine and looked towards Zhao Kai. Choose one blank, she said. The same material you plan to use before the tools failed. Zhao Kai selected a measured piece from the production tray and placed it on the cleared workpad. What are you making? One support ring, formed close enough that your remaining tools only have to finish the controlled surfaces. Lin Xia looked around at the gathered workers. After that, you decide how to reproduce the finishing sequence without me. Her father didn't answer for them. Zhao Kai studied her face, then nodded. Do it. Lin Xia placed both hands over the blank. Azure light spread beneath her palms, bright enough to reflect from the machine guards and draw every worker nearer despite themselves. The stock softened without melting. Its outer shape tightened, the central opening appeared and the ring rose into finished geometry with excess material left only where Zhao Kai's setup would need it. She kept the act narrow, changing one prepared piece into one bounded form, then withdrew before the ease of continuing could become an argument. Nobody spoke until Chen stepped closer and stared at the ring. That would take 3 setups. It still needs finishing, Lin Xia said. It needs almost nothing. Zhao Kai lifted the ring with gloved hands and carried it to the inspection bench. Awe remained on his face, but work had already begun replacing it. He checked the dimensions, turned the part twice and pointed towards 2 surfaces. We can finish these with the sound inserts, he said. Reduce the first cut, split the final pass and inspect between them. Chen looked towards the 11 questionable tools. And when the sound inserts are gone? We don't use the questionable ones. Zhao Kai separated the remaining tools into marked trays. Seal every failed insert, record its box and lot number, and keep the wear faces untouched. Deng Qiming said, You're treating ordinary consumables as evidence. Zhao Kai met his gaze. Then your inspection can record that too. The workers began building the revised sequence around Lin Xia's single-formed ring. One adjusted the fixture. Another rewrote the pass depths. Chen brought the measuring stand closer so inspection could happen without carrying each piece across the shop. Lin Xia watched their fear lose ground to concentration. Her power had given them room. It hadn't taken the work away. Zhao Kai seated the ring in the fixture and closed the guard. One piece from you, he said. The rest from us. The machine started, and the first repeatable finishing pass began while the sabotaged tools waited under seal. The revised method produced 12 acceptable rings before the last sound insert reached its replacement limit. Zhao Kai checked every part himself, then brought the inspection record to Lin Guozhang with the finished batch arranged in foam-lined trays beneath the shop's printed delivery sheets. Deng Qiming examined 3 rings, repeated one measurement and closed his gauge. The batch meets the drawing. Zhao Mei looked towards the sealed tools on the evidence bench. And your inspection report will include those? They aren't part of the delivered product. They arrived for this order, failed in a controlled pattern and were followed by a cancellation that should have stopped production. Zhao Mei placed the supplier's written notice beside his case. That makes them part of what happened here. Deng's eyes moved towards the workers listening nearby. I can record a tooling irregularity. I can't endorse accusations about intent. Nobody asked you to, Lin Guozhang said. Record the tools, the early arrival and the cancellation. We'll decide what the pattern means when we have evidence. Deng hesitated before adding the 3 items to his report. While he wrote, Zhao Mei's phone received the supplier's formal explanation. She read it once, then turned the screen towards her husband. The cancellation was requested through Peng Shuren's purchasing contact, she said. He told them our Janae work created a conflict with one of their established customers. Lin Guozhang's expression hardened. Peng doesn't buy those tools. No, Zhao Mei replied. He only knew which supplier mattered. A delivery truck reversed beneath the roller door. Zhao Kai supervised the loading himself, checking each sealed tray against the manifest before attaching the shop's name to the outer cases. Lin Xia watched the first profitable batch leave without her name appearing anywhere on the paperwork. A black sedan pulled into the yard before the truck cleared the gate. The man who emerged wore a neat business coat and carried a Qianhe industrial folder. Wei Jian, he said, offering Lin Guozhang a card. Qianhe heard you encountered supply trouble. We can arrange priority tooling, larger credit and guaranteed purchase volumes. Her father didn't take the folder. What does Qianhe receive? Preferred access to future Janae-related production, and an option to invest if expansion becomes necessary. Lin Guozhang looked towards the departing truck, then at the workers resetting their machines around the method they had built themselves. We needed tools this morning. You're offering dependence this afternoon. Wei's smile remained careful. I'm offering stability. No, Lin Guozhang said. You're offering to own the next shortage before it happens. He returned the card without accepting the folder. Behind him, the shop's name disappeared through the gate on its first saleable batch, while Peng Shuren, Deng Qiming and Wei Jian settled into place as 3 separate problems. 11. A day that belonged to them. The morning after her father refused Qianhe's offer, Lin Xia reached the dormitory common room to find Tang Xi guarding the door with a paper sign that read, "No national importance beyond this point." He Qian had added her commercial importance beneath it in red pen. Wu Min had drawn a box around both lines and written, "Enforcement active." Lin Xia stopped beside Luo Wei. I appear to have lost access to my own room. You were informed yesterday that today was protected personal time, Luo said. I thought that meant officials couldn't schedule me. Tang opened the door far enough to look at her. It means nobody schedules you. Including you. Behind her, the room had been rearranged around a low table covered with breakfast containers, bottled drinks and enough snacks to survive a minor siege. He Qian sat on the floor sorting pastries by value rather than flavor, while Wu Min occupied the desk with 3 phones beside her laptop. Lin Xia stepped inside. Why do you have my phones? Because Director Guo called the secure one at 8:14, Wu Min said. An assistant from Janae called the ordinary one at 8:22. Professor Shen sent a message at 8:30 asking whether you'd remembered that rest remains a physical requirement. That last one sounds personal. It was followed by instructions not to answer him. Tang shut the door behind Luo. Program talk is banned until tomorrow morning. Lin Xia looked towards the phones. What if something urgent happens? Then your guards will tell us, He Qian said. We'll examine the emergency and decide whether it deserves you. That's not how national security works. No program talk, Tang reminded her. Lin Xia removed her coat while Sun Lan checked the window latches and then withdrew into the corridor. The silence left behind felt unfamiliar. No sealed case waited on the table. No engineer needed an answer. No supplier had cancelled anything since breakfast, as far as anyone had permitted her to know. She sat beside He-Chian. What exactly have you planned? Breakfast, shopping, lunch somewhere irresponsible, and an afternoon in which none of us discusses graduation, employment or the possibility that this room has an expiry date, He-Chian said. Wu Min looked up. She added the final restriction without consultation. It's still banned. Tang placed a pastry in Lin Xia's hand before she could argue. You promised us one whole day before the next target entered your life. Lin Xia glanced towards the confiscated phones, then at the three faces waiting for her to choose whether the promise had meant anything. She took a bite. Fine, but I reserve the right to object to irresponsible lunch. Her friends began arguing over restaurants before she finished chewing, and the day closed around them before anyone outside could claim it. The argument ended with He-Chian winning lunch by promising not to order anything described as an experience. Before they could leave, Wu Min reclaimed her laptop from the desk and set it on the low table. One rear corner dipped beneath the weight, while heat from the casing had already warmed the wood. You're not taking that shopping, Tang Xi said. It sounds like it's preparing to die. It's rendering, Wu Min replied. She looked towards Lin Xia, then placed both hands beside the machine rather than pushing it at her. Would you make me a stand? Something that spreads heat properly and doesn't fold when I move it. The request stopped Lin Xia more effectively than an order would have. You want me to create it here? I want one, Wu Min said. Not a national prototype. Mine. Lin Xia moved the laptop aside and asked Wu Min to sketch the height and angle she preferred. Once Wu Min approved the shape, Lin Xia gathered an unused aluminium plate from beneath the desk, rested her fingers upon it and let azure light spread across the surface. The metal rose into a low-angled platform, opening into thin internal channels before settling into a rigid stand with rounded edges. Wu Min lifted it immediately. Nobody touches this. You haven't tested it, Lin Xia said. I've established ownership. Tang disappeared beneath her bed and returned with a desk lamp whose head sagged whenever she released it. Mine next. This hinge has betrayed me for 2 years. Lin Xia examined the worn joint while Tang specified that the lamp must still fold flat and remain recognizably hers. Azure gathered around the hinge pin. Worn metal thickened, the bearing surfaces corrected themselves and a narrow reinforcement formed inside the existing joint without changing the lamp's scratched yellow casing. Tang adjusted the head through 3 positions, then hugged the lamp against her chest. I forgive everything. He-Chian emptied a knotted mass of charging leads onto the table. I require justice. You require labels, Wu Min said. I require a compact organizer with separate channels and no moral criticism. He-Chian chose a palm-sized shape with 6 openings and surrendered a broken plastic storage box as feedstock. Lin Xia formed it between both hands, creating smooth channels sized to the cables He-Chian passed to her one by one. When the azure faded, He-Chian threaded every lead into place and stared at the orderly result. This is the greatest thing you've ever made. I've made nationally important machinery. None of it stopped my charger falling behind the bed. Their delight carried none of the fear she'd seen in the shop. Each object had been requested, bounded and claimed before it cooled beneath their hands. By the time they left for lunch, all 3 friends were carrying their small miracles, and Lin Xia understood why giving them had felt nothing like being used. The restaurant He-Chian chose occupied the upper floor of a shopping center and served portions large enough to justify her victory. They had barely received their food when a woman at the next table looked twice at Lin Xia, whispered to her companion and raised her phone. Lin Xia lowered her chopsticks. Across the room, another person turned. Recognition moved through the tables and glances before anyone approached, which somehow made waiting for it worse. A young man arrived first, holding his phone in both hands. Excuse me, are you Lin Xia? Tang Xi answered without looking up from her bowl. She's eating. I only wanted a photograph. Lin Xia felt Luo Wei shift at the security table behind them. Sun Lan was already watching the surrounding aisle while 2 more phones appeared above nearby shoulders. Refusing would become a story. Agreeing might turn lunch into a queue. One photograph, Lin Xia said.
From there,
The young man stood beside the end of the table while his friend took it. He thanked her too loudly. That brought 3 more people across the room, followed by a server who placed an extra plate of dumplings on the table and announced that the manager considered it an honor to host her. He Qian stared at the plate.
we've become profitable.
We're paying for it, Lin Xia said. The manager refuses, the server replied, looking delighted by the refusal. A woman near the aisle asked whether Lin Xia could repair a medical device. Someone behind her wanted to know if Janae accepted investment. Another voice called out a question about foreign technology before Sun Lan stepped between the table and the growing cluster. Luo appeared beside Lin Xia. We're leaving through the service corridor. Relief arrived so quickly that she was already reaching for her bag when Tang placed one hand over it. No, Tang said. Luo's expression hardened. The crowd is increasing. It's embarrassing, not dangerous, Wu Min replied. You checked. The situation can change. He Qian pushed the free dumplings towards Lin Xia. Then you can stand nearby while she finishes lunch. Lin Xia looked at them. We can eat somewhere else. Tang held her gaze. That means every stranger who recognizes you gets to cancel our day. The truth of it left Lin Xia with nowhere comfortable to retreat. She set her bag down again. Sun Lan cleared a space around the table and told the waiting people that there would be no more photographs or questions. Some complained. Most returned to their seats, still watching. Lin Xia picked up her chopsticks beneath 30 pairs of eyes. Her face burned, her guards remained standing and her friends resumed arguing over the last dumpling until the room's attention became something she could survive without fleeing. By the time the plates were empty, leaving together had become their choice rather than security's rescue. They returned to the dormitory near dusk with shopping bags, aching feet and He Qian's cable organizer wrapped inside a scarf because she no longer trusted the world with it. Tang placed her repaired lamp on the desk, adjusted the head to illuminate the purchases spread across her bed and began separating receipts with professional severity. You've spent the entire day pretending money doesn't exist, Lin Xia said. I spent the day enjoying money, Tang replied. Now I'm recording what it did. Wu Min set her laptop onto its new stand. The machine rested securely above the desk, with space beneath it for air to move. She opened the lid, listened to the fan settle and looked satisfied enough that Lin Xia expected possessive rules to follow. Instead Wu Min said, I've started applying for technical positions outside the university. The words entered the room quietly and changed it before Lin Xia understood why. He Qian stopped unwrapping her organizer. Tang's hands paused over the receipts. Lin Xia looked at Wu Min. Outside? Wherever the work is good. Wu Min kept her eyes on the laptop. I don't want to stay here because staying is familiar. Tang placed the receipts together. I've applied to finance graduate programs. Not Janae. I'm not building my career by becoming Lin Xia's professionally tolerated roommate. You'd be intolerable in any organization, He Qian said. That's why I need formal training. Lin Xia managed a smile, then looked towards He Qian. And you? He Qian threaded one charging lead into its assigned channel before answering. Communications work. Public information, campaigns, maybe crisis response if someone is reckless enough to employ me. She glanced up. I'm good at deciding what frightened people need to hear. Lin Xia thought of the restaurant, the crowd and her friends refusing to let embarrassment remove her from their table. You are. The room fell quiet around 4 desks, 2 bunk beds and the ordinary belongings they had fitted into every available space. Graduation had always existed on the timetable. Until now, Lin Xia had treated it like an academic deadline rather than the end of this particular arrangement of people. Tang watched her expression soften. We aren't disappearing. I know. Wu Min closed the laptop. Knowing something doesn't mean you've accepted it. Lin Xia looked at the 3 requested objects resting in the room they would eventually leave behind. She'd made each one to improve a shared life that wasn't permanent. Then we protect more days, she said. Not just this one. He Qian held up the cable organizer. And our property rights survive graduation. Their laughter eased the room without undoing what had changed. Ordinary life had acquired an end date, and Lin Xia finally understood that keeping it would require promises made beyond these walls. 12. The missing prototype. The promise lasted until 8:16 the next morning, when Luo Wei knocked on the dormitory door and waited for Lin Xia to open it rather than allowing urgency to make the decision for him. Guo Jian needs you at Jian'ei, he said. A master prototype disappeared during transfer. Behind Lin Xia, He Qian lowered the cable organizer she'd been admiring for reasons nobody else understood. Tang Siyi looked at the clock. Her protected day ended 8 hours ago. You people are becoming alarmingly respectful. What disappeared? Lin Xia asked. A pump seal master prototype.
The receiving team opened the transport case 22 minutes ago and found the wrong object inside.
Wu Min turned from her laptop. Was the case sealed? Yes. Then someone noticed before opening it. Luo's expression remained controlled. The electronic log records an intact seal at dispatch, every checkpoint and receipt. Lin Xia reached for her coat. The ordinary day hadn't been cancelled. It had ended properly, which made leaving easier without making the reason less disturbing. The Jian'ei transfer room occupied a secured ground floor bay with one vehicle entrance, 2 controlled doors and enough cameras to make theft seem unreasonable. Guo stood beside a waist-high trolley while 3 transfer staff waited apart under Sun Lan's supervision. A black case rested on the trolley with both numbered seals still attached to its lid. Guo pointed towards the case. Dispatch verified the prototype against its record before closure. The courier scanned both seals. Receiving scanned them again here. No alarm, delay or unauthorized door access appears anywhere in the route. And yet it's gone, Lin Xia said. He released the catches without cutting the seals, using the authorized opening sequence already recorded in the system. Dense gray foam filled the interior. At its center sat a polished metal assembly similar enough to satisfy a photograph taken from above. Lin Xia didn't touch it. That isn't the prototype?
The mass is within tolerance, Guo said.
External dimensions match. The receiving engineer noticed that one protected port had the wrong internal depth. A transfer supervisor stepped forward. The case never left controlled custody. I watched it come off the vehicle. And the dispatch team watched the correct object go in, Guo said. The records support both statements. Lin Xia studied the unbroken seals, the clean foam and the dummy resting where the master prototype should have been. Whoever had taken it hadn't merely defeated security. They had arranged the evidence so every person involved could tell the truth and still be wrong. She removed her coat and held out one hand towards the case. Nobody touches the trolley, the doors or anything else in this room. Guo signaled the staff back. Lin Xia placed her fingertips against the foam. Analysis opened, and the theft began surrendering its first lie. The foam remembered pressure, heat and contact as completely as metal remembered manufacture. Lin Xia followed the compressed cells beneath her fingertips and found where the real prototype had rested, where gloved hands had lowered it into place and where another set had lifted it out again after the foam had already settled around its weight. The substitution happened before dispatch, she said. The transfer supervisor shook his head. I watched the case being closed. You watched this object inside it. Lin Xia moved her fingers along the cut recess. The real prototype occupied the foam first. Someone removed it and inserted the dummy without changing the case's measured mass. Guo looked towards the security staff. Secure the dispatch room and everyone who entered it. Not yet. Lin Xia lifted her hand. The person who handled the foam didn't carry the dummy in bare hands, but the pressure pattern continues beneath the case. She touched the trolley's upper rail. Analysis crossed the joined frame in an instant, opening welds, fasteners, old impacts and recent contact into one complete record. Hundreds of ordinary touches crowded the metal, but the newest trail remained sharp. The case had been set down, shifted 6 centimeters and lifted while one person steadied the trolley with a palm against its side. Lin Xia moved to that point and let the contact lead her towards the transfer room door. Sun Lan stepped beside her. Tell me before you cross the room. I'm not leaving it. Lin Xia pressed 2 fingers to the door handle. The lock revealed every recent turn, the authorized entries and one opening made while the electronic system believed the door remained closed. The latch was held back mechanically. Whoever did this entered without generating a new access event. The supervisor stared at the hardware. The door alarm would have registered. They didn't open it far enough. Satisfaction tightened through Lin Xia as the method narrowed around someone who had trusted logs more than matter. She touched the strike plate, then the lower edge of the door. A thin tool held the contact switch depressed. The trolley blocked the camera while the case was changed. Guo's phone was already in his hand. How long were they inside? Less than 90 seconds. You can establish that from the door? I can establish how long pressure remained on the switch and how many times the trolley wheels stopped moving. Lin Xia returned to the open case, faster now because every related object gave her the next one before conventional investigators could finish photographing the last. The trail no longer felt like scattered evidence. It felt like pursuit. She placed both hands around the replacement dummy. Its alloy, machining order and hidden handling history opened beneath her touch. The dummy had been made locally, finished in haste and carried into the dispatch area inside ordinary commercial packaging. Beneath its polished surface, the cutter had left a distinctive sequence of microscopic marks. Lin Xia opened her eyes and looked at Guo. Bring me the records from my father's altered bearing. Guo had the bearing evidence transferred to the room under guard. Photographs arrived first, followed by the preserved failed bearing. Its packaging and the purchase records Zhao Mei had copied before anyone could alter them. Lin Xia placed the dummy beside the evidence tray and examined the finishing marks under magnification. The sequence matched. The same cutter had entered at the same angle, carried the same damaged edge through each pass and left the same repeating flaw beneath two polished surfaces intended to hide it. This dummy and the altered bearing came from the same machine, Lin Xia said. Not merely the same workshop. The same spindle, tool holder and damaged cutter. The transfer supervisor looked from one object to the other. Why would anyone making counterfeit bearings also copy a Genet prototype? They may not know what either object was for, Guo said. He turned towards an investigator who had entered with the records. Trace the bearing's unauthorized distributor against every subcontractor with access to the pump seal program. The investigator opened the purchase file on the room's secure terminal. The authorized bearing order had passed through Manager Lu's normal warehouse, then diverted through a local distributor added after dispatch. The company's name appeared again inside Genet's subcontractor registry, not as a technical supplier, but as a packaging and transport intermediary used when the primary contractor lacked capacity. Guo pointed to the director listed on both records. Wei Jian. Lin Xia recognized the name from the man who had approached her father outside the shop. He offered to help arrange supply after the inserts were cancelled. He was testing whether your father would accept dependency, Guo said. Now we know what else is access purchased. The investigator brought up entry records from the dispatch building. Wei Jian's company had delivered ordinary packing materials 3 times during the previous month. Its workers didn't enter the secure transfer room, but one subcontracted courier had access to the adjacent loading corridor and the local vehicle schedule. Sun Lan asked, which employee? None consistently, the investigator replied. The company rotated drivers and submitted changes late. Guo's expression hardened. That creates access without leaving one name in the pattern. A financial search returned while they watched. 2 payments from Wei Jian's distributor had passed through a consulting company and reached a Genet dispatch technician during the 6 weeks before the theft. The amounts were small enough to resemble additional work and regular enough to purchase cooperation rather than silence after one act. Lin Xia looked at the dummy again. The technician didn't make this. No, Guo said, but he could tell them when the case would move, which trolley carried it and how long the camera would be blocked. The investigator turned the screen towards him. The technician left the site 37 minutes after dispatch. His vehicle is still being tracked. Guo closed the evidence tray. Then we find him before he reaches whoever has the prototype. The technician never reached the export terminal. Traffic cameras placed his vehicle outside a commercial freight depot 14 minutes after Guo issued the alert, and local officers stopped him while he was carrying a padded equipment case towards a van registered to Wei Jian's distributor. Guo listened to the update on speaker while Lin Xia remained beside the evidence trolley. Is the case secure? An officer answered through wind and distant engines. Sealed and in our possession. The suspect says he was paid to deliver it unopened. Bring both back, Guo said. Nobody opens the case before it reaches this room. The technician arrived in handcuffs 23 minutes later, pale enough that fear had stripped away whatever confidence bribery had purchased. He looked once at Lin Xia, then towards the dummy on the trolley and understood that denial had already lost most of its value. I didn't steal anything, he said. I only changed the cases. Sun Lan positioned herself between him and the evidence. Who gave you the replacement? I never saw him. Instructions came through a work account. They knew the route and the camera timing. Guo didn't argue. You can explain that to the investigators. The recovered case was placed on a second trolley. Its serial number matched the dispatch record, but the seals had been replaced with copies convincing enough to survive an ordinary scan. Lin Xia waited until every surface had been photographed, then rested her hand on the lid. Analysis passed through the case and found the principal prototype inside. Relief came first, sharp and physical. The pump seal assembly remained complete, undamaged and still carrying the manufacturing history she remembered from its creation record. Then she found the absence. Open it, she said. Guo released the copied seals. The prototype sat inside fitted foam beside 3 small material coupons used to preserve representative sections of its internal geometry and sealing surfaces. Only 2 remained. Lin Xia touched the prototype itself. Its outer surfaces were unchanged, but foreign contact marked the protected ports. A measuring compound had been pressed into one internal passage, held until it captured the shape and withdrawn. The thief hadn't needed to disassemble the assembly. They had copied the geometry through its openings and removed one coupon carrying the material structure they couldn't reproduce from shape alone. Guo looked at the empty recess. Can they build it? Not correctly from this. Lin Xia traced the disturbed foam around the missing coupon. But they can build something that looks close enough to test, fail and improve. The recovered prototype had prevented immediate export. It hadn't prevented the theft from becoming useful. Behind them, the technician began answering questions about payment accounts and delivery instructions. Lin Xia looked from the missing coupon to the dummy made on the same machine as her father's altered bearing. The attack on Janae and the pressure on the shop were no longer separate problems.
Someone had built one route through both.
13. The Crystal Garden. The next morning, Lin Xia returned to university with Wei Jian's route still occupying the back of her mind and found the optical materials laboratory gathered around the remains of another failure. 6 transparent pieces lay beneath the inspection lights, each grown into a different test geometry and each split by a pale internal fracture that hadn't reached the outer surface. The newest sample remained inside its growth cradle. It had survived cooling, removal and the first visual inspection before a narrow white line appeared through its center and divided 3 months of work without breaking the crystal apart. The lead researcher stood beside the imaging screen with both hands pressed against the bench. That makes 7. A doctoral student adjusted the magnification until the fracture filled the display. Different seed orientation, slower cooling and a revised impurity limit. It still formed in the same region. Not the same region, another researcher said. The same boundary. The geometry moved, but the failure followed whatever we moved with it. Lin Xia stopped just inside the controlled doorway while Sun Lan completed the security check behind her. She had come because Professor Shen had redirected her afternoon study period towards a university project that needed another materials student, not because anyone had asked for a miracle. The distinction mattered more after yesterday. Someone had stolen knowledge from Janae by treating every object and person as an access route. She didn't intend to enter this room by taking ownership of work that had already cost other people months. The lead researcher noticed her and straightened. Exhaustion made the welcome brief. Lin Xia, Professor Shen said you might sit in. Might contribute, Shen corrected from the doorway. Sitting is available in several less expensive rooms. Nobody laughed. The crystal in its cradle had begun showing a second faint line beside the first. The doctoral student stared at it. We changed every controlled variable. Every variable we measured, the lead researcher said. That answer loosened the room into argument. Cooling stress, seed contamination, a hidden phase transition, uneven field control. Each explanation had evidence behind it and one result it couldn't explain. Lin Xia moved closer to the bench but kept her hands folded behind her back. The fractured samples seemed to invite touch. Analysis could end part of the argument in seconds. Doing so now would also turn months of research into a question only she could answer. The lead researcher looked around the group. No more adjustments until we agree what this failure is testing. Lin Xia met his tired gaze and nodded. Before the crystal gave her its history, the people who had grown it would choose their answers. The lead researcher cleared a section of the board and wrote the 3 surviving explanations beneath one another. Thermal stress, seed contamination and field instability. Choose the one your evidence supports, not the one you've spent the longest defending. The doctoral student pointed towards the fracture image. The boundary follows the growth direction. That supports contamination entering from the seed. It also supports stress accumulating behind the growth front, another researcher replied. We changed the cooling schedule, but we didn't change the crystal's final thickness. Song stood beside the control cabinet with an interface diagram open on his tablet. He'd come to review whether the growth system's field controls had introduced the repeated defect, but he hadn't touched the console since the argument began. You're all treating the displayed field as the field the crystal experienced, he said. The doctoral student turned towards him. The sensors remained inside tolerance. The sensors measured 4 fixed locations. Song enlarged the control map and indicated the spaces between them. The system corrected those readings. That doesn't prove the field remained uniform across the growing face. The lead researcher studied the diagram. You think the controls created the boundary? I think the control record can't exclude it. Song lowered the tablet rather than carrying the conclusion further. You know the crystal. I know what this interface claims to have controlled. His restraint changed the discussion. The field explanation moved from accusation to possibility, and the researchers began testing it against what they already knew. One sample had fractured after a stable sensor record. Another had survived a minor field correction only to fail during cooling. The altered seed orientations weakened contamination as a complete explanation, but didn't remove it. Lin Xia listened until each person had committed to an order of likelihood and named the evidence that could prove them wrong. Only then did she approach the first failed sample. Which one gives us the cleanest comparison? She asked. The lead researcher selected 2 crystals grown from the same prepared feedstock under different control schedules. These, same seed batch, same geometry, different field corrections. Lin Xia rested her fingertips against the first fractured surface. Analysis entered the crystal in one complete rush. Feedstock preparation, seed contact, growth temperature and every shift in the forming structure became retained knowledge. The hidden boundary wasn't one event. A slight composition difference had begun near the seed, then the control field had pushed growth unevenly around it. Cooling had tightened the weakness until the fracture made both errors visible. She touched the second sample and found the same sequence with different proportions. Lin Xia lifted her hand. All 3 explanations are partly right, which is why changing them separately hasn't worked. She looked towards the prepared feedstock beside the growth cradle. The next sample has to control the seed transition, the field across the full growth phase and the cooling path as one problem. The lead researcher looked towards the others before answering. Not the original geometry. That would tell us whether you can rescue our design, but not whether we've understood the failure. He brought up 3 proposed shapes on the imaging screen. One maximized optical path length. Another placed the vulnerable transition close to an exposed edge for easier inspection. The third was smaller, with a gradual change in thickness intended to separate growth stress from cooling stress. The doctoral student pointed to the third. That one gives us the cleanest question. Agreed, the lead researcher said. He turned to Lin Xia. Can you make this without simply copying the failed sample? Lin Xia studied the dimensions, then the prepared feedstock waiting in its sealed container. I can use what you've established and correct the process that produced the boundary. The geometry remains yours. Professor Shen moved beside the growth cradle. And if the correction fails? Then we learn which part one understood badly, Lin Xia said. The answer satisfied him more than certainty would have. The researchers released the prepared feedstock, confirmed its composition and placed the measured quantity on a clean ceramic support. Song checked that the recording system captured the bench, controls and every person authorized inside the room. Nobody retreated behind glass. This remained their experiment. Lin Xia rested both hands around the feedstock. Analysis had shown her where each failure began, but creation demanded more than remembering the answer. She held the seed transition, field corrections and cooling path together while fixing the team's chosen geometry clearly in her mind. Azure light gathered beneath her palms and passed through the prepared material. The feedstock softened without melting. Clear matter rose from the support in a slow controlled body, narrow at the seeded base before widening through the researcher's chosen curve. Lin Xia guided its internal structure as it formed, preventing the slight composition difference from collecting into a boundary. The control field pressed unevenly across the growing face, exactly as Song had suspected, and she compensated within the crystal rather than allowing the disturbance to become permanent. Someone drew a sharp breath behind her. The shape continued upward, transparent enough that the light beneath Lin Xia's hands traveled through it and scattered across the researchers' faces. Wonder struck her with the same force it held in them. She wasn't repairing metal or hiding a defect inside acceptable limits. She was growing clarity between her fingers, watching a material class that had resisted months of careful work accept one shared answer. Pressure gathered lightly behind her eyes as she completed the final curve and controlled the cooling through the whole piece. Azure withdrew by degrees. The finished crystal stood clear on the ceramic support, holding the exact geometry the research group had chosen. Nobody approached it until the lead researcher completed the first inspection beneath the bench light. He rotated the ceramic support by measured increments while the doctoral student recorded surface condition, geometry and visible inclusions. Every face followed the clear shape as though expecting the hidden boundary to appear once attention became severe enough. "It's clean," the doctoral student said. "Visibly," Professor Shen corrected. "Earn the rest." The group carried the crystal through polarized imaging, dimensional checks and a controlled thermal scan. Lin Xia remained beside them rather than answering questions the instruments could settle. No pale fracture formed. No internal boundary bent the transmitted light. When the lead researcher finally lowered the inspection frame, relief loosened his expression into something younger. "We choose what comes next," he said. Lin Xia nodded. That was the agreement. 2 days later, the team placed a smaller quantity of prepared feedstock before her and selected an interface coupon designed to test the seed transition directly. The geometry belonged to their next experiment, not to the state or to her curiosity. Lin Xia formed it beneath supervised recording, and the material aligned more readily than the first crystal had. The control still demanded care, but less effort gathered behind her eyes when she held the internal structure steady. Song watched the readings settle. "Cheaper?" "Not cheap," Lin Xia said. "Better aligned with something I've already done." The following session produced a second team-chosen coupon with a different interface angle. Azure crossed the smaller form cleanly, and Lin Xia felt the same task require less correction again. Excitement urged her towards a third shape, larger and more complicated, but the 2 coupons already answered the planned questions. She removed her hands. "That's enough." The lead researcher studied her condition before nodding. "Then we have 1 success and 2 repeats. Usable for prepared small geometries." "Not mastered," Shen said. "No," Lin Xia agreed. The limitation didn't diminish the pleasure of the clear pieces standing beneath the inspection lights. A material class that had resisted her now answered within a narrow, proven boundary. Only after the group chose its first formal research question did Guo Jian's request enter the room. He asked for 1 seed crystal to support a protected optical program. The lead researcher looked around his team before answering. 1 bounded seed. Our geometry, our preparation record and our attribution. Guo accepted without amendment. Song examined the approved seed design on the screen, his attention settling on the controlled interfaces. "A crystal like this could do more than carry light," he said quietly. "With the right control structure, it could become part of the machine." Lin Xia looked from the design to him. The crystal garden had produced its first clear answer. It had also opened a question neither of them was ready to leave alone. 14. Blue light in public. The university event ended beneath camera flashes, security instructions and a line of students who had discovered that optical materials became much more interesting when Lin Xia stood beside them. She left the engineering exhibition hall with Sun Lan at her shoulder and Luo Wei several paces ahead, clearing the route towards the waiting convoy. The Crystal Group's display remained inside, carefully described as university research rather than her achievement, but enough people had recognized her to turn the pavement into a moving audience. A delivery vehicle waited beside the service lane while workers unloaded sealed catering crates through its rear doors. Chen Rui slowed near the lead car and glanced towards it. That vehicle wasn't on the departure check. Luo touched his radio. Hold position. The order stopped Lin Xia beneath the edge of the entrance canopy. Students continued gathering beyond the temporary barriers, some waiting for rides and others lingering because security attention promised something worth watching. Sun Lan shifted between Lin Xia and the service lane. Back inside. Before Lin Xia could move, the delivery vehicle's engine rose sharply.
One of the workers at its rear shouted and jumped clear as the doors slammed against their restraints.
The vehicle lurched away from the loading area, crossed the painted lane and struck a low bollard hard enough to throw fragments across the pavement. It's moving without the driver, Chen Rui said. A man appeared behind the windscreen, fighting the steering wheel with both hands.
His face was bloodied along one temple.
The engine continued accelerating despite him. Luo's voice changed. Clear the frontage. Now. Sun Lan seized Lin Xia's arm and pulled her towards the exhibition doors while officers shouted at the crowd to move. The response broke the pavement into confusion. Students ran towards the building. Parents dragged children between parked cars and several people froze directly in the vehicle's path. The delivery vehicle clipped a signpost and turned towards them. Chen Rui started the lead car, intending to bring it across the lane, but too many civilians stood between him and the impact line. Luo saw the same problem and shouted, "Don't block them in." Lin Xia stopped resisting Sun Lan long enough to look past the crowd. The vehicle was less than 50 meters away and gaining speed. Its driver hauled at the wheel again, but the front tires corrected back towards the densest group as though the steering had chosen its own route. Along the pavement ran a steel roadside barrier, its rail joined through bolted posts to base plates anchored continuously into the verge. Lin Xia pulled free and ran towards it. She reached the barrier and drove her left palm against the steel rail. Analysis crossed the connected structure before she had fully stopped moving. The upper rail, welded brackets, hollow posts and buried base plates became one continuous path beneath her hand. Every anchor, joint and section of reachable metal arrived together, extending farther along the pavement than she'd ever tried to hold during creation. Behind her, Sun Lan shouted, "Lin Xia, move. There isn't time." She wrapped her fingers around the rail and fixed the only shape that might work inside her mind. Azure light burst beneath her palm and raced through the barrier. The nearest post tore free from its concrete footing without breaking contact. Its base plate widened across the pavement while the rail folded upwards, drawing metal from the next connected section behind it. Lin Xia forced the growing shape towards the road, building depth before height, because a thin wall would only become shrapnel. The vehicle struck another bollard less than 30 meters away. Creation moved faster than it ever had beneath her hands. There was no careful sequence, no separate component waiting for inspection. She held the entire connected mass at once while the barrier surrendered its ordinary purpose. Posts bent into angled braces. Base plates spread into broad skids and hooked edges that bit against the paving. The rail divided along its length without separating, folding back and forth into a deeper resting frame designed to collapse through itself. The reachable metal kept answering. Lin Xia felt the connected path run beyond the section she had intended to use. More rail, more posts and more anchored steel entered her control without the resistance she expected. The quantity should have forced her to stop. Instead, the urgent simplicity of the task let her reach farther, pulling every available section towards one brutal requirement. Stop the vehicle. People screamed as the roadside barrier rose in full view of the exhibition entrance. Phones remained lifted among those who hadn't run. Azure moved through the steel brightly enough to reflect from the building's glass frontage and wash across the faces behind it. Luo reached Lin Xia's side but didn't touch her. Can you hold it? It isn't meant to hold. Pressure tightened behind her eyes as she formed the final braces. It has to break properly. The arresting frame settled across the vehicle's path, layered metal angled towards the approaching impact. Lin Xia kept one hand locked around the surviving rail connection while the last base plate twisted into place. The driver looked through the windscreen and saw what waited ahead. Lin Xia saw him release the useless steering wheel and cover his head. The vehicle hit the arresting frame with a sound that drove every other noise from the pavement. The first angled rail folded beneath the bumper and disappeared into the structure. Steel screamed across steel as the vehicle climbed partway into the layered frame, crushing posts, tearing base plates free and forcing the next braces inward. The windscreen widened. One catering crate burst through the open rear doors and shattered against the road behind it. Lin Xia held the remaining barrier connection while the structure destroyed itself exactly as she'd intended. Impact traveled through the rail into her arm. The frame compressed by sections, each fold stealing speed before surrendering to the next. One base plate ripped across the paving and threw broken stone towards the entrance. Luo turned into the fragments, shielding Lin Xia's head with one arm without breaking her contact. Stay down, he ordered. I have to keep the path connected. Lin Xia tightened her grip as another support collapsed. The vehicle's front wheels left the ground. Its bonnet buckled around the gathered rails, and the whole body twisted towards the crowd before the surviving side brace caught the chassis and forced it back towards the road. Metal snapped at 3 connections. Azure flashed through the final length, still answering her hand, bright enough that the students behind the glass recoiled from the light. Then the barrier connection broke. Knowledge vanished from Lin Xia's palm. She stumbled backwards into Luo as the last folded section tore free and rolled beneath the vehicle. The delivery van crossed another 4 meters through wrecked steel, shedding parts and broken crates, before its crushed front end dropped hard against the pavement. It stopped 12 meters from the nearest civilians. For one suspended moment, nobody moved. Steam rose through the folded bonnet. The engine continued revving against ruined transmission parts until Chen Rui reached through the damaged side window and killed it. Sound returned in pieces. Crying. Security radios. Someone shouting for an ambulance. Dozens of phones remained pointed towards Lin Xia, their screens showing the road barrier where it had risen, folded and died beneath azure light. Sun Lan caught Lin Xia by both shoulders. Are you injured? I don't think so. Pressure pulsed behind Lin Xia's eyes, but her hands remained steady when she raised them. Beyond Sun, a student stared at the wreckage and said, "She made that." Another voice answered from somewhere inside the crowd. "I recorded all of it." Lin Xia looked across the pavement at the phones, the glass frontage and the people who had watched creation save them. Nothing about what they'd seen could be returned to secrecy. Luo placed one hand against Lin Xia's back and turned her towards the lead car. "We're leaving now. The driver's injured." She looked past him towards Chen Rui, who was pulling at the crushed door. "I'm not getting into a protected vehicle while he's trapped inside the one that nearly killed everyone. The medical team is coming." "So am I." Sun Lan stepped into her path. "You've just used an untested amount of power in public. We don't know whether the vehicle carried a second threat." Lin Xia's head throbbed, but the man behind the shattered windscreen had covered himself before impact rather than trying to escape. "Then protect me while I check him." The refusal cost them 3 seconds. Luo used 2 of them to study her condition, then signaled Chen Rui. 1 minute, no touching the vehicle. They crossed the wrecked pavement between officers pushing civilians back. The driver remained conscious, pinned behind the collapsed steering column with blood running beside his left eye. When he saw Lin Xia, confusion gave way to recognition. "You stopped it," he said. Lin Xia crouched beyond the broken window. "Did you lose control before or after you were injured?" "Before." His breathing shook. The accelerator went down by itself. Steering kept correcting. "I hit the door trying to reach the handbrake." Chen Rui found the release and forced the damaged door wider as paramedics arrived. One of them took Lin Xia's place, but the driver caught her sleeve before she stepped away. "Thank you." The words reached her more deeply than the cameras. She covered his hand briefly with her own, then let the medics work. By the time Guo Jian arrived, investigators had opened the vehicle's control housing beneath portable lights. A technician held up a wired module sealed inside an ordinary maintenance casing. "Aftermarket controller," he said. "Hard linked to steering, throttle and braking. The driver couldn't override it." Guo looked towards the ruined barrier and the crowd beyond the cordon. This wasn't an accident. Hours later, Evelyn Shaw watched 3 recordings of azure steel rising from the pavement before Adrian Cole entered the secure call. "You turned a route test into public proof," she said. Cole didn't apologize. "We learned her reachable mass is several times the previous estimate. You also gave her civilians to save and a nation of witnesses." The capability justified the exposure. Shaw closed the final recording on Lin Xia beside the injured driver. "You've mistaken useful intelligence for a successful operation." Cole's face remained calm. "I've confirmed that containment based on her old limits will fail." For the first time, Shaw understood that Cole no longer regarded exposure as a cost if it brought him closer to capture. 15. Not their mascot. By breakfast, Lin Xia had become a goddess, a weapon, a fraud, a national treasure and an unusually committed civil engineering student. He Qian sat on the edge of her bed, scrolling through videos faster than Lin Xia could follow. Every recording showed the same impossible sequence from a different angle: the delivery vehicle accelerating, Lin Xia running towards the roadside barrier, azure lights spreading through connected steel and the pavement rising into a structure no ordinary machine could have made in time. "This one has 9 million views," He Qian said. "The caption says you commanded the road." "I touched one barrier." Tang Xi looked up from her own phone. "Another says you transformed the entire strait." "I didn't." Wu Min turned her laptop towards them. 4 news windows occupied the screen beside a university discussion board already struggling under the traffic. "The engineering faculty says it was an emergency application of advanced materials technology. Students are calling that cowardly. Someone else says the state staged the vehicle to reveal you." Sun Lan stood beside the closed door, listening to her radio while messages continued arriving on Lin Xia's phone. Classmates wanted explanations. Strangers wanted photographs, demonstrations or proof that the light hadn't been edited. 3 companies had offered sponsorship through addresses they shouldn't have possessed. An official statement waiting for her approval described the rescue as a coordinated security response supported by specialized engineering intervention. Lin Xia read that sentence twice. "They've made everyone responsible so nobody has to admit what happened." Sun Lan lowered her radio. "The wording avoids confirming protected capabilities. It also makes the barrier sound like something Luo carried in the boot." He Qian stopped scrolling. "Then don't approve it." Another draft arrived from the university communications office. This version praised Lin Xia as an exceptional student whose rapid technical judgment had prevented loss of life. It was closer, but still transformed creation into cleverness performed quickly enough to fool thousands of cameras. Tang read over her shoulder. "They want a brilliant student. The state wants a classified team effort. Half the internet wants a goddess. And the other half wants a laboratory demonstration," Wu Min said. "Preferably live." A knock sounded before Guo Jian entered with Luo Wei behind him. Guo placed a printed schedule on the desk. "The university has arranged a controlled gathering this afternoon. Faculty, students, press representatives and several people who were present yesterday." Lin Xia looked at the competing statements covering her screen. Hiding the miracle would let other people define it. Accepting their language would turn her into whatever version served them best. "I'll attend," she said. "But none of these statements go out." Guo studied her. "What replaces them?" Lin Xia closed every draft. "The truth I'm willing to give them." The university gathering occupied the exhibition hall where the crystal display had stood the day before. Security had removed the public exhibits, arranged chairs behind a marked press line and left the damaged frontage visible through the glass. He Qian walked beside Lin Xia towards the waiting microphones with the expression of someone escorting a friend into an examination she intended to argue with. Remember, He Qian murmured, you don't owe anyone worship, confession or a live demonstration. Lin Xia looked towards the front row. Students filled most of it, with faculty behind them and reporters confined along one side. Several people she recognized from the pavement sat together near the aisle. What do I owe them? The chance to hear you instead of everyone explaining you. The Vice-Chancellor opened with prepared remarks about courage, public safety and the university's commitment to responsible scientific development. He avoided the word creation so carefully that its absence became louder each time he praised Lin Xia's technical judgment. The first reporter stood before the applause had ended. Miss Lin, witnesses described the event as miraculous. Some have called you a goddess. How do you respond? Lin Xia felt every camera settle upon her. By asking them not to. A nervous laugh moved through the students, but she didn't soften the answer. I'm a person who saw people in danger and used what was available to stop a vehicle. Calling me a goddess makes that sound like worship is more useful than understanding what happened. Another reporter raised his hand. The university statement describes an advanced emergency engineering response. Was the barrier created using technology developed here? No, Lin Xia said. And describing it as ordinary engineering doesn't protect anyone. It only asks thousands of witnesses to pretend they didn't see what they saw. The Vice-Chancellor shifted beside her. He Qian remained near the stage steps, arms folded, meeting Lin Xia's glance without urging caution. Before the next question, a woman in the front row stood with a young boy holding her hand. Lin Xia remembered them frozen between two parked cars as the vehicle turned towards the crowd. My son couldn't move, the woman said. Her voice shook, but she kept speaking. I couldn't carry him quickly enough. That barrier stopped the van before it reached us. The boy looked up at Lin Xia. Thank you for making it. Applause began somewhere behind him and spread until the hall stood around it. Lin Xia had expected fear, argument and curiosity. Gratitude struck harder because it demanded nothing except that she accept the life her power had preserved. She inclined her head towards them. You're welcome. When the applause faded, Lin Xia returned to the microphone knowing refusal alone wouldn't be enough. They needed something true to carry away. What you saw was real, she said. I can understand and reshape some materials through direct contact. What I can do depends on the material, the amount, how it's connected and whether I understand the result I'm trying to make. A reporter leaned towards his microphone. Could you turn any street into a weapon? No. Lin Xia kept her hands resting on the lectern. Yesterday I used an existing steel barrier to make a structure intended to collapse. I couldn't have done the same thing without available material, and stopping a vehicle isn't the same as controlling everything around me. Are there military applications? There are dangerous applications for most engineering, she replied. That doesn't make me one. The answer quieted the hall more effectively than denial would have done. Lin Xia looked towards the woman and child before continuing. I won't pretend yesterday was ordinary engineering. I also won't accept being described as a goddess, a weapon or public property. I'm Lin Xia. I'm still a student, and I decide what I make. Professor Shen's voice reached her from the faculty seating. Then you may begin deciding how to finish the work waiting in Laboratory 4. Laughter broke the remaining tension. Lin Xia looked at him. You could have allowed that statement to survive for 10 seconds. Fame does not extend deadlines. 2 hours later, protected doors closed behind Lin Xia, Shen and the optical materials team. The lead researcher placed a prepared crystal blank beside a drawing for a small interface piece chosen by the group. Its angled faces and internal alignment had been fixed before she entered. We need one more coupon for the comparison set, he said. Same geometry as the approved design. Lin Xia rested her fingertips against the blank. Analysis confirmed the prepared structure and orientation. She held the requested piece in mind, then allowed azure light to spread through the crystal. The outer faces shifted cleanly. Material moved towards the interface angle while the internal alignment remained fixed against the geometry the team had chosen. The work felt cheaper than the first crystal had, but ease didn't remove the need to hold every relationship together. When her attention drifted towards the gathering, one edge began to narrow beyond the drawing. "Stay with it," Shen said. Lin Xia corrected the edge before releasing contact. The finished piece stood clear beneath her fingers, exact enough for the lead researcher's first measurements to match the drawing. She flexed her hand. No headache followed, though concentration had left a tightness behind her eyes. Shen inspected the recorded dimensions. Publicly extraordinary, academically unfinished. Beyond the protected room, the university had already uploaded Lin Xia's statement beside footage of the rescue. Evelyn Xia watched that statement beside 3 synchronized recordings of the vehicle attack. One screen showed the barrier from the exhibition entrance, another from across the service lane, and the third from a student's phone close enough to capture Lin Xia's hand closing around the rail. An analyst froze the images at first contact. Azure propagation reaches the nearest posts almost immediately. Structural movement begins here, then continues along the connected barrier. "How far?" Xia asked. 28 meters visible, possibly more outside the camera angle. He marked each post that changed shape. She didn't control the pavement, the bollards or the vehicle. Only the steel joined through the rail and anchored base plates. A second analyst overlaid the vehicle's approach with the barrier's transformation. From contact to completed a resting frame, approximately 11 seconds. She chose a sacrificial design rather than a rigid obstruction. "Because a rigid wall would have killed the driver," Xia said. "Or because she couldn't make one strong enough." Xia replayed Lin Xia's answer to the reporter. "I'm a person who saw people in danger and used what was available." "She told us which interpretation she once believed," Xia said. "Separate that from what the footage proves." The first analyst advanced to the impact. The frame collapsed by stages, redirecting the vehicle away from the crowd while Lin Xia maintained contact through the surviving rail. She understood the failure path before impact. This wasn't uncontrolled deformation. "And when the connection broke?" Xia asked. Capability ended instantly. No visible attempt to regain control through another object. He entered the conclusion into the assessment. Dependence on direct contact. Strong preference for connected available matter. High-speed bulk reshaping possible when geometry is mechanically simple. No evidence of remote influence. The second analyst opened footage of Lin Xia approaching the injured driver after the impact. She delayed evacuation to check him. She also warned publicly that she isn't a weapon. "That warning is useful," Xia said. "People usually announce the line they most want to preserve." The analyst looked towards her. Reluctance to use lethal force? More than reluctance. Identity. Xia paused the recording on Lin Xia crouched beside the broken window. She wants her power understood as rescue, engineering and personal choice. Threaten civilians, and she acts quickly. Force her to choose a lethal answer, and she'll search for another structure. The updated file now contained speed, contact dependence, reachable mass and a probable moral constraint, all extracted from the miracle Lin Xia had claimed as her own. Xia closed the public statement. Lin Xia had prevented her country from turning her into a mascot. She hadn't prevented Xia's people from turning every honest word into targeting data. 16. The weight of glass. The investigators finished reconstructing the vehicle's escape route the morning after Lin Xia's statement went public. Guo Jian placed the traffic map on the protected laboratory display while Lin Xia, Luo Wei and Professor Shen stood around the central table. The attacker's route appeared as a broken red line crossing 6 intersections before disappearing near an industrial access road. "The cameras didn't all fail," Guo said. 3 received false congestion data and turned away from the vehicle. 2 domestic optical trackers recorded unusable reflections. The final sensor reported an empty lane while the vehicle passed directly beneath it. Lin Xia studied the missing sections. Someone knew exactly which systems would be trusted. "And which ones couldn't recover when their first reading was wrong," Luo said. "The driver abandoned the vehicle beyond the last confirmed image. We have no reliable record of where he went afterward." Guo changed the display. A compact optical assembly replaced the route map, its internal paths marked through crystal, ceramic mounts and metal alignment structures. This was already under development for protected traffic corridors. It compares several optical channels and rejects a false image when the paths disagree. Shen examined the drawing. Why isn't it deployed? The required core can't be manufactured with sufficient alignment stability. Separate components introduce errors at every interface, and imported alternatives are blocked. Lin Xia looked through the transparent layers. The object was much larger than the interface pieces she'd made with the university group. Several kilograms once assembled, with crystal paths that had to remain aligned through ceramic supports and a metal frame without one material distorting another. The smaller crystal work doesn't prove I can make this, she said. No, Shen replied. It proves you've stopped paying the original cost for every prepared optical shape. Guo opened the production record. The group had documented each bounded repetition, including the piece she'd completed after the public gathering. The cost had fallen, but the proposed core combined mass, precision and 3 material classes in one object. Lin Xia traced the route the false vehicle image had taken across the map. The attack had exposed more than her power. It had exposed a protection system that could be persuaded not to see. One attempt, she said. Prepared materials, the University Crystal Group and Song's controls team. We analyze the complete assembly first, and nobody treats success as permission to begin a production queue. Guo nodded. Agreed. Shen closed the record before she could reach for it. Then you'll begin after your scheduled work, not instead of it. Lin Xia looked once more at the empty spaces in the traffic record. After class, she said. After class, the optical materials team assembled around a waist-high frame holding the unfinished tracking core. Crystal blanks occupied its center in separate padded mounts, surrounded by ceramic supports and a metal housing that had been machined only far enough to establish the external interfaces. Song stood beside the control drawings with 2 members of his team, while the lead crystal researcher checked every prepared surface against the approved model. Lin Xia walked around the frame before touching it. The object's purpose was simple to describe and difficult to make real. Light entering through several paths had to reach independent sensors without one distorted reflection corrupting the others. Song's controller would compare those channels, identify disagreement and prevent a false image from becoming an accepted command. She looked towards him. Which part actually belongs to your system? Song placed one finger on the outer interface drawing. Everything beyond these optical exits. My team can build the sensors, signal conditioning, comparison logic and fault response conventionally. We don't need you to create the controller or embed anything inside the core. Guo Jian watched from beyond the marked laboratory boundary. Would an integrated controller reduce vulnerability? It would reduce replaceability, Song said. And turn her work into a sealed device nobody else can repair. He moved his finger between the 6 output positions. Give us stable, independently aligned channels here. We'll make the electronics distrust any single one of them. Lin Xia felt a quiet satisfaction at the division. The impossible part would be hers without swallowing his achievement around it. The lead researcher released the central restraint. The complete assembly is safe to examine. Lin Xia placed both hands against the metal frame. Analysis entered through the housing, crossed each ceramic mount and reached the prepared crystal. Separate objects became one connected assembly inside her awareness. She felt every polished face, every contact point and each tiny mismatch waiting to bend the optical paths away from the design. The metal would expand first under heat. The ceramic would resist it. The crystal would preserve alignment only if the interfaces allowed those movements without transferring distortion inward. She kept contact while Song read the required outputs aloud. At each position, Lin Xia followed the intended route from entry face to sensor boundary and identified where the prepared assembly would lose agreement. The third support is too rigid, she said. It'll force the crystal upward when the housing warms. The researcher checked the model. Can the integrated version remove the mount? No, it needs the separation. Lin Xia traced the interface with her thumb. But the ceramic can carry the load through a longer contact surface instead of one fixed shoulder. Song marked the correction, then looked towards the prepared trays waiting behind the frame. Do you understand enough to make the optical core? Lin Xia withdrew her hands. The complete object remained inside her mind, heavier in complexity than anything she'd attempted. Yes, she said. Now we find out whether understanding it is enough. Lin Xia turned towards the prepared trays. The crystal group released the feedstock in sequence, placing clear optical blanks, shaped ceramic masses and measured metal stock within the marked creation area. Song confirmed the 6 output positions one last time, then stepped behind the instrument boundary with the others. One integrated core, Professor Shen said. No corrective replacement if you dislike the result. Lin Xia rested both palms against the prepared matter. I know. Azure light spread beneath her hands. The metal moved first, rising into an outer frame broad enough to fill both her arms when she reached around it. She held the 6 optical exits in position while internal supports formed around the spaces where the crystal paths would pass. The ceramic followed, flowing into long bearing surfaces that could carry load without forcing thermal movement into the crystal. The work demanded more than keeping one object clear in her mind. Each material needed to remain itself while becoming part of a single structure. The metal had to expand without twisting the optical paths. The ceramic had to support the crystal without locking it against the frame. Every contact face had to transfer force while preserving alignments narrower than she could have measured by sight. Clear material lifted from the trays and entered the waiting core. The first path formed cleanly, turning light through angled faces towards Song's marked output. A second grew beside it, then a third, each independent but held inside the same geometry. Azure traveled through the crystal until the unfinished mass became a transparent network suspended within metal and pale ceramic. Someone behind the boundary drew in a sharp breath. Lin Xia understood the reaction. The object was beautiful in a way the drawings hadn't shown. Light from the laboratory crossed its internal faces and divided into 6 disciplined routes, each one visible for an instant before leaving through its assigned opening. It looked too precise to have grown beneath human hands, yet its full weight remained pressed against her palms. She formed the 4th channel, then the 5th. Excitement rose as the complete core became real around her understanding. This wasn't a small coupon or one-shaped crystal. Several kilograms of different prepared materials were holding one integrated purpose because she had made every interface agree. Final path, Song said quietly. Lin Xia drew the remaining crystal into place. The 6th channel closed through the center, and the frame settled around it without shifting any of the others. Azure faded. The completed core stood upright on the creation pad, heavy, clear and exact. Lin Xia lifted her hands and smiled before the cost reached her. Then the room tilted. Pressure drove behind her eyes, her knees weakened and Song crossed the boundary before she could insist she was steady. He caught her beneath one arm. Sit down. Lin Xia let him guide her towards the waiting chair, still looking at the core. Check the outputs first. They'll remain there while you breathe, Song said. The lead researcher approached the object with both hands held uselessly above it, unwilling to touch what he'd just watched come into existence. Song lowered Lin Xia into the chair while Professor Shen crossed the boundary and checked her pupils beneath the laboratory light. Don't close your eyes, Shen said. I wasn't planning to. You were planning to lie about how tired you are. Lin Xia tried to straighten. The movement sent nausea through her and left the completed core doubled in her vision. It worked. That question belongs to the instruments, Shen replied. He looked towards the crystal team. Begin inspection without moving it. The lead researcher recovered enough to place alignment emitters at the 6 inputs. Light entered the core and divided through the transparent paths Lin Xia had formed, reaching each output as separate points on Song's sensor board. One position sat fractionally low until the metal frame settled under its own weight. Then all 6 readings centered inside the marked tolerances. Song watched the display while keeping one hand against Lin Xia's shoulder. The interfaces are stable. Guo Jian stepped closer to the boundary. Then the integration team can receive it tonight. No, Song said. Guo's attention shifted towards him. The transport is already prepared. The core can leave. Song took Lin Xia's phone from the bench before she could reach for it. She can't. Lin Xia frowned at him. There's another target meeting. Not anymore. He opened her messages and called He Qian. Lin Xia heard her answer on the second ring. Is she hurt? He Qian asked. Depleted, conscious and preparing to argue. Then give me the schedule. Song read the time and location. He Qian covered the receiver and spoke briefly to Tang Xi and Wu Min before returning. Cancelled. We'll tell everyone she's unavailable. Lin Xia stared at the phone. You can't cancel my meeting without asking me. He Qian's voice sharpened through the speaker. You created several kilograms of impossible glass and nearly fell over. We absolutely can. Wu Min spoke from farther away. Your authority has been temporarily suspended by visible evidence. Even Shen's expression shifted towards approval. Song ended the call and handed Lin Xia a bottle of water rather than her phone. Behind them, the researchers secured the core inside a padded transport frame. Its weight registered across 4 load cells before the protective cover closed, fixing the scale of what her hands had made. Lin Xia watched Guo sign the release. The core would enter another team's system without her presence, while her own next task had been removed by people who decided recovery mattered more than permission. When she tried to stand, her legs failed again. Song tightened his grip beneath her arm. 10 days, he said. Then you may begin objecting properly. 17. Money changes the room. 10 days after creating the optical core, Lin Xia stood before a mirror in a private fitting room wearing a winter coat that cost more than her family had once spent on groceries in 3 months. The dark wool settled cleanly across her shoulders, warm without weight and tailored closely enough that Sun Lan had confirmed she could still move freely if the room became dangerous. Lin Xia turned once, watched the hem follow her and waited for guilt to arrive. It didn't. Tang Xi sat on the fitting room sofa with 3 shopping bags beside her. You like it? I do. Then stop looking at the price tag as though it insulted your ancestors. Lin Xia removed the tag and handed it to the waiting assistant. I'll take it. The decision produced a quiet pleasure she allowed herself to keep. Janae's first distributions had cleared every family debt, rebuilt the shop's reserves and placed enough money in Lin Xia's account that buying one beautiful coat required no calculation. Her power had earned that freedom. Refusing to enjoy it wouldn't make her more responsible. That afternoon, Professor Shen reviewed the medical clearance while Song inspected the prepared practice tray. Simple familiar work only, Shen said. Compact objects, known materials and immediate stopping if the cost changes. Lin Xia rested her fingers against a steel blank. You've repeated that 4 times. You nearly collapsed after the optical core. Repetition remains cheaper than another medical team. Across the following week, she created only what had already become easy: alignment keys, fasteners, small brackets and simple optical pieces whose materials and geometry were familiar beneath her hands. Azure moved briefly each time, controlled and almost effortless. The work never approached the weight of glass, but it confirmed that recovery had returned her ordinary range without weakening it. Outside the protected rooms, Janae's rising valuation changed the week faster than creation did. Investment invitations reached Guo's office. Business reporters requested interviews. Relatives Lin Xia hadn't seen since childhood found Zhao Mei's number and rediscovered family affection besides suggestions for watches, jewelry, custom tools and one extremely specific imported car component. By Friday, He Qian had counted 19 gift requests and labeled 6 of them creative extortion. Lin Xia looked from the message list to the compact steel practice piece cooling beneath her hand. Making any one of the requested objects would be easy. Understanding what agreement came with it would not. She opened a new message to her mother, then another to Song. What would you actually like me to make for you? Zhao Mei answered first. A lid for the old stockpot. One that actually fits and doesn't rattle whenever the water boils. Lin Xia read the message twice. Her mother could have asked for jewelry, a new appliance or something impossible enough to justify the question. Instead she wanted a lid for a pot older than Lin Xia. 2 evenings later, Zhao Mei set the clean stockpot on the protected work table at home and watched Lin Xia measure its warped rim. You could buy a new one, Lin Xia said. I could, her mother replied. This one still works. It only needs a lid that understands it. Her father looked over from the doorway. Your mother has been insulting that lid for 12 years. It earned every word. Lin Xia placed a prepared disc of stainless steel beside the pot. She'd chosen a familiar grade and kept the design simple. a shallow fitted edge, a comfortable handle and a small vent positioned away from the grip. Azure spread beneath her fingers. The steel drew inward, curved and settled into its final shape without strain. When Lin Xia lowered it onto the pot, the lid seated with a soft, complete click. Zhao Mei lifted it, replaced it and turned the pot once beneath the light. Her smile arrived slowly and without calculation. That's exactly right. The pleasure that moved through Lin Xia was warmer than any investor's valuation. Song's request arrived the following afternoon as a sketch attached to his message. He wanted a narrow controls key shaped for his hand, with two differently textured ends so he could identify the adjustment faces without looking away from a diagnostic display. "You've designed this already," Lin Xia said when he met her in the university bay that evening. "I designed what I need. You asked what I wanted." She looked at the marked dimensions. "You could machine it conventionally." "Yes. Then why ask me?" Song rested his hand beside the prepared tool steel. "Because you offered." Lin Xia formed the key slowly enough to preserve every chosen detail. One end carried shallow transverse ridges for coarse adjustment. The other held a fine circular texture for precise changes. She shaped the center to his grip rather than to a standard handle, then let the azure fade. Song picked it up and tested both ends against the training controls. His fingers changed position without his eyes leaving the display. "It fits," he said. That was the specification. He looked down at the key again, and the quiet delight in his face made the technical answer feel insufficient. "No," Song said. "It's mine." Lin Xia smiled. For once, making something for another person hadn't created debt, obligation or fear. It had simply made them happy. The first demand arrived before Lin Xia returned to the dormitory. A woman Zhao Mei identified as her father's second cousin sent photographs of an imported jewelry set, followed by measurements, material preferences and a message explaining that family should help family when the cost was nothing but a little effort. Lin Xia read it beside Tang Xi at the dorm desk. "She hasn't spoken to my parents in 9 years. Tang took the phone and scrolled through the attachments. "She's also selected a gift box. She's efficient. She's spending your power before asking whether you're willing to use it." Lin Xia opened a reply, then stopped. The jewelry would have been easy. Gold, known geometry and a few minutes inside an approved room. Refusing felt ungenerous when the act itself would cost so little. Tang watched her face. "What are you deciding?" "Whether saying no is worth creating a family argument. That isn't the same as deciding whether you want to give her something." Lin Xia looked at the photographs again. "She'll say I can afford it." "You can." Tang pulled her finance notes aside and turned fully towards her. "That doesn't make every request reasonable. Money can buy a gift. Creation can make one. Neither buys the right to assume you'll provide it." Lin Xia set the phone down. "My mother asked for a lid. Song asked for a tool. After you invited them to ask." Tang tapped the jewelry specifications. This woman skipped the invitation and went straight to delivery instructions. The distinction settled uncomfortably because it was so clear. Lin Xia deleted the unfinished explanation and wrote a shorter answer. "I'm not accepting creation requests through relatives. Please don't send specifications for objects I haven't agreed to make." The reply arrived less than a minute later. "So wealth changes people after all." Lin Xia stared at the accusation until Tang reached across and turned the phone face down. "Yes," Tang said. "It lets people discover which version of you they expected to purchase." Across the city, a consortium representative closed Lin Xia's rejected investment proposal and moved the unused capital into a smaller file. Peng Shuren's workshop had limited technical value, but he understood Lin Guozhang's suppliers, clients and local pressure points. The funding agreement required no public connection to Janae. It offered Peng credit, legal support and expansion money in exchange for information, cooperation and access when requested. Peng read the final clause twice before signing. By the time Lin Xia's relative stopped sending messages, someone else had already decided that purchasing the people around her might be easier than purchasing her. Lin Xia showed Tang the message again the next morning, not because the wording had changed, but because her response to it had. I don't want to become suspicious every time someone asks me for something, she said. Tang closed her finance book. Then don't. Suspicion isn't the rule. Consent is. That evening, Lin Xia called her parents and added Song to the conversation from the university bay. Zhao Mei's stockpot lid rested on the workbench beside Song's controls key, two ordinary objects whose value had nothing to do with market price. Lin Xia kept her hands folded in front of her. I need rules before this becomes a family argument every week. Her father's voice came through the speaker. Rule 1. Nobody volunteers your hands. Zhao Mei added, including us. Song turned the key once between his fingers. Requests should begin with permission to ask, not specifications. Tang pointed at him from Lin Xia's phone screen. Keep that sentence. Lin Xia opened a blank document. Fine. Nobody promises money, gifts or creation on my behalf. Anyone can ask whether I'm willing to consider something, but sending a design or price doesn't create an obligation. And you don't have to explain every refusal, Zhao Mei said. People who respect you won't require a legal defense.
Her father leaned closer to their camera.
But don't make kindness difficult either. Your mother wanted a lid. You wanted to make it. That should remain simple. Lin Xia looked at the finished lid, then at Song's key. The problem wasn't giving. It was the moment another person converted possibility into entitlement before she'd chosen anything. She added the final rule. Gifts stay gifts. No repayment, no future access and no claim that accepting one means I'll make another. Song set the key carefully beside the training console. Agreed. Tang read the short list twice, then nodded. That protects generosity from becoming a contract. The next day, Zhao Mei sent a photograph of the stockpot on the stove. Steam escaped cleanly through the new vent while the lid remained still. Song used his key during a control session and sent no praise, only a 12-second recording of his hand finding both adjustment ends without looking away from the display. Lin Xia watched it twice. Money had changed what she could offer. Creation had changed how much those offers could mean. Neither had to purchase affection or surrender choice. The gifts had made two people happy because she'd asked, they'd answered and everyone had understood that the answer belonged to that moment alone. 18. Song's machine. The demonstration hall had been built to make machinery look trustworthy. White floor markings divided the test area from the observer's gallery. 3 camera rigs faced the compact industrial drive unit bolted to the central frame, while a wall display showed speed, load, temperature and the competing signals Song Chunyuan's controller would have to judge. Representatives from the university industry group occupied the front row beside Professor Shen. Lin Xia sat behind them with Luo Wei, close enough to see Song's hands and far enough that nobody could mistake her for part of the operating team. Song stood at the control station wearing the narrow key she'd made him on a cord around his wrist. He hadn't used it yet. The fault-tolerant controller sat inside a clear protective enclosure, linked to duplicated sensors, 2 communication pads and a bank of switches designed to introduce failures during the run. The lead evaluator checked the program sheet. The machine will climb through 4 operating stages. Your controller must identify unreliable inputs, isolate them and preserve safe operation without unnecessary interruption. Song nodded. Understood. If the system enters an unsafe state, the emergency operator will shut it down. Lin Xia looked towards the red cutoff beside the test frame. And if I recognize a problem before the controller does? Several heads turned. Song didn't. The evaluator answered carefully. You remain an observer. I'm asking what you expect me to do. Nothing, Professor Shen said from the front row. He looked back at her. You're here because Song invited you to witness his work. You are not an additional protection layer. Lin Xia folded her hands in her lap. I wasn't proposing to touch the machine. You were preparing to rescue the demonstration with information, Shen replied. The result belongs to the system being tested. Song finally looked over his shoulder. If it fails, let it fail as mine. The request carried no accusation. That made it harder to resist. Lin Xia knew the controller's first module from the dinner with both families, but the architecture before her had grown beyond what she'd touched. Months of decisions now lived inside the enclosure, and none of them had been made to accommodate her power. She nodded. I won't intervene unless someone asks me directly. Song's posture eased by a fraction. Good. The evaluator raised one hand towards the control booth. Begin recording. Indicator lights came alive across the frame. The drive motor started at low speed, smooth and ordinary, while 3 sensor traces climbed together on the wall display. Song placed both hands beside the controls and watched his machine begin proving whether it deserved to carry his name. The first 2 operating stages passed without fault. Speed rose, load followed, and the 3 sensor traces remained close enough to appear almost identical on the wall display. Song made no corrections beyond confirming each transition. His controller compared the incoming signals, tracked their agreement, and left the machine alone. At the 3rd stage, one temperature trace climbed 6 degrees above the others. An amber warning appeared beside sensor 2. Song's controller reduced its confidence rating but didn't isolate it. The evaluator leaned towards his monitor. Is that the introduced fault? No, the test operator replied. Our sequence hasn't started. The temperature trace climbed again. Motor load remained stable, but a faint vibration entered the frame beneath the clear enclosure. Lin Xia felt it through the gallery floor before the display registered anything new. Song opened the diagnostic view. Sensor 2 may be correct. The lead evaluator looked towards the emergency operator. Abort? Not yet, Song said. He compared the temperature signals with bearing vibration, current draw and cooling flow. The controller is withholding isolation because 2 secondary indicators support the rise. A second amber warning appeared. The demonstration program allowed Song to reject one sensor and continue at full load, preserving the highest score if the system completed the remaining stages. Aborting would protect the machine but end the prestige run before the planned injected failures had even begun. The evaluator studied the diverging trace. Your architecture was designed to distinguish a faulty input from a developing machine fault. What does it believe this is? It hasn't reached a defensible answer. Song's hand closed around the textured end of his controls key. Neither have I. Professor Shen looked towards Lin Xia. You were invited to witness the work. Mr. Song, do you want her invited closer? Song considered the machine, then met Lin Xia's eyes. Yes. Analyze the controller, not the drive unit. Luo opened the gallery barrier. Lin Xia crossed to the enclosure and waited while Song released the protected access panel. He placed her hand against the controller housing himself. Understanding opened through every board, connection and decision path he'd built. She knew how duplicated signals were weighted, how uncertainty moved between modules, and how the system refused easy certainty when evidence disagreed. Beneath the logic lay months of Song's choices, including safeguards that made the design slower to impress and harder to deceive. Lin Xia lifted her hand. Complete understanding had never felt so much like being trusted with something private. The evaluator watched her face. Can you improve it? Yes, she said, but it's already doing what he designed it to do. He turned back to Song. Then the decision remains yours. Continue for the score, or stop before uncertainty becomes damage. Song looked at the rising temperature trace and reached towards the control that would decide which result mattered more. He pressed the abort control. The command passed through the controller before reaching the drive unit. Load fell in a controlled sequence rather than collapsing at once. Cooling flow increased. The suspect temperature channel remained active and the controller kept comparing it against vibration and current draw while speed descended through the safe bands. The lead evaluator looked from the falling performance score to Song. You understand the demonstration cannot receive full completion credit. Yes. You could have isolated sensor 2 and continued. I could have hidden the uncertainty from the scoring system, Song replied. That wouldn't have made the machine safe. The drive unit slowed beneath the clear enclosure. Its vibration increased briefly as it crossed one operating range, then settled as the controller altered the unloading rate. A red fault marker appeared beside the bearing health estimate. The temperature trace that had first looked unreliable continued rising even after power reduction. Lin Xia watched recognition move through the evaluators. Song's system hadn't failed to choose between 3 sensors. It had refused to discard the one carrying an inconvenient truth. The test operator called from the booth. Confirmed physical fault. Bearing temperature is 11 degrees above the redundant surface readings. Internal vibration pattern supports early damage. Professor Shen folded his arms. Then the controller behaved correctly. It aborted before classification was complete, one evaluator said. Song removed his hand from the control key. It preserved the machine while classification continued. A fault-tolerant system isn't required to pretend uncertainty has disappeared. It's required to keep uncertainty from becoming damage. The motor reached zero, cooling remained active, and the controller automatically locked out restart while preserving the complete diagnostic record. On the wall display, the demonstration score settled well below the target needed for the program's highest rating. The lead evaluator walked to the enclosure and studied the final sequence. Your system sacrificed performance before the fault crossed the formal shutdown threshold. Yes. That will be marked as conservative behavior. It was conservative behavior. The man turned towards him. You don't intend to dispute the score? Song looked at the silent drive unit, then at the diagnostic record his architecture had protected. The score measured whether I completed your demonstration. My controller measured whether the machine should continue. They answered different questions. Lin Xia felt pride arrive before she could examine whether she had any right to it. Song hadn't borrowed certainty from her analysis or used her understanding to rescue the result. He had made the choice himself, accepted the visible cost and proved that every safeguard inside his system existed for the moment prestige asked him to ignore it. The lead evaluator extended his hand. Then we'll record that the architecture contained an unplanned physical failure exactly as designed. Song accepted the handshake while the cameras continued recording the score he'd sacrificed and the machine he hadn't. The institute representative approached after the evaluators finished preserving the fault record. She waited until Song had closed the controller enclosure and removed the access key before offering him a formal card. Our controls laboratory has followed your published work, she said. Today's result answers several questions we couldn't resolve from the papers. Song accepted the card but didn't look at it yet. Including whether I'd sacrifice the score. Including whether your safety claims survived when sacrifice became inconvenient. She indicated the silent drive unit. We'd like to discuss a position after graduation. The interest is conditional on degree completion, technical review and your willingness to relocate. Lin Xia heard the final condition more clearly than the others. Song's work had earned a path that existed beyond the university, Janae and every protected project arranged around her. Pride remained, but it now carried distance inside it. Song asked, where? The representative named the institute and province. The initial appointment would be 3 years. We can discuss postgraduate registration alongside the work, but the system program would be your primary responsibility. He glanced towards Lin Xia before returning his attention to the representative. I haven't decided where I'll live after graduation. Neither have we decided whether to make the final offer, the woman replied. That's what conditional means. Song's mouth shifted faintly. Clear enough. When she left, he finally read the card, then placed it inside his notebook rather than his pocket. Lin Xia watched the careful movement. You should be happy. I am. You don't look surprised. I built something I believed deserved interest. Song closed the notebook. Being recognized doesn't require pretending I expected nothing. The answer sounded exactly like him, and Lin Xia loved it enough to find the next part difficult. 3 years is a long appointment. It's also not an appointment yet. Professor Shen passed them carrying the demonstration file. You may postpone the emotional geography until someone produces an actual contract. Song waited until Shen had moved out of hearing, then handed Lin Xia a secured drive. That contains the public control architecture, interface documentation and the portions I'm cleared to share. Not the protected demonstration logs. She curled her fingers around it. You're giving me your work. I'm giving you the part one chose to make available. He met her eyes. I've also arranged supervised access to 3 decommissioned conventional motors. Different manufacturers, different design priorities. The first session is available next week. The opportunity stirred immediate curiosity, but Lin Xia kept her attention on him rather than the drive. Thank you. Song looked back at the machine he'd protected, and the evaluators still gathered around its record. Today wasn't an introduction to your next project. No, she said. Today was yours. He nodded once, accepting the words without modesty, while the institute's card remained inside his notebook and the question of distance waited beyond graduation. 19. The Rivals Challenge. The first decommissioned motor waited in a supervised university bay the following week, its casing scarred by years of service and one mounting foot marked with the inventory number of the factory that had discarded it. Song had arranged a session before Peng Shuren's scheduled visit to the shop, leaving Lin Xia enough time to examine the machine without turning the Rivals Challenge into the reason for her research. You asked for different design priorities, Song said, placing the inspection record beside the motor. This manufacturer valued compact size and low production cost. Everything else was negotiated around those choices. Lin Xia rested both hands against the casing. Analysis opened through the complete machine. The rotor, stator and windings didn't arrive as separate lessons. They became one integrated history of decisions. Copper had been packed tightly enough to improve output while making heat harder to remove. Insulation thickness protected the windings but consumed space the magnetic path wanted for itself. The bearings carried loads shaped by a rotor that had been made slightly heavier to simplify manufacture, while narrow cooling passages compensated for compromises already fixed elsewhere. She followed every wire through the stator, every change in magnetic material and every route heat took before reaching the casing. The motor was an argument whose answer had survived thousands of operating hours. Song watched her lift her hands. Worth arranging? Yes. Lin Xia looked at the worn housing with new respect. Nothing inside it was chosen alone. Her phone vibrated before she could say more. Luo Wei checked the message first, then handed it across. Peng had arrived early, accompanied by Lin Guozhang's largest customer and Wei Jian. By the time Lin Xia reached the shop, Zhao Kai had cleared one end of the workbench. Peng stood beside a sealed metal container, dressed too carefully for the factory floor. Wei Jian remained near the office with a Qianhe folder beneath one arm, while the customer's purchasing director avoided looking directly at Lin Guozhang. Peng smiled when Lin Xia entered. Your father's customer has been offered a 15% saving if future orders move to my company. The purchasing director shifted uncomfortably. The offer includes guaranteed capacity. We haven't accepted anything. Not yet, Lin Guozhang said. Peng placed one hand on the sealed container. My new process produces material Janae can't match economically. Inspect the sample yourself. If it's genuine, your father admits his shop can't compete. If it isn't, I withdraw the offer. Lin Xia looked from Peng to Wei Jian. Why is Qianhe here? Wei answered smoothly. As an independent commercial witness. Zhao Kai folded his arms. Independent of whom? Peng released the container's lock but left the lid closed. Touch it, Miss Lin. Then we'll all hear what your certainty is worth. Lin Xia looked at the closed container without approaching it. If the material is what you claim, making something better won't prove where yours came from. Peng's smile held. That sounds cautious. It's meant to. She turned towards the purchasing director. Did you ask for a competing demonstration? The man shook his head. We asked both companies to explain their pricing and capacity. Then I'm not creating a product because Mr. Peng brought an audience. Lin Guozhang's expression eased slightly. He hadn't asked her to rescue the shop with a miracle, and she wouldn't let Peng force him into accepting one. Peng opened the lid. A polished rectangular coupon rested inside gray foam, its surface marked only by a printed sample code. No creation, then. Touch it and tell them whether I'm lying. Wei Jian placed the Qianhe folder on the workbench. The inspection should remain limited to the sample's technical properties. Lin Xia looked at him. You agreed to witness my analysis and now you want to decide which part counts? I'm protecting commercially sensitive information. You didn't make this. The certainty in her own voice arrived before her fingers reached the coupon. Peng's expression tightened, but he didn't withdraw permission. Lin Xia touched the polished surface. Analysis opened through the material. She knew the alloy, the controlled internal structure and the precise sequence that had produced it. None belonged to Peng's claimed process. The coupon had been cut from the Janae prototype stolen months earlier, separated before recovery with a narrow abrasive wheel that had left heat damage beneath one edge. Its outer surface had later been polished, relabeled and sealed inside a new presentation container. The concealed history offered no resistance. Every attempt to disguise it existed inside the object as clearly as the original manufacturing choices. Lin Xia lifted her hand. This wasn't made by Peng's process. The purchasing director looked towards Peng. You said your company produced it. Peng's voice hardened. She can say anything. She can describe where it came from, Zhao Kai replied. Lin Xia pointed to the coupon's lower edge. It was cut from the Janae prototype recovered after the Chapter 12 theft. The cutting wheel overheated this corner. Someone polished away the visible mark, but the altered structure remains underneath. The sample code and container were added later. Peng's face lost its prepared confidence. Lin Xia should have felt only satisfaction. Instead, beneath the anger, another response took shape. Someone had stolen work already made, hidden its history and returned with a challenge built from imitation. She didn't want merely to expose what they'd copied. She wanted to make something they had never seen. Lin Guozhang moved between Lin Xia and the open container before Peng could answer. The sample stays where it is. Nobody removes it, polishes it again or replaces the packaging. Peng gave a short laugh. You're treating an accusation as proof because your daughter made it. I'm treating the object as evidence because you brought it into my shop and used it to threaten my customer. Lin Guozhang turned towards the purchasing director. You witnessed the challenge, the permission to inspect and the result. Will your company preserve a written account? The man looked at Peng, then at Wei Jian. Whatever agreement had brought him there no longer seemed worth defending. Yes. I'll ask our legal department to record it today. Zhao Kai took out his phone but didn't approach the coupon. I was present when the recovered prototype was inspected. I can give a witness statement confirming one section was missing. Wei Jian opened the Qianhe folder. That proves a piece was absent. It doesn't prove theft. Industrial samples change hands through brokers, failed partnerships, liquidations and secondary sales. Qianhe may have acquired material without knowing its original source. Lin Xia looked at him. You arrived as an independent witness. Now you're explaining Qianhe's defense. I'm correcting careless language. Her father rested both hands on the workbench. Then correct this. Who supplied the sample to Peng? Wei Jian's gaze shifted towards the folder. That information is commercially protected. The purchasing director's expression hardened. You asked me to move our orders because this proved Peng had a superior process. If the sample was purchased, I need to know from whom. Peng stepped closer to Wei Jian. Qianhe arranged the material evaluation. That's all. Zhao Kai had already opened the photograph records from the counterfeit bearing investigation. He scrolled through the delivery note, distributor registration and payment details before turning the screen towards Lin Guozhang. The company that inserted the bearing into our supplier chain used a Qianhe logistics account. Wei Jian's composure held, but only because he stopped moving entirely. Zhao Kai continued, same contact office. Same account manager. The distributor closed after manager Liu challenged the order, but the payment route remained in the archived documents. Peng looked towards him. That has nothing to do with this sample. Perhaps not, Lin Guozhang said. That's why we'll let the customer, the university and the investigators compare the records instead of deciding the answer in my workshop. Wei Jian closed the folder. Escalating a commercial dispute will damage everyone involved. Lin Xia watched him stand beside stolen work and call restraint mutual interest. Peng's trap had failed, but Qianhe's attempt to normalize the theft had exposed the hand holding it together. Lin Xia left Peng's sample with the witnesses and kept the appointment Song had arranged for that evening. The second decommissioned motor stood inside another supervised university bay, larger than the first and built by a manufacturer that had accepted a different set of compromises. Song waited beside the workbench while the booking officer completed the access record and Luo Wei checked the room. You could postpone, Song said. Nobody would confuse today with a quiet afternoon. That's why I'm not postponing. Lin Xia removed her coat and faced the motor. Peng already chose enough of my day. She placed both hands against the casing. Analysis opened through the complete machine. The first motor had forced heat outward through narrow passages because compact construction had crowded every internal space. This one surrendered size instead. Its windings sat farther apart, their insulation thicker and easier to cool. The stator carried less magnetic loading through each section, while the rotor's longer geometry spread torque across more material. Wider bearing spacing reduced some forces and introduced others through the extended shaft. Air moved through broad internal channels driven by a conventional fan that consumed space, power and manufacturing effort. The motor was heavier, less elegant and easier to maintain. Its designers had accepted lower output for its size because predictable temperature mattered more than compactness. Lin Xia followed the compromises until the full system remained inside her understanding. 2 motors now occupied her memory, each complete and neither offering a single correct answer. She lifted her hands. Song watched her expression. Different? Almost opposite. Lin Xia looked at the broad casing. The first design protected size. This one protected cooling and service life. And which do you prefer? Neither. Competitive desire still pressed against her, but Peng's stolen coupon no longer controlled its direction. I want to understand the third before I decide what should exist. Song nodded towards the access record. Then today remains research, not retaliation. Across the city, Adrian Cole read Wei Jian's report without commenting on Peng's failure. The photographed coupon had been exposed, but its material history remained useful. He already possessed copied internal geometry from the original prototype, local manufacturers willing to work outside formal review and enough technical support to turn imitation into a functioning object. Wei Jian asked, "Do we suspend the program?" "No," Cole said. Peng was a delivery method, not the project. The sample can't be presented again. It doesn't need to be. Cole placed the copied geometry beside the material report. Combine these. Use the local production network and produce something that works. Wei Jian looked at the incomplete records. Safely? Cole closed the file. Convincingly. 20. The first thing no one made. By mid-December, the third decommissioned motor had reached the university Baisong had reserved for Lin Xia's final comparison. It sat between the first 2 in every obvious category. Its casing was neither especially compact nor unusually large, and its inspection record promised respectable output, service life and manufacturing cost without claiming excellence in any one measure. Song placed the maintenance history beside it while Luo Wei completed his check of the room. The manufacturer sold it as balanced, Song said. Which usually means the compromises are harder to advertise. Lin Xia rested both hands against the casing. Then I'll ask the motor instead. Analysis opened through the complete machine. The third design didn't split the difference between the others. It reorganized the problem. Its rotor used a segmented magnetic structure that reduced wasted material while demanding tighter assembly control. The stator channels changed shape along their length, concentrating magnetic force where torque mattered and opening space where heat needed to escape. Windings were divided into shorter groups, each easier to cool but connected through joints that introduced resistance and another possible failure point. The bearings were smaller than those in the second motor, yet their placement used the casing itself to distribute shaft loads. Cooling air didn't travel through the broad passages she'd seen before. It entered through several narrow routes, crossed the winding ends and left beside the bearing housings, carrying heat away from the places most likely to shorten service life. Every advantage created a manufacturing demand somewhere else. Better material use required more precise assembly. Improved cooling complicated the casing. Easier maintenance introduced connections that had to remain reliable through vibration and repeated heating. Lin Xia followed the complete history until the machine settled into memory beside the other 2. 3 motors. 3 coherent answers. None had been assembled from ideal parts, and none could be understood by choosing its best feature alone. She lifted her hands. Song watched her face. Did balance survive inspection? It wasn't balance. Lin Xia looked at the casing. They moved the hardest compromises into assembly because their factory could control them there. And now? She opened the private notebook she'd begun after the magnet session. Its earlier pages held bearing arrangements, ceramic options, cooling sketches and notes from Song's public control architecture. Until now, every combination had felt premature, as though she were selecting parts without understanding the arguments that joined them. Lin Xia turned to a clean page. "I don't want any of these motors," she said. "I want what becomes possible after understanding all three." Song drew the prepared material record towards them. "Then define what you're making before your hands begin." Lin Xia placed her pen against the page and started with the relationships no existing design had chosen together. She began with the spaces that had to remain empty. She marked the rotor's running clearance, the bearing seats and the internal routes that would carry heat away from the windings. The design grew around those limits rather than from any single motor she'd analyzed. She used the compact machine's dense magnetic path without accepting its trapped heat, the larger motor's serviceable winding layout without carrying its excess mass, and the third design's load-sharing casing without preserving its difficult assembly sequence. Song read over the developing page from the opposite side of the bench. "You've moved the cooling channels inside the stator structure. They need to remove heat before it spreads through the casing." Lin Xia drew the final route towards the bearing housings. "The airflow won't be enough by itself, but it reduces what the outer surface has to carry." "And the controller?" "Outside the motor." She turned the notebook towards him. "Your system controls switching and protection. I'm not absorbing it into the assembly." Song studied the boundary she'd drawn between their work. "Good." The approval mattered more because he didn't offer it lightly. Lin Xia closed the notebook and faced the prepared materials arranged across the workbench. Separate measured quantities had been approved for the casing, magnetic structures, windings, bearing components and insulation. Nothing on the bench resembled a motor yet. She placed both hands among them. Azure light spread across the prepared matter. The casing rose first, forming around empty internal volumes whose positions she held before any moving part existed. Stator sections took shape inside it, their magnetic paths narrowing and widening according to load rather than manufacturing convenience. Copper divided into controlled windings, each turn settling into place with insulation formed between neighboring surfaces instead of wrapped around them afterward. The rotor emerged through the center, its magnetic structures aligned to relationships no physical fixture was holding. Lin Xia kept the shaft clear of the unfinished bearings while ceramic elements formed individually from their feedstock and seated into matched races. Cooling paths opened through solid material and joined the winding ends to the bearing housings without weakening either support. Complexity pressed against her attention from every direction. A clearance corrected in one place altered heat growth somewhere else. A stronger magnetic path changed the forces reaching the shaft. She couldn't solve any part alone because the device existed only as a complete agreement. The final casing interface closed beneath her palms. Azure faded, leaving a compact motor resting on the bench where separate matter had been. Song looked at it without touching. Then he brought his conventional controller forward and connected the weighting leads one by one. He checked each connection against his controller diagram before closing the protected terminal cover. He set the motor inside the test frame, tightened the mounting clamps and coupled its shaft to the instrumented load unit. Lin Xia stood beside the emergency cutoff while the recording system captured the untouched assembly from 3 angles. "Initial speed only," Song said. "No load until the current trace settles." Lin Xia looked at the motor she'd formed from separate matter. Nothing inside it had ever existed in this arrangement before her hands brought it together. "Start it." Song enabled the controller. Current entered the windings. The rotor moved. Its first turn was almost too quiet to recognize. Then the shaft accelerated, the load coupling blurred and the motor settled into a smooth rising note that filled the bay without vibration reaching the bench beneath Lin Xia's fingers. She stared at it. Analysis had shown her thousands of completed decisions. Creation had allowed her to hold those decisions together. Neither had prepared her for seeing the answer move under its own power. Song watched the traces. Current is stable. Bearing response is clean. Lin Xia stepped closer to the marked boundary. Increase speed. He raised the command in controlled stages. The motor answered each one without hesitation. Its compact casing remained steady while the load unit began registering torque beyond the range marked for a machine of comparable size. Song leaned towards the display. That reading is real. How far above? He named the figure. Delight broke through Lin Xia before caution could arrange it into something quieter. She laughed and looked from the turning shaft to Song. It works. It does more than work. His composure had shifted into open amazement, though his hands stayed controlled on the console. You've kept the output without paying for it in mass. The motor continued turning beneath increasing resistance. Lin Xia watched the load trace climb and felt the satisfaction settle deeper. Peng had brought her something stolen and called imitation superiority. This machine belonged to no rival, manufacturer or recovered sample. It existed because she had understood 3 complete systems and chosen relationships none of them contained. Song increased the sustained load interval. The temperature trace rose. At first the climb remained inside the projected range. Then one winding group heated faster than the others. The internal cooling paths carried the increase towards the casing, but not quickly enough. Heat began gathering near the transition between the stator structure and bearing support. Song's expression tightened. It's accelerating. Lin Xia looked at the torque holding steady while the temperature refused to do the same. Reduce the load, she said. Song obeyed, but the motor had already revealed the problem waiting beyond its first impossible motion. He reduced the command to idle and watched the temperature continue rising for another 4 seconds before it began to fall. Only then did he shut the controller down. The rotor slowed through its final turns, carrying the motor's clean mechanical note into silence. Lin Xia kept her hand away from the casing. The heat fault was real, but so was everything that had happened before it. The motor had started. It had carried load. It had produced torque no existing design of comparable size could match. A laugh escaped her again, quieter this time but no less genuine. I made a motor. Song looked from the cooling assembly to her. You invented one. The correction stopped her. Peng's stolen sample, the 3 conventional motors and months of separate knowledge all sat behind the object on the bench, but none of them owned its answer. Lin Xia smiled until her cheeks hurt. I invented a motor, she said. Song saved the test record and marked the point where the thermal curve departed from prediction. You also invented a heating problem. That belongs in the report. Lin Xia moved beside him and studied the traces without reaching for her notebook. One winding group had carried more thermal load than the model expected, and the casing transition had delayed removal near the bearing support. She could already imagine several changes. The urge to place her hands on the motor and correct it arrived immediately. Song saw her attention settle on the casing. We have prepared material remaining. No. Lin Xia stepped back from the bench. The motor succeeded. The heat limit is data. You know where you'd begin. I know where I'd guess. She pointed towards the stored traces. A conventional team can section it, measure the winding temperatures, inspect the cooling routes and model the transfer properly. Then they can decide whether the answer belongs in geometry, materials, airflow or operating limits. Song's expression eased. You're handing it over. I'm refusing to turn invention into another repair queue. Lin Xia looked at the motor again, allowing herself the full pleasure of its existence. They can learn why it overheats. I want to remember that it moved. Beyond the observation window, Luo Wei opened the door for the authorized recording officer. Song secured the controller while Lin Xia signed the handoff sheet, listing the motor, complete test record and thermal fault together. She added one final instruction beneath them: conventional investigation and reproduction only. The first thing no one had made left her hands with a flaw, a future and proof that understanding could become something entirely new. 21. Small car, big problem. 4 weeks after Lin Xia handed over the motor and its thermal fault, Janae invited her to meet the result inside a vehicle inspection bay on the edge of its pilot workshop. She entered between Luo Wei and Sun Lan expecting test equipment, sectioned components and engineers prepared to explain why conventional reproduction had taken longer than optimism preferred. Instead, a compact silver hatchback waited beneath the inspection lights with 3 Janae engineers standing beside it and Song Qingyuan leaning through the open driver's door. Lin Xia stopped. You put it in a car. The senior engineer beside Guo Jian corrected her at once. We installed the reproduced motor in an existing engineering test chassis. The vehicle itself is commercially available and heavily instrumented. It still has seats. 4, Song said as he straightened. They came with the chassis. The distinction failed to reduce the pleasure rising through her. The car was smaller than the security sedan that had brought her, ordinary enough that she could imagine it outside a dormitory or supermarket. Only the temporary wheel covers, additional cooling vents and cables running from its rear compartment to the diagnostic station revealed that it wasn't ready for ordinary roads. Lin Xia walked around it slowly. This is the motor they made? The third one, the senior engineer said. The first reproduction failed dimensional inspection. The second passed assembly but developed unacceptable winding variation. This one completed the declared operating profile yesterday. And the heat problem? Reduced, not eliminated. He handed her the test summary rather than hiding the limitation behind the successful vehicle. We changed the winding transition, increased flow through the internal channels and imposed a continuous load ceiling. It can sustain the pilot profile. It cannot yet sustain every output your original assembly produced. Guo gestured towards a red boundary marked on the displayed performance graph. One engineering vehicle. No production announcement and no claim beyond the tested envelope. Lin Xia studied the limits, then looked through the windshield. Her motor's shape had changed beneath conventional hands, but its relationships remained recognizable in every listed figure. People had measured the flaw, argued with it, failed twice and built an answer that moved more than a laboratory shaft. The workshop door opened behind her. Tang Si entered first, followed by He Qian and Wu Min, each wearing a temporary visitor badge and the expression of someone who'd been promised an explanation but not the joke waiting inside it. He Qian stared at the car. You made transportation? Not alone, Lin Xia said. Song held up the keycard. That's why the controls team gets to decide who drives first. Lin Xia took it from his hand before he could close his fingers. Then the controls team should have moved faster. Song let her keep the keycard, but pointed towards the diagnostic station. You're driving only after the vehicle engineer clears the route. Taking the card doesn't transfer authority. It transferred something, Lin Xia said. The senior engineer opened the driver's door and began the safety briefing before she could define what. The pilot retained the production car's steering, brakes and restraint systems, but its acceleration had been limited through Song's controller. A guarded test road circled the workshop grounds, with a straight section long enough to reach the approved speed and 2 turns designed to expose poor weight balance. Lin Xia listened, adjusted the seat and signed the temporary driver record without pretending the rules were optional. Tang claimed the front passenger seat before He Qian understood there was a contest. Wu Min took the rear seat behind Lin Xia, leaving He Qian to climb in beside her while protesting that friendship had failed under pressure. Song leaned through the open window and checked the instrument display. 1 complete circuit at moderate command. Stop if any warning changes from green. Lin Xia rested both hands on the wheel. You've made driving sound like a laboratory procedure. At the moment, it is one. The workshop door lifted. Lin Xia touched the accelerator, and the car moved with a quiet immediacy that pressed every passenger back against her seat. He Qian grabbed the door handle. That was moderate? Tang laughed. Do it again. Lin Xia guided the car onto the marked road and increased the command through the first straight. The motor answered without hesitation. There was no engine vibration beneath her feet, no rising mechanical complaint, only smooth force carrying them faster while the workshop dropped behind. Wu Min leaned forward between the seats. You made the part doing this. I made the original part, Lin Xia said, though the distinction felt increasingly absurd while the reproduced motor pulled them towards the first turn. She slowed, followed the painted line and accelerated again as the road opened. Tang shouted approval. He Qian's alarm broke into helpless laughter, and Lin Xia joined them before she could preserve any dignity. On the longer straight, she pressed farther within the approved limit. The car surged forward. Her creation had begun as magnetic paths, cooling spaces and arguments drawn inside a notebook. Now it carried 4 laughing students down a test road in January. Lin Xia eased off before Song's warning could reach the cabin. The vehicle coasted towards the next turn, and she looked at her friends' delighted faces. One circuit, He Qian said, still gripping the handle, was clearly an administrative estimate. Lin Xia completed the circuit before He Qian could turn administrative interpretation into mutiny. She guided the car through the workshop entrance, stopped on the marked pad and pressed the parking control while Song and the engineering team gathered around the diagnostic station. Tang climbed out laughing. That should be illegal to demonstrate without warning. It had a briefing, Song said as he connected the vehicle log. The briefing didn't mention happiness. He Qian emerged more carefully, still holding the doorframe. I support another circuit after my internal organs return to their assigned positions. Wu Min looked towards the display as the engineers downloaded the run. How many of these are you building? The senior engineer answered before Lin Xia could. One pilot vehicle exists. 2 additional chassis are approved if this phase remains stable. His phone began ringing. Another engineer's followed before he answered. Across the bay, the communications officer looked down at her tablet, frowned and moved towards Guo Jian with the screen held flat against her chest. Director Guo, she said quietly, the demonstration clip has been released. Guo's expression hardened. Released by whom? Janae's civilian program account. The scheduled post went live 12 minutes ago. That was authorized for the exterior pass only, the senior engineer said. It used the approved footage. The officer turned the tablet so they could see the page. The problem is the response. The short clip showed the silver hatchback accelerating along the straight while a caption described a domestic high-efficiency drive pilot. The reservation form beneath it had been intended to collect limited commercial interest from fleet operators and research partners. Its counter was climbing too quickly to read. Tang leaned closer. Are those all requests? Reservations, inquiries and deposits, the officer said. The public form didn't restrict applicant type. Guo looked at the senior engineer. Close it. We can suspend new submissions, the man replied, already reaching for his phone. Existing deposits will require formal handling. A second window filled with reposted footage, headlines and arguments. Some viewers called the car a civilian breakthrough. Others demanded immediate sales, national pricing protection or priority access for domestic buyers. One widely shared account had enlarged the temporary wheel covers and cooling vents beneath a claim that Janae was disguising military propulsion as a family car. He Qian read the accusation twice. Military equipment usually has fewer cup holders. Nobody laughed. The allegation was spreading faster than the correction beneath it. The communications officer looked at Lin Xia. Media teams are already requesting your name, the motor's origin and confirmation that the civilian program is genuine. Behind her, the reservation counter froze only because Janae had shut the form. The total remained high enough to turn one joyful test into a promise the pilot program had never made. The communications officer waited for Lin Xia to answer as though her name alone could convert the pilot into a product. She looked from the frozen reservation total to the silver car. 10 minutes earlier, it had carried her friends around a test road and made an impossible idea feel ordinary enough to laugh inside. Now strangers were treating the same vehicle as proof of promises nobody had made. What launch was planned? Lin Xia asked. The senior engineer hesitated. A controlled announcement after the additional pilots completed testing. Today's clip was meant to establish civilian intent and attract commercial partners. And now? Guo Jian folded his arms. Janae could announce an accelerated program. Investors would accept the demand as proof of market readiness. Song disconnected the vehicle log and faced him. Demand proves people want it. It doesn't prove we can build it safely. The senior engineer nodded towards the thermal display. The motor remained inside the declared envelope throughout the drive. We still need more running hours, winter testing and trained maintenance teams before broader use. The communications officer glanced at the growing media requests. A prestige launch would control the story before the military accusation hardens. Lin Xia looked at the workers gathered beyond the diagnostic station. They had reproduced her motor 3 times, failed twice and corrected what creation had hidden beneath apparent perfection. A launch built around her face would turn their cautious success into another miracle nobody understood and everyone expected immediately. "No prestige launch," she said. Guo's expression remained unreadable. "Then define the alternative." "One limited pilot fleet." Lin Xia pointed to the engineering summary. "Publish the operating limits, including the heat ceiling. Name the conventional team, the controller group and the workers who'll build and maintain the vehicles. Nobody accepts another reservation until those people have completed training and the additional pilots prove the same result." The senior engineer looked relieved before professionalism covered it. "That delays revenue. It delays refunds, failures and public roads becoming our next test bay." Lin Xia turned towards the communications officer. "Tell people what exists. One working engineering vehicle, 2 more approved and no sale date." Guo studied her for several seconds. "The market may move elsewhere." "Then it moves." Lin Xia looked through the open driver's door at the seats her friends had just occupied. "I wanted this to become real, not merely expensive." Song closed the diagnostic case. "I'll prepare the controller limits for publication." The communications officer wrote the statement while the workers gathered to plan training. Outside the workshop, demand kept rising without them. Inside, Lin Xia chose how slowly her miracle would be allowed to leave the gate. 22. The copy that worked. Janae's decision to slow the vehicle program did nothing to slow the people watching it. By the time Lin Xia reached the municipal pumping station, Peng Shuren had turned that attention into a contract of his own. A temporary platform stood beside the new pump line, backed by Qianhe industrial banners and a display describing longer service life, lower maintenance costs and fully domestic production. City officials occupied the front row while engineers clustered near the instrument cabinet. Zhao Kai stood beside Lin Xia behind the marked visitor boundary, reading the performance figures with an expression that became less dismissive each time the live data refreshed. Peng approached before the commissioning speech began. "You came. The city invited Janae to observe," Lin Xia said. "That isn't the same as coming for you." Wei Jian joined them with a municipal contract folder beneath one arm. "You should still appreciate the result. Qianhe funded the development program, Peng's team completed the manufacturing work and the city selected the system through ordinary procurement." Lin Xia looked through the protective barrier at the installed pump. Its housing geometry followed the internal relationships stolen from Janae's recovered prototype. She recognized the compact passage arrangement, the protected ceiling surfaces and the proportions copied through the ports before the prototype had been recovered. None of that proved the machine could operate. The commissioning engineer pressed the start control. The pump engaged without the vibration Lin Xia had expected. Pressure rose through the declared range, flow stabilized and the power trace settled below the city's acceptance ceiling. A second line opened, increasing demand. The system adjusted and continued running. Zhao Kai leaned closer to the display. "It works." Peng heard him. Satisfaction sharpened his smile. "Of course it works." Lin Xia watched the steady readings. The stolen coupon had given them material clues. Copy geometry had given them a place to begin. Qianhe's money had paid for tooling, failed trials and the conventional engineers needed to turn incomplete theft into a useful machine. They hadn't stolen another finished answer. They had learned enough from the first theft to build one. A city official shook Peng's hand as the acceptance figure appeared on the main screen. Applause followed, cautious at first and then stronger when the pump completed its full load hold. Wei Jian looked towards Lin Xia. "The market no longer requires your approval to move." "No," she said, keeping her attention on the operating line. "But it still requires the machine to survive." Beyond the barrier, the commissioning engineer authorized the public demonstration cycle, and an operator stepped onto the service platform beside the running housing. The operator had completed 2 steps along the platform when the first warning appeared. It wasn't on the main display. Lin Xia saw a thin line of moisture forming beneath the housing flange, too straight to be ordinary leakage and moving against the direction of the nearest drain. "Stop the demonstration," she said. Peng didn't turn from the applauding officials. "The readings are stable." The commissioning engineer glanced towards the instrument cabinet. "Pressure, temperature and vibration remain inside acceptance limits." A sharp crack answered him from inside the barrier. The operator froze beside the housing. One fastening point shifted beneath his boot, lifting the platform plate by several millimeters before dropping it again. Zhao Kai reached for the emergency control, but the pump's automatic shutdown had already begun closing the outlet valve. Pressure surged against the damaged housing faster than the rotating assembly could stop. "Get him off," Lin Xia said. The operator turned towards the stairs. The housing split along one cast transition, releasing a white jet that struck the platform rail and drove him sideways. His safety line caught before he fell, leaving him suspended against the barrier with one leg pinned between the rail and a buckled panel. Lin Xia crossed the marked boundary before Luo Wei could stop her. The commissioning engineer shouted that the system remained pressurized, but she was already climbing the platform from the protected side, one hand gripping the rail while the structure shook beneath her. The operator looked at her through the spray. "Don't come closer. The housing's opening towards you," she said. "Stay still." She reached the pump and pressed her palm against the intact metal beside the spreading crack. Analysis entered the entire connected assembly at once. The copied internal geometry revealed itself beneath her hand, useful, altered and undeniably descended from the stolen Genet design. Qianhei's engineers had reproduced the wear paths well enough to make the pump work. Then someone had replaced the specified housing alloy with a cheaper cast substitute and preserved the original wall thickness on documents that no longer matched the metal. The crack was 3 seconds from reaching the operator's pinned leg. Azure light spread from Lin Xia's palm through the connected housing. She didn't rebuild the pump or correct its stolen design. She forced the separating metal back into contact, redistributed the trapped pressure towards the reinforced mounting ring and held the failing wall together against forces that had already exceeded it. The spray narrowed. The platform stopped buckling beneath the operator. Behind her, the emergency team reached the barrier with cutting tools and a rescue line, while every display continued insisting the pump had already shut down. The rescue team clipped a second line to the operator's harness while Lin Xia kept both palms against the housing. The metal trembled beneath her touch. Pressure continued searching for the crack she'd closed, forcing her to correct each new separation before it could spread beyond the reinforced ring. "Cut the panel, not the rail," Zhao Kai shouted from below. "The rail's carrying his weight." One rescuer braced the operator while another worked through the buckled plate around his trapped leg. The cutting tool vibrated through the connected structure and into Lin Xia's hands, adding another moving force she had to separate from the failing pump. Peng reached the barrier with Wei Jian behind him. "Hold it together," he called. "Once they're clear, you can repair the housing." Lin Xia didn't look at him. "No. You're already changing it. I'm stopping it from opening." The final section of panel came free. The rescuers lifted the operator's leg, checked that it moved and pulled him towards the stairs. His face had gone gray beneath the spray, but he remained conscious. The commissioning engineer watched the pressure fall across the instrument cabinet. The outlet line is isolated. Residual pressure is dropping. Lin Xia waited until the operator reached the ground and the rescue team moved him beyond the barrier. Only then did she begin easing her control from the housing. The crack reopened by fractions as the azure light withdrew, but the remaining pressure had fallen too far to tear it wider. She removed her hands. Peng stepped towards the platform entrance. "Now make the proper housing. You know the geometry, and you've seen the substitution." Lin Xia climbed down without answering until both boots reached the concrete. Her fingers had begun trembling from maintaining a correction inside a machine that wanted to break in several directions at once. "No," she said. "The failed housing stays exactly as it is." Wei Jian's expression tightened. The city contracted for an operating system, not a preserved embarrassment. Zhao Kai moved between him and the barrier. The city nearly received a dead operator. Nobody touches that unit until the material, documents and substitution route are recorded. The commissioning engineer looked from the cracked housing to the acceptance figures still frozen on the main display. Then he removed the system key from the control cabinet and placed it in an evidence envelope. "We'll preserve the housing, fasteners, material certificates and controller logs," he said. "Photographs before disassembly. Independent witnesses for every removed part." Peng stared at Lin Xia. You could prove yours is better in 10 minutes. She looked through the barrier at the machine that had worked until somebody made safety cheaper than honesty. This already proves what matters. Behind her, Zhao Kai began reading the housing identification marks aloud while the city engineers recorded each one. The municipal representative suspended the contract before the failed housing had cooled. He spoke beside the sealed control cabinet while city engineers photographed the pump from every angle and medical staff carried the operator towards an ambulance. No further commissioning, installation or payment, he said. The existing unit remains under municipal custody pending an independent material investigation. Peng stood beneath the Qianhe banner with water darkening one sleeve. The pump met every contracted performance figure before a supplier substituted the housing. Suspend that supplier, not the entire system. The housing was delivered as part of your system, Zhao Kai said. You don't get to separate it after someone was injured. Wei Jian opened the contract folder. The city accepted the design and inspection record. Lin Xia looked towards the cracked unit. The inspection record described metal that wasn't there. Several officials heard her. So did the reporters gathered beyond the barriers. Their cameras turned from the ruined platform towards Peng, but not every expression carried accusation. Two Qianhe engineers were already showing performance graphs to a procurement official, arguing that the copied design remained sound if the correct housing material was restored. Peng saw Lin Xia watching them. You understand better than anyone that the machine worked. Yes, she said. That's why this won't end with one failed contract. His supporters had something real to defend. The pump had moved water efficiently. Its copied internal design had survived full load until commercial pressure, corruption or simple greed had replaced a safe housing with a cheaper one. Exposing the substitution would damage Peng, but it wouldn't erase the market value Qianhe had proved. Luo Wei approached with Lin Xia's coat and held it open without commenting on her trembling hands. The evidence team has assumed control. We're leaving before the press boundary fails. Across the site, Peng began promising a corrected unit while municipal officials insisted no replacement would be considered until the investigation ended. The argument followed Lin Xia towards the exit, no longer a contest between miracle and imitation, but between records, trust and whoever could prove what had been built. 3 hours later, Adrian Cole watched the rescue footage stop on Lin Xia's illuminated hands. The public test gave her another victory, his operations specialist said. Cole closed the video. Then we stopped giving her stages. He opened the access map assembled from purchased contractor data, compromised municipal accounts and emergency routing procedures. Public spectacle had drawn guards, cameras and witnesses around her. Ordinary instructions traveled farther and attracted less attention. Expand the communications work, he said. Alerts, credentials, dispatch chains and route changes. I want to know which false message can move her before anyone thinks to ask who sent it. 23. He Qian goes live. The University Careers and Project event occupied 2 floors of the engineering center and had already produced 3 job offers He Qian considered insulting. They want public engagement, event support and graduate recruitment, she said, holding the company leaflet beside her face. That's 3 jobs wearing 1 salary. Lin Xia examined the display behind the recruiter. A photograph of smiling graduates and a slogan about building meaningful futures. Perhaps the meaning is unpaid overtime. He Qian lowered the leaflet. You understand communications better than they do. They moved with Tang Si and Wu Min between project stands crowded with students, company representatives and faculty members protecting equipment from careless sleeves. Luo Wei remained several steps behind them while Sun Lan watched the main entrance. Lin Xia had expected attention after the pumping station footage spread, but the event gave people respectable reasons to stare. Several students asked about the blue light. 2 employers asked whether Janae accepted graduate applications. One man tried to hand her a proposal until Shen removed it from his fingers and directed him towards the official liaison desk. He Qian stopped beside a student media booth containing 2 cameras, a mixing console and a temporary campus broadcast desk. Now this is a proper career. The student operating the desk recognized her from university videos. You're He Qian. You did the interview after the vehicle test. I asked the questions, He Qian said. The editors removed my best complaint. Before he could answer, every display in the hall went black. A warning tone sounded from the ceiling speakers. Conversations stopped unevenly as phones began vibrating throughout the crowd. Red text appeared across the project screens. Chemical release confirmed. Evacuation order authorized by Lin Xia. Use East Service exit immediately. Lin Xia's own phone received the same message beneath a copied Genet security header. Around her, people read her name and began moving before anyone questioned why a student had authority to evacuate a university building. The East Service corridor narrows at the loading stairs, Wu Min said. A second announcement ordered immediate movement and warned that the western exits were contaminated. Chairs scraped. A display stand overturned as students turned towards the same side of the hall. Luo reached Lin Xia and closed one hand around her upper arm. We have an active emergency instruction. Sun is clearing an extraction route. I didn't authorize anything, Lin Xia said. I know. We still move until the alert is verified. Across the hall, the east corridor filled faster than its doors could release people. He Qian stared at the warning screen while the recorded announcement repeated Lin Xia's supposed order in a voice assembled from public footage. Then she looked towards the unattended broadcast desk. He Qian moved before Lin Xia understood what she intended to do. She crossed behind the media booth, pulled the operator's chair away from the desk and pointed at the warning text repeating across its preview monitors. That sentence came from the vehicle interview, she said. The one they cut down for the campus account. The student operator stared at her. What sentence? Use the East Service exit immediately. Lin Xia said it after the test because equipment was blocking the public doors. They've copied the words and changed everything around them. Luo Wei tightened his hold on Lin Xia's arm as the crowd pressed towards the eastern corridor. We're extracting through the faculty stairwell. Sun Lan has the route. He Qian turned from the screens. And everyone else? Campus security is handling the evacuation. They're following the fake order. She reached for the broadcast controls, but the operator blocked the console with both hands. You can't use this without authorization. He Qian pointed towards the nearest display. Someone without authorization is already using every screen in the building. Another alarm tone sounded. The recorded voice repeated Lin Xia's name, then warned that anyone delaying evacuation risked chemical exposure. Movement near the east corridor became louder and less orderly. Luo pulled Lin Xia towards the rear of the booth. Now. Lin Xia resisted only enough to stop him moving her. She knows where the words came from. That doesn't make the building safe. No, He Qian said, dragging a headset from its hook. It makes the message false. The operator reached for the equipment key hanging beneath the desk. He Qian caught his wrist before he could remove it. Cutting this desk won't stop their screens, she said. It'll only stop us answering. He looked towards the crowd, where a lecturer had climbed onto a chair and was shouting for students to keep moving. What are you planning to say? The truth, once we verify which part of it is safe to broadcast. He Qian released him and opened the campus communications panel. Give me the emergency microphone and connect me to whoever controls the building cameras. You're not campus staff. No, I'm the person who recognized the stolen edit while campus staff were obeying it. The operator hesitated, then entered his credentials. Camera feeds opened across the second monitor, showing stairwells, halls and the growing compression outside the east doors. Luo spoke into his radio. Director, Lin Xia is not moving. Her companion has taken the broadcast desk. He Qian adjusted the headset and looked directly at Lin Xia. Tell him I'm not her companion. I'm communications. The red live indicator illuminated beneath her hand. He Qian pressed the microphone control, but didn't speak until the operator confirmed the building's internal channel had accepted the feed. This is the engineering center media desk, she said, her voice carrying through the hall speakers without the distortion of the false recording. The chemical release message is unauthorized. Lin Xia did not issue an evacuation order, and she has no authority to direct campus emergency movement. Stop entering the East Service corridor. The crowd didn't stop at once. People nearest the eastern doors were already being pushed forward by those behind them. On the camera feed, a student stumbled against the loading stair rail and disappeared below shoulder height. Lin Xia pulled against Luo's grip. "They're crushing the front." "The faculty stairwell is open," he said. "You're leaving." She looked towards the blocked projectile. 2 overturned stands prevented anyone from reaching the central fire doors without climbing through metal frames and display panels. Creation could tear a route through them in seconds. Everyone in the hall knew it too. Several faces had already turned towards her as though the false message had made her responsible for solving the real danger it created. He Qian covered the microphone. "Don't." Lin Xia stared at her. "Someone's down. And if you open those doors, everyone runs towards the miracle instead of listening." He Qian pointed at the camera feeds. "Stay where they can see you. Let me prove the instructions are real." Wu Min leaned over the operator's shoulder. "Western stairwell camera is live. No visible contamination, no alarm activation and no movement restrictions." Tang Xi checked the building map fixed beside the desk. "The south atrium opens onto the main courtyard. 2 exits, wider doors." He Qian uncovered the microphone. "Verified safe routes are the western stairwell and south atrium. Walk. Do not run. Staff beside the east corridor. Stop admitting people and begin releasing the front sideways into the project hall." A lecturer near the eastern doors heard her and climbed onto the lower rail. He repeated the instruction, forcing those nearest him to turn across the pressure instead of pushing deeper. The change moved slowly through the crowd, then reached the back rows as students saw Lin Xia standing beside the broadcast desk rather than fleeing her own supposed warning. He Qian continued speaking, naming each confirmed route and refusing every demand to declare the building safe beyond what the cameras proved. Lin Xia stayed visible with her hands empty while the blocked central doors remained untouched. On the east corridor feed, the fallen student rose with help. Space opened around the loading stairs. Only then did the false announcement cut off, leaving He Qian's live voice in sole control of the building. The live indicator remained lit until campus security confirmed every floor had been cleared without further injury. He Qian repeated the verified routes, corrected 2 conflicting instructions from staff and refused to describe the building as safe until the emergency team said so themselves. Only then did she remove the headset. The hall looked worse in silence. Project stands leaned at crooked angles. Abandoned bags covered the floor and one section of the east corridor remained sealed while medical staff checked the student who had fallen. Lin Xia stood beside the booth with Luo Wei close enough to move her if another alert appeared. A university administrator reached them with the head of campus security and a woman carrying national communications credentials. "Miss He," the administrator said, "we need your complete account before you leave." He Qian looked at the darkened screens. "You need the operator's account, the camera record and whoever approved an emergency system that accepted Lin Xia's name as authority." The security chief accepted the correction. "All records are being preserved. Your broadcast prevented further compression at the east stairs." The woman from the communications program held out her identification rather than a business card. "You identified manipulated source material during a live emergency, established what could be verified and communicated uncertainty without losing control of the audience. We run a national graduate program in emergency and technical communications. I'd like you to interview." He Qian stared at the credential, then towards Lin Xia. Excitement reached her face before caution pulled it back. "Because I spoke for her?" "No," Lin Xia said before the woman could answer. "She didn't." The program representative nodded. "That's why I'm asking. You denied false authority instead of borrowing it." He Qian took the offered contact sheet. "Then the interview is for my work, and I'm not becoming Lin Xia's permanent spokesperson." "Agreed," the woman said. Any future role would have defined responsibilities and independent supervision. Behind them, Wu Min had joined a security technician at the broadcast console. She pointed to a routing record preserved beneath the false alert. This didn't enter through the public campus network. Luo moved closer. "What did it use?" "A purchased emergency services account, then a municipal relay credential." Wu Min enlarged the route history. The same request queried traffic diversions, protected vehicle priorities and structural response channels before sending the campus message. Lin Xia looked at the sequence. The false evacuation hadn't only tested whether her name could move a crowd. It had tested which authenticated routes could move police, responders and protected traffic. The security chief ordered the routing data sealed and forwarded through the verified incident channel. Luo photographed the confirmation number before allowing anyone to close the screen. He Qian folded the interview sheet into her pocket. Around them, the university began rebuilding the event she had just taken control of, while the first evidence showed that someone had been rehearsing for a larger emergency. 24. The bridge that bent. The first alert from the university emergency had identified a municipal relay. The second arrived in early February while Lin Xia watched the same category of authenticated system try to drive a protected transport off an elevated bridge. The vehicle carrying her optical core traveled 2 positions ahead of Chen Rui's sedan, boxed between escort cars on a route cleared for the laser program. Lin Xia could see only its reinforced rear doors and the maintenance truck occupying the closed lane beyond it. Snowmelt darkened the road surface, but traffic conditions were ordinary enough that Luo Wei had stopped checking every passing barrier. Then every emergency signal ahead changed at once. Red lights activated above the cleared lane. A retractable divider began rising beneath the lead escort while the transport's brake lights flared and went dark again. Chen Rui spoke into the convoy channel. Core transport isn't responding to the stop command. The vehicle accelerated. Luo leaned forward. Override its route control. A second voice answered through the radio, calm but sharpened by immediate pressure. The bridge network is rejecting authenticated corrections. I'm locking the public signals now. Lin Xia recognized Song before Luo did. Why are you on the bridge system? My controller team is running the municipal sensor pilot here. Machinery clicked beneath his words. Someone's issuing signed emergency commands through the partner network. The transport crossed into the closed lane and struck the maintenance vehicle broadside. Metal folded with a sound that reached them through sealed glass. The maintenance truck spun against the outer barrier. The core transport climbed partly over its rear axle, tore through 2 divider posts and stopped with its front wheels hanging above the lower roadway. Chen Rui braked hard enough to lock Lin Xia against her belt. Behind them, the support vehicle turned across both lanes to block approaching traffic. The bridge deck moved. Not traffic vibration. The entire elevated span dipped beneath the collision, recovered unevenly and settled several centimeters lower near the damaged barrier. A joint opened across the roadway behind the transport, exposing darkness between concrete sections. Song's voice came through the radio again. Structural sensors are reporting contradictory loads. Don't trust the automated closure map. Luo was already issuing orders. Evacuate the maintenance crew. Establish lines from the inner lane. Nobody approaches the transport until structural engineers confirm the deck. Lin Xia stared at the vehicle carrying the optical core she had made between her hands. One maintenance worker crawled from the truck's passenger side. The driver's door remained crushed against the barrier. The span shifted again, slower this time, carrying both damaged vehicles towards the open edge. Lin Xia released her seatbelt. The bridge won't wait for an engineer. Luo looked from her to the widening joint, then opened his door and ordered the officers to secure a path onto the moving deck. Luo reached the damaged span first and clipped a safety line to the anchor point an officer had fixed beside the inner barrier. Lin Xia followed with a second line secured around her harness, keeping low as the bridge shifted beneath them. The movement traveled through the deck in a slow downward roll, lifting one expansion joint while the section beneath the transport sank closer to the lower road. Stay inside the marked path, Luo said. The outer lane may separate. The driver's still trapped, Lin Xia replied. 2 officers had reached the maintenance truck, but the crushed door faced the damaged barrier. Cutting from the other side would force them beneath the transport's suspended front end. The optical core vehicle creaked above them as its weight moved through a deck no longer carrying the load where its designers intended. Lin Xia dropped to one knee and pressed her bare palm against the concrete. Analysis opened through everything still connected. The bridge entered her awareness as one moving structure. Concrete deck sections, steel reinforcement, bearings, joints, columns and anchored cables resolved together beneath her hand. Loads traveled away from the collision in paths wider than buildings, dividing through beams and supports before returning through the ground. She felt the damaged span flex around the vehicles, and the surviving structure struggled to distribute weight faster than the broken connections could surrender it. The scale should have made understanding impossible. Instead, it made the bridge feel frighteningly clear. "This section isn't failing alone," she said. The impact twisted the outer beam and shifted the bearing beneath it. "The next support is taking load through 3 remaining paths." Luo crouched beside her without touching the deck. "Can the vehicles be moved?" "Not yet. The transport is holding part of the broken edge down. Pull it backwards and the outer section rises. Push it forwards and the beam tears away." Song's voice returned through the radio. "I can suppress traffic commands, but the structural feed is changing faster than the automated model." "Stop modeling the damaged side," Lin Xia said. "Track the inner beam, the central bearing and the first column beyond the joint. Those are still carrying us." She followed each surviving path deeper. Fine details began losing their edges beneath the flood of force, individual cracks merging into broad zones of strain. She could still identify what mattered, but not for long. Another shift pulled the safety line tight and dropped the transport several centimeters. Luo braced himself. Decision. Lin Xia spread her fingers against the deck and fixed the 3 surviving load paths in her mind. "Get the driver out. I'm going to make them one support." Azure light entered the concrete beneath her palm as the bridge moved again. Azure spread through the damaged deck without leaving Lin Xia's hand. She didn't rebuild the bridge or return broken sections to their original shape. She pulled connected steel and concrete away from paths that had already failed, thickening the 3 surviving roots until they met beneath the tilted span as one continuous support. The bridge resisted through weight rather than will. Every change moved force somewhere else. As she strengthened the inner beam, the central bearing took more load. When she widened the path towards the column, cracked concrete compressed around reinforcement that had already begun to pull free. Lin Xia held the entire relationship beneath her palm, adjusting one section only when she understood what the next would carry. "Outer movement is slowing," Luo said. "Keep the rescue path open." The officers reached the maintenance truck with cutting equipment. One braced the crushed door while another began removing metal around the trapped driver. Above them, the transport shifted but didn't descend farther. Song's voice broke across the radio. "The corrupted root has entered our controller through the municipal partner node. It's issuing closure commands faster than we can revoke them." "Can you isolate your system?" Luo asked. "Yes, but responders lose our verified sensor feed with it." Lin Xia felt a false signal alter the bridge's automated load response. A bearing actuator beneath the adjoining span began adjusting towards a position the damaged structure could no longer tolerate. "Song, stop the actuator on the next section," she said. "It's moving load towards me." "We sent the stop command. The partner node is rejecting it." The controller channel filled with another voice warning that releasing internal logs would expose protected architecture and identify the institution whose credentials had admitted the commands. Lin Xia heard the pressure beneath the formal wording. Song's external offer, his team's work and the pilot itself could all be damaged by what the records proved. Song answered without hesitation. "Release the signed logs to the bridge responders and municipal security. Full sequence, including our architecture." The other voice sharpened. "That disclosure isn't authorized." "It is now. Attach my name." A confirmation tone sounded. The actuator stopped less than a second later. The change reached Lin Xia through the structure as a reduction in moving force, small but immediate. Her vision blurred at the edges when she tried to follow the finer cracks beneath the truck. She could still feel the bridge as one connected body, but its smallest details had begun dissolving into pressure and shape. The trapped driver cried out as the officers freed his leg. Luo glanced towards Lin Xia's whitening fingers. "How long?" "Long enough to move him," she said, keeping her palm against the glowing deck while Song's released records began traveling beyond anyone's control. The officers lifted the driver through the open side of the maintenance truck and transferred him onto a rescue board. Lin Xia felt their combined weight pass through the support she'd made, each step changing the forces beneath her palm. The bridge no longer dropped, but it hadn't become safe. It remained a damaged structure carrying people because she refused to let its surviving paths separate. "Driver clear," Luo said. "Rescue team withdrawing." Lin Xia waited until the last officer crossed the opened joint before easing pressure from the outer section. Azure withdrew slowly through the concrete, leaving the redistributed steel and thickened support in place. The transport settled against the damaged edge without pulling the span after it. Her hand came away from the deck. The bridge remained standing. Relief reached her before the cost did. She looked along the elevated road at the maintenance workers being received by medics, the optical core transport held above open space and the officers staring back at the section beneath her hand. She had touched something larger than any object she'd ever created and made it keep carrying lives. Then she tried to examine the nearest crack. The structure answered as blurred layers. She could still recognize concrete, steel and damage, but the precise boundaries that normally arrived without effort had become indistinct. Luo caught her elbow when she stood. "Fine analysis?" "Reduced," Lin Xia said. "Broad structure is clear. Details aren't." Song's voice returned through the convoy channel. The signed logs reached municipal security. They confirmed the false commands entered through the same relay family used at the university. "Can you trace the source?" Luo asked. "We can trace what they used." Song paused while another voice spoke behind him. The controller recorded an outbound transfer before isolation. Route requests, protected movement timings and structural response data left through a purchased service account. Lin Xia looked towards the transport. The collision had endangered the optical core, the maintenance crew and every responder sent onto the bridge. It had also measured how quickly she arrived, what she touched and how long she could hold a failing structure together. Thousands of kilometers away, Evelyn Xia watched public rescue footage beside a recovered section of Song's released logs. The blue light remained visible beneath Lin Xia's hand for 4 minutes and 12 seconds. After contact ended, she required assistance to stand and didn't touch the structure again. Xia entered the duration, contact requirement and visible recovery cost into the capability estimate. The bridge operation had failed to take the core or kill anyone. Its route data had escaped, and Lin Xia's emergency limit was no longer an empty field. 25. Wu Min's door. 3 days after the bridge, fine details still arrived slowly enough that Lin Xia had stopped testing it whenever nobody was watching. She could read, walk and attend lectures, but analysis remained blurred below broad material structure. Luo Wei had prohibited unsupervised power use until the medical team cleared her, and Professor Shen had supported the restriction with such enthusiasm that arguing would have required more energy than obedience. By Thursday evening, Lin Xia wanted nothing more difficult than dinner and the quiet company of people who didn't measure her recovery in percentages. She entered the dormitory to find Wu Min alone at her desk, staring at an open laptop without typing. "That's unusual," Lin Xia said. "Have you finally defeated all available problems?" Wu Min looked towards the door, then closed 2 windows before turning the screen around. "I received an offer." The letter carried the name of a private software and autonomous systems company in another city. The position combined postgraduate study with paid development work, housing support and access to a program Wu Min had discussed for months without believing it would notice her. Lin Xia read the salary twice. "This is excellent." "It might be." Wu Min tapped the contract attachment. "They moved quickly after my interview. Too quickly." The offer named a supervisor, relocation assistance and a security review, but several clauses allowed reassignment between affiliated companies. Another required disclosure of protected contacts and outside relationships that could affect program work. "They know you live with me," Lin Xia said. "They know I attend university with you. I don't know what else they know." Wu Min held her gaze. "I need help." Lin Xia's first instinct was to call Guo, send a company name through Janae's legal team and ask Luo to examine every person connected to the program. The second arrived just as quickly. Wu Min had earned this offer. Lin Xia's money, security and influence could surround it so completely that Wu Min's own decision disappeared inside protection. "What do you want checked?" she asked. The employer. The legal terms. Whether the security review is normal or an attempt to gain access through me. Wu Min turned the laptop back towards herself. I want to know whether this is my door or somebody else's route into this room. Lin Xia sat beside her. I can get you information. After that, the choice remains yours. Wu Min's expression tightened instead of easing. I know the choice is mine. I'm asking whether you'll help me make it. Wu Min kept one hand beside the laptop, blocking Lin Xia from retreating into the contract again. You're doing it now. Doing what? Standing close enough to look supportive while refusing to touch the part that might become difficult. Wu Min's voice stayed controlled, but the accusation entered the room cleanly. I didn't ask you to approve the offer. I asked you to help me. I said I would. You said you'd give me information and leave the choice mine. Wu Min turned the screen away as though the distinction had made the documents briefly irrelevant. That sounds respectful because you're very good at making distance sound principled. Lin Xia sat back. The unfairness of that struck first, followed by the quieter recognition that made it difficult to defend herself. You've spent years telling people not to decide what's best for you. Yes. That doesn't mean I want everyone who cares about me to become decorative whenever a decision is mine. Wu Min folded her arms. You have lawyers who understand contracts like this. Security people who can tell whether a company is using an offer to reach you. Janae has contacts I couldn't reach through 10 interviews. I'm explicitly asking you to use them. And if they decide the program is too risky? Then I hear the evidence and decide what risk I'll accept. Luo could recommend against it. He can recommend anything he likes. Wu Min's expression hardened. He doesn't own my answer. Neither do you. Lin Xia looked at the contract clauses again. She had imagined help becoming pressure almost as soon as Wu Min asked. One call from her could place the employer beneath scrutiny it had never expected, summon legal conditions and turn an earned offer into something granted only after Lin Xia's world approved it. Refusing to make those calls had felt safer than risking that harm. Wu Min leaned towards her. You keep protecting people from your influence by withholding it until they have to struggle alone. That isn't restraint when help was requested. The words landed where Lin Xia's bridge fatigue and carefully limited days had left no room for evasion. She'd learned not to solve her friends with gifts, money or authority. Somewhere inside that lesson, she had begun treating non-interference as the only honest form of love. What exactly are you asking me to do? Lin Xia said. Wu Min opened the employer profile beside the contract. Use every legitimate source you have. Verify them properly. Find out which clauses need changing and whether the security review is aimed at my work or at you. She held Lin Xia's gaze. Then bring the answers back to me instead of deciding that protecting my agency requires leaving me without yours. Lin Xia drew the laptop closer. All right. We investigate the offer you earned. We don't replace it. Wu Min nodded once. Now you're helping. Lin Xia began with the employer rather than the contract. She sent the company registration, program description and named supervisor to Janae's counsel, then carried Wu Min's laptop into the corridor where Luo Wei waited beside the stairwell. I need a security review, she said. Requested by Wu Min, limited to this employer and the offer they sent her. Luo read the company name without taking the laptop. Are you asking whether she should accept? No, I'm asking whether the program is genuine, who benefits from the disclosure clauses and whether anyone connected to it has tried to reach me through her. That distinction earned a brief nod. Luo photographed the relevant pages through the protected device, recorded Wu Min's consent and sent the request through his own channel. Lin Xia returned to the room before either system could turn assistance into possession. Janae's counsel called first. Wu Min placed the phone on speaker while Lin Xia opened the contract beside a blank document. The employer is legitimate, the lawyer said. The program has operated for 6 years, and the supervisor named in the offer leads the work described. The reassignment clause is broader than necessary. The disclosure clause is worse. Wu Min leaned closer. Worse how? It could require you to report private relationships unrelated to your work, then allow the company to decide whether those relationships create a conflict. Ask them to limit disclosure to technical, financial or contractual conflicts directly affecting the program. Lin Xia typed the revision without adding anything of her own. And reassignment? Named program and named city unless she agrees in writing. No transfer to an affiliate merely because the parent group finds her useful elsewhere. Luo's answer arrived 20 minutes later. He entered only after Wu Min invited him in and placed a concise report beside the laptop. The company survives review, he said. No concealed ownership, no unexplained foreign funding and no contact pattern aimed at Miss Lin. Their security contractor did identify this dormitory connection during routine screening. Wu Min's mouth tightened. Routine? For a program handling autonomous systems, yes. Their proposed access to personal contacts is still excessive. Luo pointed towards the lawyer's amended clause. This wording removes the root without closing the program. Lin Xia looked at Wu Min rather than the offer. We can send these changes through Janae's counsel, or you can send them yourself. I'll send them, Wu Min said. You can let the lawyer check my final wording before it goes. The employer replied before midnight. The program, supervisor and salary remained unchanged. The reassignment power narrowed to written agreement, and the security clause lost every reference that could turn friendship into access. Lin Xia rotated the revised offer towards Wu Min without touching the acceptance page. It's still your door. Wu Min read each protection carefully, then rested her hand beside the waiting decision. She read the revised offer twice, moving from the program terms to the security clause and back again. Lin Xia kept her hands folded in her lap while the acceptance control waited at the bottom of the page. She had helped open every part Wu Min couldn't reach alone. The final choice still felt difficult to watch without reaching towards it. The housing starts 2 weeks before the program, Wu Min said. They expect me to relocate before graduation paperwork is finished. You can ask whether remote onboarding covers that period. Wu Min glanced at her. Is that advice or fear? Advice. Lin Xia considered the dates again. The fear is separate and less useful. That's progress. Wu Min opened a reply window instead of accepting. She requested remote onboarding until the university released her final documents, confirmation that the named supervisor would remain responsible for her placement, and written notice before any security review contacted people outside the references she provided. Lin Xia read the message only when Wu Min turned the laptop towards her. Clear. You haven't apologized for asking. I'm trying something new. The answer arrived 12 minutes later. All 3 conditions were accepted. Wu Min saved the response with the contract, then returned to the offer page and rested one finger above the control. I want this, she said. Lin Xia felt the words settle somewhere beneath the practical relief. Another city meant distance, fewer evenings in the dormitory and a future in which friendship could no longer depend on the same room keeping everyone close. Protecting Wu Min from that future would have protected Lin Xia from losing the shape of the present. Then take it, she said. Wu Min pressed accept. The confirmation appeared immediately, naming the program, start date and supervisor. Nothing dramatic changed in the room. The desk lamp still leaned towards the wall. A forgotten mug sat beside Wu Min's keyboard. Beyond the door, He Qian was arguing with Tang Xi about shower time. Wu Min's future had shifted anyway. She closed the confirmation and looked at Lin Xia. Thank you. For the lawyer? For helping after I asked instead of deciding that distance was safer. Wu Min's expression softened. You didn't buy the offer, threaten anyone or choose for me. You used what you had and let me use it too. Lin Xia looked at the saved documents. I thought restraint meant leaving space. Sometimes it does. Wu Min nudged her shoulder against Lin Xia's. Sometimes space is where your friend has to stand alone because you're afraid of influencing her. Lin Xia accepted the correction without defending herself. Wu Min had chosen the offer, negotiated its boundaries and opened her own door. Lin Xia's part hadn't been to stay outside. It had been to hold the light while Wu Min decided where it led. 26. The thing in the paint. Wu Min's acceptance confirmation had been on the screen for less than a minute when Lin Xia's phone began vibrating across the desk. The first call came from Zhao Mei. The second arrived from Guo Jian before Lin Xia could answer the first. By the time she put her mother on speaker, Tang Xi and He Qian had stopped arguing outside the door, and Wu Min had reopened her laptop. 3 customer vehicles have suffered controller fires, Zhao Mei said. Office noise moved behind her voice, clipped instructions and phones ringing faster than anyone could answer them. All from the same small delivery batch. Nobody has been killed, but one driver burned his hand getting his child out. Lin Xia stood. Which controller? The compact vehicle unit released last month. The one the press called Janae's first ordinary miracle. Zhao Mei's restraint made the phrase sound worse. 2 fires began while charging. One started after 20 minutes on the road. He Qian lowered herself onto the edge of the nearest bed. Are they recalling them? Janae has stopped every shipment and told owners not to use affected vehicles, Zhao Mei said. The notice is already public. Wu Min turned her screen towards Lin Xia. 3 videos had appeared beneath the company's name. One showed smoke pushing through a dashboard seam while a man dragged open the passenger door. Another showed a blackened vehicle beside an apartment charging point. Comments were multiplying beneath both, turning 3 fires into proof that every Janae product had been rushed into civilian hands. Lin Xia felt the success contract around those images. Workers had built the units. Families had bought them because Janae's name meant the impossible had become safe enough to trust. Now one burned casing threatened everything that trust had purchased. Guo's call reached Luo Wei first. He entered from the corridor with his protected phone already open. One failed controller is being transferred to the University Materials Bay. Fire investigators preserved it before the vehicle was moved. Has anyone opened the casing? Lin Xia asked. No, Janae wants conventional inspection first. Not first. She looked at the smoke frozen on Wu Min's screen. At the same time, preserve every layer, every fastener and every residue. Pull the complete production and shipping records for that batch, but don't accuse the subcontractors before we know what burned. Luo relayed the instructions without softening them. Zhao Mei remained on the speaker long enough to say, the customers are waiting for an answer. Lin Xia closed Wu Min's laptop and reached for her coat. Then we begin with the thing that survived the fire. The burned controller reached the University Materials Bay before Lin Xia did. Its casing rested inside a sealed evidence tray beneath the extraction hood, blackened around one corner and blistered across the protective finish. A fire investigator had arranged photographs, residue swabs and the vehicle's charging record beside it, while a Janae engineer stood behind the marked line with both hands clenched around a production file. We haven't opened it, the investigator said. External damage first, then fasteners, internal boards and connector pads. We need the ignition point before anyone contaminates the evidence. Lin Xia pulled on gloves. The casing is already evidence. I'm not asking you to change the sequence. The investigator looked towards Guo Jian. Touching it changes the surface. She requires contact, Guo said. Record the location before and after. A camera lowered over the tray. The investigator photographed the least damaged edge, then released the clear cover. Lin Xia placed 2 fingers against the burned paint. Analysis entered the casing at once. The aluminium beneath the coating had been formed, machined and cleaned correctly. Primer had bonded across the prepared surface, followed by the approved protective layer. Every factory stage remained inside the material's history, clear enough that Lin Xia could separate spray pressure, curing heat and handling marks. The contaminant came later. A reactive liquid had been wiped into one narrow seam after the coating had cured and after the casing had passed final inspection. It had spread beneath the edge of the finish without changing the visible color. Charging heat activated it slowly, breaking the protective coating into conductive residue that bridged the casing seam to an exposed connector shoulder. The first electrical track carbonized the paint. The next turned it into the path that carried ignition towards the polymer seal. Lin Xia lifted her hand. Stop opening controllers. The investigator's expression tightened. Why? The fire didn't begin inside the electronics. She pointed to the blistered seam without touching it again. Someone added a reactive contaminant after coating and final inspection. Heat during charging converted the paint into a conductive path. The casing carried the fault towards the connector. The Janae engineer stared at the intact production stamp. Our coating passed every batch test. It would have passed. This was added after curing. Lin Xia looked towards the preserved swabs. Test beneath the blistered edge for altered binder products and metallic salts. Compare untouched units from factory storage with controllers handled after final inspection. The investigator had already turned towards his team. Suspend internal disassembly. Separate coding samples by layer and handling stage. I want every location that touched these casings after inspection. The room moved around her with abrupt purpose. Less than a minute after contact, the investigation stopped treating 3 fires as a design failure and began following the hands that had reached the paint. The coding team separated the burned layers while Janae transmitted the batch records to the bay. Lin Xia stood beside the evidence tray as supplier names, inspection times and handling transfers filled the wall display. The controllers had passed through 6 facilities after their casings left the main production line, but only 2 had handled them after final coding. The Janae engineer highlighted both. Heng Yuan installed the connector assemblies. Mingzhou applied identification marks and packed the completed controllers. Lin Xia looked at the controller beneath the hood.
Analysis had preserved more than the contaminant's chemistry.
She remembered the pressure of the cloth that had wiped it into the seam, the direction of each pass and the faint particles transferred from the work surface beneath the casing. Show me their processes, she said. The engineer opened photographs from both subcontractors. Heng Yuan used suspended fixtures while assembling connectors, leaving the casings upright with the contaminated seam inaccessible beneath a protective clamp. Mingzhou placed each completed unit flat on a padded bench while workers applied serial labels, inspection paint and tamper seals. The fire investigator enlarged Mingzhou's production image. That gives them access. It doesn't prove the contaminant entered there. No, but this does. Lin Xia pointed towards the residue analysis as the first results appeared. The altered coating contained the metallic salts she'd predicted, along with microscopic fibers that hadn't come from Janae's approved cleaning materials. Compare those fibers with every cloth used at Mingzhou. A technician moved the sample into the instrument and began loading reference data from the subcontractor's declared supplies. One match failed, then another. The third produced a partial correspondence with an industrial polishing cloth Mingzhou used on identification plates, not controller casings. The investigator looked towards the display. Why would that cloth touch the coating? It shouldn't, the Janae engineer said. He opened the subcontractor's shift photographs and stopped on one image. A stack of folded polishing cloths sat beside the packing bench, within reach of the completed controllers. Their written procedure requires disposable wipes in a separate dispenser. Lin Xia studied the timestamps. The 3 burned controllers had passed through Mingzhou during the same evening shift. 11 other units from that shift had entered customer vehicles, while controllers packed before and after it remained unaffected. Hold the national recall, she said. Keep the affected batch stopped, locate those 11 vehicles and secure every controller from that shift. Don't tell Mingzhou which evidence identified them until investigators reach the site. Guo turned to the fire investigator. Can you isolate the facility lawfully on this? The man closed the evidence list and reached for his phone. With the chemical match, handling access and shift concentration, yes. Lin Xia watched him issue the preservation order. Thousands of controllers no longer stood beneath equal suspicion. 1 subcontractor, 1 shift and 11 unrecovered units now carried the investigation towards the people who had touched the paint. By morning, investigators had recovered all 11 controllers from the compromised shift. 9 carried the same altered coating beneath the seam. 2 had received too little contaminant to ignite, but both preserved the wiping pattern and fibers found on the burned casing. Security footage from Mingzhou showed 1 worker leaving the packing bench unattended while another person entered using a borrowed access badge. Janae released the findings with the fire authorities' approval. The statement identified the affected shift, published the chemical evidence and confirmed that controllers from every other facility and production period had passed emergency inspection. Customers would receive replacements, vehicle checks and compensation without surrendering legal claims. The change online came almost immediately. Accusations that Janae had hidden a design defect gave way to photographs of unaffected vehicles returning to service. One owner posted a video of his replacement controller being installed and thanked the company for finding the attack before his family's vehicle burned. The public vindication lasted 19 minutes before Zhao Mei called. "The family that owns Mingzhou has been named," she said. "Their home address is circulating. Someone threw paint across their front door, and their daughter's school has received threatening calls." Lin Xia looked towards the evidence display, where the subcontractor's name still sat beneath the confirmed handling route. Did they participate? Investigators haven't established that. The company failed to control access and preserve procedure. That isn't proof the family arranged sabotage. Guo lowered the draft briefing in his hand. Janae's current policy supports customers harmed by defective or compromised products. It doesn't cover subcontractors under criminal investigation. Then change it, Lin Xia said. The Janae engineer hesitated. Supporting Mingzhou publicly could look like interference. Don't defend the company's failures. Lin Xia turned towards him. Protect the people being punished before evidence assigns guilt. Temporary security, legal assistance for innocent family members, counseling and income support for workers displaced by the shutdown. Guo studied her. Even if the owner is later charged? The policy follows harm and cooperation, not innocence declared in advance. Anyone who obstructs the investigation loses support. Their children don't become acceptable targets because someone used their factory. Zhao Mei's voice sharpened with approval. I'll have counsel separate victim assistance from contractual liability. Lin Xia looked again at the public statement that had saved Janae's first civilian product. Proof had restored trust because analysis made the hidden attack visible. It had also placed an ordinary family beneath the attention meant for the saboteurs. Add one more rule, she said. Whenever Janae names a compromised supplier, support for threatened workers and families begins before the announcement goes public. Guo closed the original policy. That requires board approval. Then the board can decide whether civilian success includes the people standing underneath it. 27. Tang's own seat. 2 days after Janae's board approved the victim support policy, Zhao Mei placed a new organization chart on the dormitory desk between Lin Xia and Tang Xi. The chart had grown since the first civilian contracts. Product licensing, customer compensation, supplier oversight and investment review now occupied separate branches beneath a board that had once been small enough to meet around one table. The controller's sabotage had exposed how quickly technical evidence could become financial, legal and human danger. We need someone below board level who can review investments, supplier interests and conflicts before they reach us as emergencies, Zhao Mei said through the secure call. Junior enough to build the function, senior enough that nobody can ignore it. Tang leaned closer to the screen. That sounds like 3 jobs wearing one title. It may become 4, Zhao Mei replied. Janae's valuation increased again after the controller findings cleared the unaffected vehicles. Several investment groups have requested meetings, and 2 existing partners want expanded rights before the next product announcement. Lin Xia looked at the empty box on the chart. Junior Governance and Investment Officer. Tang had spent months challenging contracts, asking where money moved and noticing when apparently generous terms hid control. She understood finance, distrusted easy answers and cared what Janae's wealth did to people who stood beneath it. You should take it, Lin Xia said. Tang turned towards her. Should I? Yes. The answer felt obvious enough that Lin Xia reached for the appointment outline Zhao Mei had sent. You already know the company, Mum trusts you, and you're better at following money than anyone else I know. He Qian looked up from the other bed. That last part sounded complimentary until I remembered how suspicious Tang becomes around receipts. Receipts confess when questioned properly, Tang said, but her attention stayed on Lin Xia. Lin Xia opened the salary page. The number was high for a student role, though Janae could now afford far more than the cramped dormitory suggested. The hours can fit around your final term. You'd have access to the investment files, voting records and supplier disclosures. When the board considers anything that could dilute our ownership or compromise product rights, your review would be required. Wu Min glanced across from her laptop. You've designed a position around everything Tang argues about. That's why it suits her. Tang took the appointment outline from Lin Xia's hand and read the authority clauses before looking at the salary. Her expression didn't brighten. It became more careful. Zhao Mei noticed. The post hasn't been offered formally. Lin Xia frowned. Why not? Because deciding that your friend belongs in a chair isn't the same as proving she should hold it. Tang lowered the document onto the desk. Good, she said. Then we should discuss what proving it requires. Tang pushed the appointment outline back towards Lin Xia without releasing it. Start with the person you'd hire if I weren't sitting here. Lin Xia looked at the empty title on the organization chart. We haven't identified one. Then identify several. Tang turned the document so Zhao Mei could see the marked authority clauses. Advertise the role properly. Define the qualifications before my name enters the process, and don't rewrite them afterwards to make my experience fit. He Qian lowered the pear container. You're refusing a job most graduates would commit minor crimes to obtain. I'm refusing. Lin Xia deciding that knowing me counts as recruitment. Tang met Lin Xia's eyes. You trust me. That matters inside a friendship. It isn't evidence that I can govern a company whose contracts and ownership are becoming targets. The correction landed where Lin Xia's certainty had been strongest. She'd seen the role, seen Tang's skill and moved directly to placing her inside it. The offer had felt generous because Janae could give Tang money, access and authority. She hadn't considered what accepting those things without proof might take from her. Zhao Mei spoke through the call. What process would you accept? The same one an outside candidate would face. Tang counted the requirements against her fingers. Independent written assessment. References from people who aren't Lin Xia, her family or anyone who reports to Janae. A review panel that includes someone with no stake in my appointment. Full disclosure of my friendship, my access to private company conversations and any financial interest I already hold. Lin Xia glanced towards the appointment outline. You don't hold any shares. Then that goes into the declaration too. Tang picked up a pen and drew a line beneath the conflict section. I also want written rules for when I must withdraw from a decision involving you, your family or anything I learned as your roommate rather than as an employee. Wu Min closed her laptop halfway. That would prevent people claiming every decision was made in the dormitory. It would also prevent us pretending friendship makes conflicts disappear, Tang said. Lin Xia felt defensive irritation rise, then recognized it as embarrassment wearing better clothes. And if the assessment says someone else is stronger? Hire them. Tang's answer came without hesitation. I want a finance career. I don't want a ceremonial chair everyone assumes your best friend received because you were feeling generous. Zhao Mei drew the organization chart closer on her screen. I'll have council draft the conflict rules and appoint an external assessor. Applications remain open for 10 working days. Tang finally released the outline. Then I'll apply. Lin Xia looked at the empty box again. It no longer belonged to Tang because Lin Xia wanted to give it to her. Tang had placed a locked door in front of the seat and demanded the right to earn the key. 8 working days later, Tang sat in a Janae review room with 3 anonymized investment files, a conflict declaration and no assurance that reaching the final assessment meant she would receive the post. Lin Xia occupied an observer's chair against the wall. Zhao Mei had forbidden her from scoring the candidates, altering the questions or speaking unless the assessor invited factual clarification. The restriction felt sensible until Tang opened the second file and stopped turning pages. This investment vehicle doesn't own anything, Tang said. The independent assessor looked across the table. Explain. Tang separated the ownership schedule from the proposed voting agreement. It was incorporated 6 months ago with minimal capital. Its declared directors also control 2 consulting companies, but none has the funds required for this offer. She placed a bank reference beside the investment proposal. The financing comes through a domestic fund that acquired its money from 4 patent purchasing partnerships registered within the same week. Zhao Mei leaned forward. Who controls the domestic fund? That's what the file avoids saying. Tang opened the beneficial interest appendix and traced the layered holdings with her pen. But the legal contact matches the representative used by Qianhe Industrial during the controller dispute. Lin Xia felt the name before Tang spoke it. Wei Jian, Tang said. He isn't listed as an owner. His office prepared the agreements, and one of his companies receives a success fee if this vehicle obtains either voting rights or access to Janae's unreleased patent schedule. The assessor examined the clause she'd marked. The investment committee classified that as ordinary due diligence. It isn't ordinary. Tang drew the rights schedule beside the funding route. They're offering capital at a favorable valuation because the money isn't the real purchase. They want advance notice of patent filings, observer access to technical committees and veto power over licensing outside their preferred consortium. Guo Jian, seated beyond Zhao Mei, closed the untouched third file. Before which filing? Tang checked the internal calendar. The carbon materials result. They don't know what it is, but they know Janae is preparing another protected announcement. These buyers are trying to purchase influence before the value becomes public. Lin Xia looked at the proposed sum. Months earlier, it would have seemed large enough to solve every problem around her family. Now Tang crossed it out with one deliberate stroke. My recommendation is rejection, she said. Freeze communication with the vehicle, preserve the financing records and suspend every pending agreement connected to those partnerships until Council completes beneficial ownership review. Zhao Mei turned towards the assessor. Does a candidate have authority to do that? Not yet. Tang slid the marked file across the table. Then someone who does should use it now. Zhao Mei signed the temporary hold while Guo called counsel. Lin Xia watched millions in offered capital stop moving because Tang had recognized that money was reaching for rights her hands had created. The assessor completed the final score sheet while counsel preserved the shell vehicle's records and Janae's investment team suspended the connected agreements. Tang remained at the table with her hands folded over the closed file, refusing to treat the discovery as proof that the rest of the process no longer mattered. You achieved the highest assessment score, the assessor said. Your references confirmed the judgment, discipline and independence required for the role. Subject to the conflict rules already agreed, my recommendation is appointment. Zhao Mei placed the formal offer before Tang. Junior Governance and Investment Officer, reporting through the board's independent oversight function. Your first assignment will be the beneficial ownership review you just triggered. Tang read every clause before signing. Lin Xia expected nothing less, but the small movement of Tang's pen still changed the room. Her friend hadn't accepted a favor. She'd won authority inside a company whose money could now attract people willing to hide behind funds, partnerships and respectable paperwork. Lin Xia opened the second folder she'd brought. There's one more thing. Tang saw the share transfer heading and stopped her before the document reached the table. No. You haven't read it. I can read the title. Tang pushed the folder back with 2 fingers. You're trying to give me shares. A small holding, Lin Xia said. Enough that your work builds something for you as well. My salary, advancement and any performance award can do that. Tang's expression remained steady. A personal gift from the controlling family would compromise the independence we just spent 10 days protecting. It wouldn't change how you work. It would change what everyone could reasonably question. Tang glanced towards the signed appointment. I told you not to solve my future with money. Giving me shares after I earned the job is still giving me shares because I'm your friend. Embarrassment tightened beneath Lin Xia's ribs, but she closed the folder. Then no gift. Good. Tang drew the shell investment file back towards herself. When the board approves a formal employee equity scheme with published rules, I'll participate under the same terms as everyone eligible. Guo ended his call with counsel and placed a preliminary tracing report beside her. The financing partnerships extended beyond Wei Jian's office towards 2 foreign patent acquisition groups already connected to approaches against restricted Chinese firms. Tang read the names once. They were buying position before they knew what Janae had. And now? Lin Xia asked. Tang looked towards the protected carbon project date on the internal calendar. Now we find every right they've already purchased before your next result gives them a reason to attack openly. The seat was hers, the shares remained Lin Xia's, and Janae finally had someone whose first duty was to see money arriving before it became control. 28. Carbon without a furnace. The first Monday of March brought Lin Xia into a university electronics laboratory with Tang's warning still fresh in her mind. find every right they'd already purchased before the next result gave them a reason to attack openly. Professor Shen collected her phone at the shielded entrance and placed it inside a numbered locker. Nothing discussed here belongs to Janae merely because you're in the room. Lin Xia looked through the interior window. 4 researchers stood around a sealed testing station, with black substrate fragments arranged beneath inspection covers and performance graphs filling the wall display. Mom sent the ownership terms this morning. I read them. Shen locked the cabinet. The research group owns its theoretical architecture, methods and existing results. Anything your ability contributes will be recorded separately. Understanding something doesn't make you its inventor. After Tang's appointment process, the correction felt less like resistance than a boundary someone had bothered to establish before money entered the room. Good. The group leader waited until Shen had completed the introduction before displaying the intended structure. Layered carbon formed the active channel, supported by ceramic isolation and joined through microscopic contacts designed to carry current without trapping destructive heat. On paper, the arrangement should have switched faster and consumed less energy than the silicon devices used as comparison. On the bench, every attempt had failed. The researcher enlarged an image until pale breaks and warp layers crossed the screen. The theoretical advantage survives simulation. Fabrication destroys it. Where? Lin Xia asked. Almost everywhere. He changed images. One sample contained contamination scattered through the carbon. Another had layers rotated far enough to alter electrical behavior. A third showed damaged contact regions where conventional processing had introduced heat and chemical residue. We correct one defect and worsen another. Higher temperature improves ordering but damages the isolation layer. Lower temperature preserves the support and leaves the carbon unreliable. A younger researcher activated the test trace for their best sample. Current rose, held briefly, then broke into an unstable pattern before the device shut down. That one worked for 11 seconds, she said. 11.4, the group leader corrected. She gave him a tired look. We celebrated the decimal. Lin Xia stepped closer to the display without approaching the samples. The design wasn't a fantasy waiting for her to make it real. Years of theory, modeling and failed fabrication had already built the path. What the team lacked was a process capable of placing every layer, contact and boundary where their own work said it had to be. Shen nodded towards the covered samples. They've shown you the claim and the failure. What do you need next? Lin Xia looked across the separate attempts, each carrying one damaged version of the same promised future. All of them, she said. And the complete fabrication history for each one before I touch the first. The group leader unlocked the first inspection cover and transferred the weakest sample onto a clean ceramic stage. Lin Xia checked the fabrication record before placing 2 fingers against its edge. Analysis opened through the carbon, support layer and metal contacts at once. The sample's failure stopped being a collection of enlarged defects and became a connected sequence. Trace contamination had entered during deposition, disturbing the carbon before its layers settled. Several sections had rotated away from the intended orientation, changing how charge moved across them. The contact metal had then trapped heat beside those weak regions until the first unstable path formed. Lin Xia lifted her hand. The contamination isn't a separate defect. It changes how the layers settle, and that changes where the contacts concentrate heat. The younger researcher moved closer to the display. Our models treat purity and orientation independently. They aren't independent in this sample. Lin Xia pointed to the damaged region already visible on the image. The impurity disturbed the layer here. The rotated section carried current differently, so this contact heated faster than the matching contact on the other side. Shen indicated the second sample. Confirm whether that relationship survives a different process history. Its record showed cleaner deposition and worse contact damage. Lin Xia read every stage before touching it. Analysis revealed carbon of far greater purity, but several layers had folded during transfer onto the ceramic support. The contact process had compressed those folds, creating narrow current paths and sharp local heating even without significant contamination. This one proves purity alone isn't enough, she said. The carbon is cleaner, but the orientation changes during transfer. Your contact process fixes the damage in place. The group leader frowned at the fabrication sheet. We increased pressure to improve contact resistance. You improved the average reading, Lin Xia replied. You also made the worst regions worse. They opened the remaining covers one by one. She touched each sample only after reading its record, separating what the researchers had intended from what the material had experienced. Ceramic roughness disturbed the lowest layers. Contact geometry redirected heat into already strained regions. Better alignment reduced electrical loss but made small contamination events more destructive because current traveled through fewer preferred paths. By the final sample, the separate failures had become one set of dependent relationships held clearly in her mind. The younger researcher looked across the marked records. So which variable do we solve first? Lin Xia studied the samples again. None of them alone. The purity, layer direction, contact shape and heat route have to be designed as one structure. Shen closed the final cover. Then the next question isn't why their process failed. Lin Xia looked towards the prepared feedstock waiting beyond the inspection station. It's whether my hands can hold all four relationships at once. The first crystal contact failed before Lin Xia removed her hands from the preparation stage. Its dimensions matched the research drawing, but the interface beneath it carried a narrow distortion where the carbon would have met the conductive surface. The group leader examined the magnified image and shook his head. Better than deposition, but not clean enough. Lin Xia looked at the tiny contact resting beneath the inspection lens. Then we change the geometry and try again. They did, though not immediately. Shen limited each session to prepared materials, recorded designs and work that fit around Lin Xia's final term timetable. During the second session, she formed 3 ceramic isolation pieces from approved feedstock. One fractured when its internal stress concentrated around a channel corner. Another remained intact but carried surface variation large enough to disrupt the carbon above it. The younger researcher turned the second piece beneath the microscope. You made something our equipment can't make, and it's still wrong. That's useful, Lin Xia said. It means the equipment wasn't the only problem. By the fourth session, the work table held successful contacts, acceptable isolation pieces and 6 carbon substrate coupons that had each failed differently. One carried contamination because Lin Xia had preserved the feedstock too faithfully. Another aligned cleanly until joining forces folded its outer layer. A third survived formation but trapped heat against the ceramic support during testing. Each failure added another relationship she had to hold without letting one correction damage the rest. On the final supervised afternoon, Lin Xia arranged the prepared carbon, ceramic and contact materials across the central stage. The room had become silent before she began. Shen stood beside the record station. The researchers watched through the inspection glass, no longer expecting a single act to erase the work that had brought them there. Azure light spread beneath Lin Xia's fingers. The ceramic support formed first, smooth where the carbon required order and reinforced around the heat roots the failed coupons had exposed. Carbon gathered above it in controlled layers, each orientation held against the next without folds, contamination or unwanted rotation. Crystal contacts formed at the edges and settled into the structure without crushing the material beneath them. Holding every relationship at once demanded more than making each part separately. Pressure built behind Lin Xia's eyes as the wafer widened across the stage, but the design remained stable beneath her hands. The light withdrew. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The wafer rested between Lin Xia's palms, dark, thin and visually ordinary except for the impossible order revealed on the magnified display. The younger researcher leaned towards the screen. There are no visible defects. The group leader checked the alignment map twice before looking at Lin Xia. We've never produced material that clean. Lin Xia stared at the wafer and felt exhaustion give way to appetite. They'd proved her hands could make the architecture. Now the researchers had to discover what it could do. They moved the wafer into the test station without allowing anyone's hands near its active surface. The younger researcher secured the contact frame while the group leader checked alignment against the magnified image. Lin Xia remained beside Shen, watching instruments approach something her power had made more precisely than her eyes could see. We begin below the previous sample's operating range, the group leader said. No assumptions based on appearance. The first current entered the wafer, and a clean trace crossed the display. It held without the instability that had ended every earlier test. The younger researcher increased the input by one recorded step. The output changed immediately and returned to baseline when she reduced it. No heat spike appeared near the contacts. No section of the carbon began carrying more current than its neighbors. Repeat it, Shen said. They repeated the cycle 3 times. Each trace followed the last closely enough that the group leader stopped watching for immediate failure and opened the higher range program. That exceeds the design condition, Lin Xia said. It exceeds what we expected to reach today, he replied. The architecture was modeled beyond it. He activated the next stage. Current rose through the wafer. The carbon structure switched cleanly, carrying the load without the delay, leakage or local heating recorded in the failed samples. The temperature map remained nearly uniform across the active region, with heat leaving through the roots Lin Xia had formed inside the ceramic support. The younger researcher stared at the efficiency reading. That can't be right. Check the reference channel, the group leader said. She did, then checked the calibration record and replaced one sensor lead while the wafer remained isolated. When the test resumed, the reading returned within the same narrow range. The group leader increased the switching rate again. The wafer continued operating. Lin Xia felt the room's attention change. Until that moment, they'd been testing whether her creation contained hidden defects. Now they were watching theoretical performance become physical behavior at a level their own program had treated as distant. Shen looked towards her rather than the display. Cost? The final formation pushed my precision, Lin Xia said. But I could feel each interface separately while holding the whole structure. That establishes one success, he replied. Not a reliable process. I know. The test program reached its final authorized range and ended without failure. The younger researcher removed her hands from the controls slowly. This isn't an improved sample. It's the material our models assumed fabrication would eventually learn to make. The group leader saved the complete record before turning towards Lin Xia. With this architecture, carbon electronics stopped being a theoretical branch. Lin Xia looked through the glass at the intact wafer. Her hands had opened the path, but the research team's design had shown her where it led. Outside the laboratory, nobody yet knew that Janae's next protected result had already begun operating. 29. A home, not a fortress. 3 weeks after the carbon wafer began operating, Zhao Mei placed 2 property files on the dining table and pushed the thicker one towards Guo Jian. We're not buying this. Guo looked down at the state-preferred compound. The photographs showed detached houses behind controlled gates, wide vehicle access, reinforced perimeter walls and enough distance between neighbors to make observation easier. The security assessment ranks it first. That explains why it looks like somewhere officials would store us. Lin Guojiang turned the second file towards Lin Xia. Its photographs showed a 2-story house on an ordinary residential street, with a small front garden, mature trees and neighboring roofs visible beyond both boundaries. The kitchen opened onto a rear terrace. One upstairs room caught the afternoon sun. Lin Xia looked at the listed price again. A year earlier, the number would have belonged to another kind of family. Now the deposit could be paid from income generated by things she'd made between her hands. You've already chosen, she said. Zhao Mei opened the ordinary house's purchase agreement. I've already negotiated. The owners accepted this morning. Her father looked offended. Your mother allowed me to inspect the workshop space beside the garage. I allowed you to discover it after I'd rejected 3 houses with larger workshops and terrible kitchens. Guo rested one hand on the fortified compound file. The ordinary property will require a full protection review before occupation. Sight lines, neighboring access, road control and evacuation options are all weaker. It has neighbors, Zhao Mei said. That's not a defect. It can be. So can living behind walls with guards deciding who approaches the door. She met his gaze without raising her voice. We're buying a home with our daughter's money. Not accepting another secure facility because it makes somebody else's planning easier. Lin Xia touched the edge of the agreement. Her mother had placed all 3 family names on the ownership schedule, divided exactly as Zhao Mei had once insisted Janae's shares be divided in truth rather than gratitude. You used my earnings, Lin Xia said. We used family income, Zhao Mei corrected. Your father's shop paid for your childhood. Your work is allowed to give something back without purchasing authority over either of us. Lin Guozhang handed Lin Xia the pen. Your mother has signed. I've signed. You're the dangerous wealthy person delaying completion. Lin Xia signed beneath them. Guo closed the compound file and drew the ordinary house towards himself. Then Luo's team inspects it tomorrow. Zhao Mei collected the completed agreement before he could touch that. They may inspect the building, she said. They do not get to redesign our life. The house belonged to them. Now security had to learn whether it could protect something ordinary. Luo's team reached the house the next morning with measuring equipment, floor plans and the immediate air of people discovering that ordinary streets had been designed without tactical consultation. Sun Lan checked the narrow side passage while Chen Rui walked the rear boundary and photographed every point where neighboring windows overlooked the garden. Luo stood inside the front hall, studying the glass beside the door. This entrance is visible from 4 houses, he said. The rear terrace can be approached through either neighboring garden. The garage wall meets an unsecured service lane, and the upstairs landing has no protected fallback position. Lin Guozhang looked around the bright hallway. It does have somewhere to hang coats. That isn't a security feature. It is when you've spent 20 years hanging yours over a workshop chair. Zhao Mei ignored both men and opened the kitchen doors onto the terrace. Morning light crossed worn cabinets and an empty space where the sellers had removed their dining table. She stood there for several seconds, looking towards the garden as if testing whether she could imagine ordinary breakfasts inside it. Lin Xia joined her. We could replace all of this. Her mother glanced at the cabinets. They're functional. We can afford better than functional now. Lin Xia opened the renovation catalog the agent had left on the counter and found the kitchen design they'd dismissed as unnecessarily expensive the previous evening. It included full-height storage, a wide central island and enough room for a dining table that wouldn't have to be moved whenever her father brought paperwork home. This one. Lin Guozhang leaned over her shoulder. That island costs more than my first lathe. It also won't spray cutting fluid. Zhao Mei studied the plan, then smiled without trying to hide it. I want the double oven. Her father pointed towards the garden doors. And the long table. One large enough for both families without putting Song's mother beside the refrigerator. The ease of saying yes warmed Lin Xia more than the signed agreement had. Both. A woman called from beyond the front gate before Luo could resume listing vulnerabilities. She introduced herself as Mrs. Zhou from 2 houses down and apologized for interrupting. I thought you should know, she said, lowering her voice. The same delivery van came through 3 times this week. Tuesday, Thursday and yesterday. It slowed outside this house every time, but nobody delivered anything. Luo's attention changed at once. Did you record the registration? Only part of it. Mrs. Zhou showed him a photograph taken through her window. Sun Lan moved towards the street while Chen Rui called for a vehicle check. Lin Xia looked from the blurred van to the sunlit kitchen her parents had already begun planning. The house could remain ordinary, but protecting it would require choices they hadn't yet made. Luo kept the photograph while Sun Lan and Chen Rui checked both ends of the street. The partial registration wasn't enough to identify the van immediately, but it was enough to turn every uncovered window and shared boundary into something less theoretical. Lin Xia walked back through the house with the floor plan in her hand. I can reinforce it without changing what anyone sees. Her mother followed her into the kitchen. How much of it? The exterior walls, door frames, window surrounds and the floor beneath the upstairs landing. I could strengthen the garage connection and create protected routes between rooms. Zhao Mei stopped beside the island marked on the renovation plan. No. Lin Xia lowered the drawing. You haven't heard the complete proposal. I heard protected routes between rooms. Her mother pointed towards the empty kitchen. This is where we'll eat. That room is where your father will fall asleep in front of the television while denying it. Upstairs will contain beds, clothes and arguments about open windows. Build us a home before you turn it into somewhere designed around an attack. Luo entered from the hall. Mrs. Lin, visible changes aren't necessary. Reinforcement can remain inside existing structures. That doesn't make every wall yours to redesign. Lin Xia looked towards the front window. Mrs. Zhou had returned home, leaving behind the blurred image and the ordinary kindness of someone who'd noticed what didn't belong. Her power could harden the whole building until entry became nearly impossible. It could also make every room carry the expectation that someone would try. What would you allow? She asked. Zhao Mei took the floor plan and placed it on the counter. We choose room by room. They began with the front door. Lin Xia pressed her fingers against the inner frame and let analysis pass through timber, brick, fixings and the narrow glass panel beside it. She altered only what they'd agreed. Azure moved beneath the painted surface, drawing the existing metal deeper into the wall and strengthening the frame without changing its shape. Her father tested the door twice after the light faded. Still looks cheap. It's much harder to remove, Lin Xia said. Excellent. Secure disappointment. The kitchen received strengthened window anchors but no altered walls. The upstairs landing gained support inside the floor because Zhao Mei accepted it as protection during fire or structural damage as well as attack. Their bedroom received one reinforced door frame. Lin Xia's future room received none until her mother looked at her and changed her answer. One frame, Zhao Mei said. And the window. By the time they finished choosing, most of the house remained untouched. Lin Xia could still feel everything she'd been allowed to strengthen, small hidden certainties inside ordinary rooms. Luo marked the final approved points on his plan. The family had accepted protection, but only where they'd chosen to live with it. Guo returned before Luo's team finished recording the approved reinforcements. He entered through the newly strengthened front door, closed it behind him and tested the handle once before placing a tablet on the kitchen counter. The partial registration was enough, he said. Traffic cameras caught the van leaving the district after Mrs. Zhou photographed it. Zhao Mei remained beside the renovation plans. Who owns it? A delivery subcontractor registered through 2 holding companies. The second company also handled packaging and transport for Qianhe Industrial's local consortium. Lin Xia looked at the blurred photograph displayed beside the vehicle record. Qianhe had already funded the copied technology that nearly killed a pump operator. Its commercial partners had reached her father's suppliers, Hong Shuren's workshop and Janae's subcontracting chain. Now one of its vehicles had been studying a house before her family owned it. Her father's expression hardened. How did they know we were considering this address? We don't know yet, Guo said. The agent's office, the sellers, the inspection booking and the financing process all created records. Someone had access to one of them. Zhao Mei closed the purchase agreement but didn't move it away. Does this make the fortified compound your recommendation again? Yes. No. Guo accepted the refusal without argument. Then the ordinary house requires permanent observation coverage, controlled contractor access and advanced screening for deliveries. The neighbors will notice some of it. They've already noticed the people watching us, Lin Xia said.
I'd rather they notice the people stopping them.
Luo placed his marked floor plan beside Guo's tablet. We can protect the street without closing it. One fixed team nearby, cameras inside the family boundary and no visible checkpoint unless the threat changes. Zhao Mei read the conditions in silence. Contractors still work on the kitchen. After screening, Luo said. The long table stays. That isn't a security issue. Lin Guozhang pointed towards the garden. And nobody removes the trees because they interfere with sight lines. Luo looked through the glass doors at the mature branches crossing the rear boundary. We'll adjust the cameras. Zhao Mei reopened the agreement and signed the final completion authority. Lin Xia added her signature beneath it, then authorized the kitchen, dining table and renovation deposit from her account. Guo watched the confirmation clear before locking the vehicle report. The purchase moves forward. So does the investigation. The house would become theirs despite the van, not because nobody had seen it. Qianhe had begun studying how the family lived. Now the family knew where to look back. 30. The Midnight Injunction. The emergency injunction reached the university exhibition hall 4 hours before the doors were due to open and 90 minutes before Janae's investors were scheduled to vote on funding the carbon program's next stage. Lin Xia was standing beside the enclosed demonstration unit when every public display in the hall went dark. Technicians stopped checking connections. The research group leader lowered the carbon wafer's transport record, and Tang Xi looked up from the investor briefing table as two university administrators entered with Guo Jian and a woman carrying a court file. "What happened?" Lin Xia asked. Guo placed the sealed order on the nearest empty table. Qianhe Industrial and one of its domestic consortium licensees applied for emergency relief this morning. The court granted a temporary injunction while their claim is examined. Song came around the demonstration enclosure, wiping his hands on a clean cloth. An injunction against what? Public demonstration, investor solicitation, commercial agreement and transfer of technical material connected to the carbon device. The woman opened the file and introduced herself as Janae's counsel. They allege trade secret misappropriation and dispute Janae's development chronology. Tang crossed the hall before Lin Xia finished reading the first page. Their copied pump nearly killed someone, their transport network watched her family's house, and now they're claiming we stole from them? The court hasn't accepted the claim as true, counsel said. It accepted that waiting until after today could make any alleged harm difficult to reverse. Lin Xia looked towards the silent exhibition unit. 3 weeks of operation had turned the wafer from an impossible sample into something investors could see producing stable output.
That success had bought Janae a vote, public credibility and the chance to fund research without waiting for another protected program to decide its value.
Qianhe had chosen the final hours before all three became harder to stop. What evidence did they submit? She asked. Counsel turned to the chronology attached to the order. Internal development records dated before Janae's public work, statements from 2 consortium engineers and a confidential component they say contains the disputed architecture. Song read over her shoulder. They want the comparison performed today. Guo's expression remained controlled, under supervision chosen jointly by both sides. A university official entered carrying a second sealed case, followed by 2 representatives wearing Qianhe visitor badges. One of them placed the case at the far end of the table without opening it. "We're prepared to provide controlled access immediately," he said. "Miss Lin may examine the component herself." Lin Xia looked at the untouched case. The injunction had stopped the exhibition. The offered solution required her hands. She stepped away from the sealed case. "No." The Qianhe representative's expression tightened. "You haven't heard the access conditions." "I heard enough. Your claim depends on whether Janae developed the carbon structure independently. If I touch your confidential component, you'll argue that anything demonstrated afterward may have come from it." Counsel closed the distance between them and positioned herself beside the case. "It remains sealed unless both parties sign a handling protocol. Nobody from Janae touches it today." The second representative looked towards the inactive exhibition unit. "Then the demonstration remains restrained by the injunction." Tang placed both hands on the investor briefing table. "You arrived with a trap and called it cooperation. Don't act surprised because we noticed." A technician interrupted from inside the enclosure. "We have another problem. The wafer mount isn't completing contact." Song opened the access panel without touching the active assembly. One connector housing sat fractionally out of alignment, while a carbon coupon used for the public materials display showed a fresh break along one corner. "That was intact during setup," he said. "Both were checked before the hall closed last night." Lin Xia looked at counsel. "These are Janae's public exhibition components?" "Documented, photographed and outside the claimant's confidential submission." Only then did Lin Xia enter the enclosure. She touched the connector housing first. Analysis opened through the metal, insulation and fasteners with immediate certainty. The housing had been removed after final inspection, its internal guide shaved by a narrow tool before being reseated. The alteration was small enough to resemble careless assembly but exact enough to prevent stable contact under load. She lifted her hand. This was modified after inspection. Someone removed material from the guide surface, then replaced the housing. The technician stared at the hidden edge she indicated. That isn't visible from outside. It is now. Lin Xia turned to the broken coupon and touched its undamaged side. The fracture carried a second history: deliberate scoring beneath the display clamp, followed by pressure applied after installation. The coupon was weakened before it broke. Same access period, different tool. Guo faced the university officials. Lock the hall. Preserve access records and every camera feed. Song removed the damaged housing under council's observation. The shaved contact guide couldn't be restored conventionally before the scheduled opening. The technician held out a clean carbon contact blank no larger than a fingernail. Can you make the missing contact directly? Only this piece. Lin Xia checked the documented feedstock, pinched it between two fingers and let a brief thread of azure pass through it. The tiny contact formed against her skin, familiar carbon relationships settling into the exact geometry the mount required. Song installed it. The status light returned to green. Behind them, the confidential case remained sealed and untouched. Council photographed the sealed case where it stood, recorded both Qianhe representatives beside it and directed a university security officer to place a barrier around the table. Nobody moves this object without a written order and witnesses from both parties. Our defense will be built without it. Tang had already pulled the investor briefing sheets away from the disabled displays. Then we build the chronology here. Research notebooks first, sabotage records second, every public statement last. Nothing enters the file unless we can prove when it existed. The research group leader opened the project archive while two members brought dated laboratory books from the secure preparation room. Lin Xia joined them at the briefing table, where photographs of the damaged housing and scored coupon now sat beside inspection records created before the hall closed the previous night. Her analysis had told her exactly what had happened, but certainty inside her mind couldn't establish when Janae's carbon work had begun. Song connected his controls terminal to the exhibition system without opening any Qianhe file. The mount logged successful contact at 21:14 yesterday. At 2:13 this morning, the enclosure registered a service panel opening under a temporary university credential. The next automated check failed. Guo looked towards the university administrators. Whose credential? One issued for overnight cleaning supervision, an administrator said. The named supervisor never entered the building. Tang pointed to the timestamps. Preserve the credential request, issuance record and every door event connected to it. Don't wait for someone to decide which part matters. Lin Xia opened the earliest carbon notebook. The first pages belonged to the research group's theory, calculations and defect control architecture, all dated before Qianhe's claimed internal records. Later entries documented the samples Lin Xia had analyzed, the failed contacts and the final wafer created from their design. Council stopped beside her. We can announce the existence of an independently developed carbon architecture and a functioning research device. We cannot describe your fabrication route. Then don't, Lin Xia said. Credit the group's design, state that the material was produced through a protected research process and show the dated failures that led to it. Independent development doesn't require us to surrender the method. Song transferred a signed copy of his control logs into the evidence folder. My system recorded the wafer's electrical behavior before today's exhibition setup. The file hash was lodged with the university test server and Janae's council 3 weeks ago. Tang placed that record at the front of the chronology. That's our cleanest independent witness. It proves the device existed and operated before their injunction, without asking anyone to believe Lin Xia's hands. Council reviewed the assembled sequence, then began transmitting it to the court. The judge has scheduled an emergency hearing at 23:20. We have 1 hour to prove the injunction restrains their bait, not our launch. The emergency hearing began with 11 minutes remaining before midnight and no room left for anyone to pretend delay was neutral. Janae's counsel stood beside the exhibition table with the court connection open on a secured screen. The judge had received the independent development chronology, photographs of the sabotaged components and Song's signed operating records. Qianhe's representatives appeared from another room, their sealed components still isolated behind the barrier in the hall. Counsel kept her voice precise. The claimants asked the court to restrain technology they cannot identify without inviting Miss Lin to examine their confidential object. Janae has refused that access. Our evidence instead shows an independently documented university design, a functioning device recorded 3 weeks ago, and deliberate interference with today's lawful exhibition. The consortium's lawyer answered through the screen. A secret process cannot establish independent development merely because the respondent asserts that it exists. Lin Xia felt the trap shift. They no longer needed her to touch the component if they could make secrecy itself sound like fraud. Song moved beside counsel before she could respond. The operating record isn't an assertion. My control system recorded the device's behavior independently, signed each test interval, and lodged matching hashes with 2 separate institutions before the claimant's stated disclosure date. The judge asked, "Can those records reveal the disputed fabrication method?" "No," Song said. "They prove when the device existed and what it did. They don't explain how Miss Lin produced the material." Tang placed the research notebooks beneath the document camera. The university group's architecture predates the claimant's chronology as well. Janae isn't asking the court to treat secrecy as proof. We're asking it to recognize that the claimants haven't shown enough to stop unrelated public work. Midnight passed while the judge reviewed the final pages. The ruling arrived 3 minutes later. The injunction remained only against examination, use or disclosure of Qianhei's confidential component. Restrictions on Janae's exhibition, investor vote and independent carbon program were lifted pending a full hearing. The technicians restored the displays. Song restarted the repaired mount, and the status line settled into stable operation as investors returned to their seats. Applause began near the rear of the hall and spread forward when the wafer's live output appeared across the main screen. Guo's tablet sounded before the demonstration finished. He read the first translated headlines, then handed it to Lin Xia. Qianhei's consortium had already released a statement claiming Janae was hiding an unverifiable process behind state protection and staged evidence. Lin Xia looked from the accusation to the operating wafer. The launch had survived. Now their opponents intended to make the miracle itself sound like fraud. 31. The examination without touch. Professor Shen placed the sealed component inside a clear evidence box and moved it to the center of Lin Xia's examination bench. "You will not touch the box, the seals or anything inside it," he said. Lin Xia looked from the component to the records arranged beside it. Less than 12 hours had passed since Qianhei's public statement accused Janae of hiding an unverifiable process. Her phone had continued collecting headlines until Luo Wei switched off its notifications during the drive to campus. Now a machined housing sat beneath transparent plastic, close enough for analysis to answer every question and protected by rules that made her hands irrelevant. "What am I allowed to touch?" she asked. "The documents, instruments and prepared test pieces." Shen indicated 3 trays positioned beyond the sealed box. "The failed assembly has already been dismantled under observation. You have dimensional reports, operating records, photographs, material certificates and representative parts from the same production lot. The original component remains sealed throughout." Lin Xia opened the examination booklet. The first page described an actuator that had developed intermittent seizure after 6 weeks of service. 2 replacements from the same production run had operated normally. Inspection had found no fracture, contamination or visible deformation sufficient to explain the failure. "You chose a problem with an incomplete record," she said. "I chose a problem with a record resembling the ones engineers receive outside classrooms." She glanced towards the observation window. 2 faculty assessors sat beyond it with copies of the same evidence. Neither Song nor Guo was present. No counsel waited beside a confidential case. This restraint belonged to her education rather than an enemy trap, but the demand remained familiar. Reach a conclusion without exposing the certainty her power could provide. Shen set a timer on the side bench. "You have 2 hours. Establish the most likely failure sequence, identify what the available evidence supports and state what further work would be required before corrective action. And if the evidence can't support one answer? Then an honest boundary is part of the answer." He looked at her hands resting beside the booklet. "Your retained knowledge is permitted. Supernatural examination of this component is not. You must distinguish between the two." The timer began. Lin Xia opened the operating history, compared the first seizure event with the dimensional survey and found a pattern she recognized from another actuator she had once analyzed. Heat growth appeared to be closing an internal running clearance until the moving surfaces bound under load. It was a strong explanation, and she began building the evidence chain to prove it. Lin Xia began with the thermal records. The actuator's internal temperature had risen during each extended operating cycle, then fallen normally once the load ended. Dimensional measurements showed that the running clearance was already close to the lower design limit before service. Combined, the figures supported the failure sequence she expected. Uneven heat growth reduced the clearance until contact began. Friction raised the temperature further and the moving surfaces seized. She marked the relevant measurements, calculated the likely expansion and wrote the first stage of her conclusion. The explanation fitted the symptoms, the service timing and what retained knowledge had taught her about a similar assembly. Professor Shen stopped beside the bench. "You've reached a cause quickly." "I've reached a model," Lin Xia said. "The operating temperature closes the available clearance." "According to which measurement?" She turned the dimensional report towards him and indicated the recorded bore, shaft and assembled running gap. These values, combined with the material expansion rates. Shen read the figures without reacting. "Continue." His refusal to approve her object made her return to the evidence more carefully. She requested the full temperature trace from the examination terminal, separated the sensor readings by location and compared them with the seizure times. The hottest recorded point sat near the loaded end of the housing, exactly where her model expected heat to accumulate. Then she opened the post-failure measurement sheet. The internal clearance had been checked at ambient temperature before disassembly and remained within the accepted range. More importantly, the shaft and housing materials expanded closely enough that the maximum recorded temperature couldn't have removed the entire gap. Her calculations still predicted reduced clearance, but not contact. Lin Xia recalculated twice. The contradiction remained. Shen returned when she crossed out the first paragraph of her conclusion. "What changed?" "My explanation requires more expansion than the materials and recorded temperature can produce." "Then why did you choose it?" "Because I've seen a similar actuator fail that way." "You've known one through analysis," he corrected. Lin Xia looked through the transparent box at the sealed component. Its silence had allowed memory to supply details the evidence never contained. She hadn't touched it, but she had still treated supernatural knowledge from another object as though similarity made it transferable. "The earlier failure gave me a pattern," she said. "I mistook recognition for proof." Shen nodded towards the untouched records. "What does this component's evidence say?" "That the heat rise is probably a consequence, not the initiating fault." Lin Xia drew a line through the thermal clearance model and turned to the assembly photographs, load history and individual inspection measurements. "I need to rebuild the sequence without assuming the first actuator taught me this one." She enlarged the pre-disassembly photographs and began again. The first image showed the actuator still mounted in its test frame. Nothing appeared damaged, but the gap between the housing flange and its support plate wasn't uniform. Lin Xia checked the dimensional report, then placed a transparent scale over the image. One side sat fractionally higher than the other. She opened the assembly record. 4 mounting bolts had been tightened to the correct final torque, but the sheet recorded only the completed values. It didn't show the tightening sequence. Professor Shen stopped beside her bench. "What are you testing now?" "Whether the internal clearance was the wrong place to begin." Lin Xia indicated the uneven flange. "The housing may have been distorted during installation." The inspection found it within tolerance after removal. After the mounting load was released, she selected the representative housing from the prepared tray and measured its flange without touching the sealed component. The part itself was correct. She then assembled it against the supplied support plate using the documented bolt torque, tightening opposite corners in sequence. The bore remained aligned. Lin Xia loosened everything and repeated the installation by tightening the bolts clockwise around the flange. The first bolt pulled one side down before the opposite side seated. By the time all 4 reached the recorded torque, the housing had twisted just enough to shift the internal axis. The dial indicator moved. Shen looked at the reading. "Enough to cause seizure?" "Not cold." Lin Xia adjusted the loading fixture and applied the operating force specified in the records. The misalignment increased under load, narrowing one side of the running gap while opening the other. But enough to create local contact. Friction then produces the heat rise they recorded. She compared the result with the post-failure photographs. A faint polished band appeared on only one side of the failed assembly's internal surface, matching the contact position her test predicted. The mounting bolts were tightened in order around the flange, she said. The final torque values were correct, so the assembly sheet looked acceptable. The sequence distorted the housing, and load made the misalignment worse. Shen glanced towards the sealed box. And your earlier model? It began with a real failure mechanism from another actuator. My retained knowledge supplied a complete history, so the familiar symptoms felt more trustworthy than incomplete evidence. Lin Xia closed the discarded thermal calculation. But this assembly didn't inherit that history merely because it resembled the other one. She wrote the corrected sequence, separated demonstrated cause from remaining uncertainty and specified a controlled reassembly test before replacement parts were ordered. When the timer ended, Lin Xia put down her pen. Her conclusion no longer depended on touching the component. It depended on whether she had explained clearly enough why she hadn't needed to. Professor Shen collected Lin Xia's examination booklet but left the sealed component on the bench between them. The two faculty assessors entered from the observation room carrying their own notes, and one stopped beside the representative housing she had installed twice. You concluded that the mounting sequence distorted the housing under load, he said. How certain are you that the failed component was assembled in the same sequence? I'm not, Lin Xia replied. The original record gives final torque values but not the order used to reach them. The uneven flange position and one-sided contact mark support my explanation, and the representative test reproduces both effects. Confirming the cause requires a witnessed reassembly using the likely sequence. The second assessor opened her booklet to the crossed-out thermal model. Why preserve this instead of removing it from your final answer? Because it shows how I reached the wrong conclusion. Lin Xia looked towards the sealed box. I recognized symptoms from another actuator I'd analyzed and allowed retained knowledge to complete a history this evidence didn't contain. The calculation exposed the mistake, so the rejected model belongs in the reasoning record. Professor Shen folded his arms. Could you determine the exact history by touching the sealed component? Yes. And would that make your examination answer stronger? Lin Xia considered the question before answering. It would make me more certain. It wouldn't make the evidence available to anyone else stronger. Unless the examination permitted analysis and recorded that source openly, I'd be asking other engineers to trust a conclusion they couldn't test. The first assessor glanced at Shen, then closed his notes. Your corrected conclusion is technically defensible. More importantly, you've stated where demonstration ends and supernatural certainty would begin. Lin Xia had expected relief if she passed. What arrived instead was a quieter satisfaction. They weren't praising her for pretending her power didn't exist. They were recognizing that she understood how to carry impossible knowledge without forcing everyone else to mistake it for shared proof. The second assessor signed the evaluation sheet. Pass. Your final project may proceed. Professor Shen added his signature beneath hers. A powerful inventor who cannot explain the boundary of her own certainty is merely difficult to challenge. You've shown that your education has given you something analysis cannot. Lin Xia accepted the completed sheet. Beyond the sealed box waited the carbon program, its public accusation and the device her final project still required her to defend. She had proved she could reason without touching the answer. Now she had to make the impossible speak for itself. 32. The wafer that spoke. Lin Xia carried Professor Shen's signed evaluation into the carbon laboratory that afternoon and found the research group waiting around a month's worth of results. The defect-controlled wafer rested inside a transparent test carrier at the center of the bench. Beside it lay the smaller pieces she had made during the supervised March sessions: 2 crystal contact sets, 3 ceramic isolation bridges, 4 substrate coupons and the tiny replacement contact created during the injunction dispute. None looked important enough to justify the legal attack, public accusations or foreign attention gathering around the program. The group leader tapped the first conventional fabrication report. We reproduced the layer sequence 3 times. Every sample developed defects before the active region reached useful dimensions. A doctoral researcher changed the wall display. Microscopy images showed broken layer boundaries, contaminated interfaces and contact points damaged during deposition. The theory still holds. Our process doesn't. Professor Shen placed Lin Xia's examination booklet beside her bag. Then keep those categories separate. Lin Xia examined the comparison table. The conventionally made isolation pieces performed adequately. The contact geometry had improved after the team adopted relationships learned from her earlier creations. The substrate coupons remained the problem. Heat flow became uneven wherever fabrication defects disturbed the carbon layers, and every correction introduced another flaw somewhere else. She pointed to the smallest contact set. This one took me nearly 6 minutes in the first March session. The group leader checked his notes. 5 minutes and 48 seconds. The second took 4 minutes. The contact during the injunction took less than 1. Lin Xia looked towards the prepared feedstock waiting beneath sealed covers. The isolation pieces became cheaper too. Professor Shen watched her rather than the samples. Cheaper doesn't mean free. No. She flexed her fingers. But I can hold the contact structure, isolation boundaries and substrate orientation together now without correcting each one separately. The doctoral researcher glanced towards the larger device layout displayed beside the test results. You think you can integrate them? Lin Xia studied the architecture the group had designed. The theory belonged to months of their calculations, failed depositions and measurements. Her hands could make the relationships real, but they hadn't invented those relationships alone. I think we've earned 1 attempt, she said. The group leader didn't reach for the feedstock. Under the same ownership record? Stronger than before. Lin Xia drew the documentation sheet towards her. Your design, your predicted behavior and every conventional result stay visible. We record exactly which structures I create and where ordinary fabrication stops. Professor Shen nodded once. And witnesses? The full authorized group, Lin Xia said. Nobody behind glass, and nothing hidden after it works. The sealed covers were released. Prepared carbon, contact material and ceramic feedstock moved towards the central bench, where the theory would either become a device beneath her hands or remain an argument on paper. The group leader recorded each feedstock seal before Lin Xia moved anything onto the central pad. Prepared carbon occupied 1 tray, contact material another and the ceramic support structure a third. 2 cameras covered the bench from different angles, while every authorized researcher signed the observation sheet confirming the device design had existed before creation began. Professor Shen pointed to the process diagram displayed beside her. State the boundary. Lin Xia rested her hands on either side of the feedstock without touching it. The group designed the layer relationships, device geometry and control function. Conventional work established which structures should operate and where fabrication defects destroy them. She indicated the prepared materials. My contribution begins when those materials become the required active layer and integrated contacts without the deposition and assembly defects the current process introduces. The doctoral researcher entered her words into the live record. No claim that creation developed the operating theory. No, Lin Xia said. And no claim that theory alone produced this sample. The group leader confirmed the final camera marker. Witness record active. Lin Xia placed both palms against the prepared carbon. Azure light spread beneath her hands, brighter than it had during the individual March pieces. The carbon didn't melt or flow. Its internal order changed while the material remained cool beneath her skin, each layer forming in the orientation the research group had calculated but failed to preserve through conventional deposition. She held the active region steady while boundaries developed above and below it, thin enough that a small loss of attention would turn the device into another polished failure. Active layer formation is visible, the doctoral researcher said. Lin Xia heard him without answering. She drew the contact material towards the carbon structure, dividing it into paired connections that met the active region without crushing or contaminating it. The first contact settled cleanly. The second resisted as 3 relationships competed for her attention: electrical continuity, heat removal and mechanical support. Pressure gathered behind her eyes, mild but unmistakable. Professor Shen watched her face. Condition? Within limit. Lin Xia adjusted the contact geometry rather than forcing the original shape. Azure narrowed around the interface until the connection seated without disturbing the carbon beneath it. Record that change. The contact width increased by less than the prepared tolerance, and the support angle shifted. The group leader repeated the alteration for the record. Lin Xia formed the ceramic isolation structure around the active region last, closing the prepared materials into one integrated device while leaving every test point required by the group exposed. When the light withdrew, a dark wafer rested on the pad beneath transparent contacts and pale supports. She lifted both hands and stepped back before satisfaction could become an excuse to continue. Professor Shen looked from the wafer to the completed record. Where did the exception enter? Lin Xia met the watching researcher's eyes. Exactly where everyone saw it. The group leader reached for the approved test carrier. The miracle had been documented. Now the device had to answer for itself. He lifted the wafer with insulated tools and lowered it into the carrier. Lin Xia watched the exposed contacts align beneath the fixture clamps while the doctoral researcher connected the independent measurement leads. Every instrument had been calibrated before she entered the room, and the verification protocol waited on the wall display with its limits fixed in advance. Professor Shen looked towards the observation record. Who controls the test? I do, the group leader said. Lin Xia doesn't touch the carrier, instruments or software after installation. Then proceed. The first current passed through the wafer at the lowest test setting. A trace appeared across the display, clean enough that nobody spoke until the doctoral researcher compared it with the predicted response. Signal confirmed, he said. No abnormal leakage. The group leader increased the load. The device accepted the control sequence, switched states and returned the expected output without the unstable variation that had ruined every conventionally fabricated attempt. Temperature sensors along the carrier registered a rise so small that the researcher checked the scale before reading it aloud. 2.1 degrees above baseline. One of the witnesses leaned closer to the display. Repeat the sequence. The group leader reset the task and ran it again. The wafer responded at the same speed, then completed a third cycle under a more demanding control pattern designed to expose delay, heat accumulation and contact instability. The output remained clean. Heat rose by another fraction of a degree and stopped. Lin Xia's satisfaction arrived slowly, held back by the habit of waiting for the hidden failure. None came. The device wasn't merely a perfect material sample or a structure that behaved correctly beneath one careful measurement. It was doing work. Professor Shen pointed towards the verification schedule. Final task. The group leader loaded the full control routine. Commands crossed the screen faster than Lin Xia could follow individually, forcing the wafer to switch, hold and redirect signals without pause. The device completed the sequence once, then again, while independent instruments recorded every response. When the final line settled, the doctoral researcher removed his hands from the keyboard. Task complete. No thermal runaway, no contact degradation and no correction required. The group leader looked at Lin Xia. Your wafer works. Our device works, she said, unable to keep the pleasure from her voice. He nodded towards the operating trace. The theory told us what it should do. Your hands made it possible. Around them, witnesses signed the verification record while the wafer continued running at low load inside its transparent carrier. Nothing had been repaired, hidden or explained away. The impossible object had spoken through ordinary instruments, and every person in the room had heard the same answer. The verification record reached Guo Jian before the wafer completed its low-load endurance run. He entered the laboratory carrying a prepared announcement and stopped when the operating trace remained steady across the wall display. How bounded? He asked. The group leader answered without leaving the controls. One functioning prototype, made through Lin Xia's creation from our documented design and prepared materials. It has completed the approved control tasks. We haven't established service life, conventional reproducibility or reliable repetition. Guo placed the announcement beside the signed witness record. Then that is what we say. Lin Xia read the proposed statement. It named the university research group, described a defect-controlled carbon electronics device, and identified her as the inventor responsible for its supernatural fabrication. There was no disguised industrial claim, no suggestion that factories could reproduce it tomorrow, and no attempt to turn the team's theory into background decoration. Professor Shen watched her reach the attribution paragraph. Object? No. Lin Xia returned the document to Guo. My hands made the device. Their work determined what it needed to be. Both facts belong in public. Guo signed the release authorization. The announcement goes out through Janae and the university together. Technical limits remain attached to every version. Within 20 minutes, Lin Xia's phone began vibrating against the side bench. The first alert came from a national science outlet. The second named Carbon Electronics in its headline. The third placed her photograph beside language about technology China had never imported, licensed or copied. The doctoral researcher stared at his own screen. They understood the part about one prototype? No, the group leader said. They understood the part about it working. More notices arrived. Patent offices requested the witnessed record. Research institutes asked for briefings. A foreign manufacturer issued a statement questioning whether an object made through an unreproducible process qualified as a technological breakthrough. Another outlet answered by publishing the operating trace and the names of every witness who had signed it. Lin Xia looked through the transparent carrier at the wafer still performing its assigned task. Until now, her most important successes had replaced restricted components, improved existing machines, or solved failures other people had defined. This device hadn't begun as something foreign that China needed to recover. The theory had been built here, and her hands had carried it across the boundary ordinary fabrication couldn't yet cross. Guo's secure tablet sounded once. He read the incoming summary, and satisfaction left his face. What happened? Lin Xia asked. 3 foreign patent challenges are being coordinated. 2 suppliers have suspended discussions with the university program, and Qianhe has requested an emergency review of every carbon claim Janae filed this month. Professor Shen looked towards the operating wafer. That was fast. Guo locked the tablet. They're no longer treating her as someone who improves what already exists. Neither was Lin Xia. The world had seen one original device speak, and its answer had changed what everyone believed her hands might make next. 33. No permanent cue. By the following morning, everyone who had seen the wafer speak appeared to have decided Lin Xia's time was the next scarce material worth claiming. Guo Jian met her outside the engineering building with a secure tablet displaying 17 requests. 3 ministries wanted technical briefings. 2 research institutes wanted supervised access to the carbon device. Janae had received proposals from companies offering fabrication partnerships, patent support, and sums large enough to become suspicious through enthusiasm alone. The university administration had added interview requests, visiting delegations, and a proposed public lecture to a calendar already crowded with classes. Lin Xia stopped beneath the entrance canopy. How many of these require me? That depends on who answers, Guo said. According to the applicants, all of them. Luo Wei opened the building door while Sun Lan redirected 2 reporters waiting beyond the pavement barrier. Lin Xia entered without taking the tablet. Then the applicants shouldn't answer. Guo followed her towards the stairs. I've refused the public interviews and delayed every external visit. The technical requests are harder. Several organizations contributed resources to the carbon program. They contributed to the program. They didn't purchase my afternoons. Professor Shen stood outside the final year project room holding a marked report outline. His expression suggested the requests on Guo's screen were competing with a problem he considered less dramatic and more dangerous. How much work did you complete last night? He asked. Lin Xia adjusted the strap of her bag. I revised the attribution section. You changed 4 sentences. They were important sentences. So are the missing 23 pages. Shen handed her the outline. Red marks covered the methods and limitations sections, while the proposed conclusion had been crossed out entirely. Your approved study examines what supernatural prototype knowledge means for reproducibility, attribution, and engineering evidence. At present, it examines your ability to postpone writing. Guo looked towards the tablet. The carbon announcement created unavoidable demands. No, Shen said. It created demands. Whether they become unavoidable is a decision. Lin Xia checked the submission timetable printed across the top of the report. 6 weeks remained. Until that moment, the deadline had felt distant enough to survive another meeting, another target and another hour surrendered to people who could always name an urgent reason. Professor Shen tapped the date. You are already behind. If these people consume the next fortnight, no amount of supernatural competence will write your final report for you. Guo's tablet sounded again. A new request appeared before he silenced it. Lin Xia looked at the growing list, then at the pages she still had to produce. The wafer had proved that her hands could create something no existing factory could make. The response had been to treat every empty space in her life as available capacity. She handed the tablet back unopened. Clear today after class. We're going to decide whether any of them get to ask twice. After her final class, Guo reserved a small university conference room and arrived with the 17 requests reduced to 4 colored folders. Song Qingyuan was already seated beside Lin Xia when Guo arranged them across the table. He'd come directly from his own work, carrying a laptop bag and the tired concentration of someone who had agreed to help without pretending the problem belonged to him. Guo opened the first folder. I've grouped the requests by category. National programs, university research, commercial development and independent technical review. Each category receives 1 opportunity per rotation. Lin Xia looked at the 4 folders. How long is a rotation? 4 weeks. 1 review session each week, limited to 2 hours. The responsible institutions decide which request represents their category. That sounds orderly, she said. It's meant to be fair. Guo turned the proposed schedule towards her. No ministry receives automatic priority. Companies can't purchase access. Universities don't gain preference simply because you're enrolled here. Unused time doesn't transfer, and no category may claim another category's slot. Song read the schedule without touching it. Who decided there should always be 4 slots? Guo looked towards him. The number balances demand against Lin Xia's available time. Available according to whom? Her classes and formal university deadlines are blocked out first. Song rotated the page towards Lin Xia. Every Thursday afternoon for the next 4 months had been shaded and labeled by category. The institutions changed. The claim on her did not. Guo's voice remained patient. This prevents the loudest applicant from controlling the queue. It prevents one institution from controlling it, Song said. Then it divides control among 4. No target is approved automatically. Lin Xia still reviews each proposal. Inside time already assigned to receiving 1. Song tapped the repeating blocks. A fair rotation between institutions can still be unfair to the person whose future has been divided into appointments. Guo leaned back slightly. Without a predictable process, every request becomes a separate negotiation. That consumes more time and invites accusations of favoritism. Lin Xia studied the schedule. It was better than 17 people reaching for her at once. It was also permanent. A request could fail, a category could change its representative, and another folder would still arrive the following Thursday because the slot itself had become an entitlement. Guo indicated the first empty week. You would choose whether any proposal advances. The quota only guarantees that each category may present 1. Song looked at her rather than Guo. Then the institutions have been guaranteed access to your attention before you've decided to offer it. Lin Xia drew the schedule closer. The queue had become cleaner, quieter and almost reasonable. It had not disappeared. She picked up Guo's pen and crossed out every repeating block. Guo watched the 4-month schedule disappear beneath a single line. That removes the structure without removing the demand. It removes the part where demand becomes ownership. She turned to a blank page and wrote, School, in the center. Classes, project sessions and report work are protected first. Not fitted around requests. Protected. Song leaned closer as she marked 3 short periods outside those commitments. Those aren't weekly. No, they're review windows when I decide I have time. Lin Xia wrote the dates beside them, each separated by more than a week. A window allows proposals to be considered. It doesn't promise that anyone presents one in person. Guo folded his hands. Written submissions only? Written submissions first. Maximum length, named purpose, prepared sample requirements, ownership terms and the expected demand on me if the result works. She drew a box beneath the dates. You screen out anything incomplete before I see it. That gives my office substantial control over what reaches you. Administrative control, not selection. Lin Xia tapped the page. You can reject missing information, disguised cues and requests that require timetable changes. You can't approve a target for me. Song pointed to the empty space beneath the final window. Write what happens when nothing is worth choosing. Lin Xia added one sentence in larger characters. No selection is a valid result. Guo read it twice. Institutions will argue that unused capacity should move to the next applicant. There is no unused capacity, Lin Xia said. There is my time. Sometimes I'll spend it on a national request. Sometimes on Janae, university work, my family or something I choose because I'm curious. Sometimes I'll spend it finishing dinner. The pressure won't stop because we write this down. No, but it will stop arriving as an appointment I'm expected to keep. Guo looked towards Song. And you consider this workable? Song's expression remained calm. I consider it hers. Workability comes after that. Lin Xia drew a heavy line beneath the refusal clause, then added that urgent safety requests could be submitted outside the windows but still created no automatic obligation. Genuine emergencies needed a route. Everything else needed patience. Guo took the revised page and compared it with his rotation. 3 review windows before the final report deadline. No repeating categories. No guaranteed audience. No transfer of unused time. And no penalty for choosing nothing, Lin Xia said. He signed beneath her terms and passed the pen back. 17 requests remained outside the room. None of them owned Thursday anymore. Guo carried the 4 folders into the adjoining meeting room, where representatives from the waiting agencies had been told to expect a scheduling decision. Lin Xia remained near the open connecting door with Song while Professor Shen reviewed the revised terms. The first official stood when Guo entered. Which requests received priority? None, Guo said. He placed the folders on the table but didn't reopen them. There will be 3 written review windows before Lin Xia's final report deadline. Submission creates no right to a meeting, selection or replacement slot. A company representative frowned. Our proposal was already accepted for consideration. It remains eligible for written consideration, Guo replied. It isn't an appointment. The technical team traveled here expecting access. Guo closed the first folder's catches in front of him. Then someone confirmed access they had no authority to promise. The remaining folders followed, each shutting with a separate click. Objections began immediately, moving from urgency to investment already spent and finally to national significance. Guo listened until everyone had used the argument they believed should place them above the others. Then he gathered the closed files. No program owns recurring access. No category receives transferred time. Lin Xia may choose one proposal, several proposals or none. Submit under the new rules or don't submit. The officials left dissatisfied, which Lin Xia suspected was the closest fairness ever came to becoming visible. Professor Shen waited until the corridor door shut before spreading her marked outline across the conference table. Now that Thursday has been returned to its legal owner, we can discuss the work you've been avoiding. Lin Xia sat opposite him. I revised the attribution section. You improved it. That doesn't make it a complete study. Shen turned to the title page and wrote beneath it in firm, compact characters. Your approved scope is the boundary between supernatural prototypes and conventionally reproducible engineering. The carbon device supplies one case study. Your smart composite work may supply the second if it proceeds in time. Reproducibility, attribution and limits, Lin Xia said. And evidence, Shen replied. What your hands know isn't automatically what another engineer can prove, manufacture or claim. 6 weeks. No extension built into the approval. He signed a scope sheet and pushed it towards her. A knock sounded from the connecting doorway. Academician Chao Zhenyu stood there alone, his attention moving from Guo's closed folders to Shen's signed page. I heard you finally arranged time no program owns, he said. Lin Xia held the approval sheet beneath one hand. Some of it already belongs to my report. Good. Chow stepped aside and indicated the empty office across the corridor. Come speak to me privately about what belongs to you. 34. Her own project. The empty office contained a desk, 3 chairs and nothing that suggested Academician Chow intended the conversation to become comfortable. He waited until Lin Xia entered, then closed the door without inviting Guo or Song to follow. Lin Xia kept Shen's signed scope sheet beneath one arm. You wanted to know what belongs to me. I wanted to know whether you do. Chow took the chair opposite the desk and indicated the other. You've recovered your Thursdays. What will you use them for? She sat and gave him the answer she'd prepared while the agencies argued outside. A compact high-temperature power module. Civilian first, but suitable for transport, emergency infrastructure and isolated industrial sites. It would support national energy security without requiring a full strategic program. Chow listened without interrupting. That should have reassured her. Instead, his silence grew heavier with every advantage she named. When she finished, he asked, who requested it? No one. Who taught you to describe wanting something as a list of national benefits? Lin Xia tightened her hold on the scope sheet. You asked what I would make. You offered me another assignment, except this time you wrote the request yourself. Chow leaned back. A respectable project. Useful, defensible and easy to explain to every official who asks why your time belongs to it. It would matter. I didn't ask what matters to a ministry. Her irritation sharpened, then define the question properly. Chow's expression remained calm. Remove the ministries. Remove Janae, the university and every company waiting to commercialize the result. Your parents aren't frightened. Your guards aren't injured. Nobody's life depends on your answer, and nobody will praise you for producing it. What do you still want to make? Lin Xia opened her mouth and found nothing ready. Chow didn't rescue her. Your hands have answered emergencies, shortages, competitors and people you love. Useful work has given you wealth, authority and protection. It has also taught you to borrow everyone else's desires before examining your own. That doesn't make useful work false. No, it makes usefulness an inadequate answer to a question about you. Lin Xia stood, anger arriving partly because he was unfair and partly because she couldn't dismiss him. You called me in here to reject the first answer I gave. I called you in because you've become powerful enough that a borrowed purpose can consume years instead of afternoons. She opened the door. Song waited across the corridor with Luo Wei and Sun Lan, each occupied with a different part of the life that had gathered around her choices. Chow spoke before she stepped out. Don't search for a grander answer, Lin Xia. Look honestly at the people beside you, then notice what you wish were different when nobody has asked you to fix it. By late evening, Lin Xia had written less than half a page. She sat in a reserved project room with Professor Shen's marked outline open beside her laptop, while Luo Wei's team occupied the corridor outside. Every time the door opened, she saw another reminder of what Chow had said. Sun Lan shifted the rigid protective vest beneath her jacket before sitting. Chen Rui loosened one shoulder strap, then tightened it again when the armor dragged against the back of his chair. Luo remained standing because the equipment around his waist made the narrow visitor's seat impractical. Lin Xia stopped pretending to revise her methods section. Zhao Mei answered her call from the shop office. You sound irritated. Academician Chow asked what I'd make if nobody else were allowed to choose. And you disliked your answer. He disliked it first. Lin Xia watched Sun lift one arm carefully to reach the water dispenser without catching the edge of her vest. I'm looking at something useful now. Her mother was quiet for a moment. Useful to whom? The protection team. That wasn't my question. Lin Xia leaned back. They wear heavy equipment for hours because people keep trying to reach me. Yes, Zhao Mei said. And fear can choose your project just as easily as duty can. Don't call it personal merely because you're frightened for someone you know. The correction landed too close to Chow's challenge to dismiss. Lin Xia ended the call several minutes later, closed the blank report document and stepped into the corridor. Sun looked up from her chair. Finished? Not remotely. Lin Xia indicated the armor beneath Sun's jacket. What would you change about that? Sun glanced towards Luo before answering. Is this an official equipment review? No, I'm asking you. That distinction altered her expression. Sun pulled the jacket open and pressed 2 fingers beneath the vest's upper edge. Less bulk here. Better movement through the shoulders. Something that doesn't become miserable after 6 hours and impossible after 12. More protection? Not if it means I can't turn quickly enough to use it. Sun met her eyes. I want to forget I'm wearing it until it matters. Lin Xia nodded slowly. That answer contained no ministry, program or frightened relative. It was one woman naming the help she actually wanted. Luo opened the secured equipment case and removed 3 legally supplied armor samples. A rigid ceramic insert, layered fiber backing and a flexible trauma panel. Lin Xia confirmed the release record before touching each in turn. Analysis opened through ceramic, fiber, resin and joined layers, giving her their strengths, compromises and failure paths. She understood how they stopped force. More importantly, she understood why none could become ordinary clothing while waiting to do so. She lifted her hand from the final sample, no longer thinking about improving armor. She was thinking about making material behave differently. Lin Xia carried the 3 armor samples back into the project room and spread them beside the report she still hadn't finished. The rigid insert resisted penetration by sacrificing movement. The fiber layers caught fragments and spread load, but depended on thickness. The flexible panel accepted the body's shape at rest, yet remained too soft to stop concentrated force without heavier material behind it. Copying any one of them would preserve the compromise that made Sun uncomfortable. Sun remained near the doorway while Luo checked the release record. Do you need a controlled bay? Not for one flat panel. Lin Xia closed her report outline and cleared the center of the table. I need approved feedstock from all 3 samples, plus unused resin and clean fiber stock from the equipment case. Luo opened the sealed supply compartments only after recording each item. Lin Xia separated ceramic powder, high-strength fibers, flexible polymer and measured resin onto a clean preparation sheet. None offered the answer alone. She needed the fibers to move with clothing, the ceramic structure to resist sudden loading and the polymer to hold both states without becoming brittle. Sun watched the materials gather beneath Lin Xia's hands. Will it be heavier? Not if I get what I want. And what do you want? Lin Xia looked at the rigid plate pressing against Sun's jacket. Something you can forget until it protects you. The answer felt different when spoken aloud. Nobody had assigned it. No program waited behind the door with performance requirements, and no contract had converted success into another appointment. She wanted the material because Sun had named an ordinary misery and Lin Xia could imagine removing it. She placed both palms around the prepared feedstock. Azure light spread across the table. The fibers lifted first, separating into fine controlled layers that crossed one another without becoming a rigid weave. Polymer flowed between them, binding every strand while preserving movement. Lin Xia drew the ceramic powder into structures too small to feel beneath her fingers, distributing them through the flexible matrix rather than forming another hard plate. The difficult part wasn't strength. It was behavior. She held the finished relationship in her mind, soft under slow movement, responsive to bending and breathing, then suddenly locked when force arrived too quickly. The microscopic structures shifted beneath the azure light, linking under rapid compression and releasing when pressure eased. Lin Xia adjusted the spacing until the panel folded between her hands without resistance, yet carried the hidden possibility of becoming something else in an instant. The light faded. A dark, flexible sheet rested across her palms, thin enough to curve over her forearm. She bent it once, then again, delighted by how ordinary it felt. No hard edge caught her wrist. No weight dragged against her shoulder. Sun reached towards it, then stopped before touching. Is that armor? Lin Xia smiled down at the first thing she had made simply because she wanted it to exist. Not yet. The panel still required proof, but before anyone tested it, it belonged entirely to the choice that had created it. Sun withdrew her hand and looked towards Luo. How do we prove it? Destructively, Luo said. He studied the flexible panel without touching it. Controlled laboratory testing first. Penetration, blunt force transfer, edge failure, repeated impact and environmental exposure. Nobody wears it until the results justify that risk. Lin Xia folded the panel in half, then released it and watched the material settle flat again. The ordinary motion pleased her more than it should have. You'll need to cut samples from it. All of it may be destroyed, Luo said. Testing one corner and preserving the rest because the prototype is unique would tell us very little. The thought produced an immediate, unreasonable protest. She had made nationally important objects and handed them away before, but those had entered the world beneath agreements, ownership terms and named programs. This panel had begun with Sun shifting uncomfortably inside armor after a long day. It felt less like a deliverable and more like something Lin Xia had made for a person. Sun recognized her hesitation. You don't have to give us this one. Yes, I do. Lin Xia held the panel out to her. Not because anyone assigned it. I want to know whether it works. Sun accepted it with both hands. The sheet curved beneath its own weight, looking too soft to stop anything dangerous. And if we destroy it? Then we'll learn where it failed. Lin Xia smiled despite the small ache of surrendering it. Try not to enjoy that part too much. No promises. Sun placed the panel inside the cleared equipment case rather than among the armor it had been designed to replace. I'll witness the sealing and request independent destructive testing tomorrow. Luo recorded the transfer while Chen Rui photographed the panel, its material sources and the untouched remnants of the legally supplied samples. No ministry representative signed for it. No company claimed a share. The record named Lin Xia as creator and Sun Lan as the receiving officer. When the case closed, Lin Xia returned to the project room and saw the time glowing in the corner of her laptop screen. Another evening had disappeared. Her methods section remained unfinished, the limitations chapter still consisted of headings, and Professor Shen would find no sentimental value in the reason. Sun paused at the doorway with the case in hand. Do you regret choosing it? Lin Xia looked at the blank pages waiting beneath Shen's red marks. She should have spent the night repairing them. Instead, she had made something original because a woman she cared about wanted to move without armor hurting her. My report is going to punish me, she said. I don't regret the panel. After they left, Lin Xia reopened the document and began writing long past midnight, tired, behind schedule and quietly delighted that the first project truly belonging to her had already gone out to meet the world. 35. One bad bullet. The mounted panels had survived penetration testing, repeated impact and environmental exposure before the range safety officer allowed anyone to discuss wearing one. Lin Xia stood beside Sun Lan in the equipment room while Luo Wei reviewed the destructive test record for the third time. 2 panels had been cut apart, fired upon and crushed beneath calibrated loads. The surviving data showed that Lin Xia's material locked under sudden force, spread impact across a wider area and relaxed again afterward. It was proof enough for a controlled mobility trial, not permission to place Sun before live gunfire. Sun pulled the fitted vest over her training clothes and rolled both shoulders. I can move. That's a low standard, Lin Xia said. It's already better than the issued armor. Sun twisted at the waist, crouched and reached across her body without the rigid edges catching beneath her arms. I almost resent how comfortable it is. The range officer entered carrying the final safety sheet. Today's exercise uses reduced energy marking ammunition only. Every weapon has been fitted with an approved training barrel and bolt. Physical inspection is complete, ammunition lots are sealed, and no live fire components are permitted inside the drill area. Luo examined the signature block before passing the sheet to Lin Xia. The panels have already faced the dangerous test. Sun is here to prove she can move, communicate and perform protective work while wearing one. Sun fastened the last strap. I'm also here because nobody else fits this prototype. That isn't reassuring, Lin Xia said. A range armorer wheeled 6 locked weapon cases into the room and opened them beneath the overhead camera. Each rifle matched the standard live caliber platform, but bright training identifiers marked the converted bolts and barrels. He checked every chamber, demonstrated the blocked live ammunition geometry and recorded each serial number while the participants watched. One case latch failed to close properly. The armorer frowned, carried the case behind the issue counter and returned with another weapon from the secured rack. Replacement training unit. Same certified configuration. He struck one serial number from the issue sheet, wrote another beneath it and added his initials. Lin Xia watched him cycle the action and expose the empty chamber before placing the rifle into the case. Nothing in the motion appeared hurried or unusual. Beyond the counter, an assistant delivered the sealed magazines. The armorer turned away from the camera long enough to unlock the replacement case beneath the work surface. His hands removed the certified training assembly and fitted a visually identical live firebolt and barrel. He chambered one full-power armor-piercing cartridge, restored the magazine of marking rounds beneath it and falsified the issue record before closing the lid. When the cases were released, Sun flexed her shoulders once more and followed the training team towards the drill floor. The drill floor had been arranged as a narrow commercial corridor with movable partitions, 2 doorways and padded obstacles representing stalled civilians. Sun entered beside the protected role player while Lin Xia watched from behind the range glass with Luo and the safety officer. Every rifle carried the same bright training markers she'd seen during inspection. Nothing in the room should have produced more than bruising, noise and colored residue. The range controller raised one hand. Exercise live in 3, 2, 1. Sun moved immediately, placing herself between the role player and the first doorway while 2 officers advanced from the opposite end. Marking rounds cracked against partitions and burst into bright stains. Sun turned, crouched and pulled the role player behind cover without the prototype catching beneath her arms. Lin Xia leaned closer to the glass. She's faster. Luo watched the angles rather than Sun's vest. She isn't fighting the armor. A training rifle appeared through the second doorway. Its operator fired once at the barrier, shifted position and brought the sights towards Sun as she crossed the opening. The next shot sounded wrong. It wasn't louder by much, but the report struck the observation room with a harder edge than the reduced energy rounds before it. Sun's body snapped backward, the protected role player fell from her grip, and Sun hit the padded floor with one hand pressed against the center of her vest. For half a second, nobody moved. Then the range controller slammed the emergency cutoff. Cease fire. Cease fire. Weapons down and step away. Red lights filled the drill floor. Every participant lowered their rifle and froze where they stood. Luo was already through the observation door before Lin Xia understood she'd followed him. Sun remained conscious. That fact reached Lin Xia first, followed by the way she was dragging air into her lungs in short, painful breaths. Don't move her, Luo ordered as he dropped beside her. Medical team now. The safety officer stared at the mark in Sun's vest. There was no colored residue. Instead, a torn dark depression sat where the material had hardened under impact. That wasn't a marking round, he said. Sun's fingers loosened enough for Luo to inspect the damaged surface without touching the point of impact. The panel had locked across her chest, spreading the force beyond the small crater at its center. It hadn't prevented the hit from throwing her down, but it had stopped the projectile from reaching her body. Lin Xia knelt beside Sun, unable to look away from the dent that should have been a wound. Sun opened her eyes fully and forced out, "It worked." The words broke through Lin Xia's shock just as the medical team reached them. The lead medic cut through Sun's outer training shirt while another stabilized her head and checked her breathing. Lin Xia stayed beside them until the damaged panel became visible, its center driven inward but unbroken. Sun's chest rose beneath it, shallow and uneven. Pulse fast, the medic said. Breath sounds present. We remove the vest on my count. Lin Xia placed both hands against the panel before anyone could stop her. Azure light gathered faintly beneath her palms as she reached for the damaged material, intending to open it around Sun's body without dragging the impact point across her chest. The power found the composite. Then it found the living warmth beneath it and stopped. Lin Xia recoiled so sharply that Luo caught her wrist before she struck the floor. The boundary hadn't weakened because she was frightened. Her understanding could pass through the panel, but creation wouldn't enter Sun, repair torn tissue or decide what damage lay beneath her skin. I can't fix her, Lin Xia said. Sun opened her eyes. Pain tightened her face, but her voice remained clear. You already did. The medic looked at Lin Xia. Can you remove the armor without changing anything touching her? Lin Xia forced herself to look at the fasteners rather than Sun's body. Yes. The panel only. Then wait for my direction. The medic slid a hand beneath Sun's neck while Luo held the vest steady. Lin Xia touched the damaged fastening points one at a time, using narrow pulses of azure light to separate buckles and hardened seams without moving the center of the panel. She didn't reshape the impact zone or erase the projectile path. She only released the armor from around Sun so the medical team could lift it away without twisting her torso. "Left side free," Lin Xia said. "Hold there," the medic replied. Now the shoulder. The final strap opened. Luo and the second medic raised the vest together while Lin Xia supported its weight from beneath. The panel remained locked around the crater until it cleared Sun's body, then softened gradually in Lin Xia's hands. Dark bruising was already spreading across Sun's chest, but there was no open wound. The lead medic began a full examination while the range team brought oxygen in a rigid transfer board. Sun caught Lin Xia's sleeve before they moved her. "You wanted something I could forget until it mattered," Sun said through a painful breath. "I forgot it." Lin Xia looked down at the damaged panel that had taken a bullet meant for Sun's heart. Now she knew exactly why she'd wanted it to exist. The projectile remained buried inside the panel when the evidence officer sealed it beneath a clear cover. The material had softened everywhere except around the impact channel, preserving the crushed ceramic metal core, torn outer fibers and fragments driven into the composite without allowing anyone to remove them. Lin Xia stood beside the evidence table while the range controller collected weapon records and access logs. "Release everything," she said. "The inspection, the substitution, Sun's injury and the fact that your certified range fired a live round at her." He Qian caught Lin Xia's wrist before she reached for the communications officer's tablet. "Not like this. Someone tried to kill her." "Yes, and you're angry enough to accuse everyone between the armory and the target line before investigators know which one helped." He Qian turned the tablet face down. "Give me facts that can survive tomorrow." Lin Xia looked towards the treatment room, where Sun had been cleared of penetrating injury but remained under observation for severe bruising and possible fractures. The panel stopped an armor-piercing round. "Verified by whom?" "The range staff saw it." He Qian faced the range controller. "Will you sign that the weapon had passed certified training inspection before issue?" He nodded grimly. "Yes. The conversion record, camera footage and legitimate ammunition seals all support it." "And will Sun confirm she entered a non-lethal mobility drill rather than a live ballistic test?" Sun answered through the treatment room doorway before anyone could fetch her. "I'll confirm it, provided you also say the armor worked." He Qian built the statement aloud, forcing every sentence through the people who could prove it. A certified non-lethal exercise had been criminally compromised after inspection. One live armor-piercing round had struck Sunlan. Lin Xia's experimental panel had prevented penetration, but Sun had still suffered impact injuries. The damaged panel and projectile were preserved as evidence. No speculation about the saboteur would be released. Lin Xia read the finished account twice before approving it. Her anger remained, but it now had evidence beneath it. Hours later, Evelyn Xia studied the verified statement and said, "You've turned an attempted containment measure into public proof that she can protect the people around her." Across the secure line, Adrian Cole showed no regret. "Then containment has failed. She'll receive tighter protection. She'll also keep creating." Cole opened the file mapping Janae's workshop routes and Lin Xia's protection rotations. "Stop trying to frighten her into becoming manageable. Prepare a direct capture plan." Xia's expression hardened. "A visible attack will strengthen everything around her. Then it won't be visible until we already have her." 36. What 10 hands needed. Sun remained under observation the next morning, bruised across the chest and deeply offended by the restriction against leaving her bed. Lin Xia arrived with Luo Wei, a notebook and one question she intended to ask individually rather than through a committee. What would have helped? Sun shifted carefully against the raised mattress. A flexible insert over the shoulder. The panel protected my chest, but this opened when I reached across the role player. Don't make it rigid. Luo answered only after Lin Xia turned to him. Forearm protection. Something narrow enough not to interfere with grip or weapon handling. Chen Rui considered the attack from a driver's position. A shield beside the seat. Not a door panel. Something I can pull between a passenger and the window without trapping either of us. The consultations continued in the adjoining equipment room. The campus protection officer opened and closed a standard folding shield, showing Lin Xia the hinge that forced both hands into the wrong position. Fix this. The shield is useful. The hinge is what slows us. The officer assigned to the workshop chose an emergency door latch that could secure a damaged entrance after the normal lock failed. The lead medic requested a compact splint brace for adult limbs. The evacuation medic asked for the same function in a smaller size suitable for children and narrow joints. The evidence officer touched the sealed cover around the recovered projectile. A sleeve that closes around dangerous evidence without letting fragments shift. The communications officer lifted the document pouch used during emergency movement. Cut-resistant, flexible and still easy to open with gloves. The support driver pulled one equipment strap across his shoulder. This becomes a blade in a collision. Spread the shock without making it too thick to buckle. 10 people had asked for 10 different things. None wanted a miracle for its own sake. Each request came from a hand that had reached for equipment during danger and found one small failure waiting there. Lin Xia was recording the final dimensions when Zhao Kai called from the shop. A transport contractor asked which days your father's deliveries leave without the protected vehicle, he said. He claimed he was pricing a new route, but manager Lu never contacted him. Did he give a company name? One that exists. The number he used doesn't belong to it. Luo held out his hand for the phone. Lin Xia passed it over, then looked at the 10 requests filling her notebook. Someone was still mapping the people around her. This time, those people had told her exactly what their hands needed. The suspicious transport inquiry remained with Luo's investigators. Lin Xia returned to the equipment room, where 10 measured feedstock trays had been arranged in the order written in her notebook. Each contained prepared composite constituents matched to the requested object, enough for one attempt and no convenient excess. Sun's shoulder insert came first. Lin Xia shaped the composite into a thin curved panel that flexed beneath ordinary movement and locked only when she struck it sharply against the padded bench. Sun tested it from her bed by reaching across her body without lifting her injured chest. That would have covered the opening. It still has to fit beneath the vest, Lin Xia said. Sun rotated her shoulder carefully. It does. I'm keeping it. Luo's forearm insert became narrower, with a rigid response concentrated along the outside edge and enough flexibility beneath his wrist to preserve grip. He fastened it beneath his sleeve, drew his training pistol and completed 3 controlled presentations. No interference, he said. That sounded almost enthusiastic, Chen Rui observed. It was a technical conclusion. Chen's seat side shield required a broader sheet, a reinforced handhold and a lower edge shaped to clear the vehicle console. Lin Xia finished it against the bench, and Chen immediately carried it to the parked support car. He slid it beside the seat, pulled it across the passenger position and returned wearing an expression he failed to conceal. It fits, he said. Lin Xia followed him back inside. Also a technical conclusion? A better one. The campus officer's folding shield hinge came next. Lin Xia formed 2 interlocking composite sections around the existing shield joint, allowing it to open with one hand and lock under sudden force. The officer folded and deployed it repeatedly before looking at her. You've removed the part we all hated. That seems emotionally significant, Lin Xia said. It is. The workshop officer's emergency door latch became a compact wedge and bar assembly that could secure a damaged frame without relying on the original lock. He tested it against the equipment room door, then had to ask Luo to release it because the first impact had seated it too effectively. By the time Lin Xia completed the lead medic's adult splint brace, the room had stopped treating each object as equipment awaiting approval. People passed them hand to hand, tested straps, argued about storage positions and smiled whenever an old inconvenience simply disappeared. The smaller evacuation brace was 7th. Lin Xia thinned the composite around the joint supports and shaped the closure for gloved hands. Azure light faded, leaving the brace warm beneath her fingers. When she lifted it, a faint tremor passed through her right hand. 3 prepared trays still waited in line. Lin Xia set the smaller brace beside the evacuation medic and flexed her right hand beneath the bench. The tremor stopped when she closed her fingers, but returned as soon as she spread them again. Luo noticed. You're done. 3 requests remain. That wasn't an answer. Lin Xia looked at the evidence officer's tray. It was the relevant fact. The evidence sleeve required a flexible envelope that hardened around irregular fragments without crushing or shifting them. Lin Xia arranged the prepared composite beneath both palms and brought the recovered projectile's sealed cover into view as a reference. Azure light spread through the feedstock. She formed a clear central pocket, reinforced edges and a closure that locked when pulled shut, then softened again only under a deliberate two-handed release. The evidence officer placed a tray of harmless metal fragments inside, sealed the sleeve and shook it hard. Nothing moved. I've spent years asking people not to hand me evidence in bags designed for sandwiches. Lin Xia smiled despite the tremor. Your standards were unreasonable. The communications officer's document pouch came ninth. Its broad surfaces should have made it easier, but the closure line doubled when Lin Xia tried to focus on it. She blinked, waited for the 2 edges to become one and resumed shaping the cut-resistant layers around a protected opening. Your eyes, Luo said. I know. She finished the pouch, but checking the seam took longer than making it. The communications officer slid a folder inside, closed it while wearing gloves and drew a training blade across the outer surface. The material marked but didn't open. That's exactly what I asked for, she said. The pleasure of hearing it carried Lin Xia to the final tray. The support driver laid his existing equipment strap beside the feedstock. Lin Xia widened the load-bearing section, created flexible channels that spread sudden force across the shoulder and preserved the familiar buckle geometry so nothing else in the vehicle kit needed changing. Her hands shook throughout the final closure. Azure flickered once, steadied and disappeared. The driver fastened the strap across his body and pulled against it. It doesn't cut into the neck. Lin Xia tried to answer, but heat moved through her too quickly. The room sharpened and blurred around the same breath. Luo caught her elbow. Sit down. I need to check it. You've checked 10. He guided her into the nearest chair while Sun's lead medic crossed from the doorway and pressed a thermometer against her temple. Lin Xia reached for the strap anyway, intending to analyze the buckle interface. Nothing fine opened to her. She understood the strap as an object beneath her fingers, but its internal structure remained blurred beyond the outer shape. The medic read the display. You have a fever. Lin Xia looked at the 10 finished tools spread across the room and finally let Luo remove her hand from the last one. The medic moved Lin Xia into the treatment room before anyone discussed production. By the time her temperature had been checked twice, water placed in her hands and a light blanket pulled around her shoulders, photographs of the 10 objects had already reached people who saw a complete kit rather than 10 individual answers. Guo Jian entered carrying a tablet and stopped when he saw her hands trembling around the cup. A protection bureau wants 100 sets for field evaluation. No, Lin Xia said. Luo stood beside the door with his new forearm insert still beneath his sleeve. She's not working again today. I didn't ask her to. Guo placed the tablet face down. They want the objects duplicated after she recovers. Lin Xia looked through the open doorway at the equipment room. Sun's shoulder insert rested beside her bed. The campus officer still held the corrected shield. The evidence sleeve remained closed around its test fragments. 10 requests had become 10 useful objects because each person had identified a specific failure. They don't need my hands for copies, she said. Guo pulled a chair closer. The material doesn't exist in conventional production yet. The architecture does. Lin Xia set down the water before the tremor could spill it. Record every layer, transition and locking response from the finished objects. Conventional teams can reproduce the composite family and adapt the forms. The first batches will be slower and less exact. Then they'll improve them. She looked at the 10 users gathering near the doorway. These were emergency exceptions chosen by the people who needed them. I'm not becoming the factory because demand arrived quickly. The lead medic lifted the adult splint brace. We keep the originals? Yes, Lin Xia said. Test them, report every failure and let the production teams learn from what you actually use. The support driver touched the widened section of his strap. And when they make the standard version worse? You complain with evidence. That I can do. Guo turned the tablet over and opened a blank handoff record rather than the request for 100 sets. One by one, the recipients described the function they'd asked for, the dimensions that mattered and the conditions under which the material had to stiffen, flex or release. Lin Xia supplied the shared composite structure where her blurred concentration allowed it, while the finished objects provided the fine measurements she could no longer retrieve through analysis. When the record was complete, Guo sent it to the protected materials teams and rejected the duplication request. The 10 originals remained with the 10 people who had chosen them. Everything routine now belonged to factories that would have to learn. 37. Last room, same people. Factories began learning without her while Lin Xia spent 3 days under orders not to make anything at all. The fever broke during the first night. The tremor weakened across the second day and disappeared by the third, although Luo Wei continued checking her hands whenever he thought she wasn't looking. Fine analysis returned more quietly. Lin Xia tested it only once, with the lead medic present, resting 2 fingers against the metal clasp on her water bottle until its internal structure opened clearly again. The understanding came without blur or pain. That proof's function has returned, the medic said. It doesn't prove 10 objects are now safe. I know. Luo stood beside the treatment room door. Say the whole sentence. Lin Xia looked at him. The session exceeded my safe limit, recovery hasn't increased my reserve, and I'm not repeating it because I survived. Acceptable. He released her from observation that afternoon, just in time for the university to deliver 4 graduation housing notices to the dormitory. Tang Xi held hers between 2 fingers as though it carried an infection. Clear all personal property by Sunday evening. Return keys by Monday at 10. She looked around the room. They're evicting educated women. We're graduating, Wu Min said from her desk. That's what they want us to believe. He Qian opened her wardrobe, stared into it and closed the door again.
I reject the timetable.
Lin Xia stood in the middle of the room while years of accumulated life revealed themselves around her. Clothes filled spaces nobody remembered assigning them. Lecture notes had formed compressed layers beneath beds and behind drawers. 3 kettles existed despite dormitory regulations allowing none. Tang found a rice cooker wrapped inside a winter coat and denied owning either object. Security supervision made the process worse. Sun Lan inspected every box before it left the room, while Chen Rui maintained a clear path to the door and removed 2 bags He Qian had placed directly across it. They're temporary, He Qian protested. So is fire, Chen said. Luo marked sealed cartons against a movement list near the entrance. Who owns the container labeled miscellaneous cables? All 4 women looked towards Wu Min. She didn't lift her head. That accusation reflects ignorance. Lin Xia carried a stack of shared notebooks to the cleared desk and found the room changing with every trip. Bare wall appeared behind Tang's photographs. The shelf above He Qian's bed lost its mugs. Wu Min disconnected the extension board that had powered half their lives through examinations, emergencies and one memorable hotpot violation. The fever had gone. Her hands were steady. Everything they'd built inside the room was coming apart under official supervision, and none of them had yet said what leaving it meant. He Qian found a cable organizer beneath a pile of winter scarves and reacted as though someone had attempted theft. Why was this packed with ordinary objects? Because it is an ordinary object, Wu Min said, lifting her aluminium laptop stand from the cleared desk. It was made by Azure Light specifically for me. Tang Xi adjusted the strengthened hinge on her desk lamp before lowering it into an open carton. Mine has emotional and practical value. Lin Xia watched the 3 objects return to their owner's hands. She remembered making each one during a day they had protected from officials, programs and every person who believed her time became available when the request sounded important enough. The work had been easy, requested and joyful. Now the small miracles were being wrapped for 3 separate futures. You shouldn't have to move into bad flats because your first jobs don't pay enough, she said. Tang looked up from the lamp. That sentence has a dangerous second half. Lin Xia folded the carton flaps closed. I could buy apartments near each of you. Nothing excessive. Just somewhere secure, close to work and large enough for visits. Silence replaced the old jokes so quickly that even Chen Rui glanced over from the doorway. He Qian held the organizer against her chest. You're proposing a distributed dormitory. I'm proposing housing. With multiple properties. You'll be living in different places. Wu Min set the laptop stand carefully inside her case. Yes, that is generally what different places means. Lin Xia heard the resistance and tried to make the solution smaller. They wouldn't have to belong to you. Janae could hold them, and you could use them whenever needed. Tang stopped taping her carton. That somehow became worse. I'm not trying to control where anyone lives. You're trying to purchase a version where leaving changes nothing, Wu Min said. That's not fair. Lin Xia looked around the half-cleared room. You'll have rent, deposits and unfamiliar cities. I have money that can remove those problems. He Qian's expression softened, but she didn't retreat. It can remove rent. It can't make Tang come home from governance meetings, Wu Min leave her technical program or me finish communications work at the same hour. We could still visit. We will, Tang said. But not because you've built spare rooms around all of us. Lin Xia looked at the bare wall where their photographs had hung. She had offered the apartments because she could already feel distance turning from a future worry into physical fact. Her friends weren't rejecting help. They were rejecting the idea that enough money could preserve the room after they left it. Wu Min closed her case. Pack your notebooks. Then we can argue about what help we'll actually accept. Lin Xia packed the notebooks because Wu Min had told her to, though the argument continued around every stack she lifted. Tang Xi sat on the lower bunk and wrote 3 headings across the back of an abandoned lecture sheet. Help we'll accept. Help we'll discuss. Help that gets you physically removed from property websites. That third category seems hostile, Lin Xia said. It exists because you proposed 12 apartments while pretending you meant 3. I didn't propose 12. You were calculating districts, Wu Min said. Your face becomes visibly administrative. He Qian leaned over Tang's shoulder. Moving costs belong in the first category. Deposits belong in the second. Secretly purchasing buildings belongs in the third. I wouldn't secretly purchase a building. Tang looked up. Would you openly purchase one? Lin Xia placed another notebook into the carton. That depends on the building. All 3 of them objected at once. Their laughter eased something, but it didn't erase the point they were forcing her to face. Tang's work would take her into rooms governed by schedules Lin Xia couldn't change. Wu Min's technical program had its own demands, locations and people. He Qian's communications role would put her wherever events required, probably with luggage packed badly and 3 chargers missing. None of those futures had been imposed upon them. They had chosen them. Wu Min came to the desk and removed a notebook Lin Xia had placed in the wrong box. You keep treating distance like a defect in the design. It creates problems. So does living together, He Qian said. You threatened to destroy my alarm clock twice. It was defective. It woke me up. It woke the entire floor. Tang folded the lecture sheet and tucked it into Lin Xia's open notebook. Money can make trains easier. It can pay for hotels, meals and the emergency ticket home. It can't make our careers happen in one room. Lin Xia looked around at the exposed walls, the labeled cartons and the 4 separate luggage piles. She had spent years learning that difficult materials yielded when every weakness was understood. Friendship didn't work that way. There was no improved arrangement that preserved closeness by removing every change. What help will you accept? She asked. Wu Min answered first. A shared travel fund we all contribute to, even if your contribution is unfair. Moving expenses, Tang said. Declared in advance, with no property attached. He Qian raised the cable organizer. And replacement miracles only after consultation. Lin Xia nodded slowly. I can agree to that. Outside the window, evening gathered over the campus. They were preparing to leave. Inside, the last boxes waited for the final night, when promises would have to become more specific than simply refusing to drift apart. Their final night began on bare mattresses because every chair had been packed and ended with 4 keys arranged between empty food containers on the floor. Tang Xi placed hers down first. My parents' flat. They've agreed you may visit, provided He Qian doesn't describe herself as an emergency guest again. I arrived unexpectedly and required shelter, He Qian said. The description was exact. Wu Min added a plain silver key beside Tang's. Mine opens my family home. Call before using it unless someone is bleeding. Lin Xia looked at her. That qualification seems unnecessarily narrow. It protects against you deciding loneliness qualifies as structural damage. He Qian produced a key with a faded plastic tag. My aunt's place. She already thinks all three of you are underfed, so entry may involve soup. The 3 keys remained in front of Lin Xia. None belonged to apartments she'd purchased or rooms arranged through Janae. They opened ordinary homes where her friends had existed before the dormitory and would continue existing after it. Lin Xia removed her own house key from its ring and set it beside the others. My parents will feed you, question your employment decisions and involve you in the shop whether you consent or not. Tang picked it up. Accepted. They distributed the keys until each woman held a route into the others' lives.
Then Tang unfolded the lecture sheet from earlier and made them name what happened next.
Her commercial graduate applications would continue until she chose a program that valued her work rather than her connection to Lin Xia. Wu Min would take the strongest technical position she could secure, wherever it required her to go. He Qian would pursue communications work and refuse any employer who treated her access to Lin Xia as part of the role. When they turned to her, Lin Xia glanced towards the final year report still open on the only unpacked box. I finish that. I graduate. Then I decide what belongs to me before anyone else fills the calendar. He Qian pointed at the report. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tang folded the sheet once more. And we meet on the first free weekend after graduation. No emergency required. No officials choosing the location, Wu Min added. No one buying accommodation for everyone, He Qian said. Lin Xia closed her fingers around 3 unfamiliar keys. By choice, she agreed. Near midnight, they switched off the repaired lamp and lay in the stripped room listening to one another settle. The dorm era ended without pretending distance was harmless or friendship automatic. In the morning they would return their university keys. The keys they'd exchanged were the ones they intended to keep. 38. Song's answer. The morning after returning her dormitory key, Lin Xia carried 3 unfamiliar house keys and an unfinished final year report into the project room. Song Qingyuan was already there. He stood beside the main bench with his laptop open and a formal document displayed across the screen, but he wasn't reading it. His attention remained fixed on the window until Lin Xia set her bag beside the only chair. You look as though someone has offered you either a career or an organ transplant, she said. Song turned towards her. The external institute sent the final offer. The words stopped her halfway through opening the report. His invitation had survived the first family argument, the live demonstration, the sacrificed score and every uncomfortable question about where his work might take him. Conditional interest had become evidence requests, interviews and months of waiting while other people decided whether his fault-tolerant controls belonged inside a larger program. Now the decision had reached him. Lin Xia stepped closer to the screen. The institute's name appeared above a formal appointment, project authority and access to testing systems large enough to carry his architecture beyond university demonstrations. The location sat farther down the page, several hours from campus and nowhere near any residence she'd been told she might occupy after graduation. When did this arrive?
23 minutes ago.
Song closed the document before she could begin reading every condition. They want an answer by Friday.
That's fast.
They warned me the final window would be short. Lin Xia looked at him rather than the darkened screen. Pride arrived first, clean and immediate. They had seen what he'd built. They had recognized that releasing his signed logs during the bridge emergency hadn't weakened the system's value. His work had protected people, exposed a compromised command path and earned something no connection to Lin Xia could have purchased for him. You should be pleased, she said. I am. The answer was too simple for the stillness in his face. Lin Xia rested one hand against the bench. What haven't you told me? Song drew a slow breath. They want me based at the institute after graduation. Travel during deployment periods, longer assignments once the mobile team is active, and no guarantee that later work stays in the same city. The keys in her pocket pressed against her leg. Yesterday, her friends had forced her to accept that distance couldn't be designed away. Today, Song had brought her a version with even fewer fixed points. He watched her absorb it, then asked, "Do you want me to accept?" Lin Xia looked back at the closed document. What security provision does the institute have? Song's expression changed by almost nothing, which was enough to tell her she'd answered the wrong question. She continued before he could say so. Your current clearance may not transfer automatically. Guo would need the institute's route information, accommodation address, and travel schedule. If deployment periods involve unfamiliar sites, the protection assessment should happen before you sign. I asked whether you want me to accept. I heard you. Lin Xia drew the laptop closer and reopened the offer. The appointment includes institute housing for the first year. That might simplify access control, although shared accommodation could be difficult. We could ask whether they'll permit an independent flat nearby. Song reached across the bench and lowered the screen again. You're arranging guards around a decision I haven't made. I'm identifying problems before they become reasons to refuse. Whose reasons? Lin Xia met his eyes. Yours. No. His voice stayed calm, but the restraint inside it made the room feel smaller. You're building a version where I can leave safely enough that you never have to say what you feel about me leaving. That isn't fair. It's exactly what you did when I asked where your work would place us. You answered with schedules, approved sites, and what the program might allow. Song rested one hand on the closed laptop. I'm asking about you, not Guo Jian's root office. Lin Xia folded her arms. Security isn't imaginary. Neither are travel restrictions. I don't know where I'll live after graduation, how often I'll be moved, or whether anyone will decide proximity to me makes your institute a vulnerability. All true. Then why are you treating practical questions as avoidance? Because you haven't asked whether I want the job. The words stopped her. She'd read the authority, the testing access, and the distance. She had calculated travel time, risk, and accommodation before asking the simplest thing. Song watched the recognition reach her. You keep trying to protect every future by solving it before anyone chooses one. I'm trying not to make your choice harder. You're making it invisible. He stepped away from the bench, leaving the unopened offer between them. Last time we had this argument, you decided protecting my career meant refusing to admit you needed anything from it. Now you're doing the same thing with better logistics. Lin Xia looked down at the 3 keys visible inside her open bag. She had promised her friends she wouldn't treat distance as a defect. With Song, she'd merely changed the tools. He waited until she looked at him again. Ask me what I want. Lin Xia held his gaze. Asking should have been easy after everything he'd already forced her to stop calculating around. Instead, the question exposed how carefully she'd avoided the answer. What do you want? Song didn't look towards the laptop. I want the appointment. I want access to systems large enough to prove whether my architecture works beyond demonstrations and emergency deployments. I want responsibility for decisions that belong to me, including the ones that fail. The certainty in his voice hurt and pleased her at once. Lin Xia had watched that career form through late nights, disputed logs, damaged equipment, and the public release that had cost him control of work he'd built. The institute hadn't offered him a place because he stood beside her. They wanted the engineer who had designed something worth testing, where failure carried real consequences. Song stepped closer to the bench. And I want you. Lin Xia's fingers tightened against her sleeves. I don't want a polite arrangement where we protect each other from needing anything, he continued. I want to know where you are. I want the difficult calls, the missed trains, the weekends that collapse because your program changes a route or my team stays at a site. I want a life with you even when it doesn't fit neatly around either career. You're describing a life with very little certainty. So are you. Song's expression softened without losing its steadiness. Your work may put you inside facilities nobody can name to me. You may create something that changes your schedule, your security, or the country's priorities before breakfast. I'm not asking you to become less extraordinary so I can feel secure. Lin Xia looked at the closed offer between them. But you won't become less extraordinary for me. No. He let the answer stand before adding, not because the work matters more than you. Because asking me to abandon the first opportunity that fully belongs to my own work would change what being with you means. Fear moved beneath her pride, sharp enough that she couldn't dismiss it as logistics. He could leave. Months could become years measured through visits and interrupted calls. Loving him wouldn't make the distance harmless, and supporting him wouldn't prevent loneliness. Song reached across the bench and turned one of her unfamiliar keys beneath his fingertip. I won't prove I love you by making myself smaller. I won't ask you to prove it either. Lin Xia covered the key with her hand. Then what are you asking me to prove? That you can want me near you and still tell me the truth about whether I should go. Lin Xia looked down at the key beneath her hand. Wanting him close wasn't the difficult truth. She'd been building her calculations around it since he showed her the offer. I want you near me, she said. I want ordinary dinners that don't require travel approval. I want to know whether you're sleeping badly without having to hear it through a call. I want you available when everything becomes difficult, which is selfish because your work will become difficult too. Song didn't interrupt. His hand remained beside hers on the bench, close enough to touch without turning the moment into reassurance before she'd finished. Lin Xia forced herself to continue. I'm proud that they chose you. I'm also frightened that accepting means we'll keep postponing each other until distance becomes normal. It probably will become normal sometimes, Song said. That doesn't mean it becomes harmless. No. She turned the key once beneath her palm. My friends made me promise not to purchase a version of the future where nobody really leaves. I understood them yesterday. Apparently understanding lasts less than 24 hours. The corner of his mouth moved. You've had a difficult week. That isn't a defense. Lin Xia looked at the closed laptop. You should accept. Song's expression stayed still, waiting for the rest. She gave it to him without hiding behind conditions. Not because the institute is prestigious or because the work might help my programs later. You should go because it gives you the chance to become more fully what you already are. I don't want loving me to be the reason you refuse that. And you? I'll finish my report. I'll choose my own work before other people choose it for me. Lin Xia drew a breath. Then we solve the distance we actually have. Trains, calls, protected routes, missed weekends and all the inconvenient parts. We don't solve it by erasing your career or mine. Song opened the laptop, read the acceptance line once and placed his hand on the trackpad. You're certain? I'm afraid, Lin Xia said. That isn't the same as wanting you to stay smaller. He submitted the acceptance. The confirmation appeared almost immediately. Song closed the screen, then reached across the bench and took her hand around the unfamiliar key. Neither of them pretended the decision had made the future easier. It had only made the future theirs to manage, with his work accepted, hers still unwritten and distance chosen before anyone else could use it to choose for them. 39. The Empty Workshop. Lin Xia reached the shop beside her father less than 2 hours after Song accepted the institute's offer. The outer shutter stood closed beneath a red safety notice bearing Deng Qiming's name, official stamp and an order prohibiting entry until unspecified hazardous equipment had been removed. Lin Guozhang read it once, then pulled out his keys. Nobody called me. Luo Wei stepped between him and the lock. Let us clear the building first. It's my shop. And someone entered it under a false order. Luo pointed towards the notice. Deng's office has no record of issuing this. That stopped her father's hand before pride could turn it into an argument. Sun Lan and 2 officers entered through the side door while Lin Xia waited beside her parents. The street looked ordinary around them. Delivery vans passed. A neighboring workshop kept cutting steel behind an open shutter. Nothing outside acknowledged that someone had used government authority to empty her family's business. Sun returned 3 minutes later. No people inside. The rear lock was replaced, and several cameras have been removed. You can enter, but touch nothing. The emptiness struck harder than damage would have. Machines remained bolted to the floor, but their useful parts had been stripped. Tool cabinets stood open. Measuring instruments, mounted cutters, prepared inserts and the newer control units were gone. Someone had removed equipment selectively, taking what would stop production without creating the appearance of vandalism. Lin Guozhang walked to the first bare station. His face hardened as he examined the clean marks where fixtures had been unbolted. They knew what mattered. Zhao Mei opened the staff contact list. I'm calling everyone. Workers answered one by one. Each had received a message from Deng's office ordering them away from the premises until the safety seizure ended. Several had been warned that returning could expose them to criminal liability. Zhao Kai didn't answer. Lin Xia watched her mother call again, then contact his wife. The conversation lasted less than 20 seconds before Zhao Mei lowered the phone. He never came home, she said. She thought he was still here. Her father turned towards the empty line where Zhao Kai had worked through the counterfeit bearing failure and every difficult Janae shift afterward. When was he last seen? Leaving after lunch. He told Chen he'd received a transport inquiry and was going to check the collection paperwork. Lin Xia looked across the stripped workshop. Every missing tool could be replaced between her hands before midnight. Zhao Kai couldn't. Lin Xia couldn't replace Zhao Kai, but she could replace almost everything else. Her attention moved across the stripped stations, measuring absence as easily as presence. Tool mounts, cutters, control units, gauges and fixtures had all existed beneath her hands before. She remembered their materials, dimensions and working relationships. With prepared feedstock and enough time, creation could restore the shop before the stolen equipment reached wherever it was going. We don't need to wait for insurance or suppliers, she said. Secure the building, bring in certified material and I can rebuild the missing equipment. Her father turned from Zhao Kai's empty station. No. The answer struck harder because he didn't raise his voice. Lin Xia looked across the disabled lines. They've taken enough to stop every active order. I can see that. Then you know conventional replacement could take weeks. Some of those control units were already difficult to source, and the mounted tools were prepared for current work. I've analyzed all of them. Lin Guozhang walked to an open cabinet and lifted the single spanner the thieves had left behind. And what do my workers do while you rebuild their shop? They inspect it, install it, restart production. They watch you make in one evening what they spent months learning to use. He set the spanner down. Then the next time someone steals from us, they wait for my daughter again. Zhao Mei remained beside the office door, phone held against her chest. Guozhang, orders are due. I know. He faced Lin Xia directly. Peng squeezed our customers. Deng threatened inspections. Suppliers cancelled tools, and somebody has now stripped the floor and taken Zhao Kai. Every step has tried to teach us the same lesson. We survive only when Xia performs a miracle. This isn't about pride. No, it's about whether coercion works. Her father indicated the empty stations. If you replace everything immediately, the workers become spectators inside their own livelihood. The people behind this learn that damaging the shop buys your hands faster than asking ever could. Lin Xia looked at the clean bolt marks where Zhao Kai's fixtures had stood. Refusing felt dangerously close to allowing the attackers to keep what they'd taken. We may lose contracts, she said. We may. Lin Guozhang's expression tightened around the cost. The workers may still choose help once they know what happened. But they'll choose it. We won't make that decision over an empty floor while Zhao Kai is missing. Luo Wei's phone sounded behind them. He listened for several seconds, then looked towards the family. Traffic cameras found the vehicle Zhao Kai entered. Lin Xia turned from the stripped machines. The shop could wait. Zhao Kai had already been moved. Luo displayed the vehicle's route across his phone. It left the district through the Eastern Freight Road. The registration belongs to the same transport network that handled Qianhei's local deliveries. Then Zhao Kai's transport inquiry wasn't random, Lin Xia said. No, Luo replied. But the vehicle changed plates beneath an overpass. Cameras lost it 6 minutes later. Lin Xia turned towards the replaced rear lock. The evidence team had photographed it, but photographs could only record what someone had left visible. Open the side door. Don't touch the new cylinder. Her father's refusal to replace the stolen equipment still pressed against her, but this wasn't replacement. Someone had carried Zhao Kai through a route built from months of pressure, and every surface they'd touched might still remember them. Lin Xia placed 2 fingers against the lock housing. Analysis opened through the metal at once. The original cylinder had been drilled, removed and replaced with a prepared copy. She followed the fresh cuts into the tool that had made them, recognizing uneven guide wear and a narrow chip along one cutting edge. She had encountered the same defect beneath Peng Shuren's polished sample container and on fixtures seized after his copied pump failed. Peng's tools opened this, she said. Not Peng personally, but equipment from his workshop. Lin Guozhang's face hardened. He lent them out. Or sold access. She moved to the nearest stripped station and touched the clean mounting surface. Analysis traveled through the frame, revealing the sequence of removal. The thieves had used protected lifting straps, numbered transport cradles and a polymer packing film carrying Qianhe's approved warehouse formulation. Beneath it sat traces of the same corrosion inhibitor found on the counterfeit bearings distributor packaging. Lin Xia withdrew her hand. They used Qianhe transport materials, but the packing compound came through the distributor manager Lu never authorized. Luo began recording each connection. Deng empties the building with a false order. Peng supplies tools and local knowledge. Qianhe supplies transport access. And Wei Jian knew which equipment mattered, Zhao Mei said. He stood inside this shop and watched the first Jinnei batch. The chain no longer resembled separate acts of spite. Deng's authority had cleared the floor. Peng's workshop had opened it. Wei Jian's network had removed the equipment through a route already used to insert counterfeit parts. Lin Xia looked towards Zhao Kai's empty station. They didn't steal him because he happened to be here. He could identify every layer. Zhao Mei's phone began vibrating in her hand. The screen showed Zhao Kai's number and an incoming video call. Zhao Mei accepted the call before the second vibration. The image opened sideways, shook once and settled on Zhao Kai's face beneath harsh industrial lighting. Blood darkened one side of his collar. His hands were bound behind a metal chair, and two shop workers sat several meters behind him against a stained concrete wall. Neither appeared unconscious, but one held his left arm tight against his chest. Kai, Lin Guozhang said, stepping towards the phone. Where are you? Zhao Kai looked beyond the camera before answering. Don't come. They want Sha. A distorted voice spoke from behind the phone. The conditions are simple. Lin Xia enters the warehouse shown in the message. No police vehicles, no armed team inside the perimeter and no delay. A timer appeared across the bottom of the screen. 28 minutes. Luo moved beside Zhao Mei and photographed the image without blocking it. Show us the building exterior. The caller laughed softly. You already have the address. The camera turned towards a wide loading door, exposed roof beams and stacks of empty chemical drums. Lin Xia memorized every visible surface before the view returned to Zhao Kai. If she isn't inside before the timer ends, the voice said, the chamber is sealed and filled. The call ended. Zhao Mei's hand remained raised around the dark screen. Lin Guozhang stood close enough to support her without touching her first. Luo opened the attached location and transmitted it to his team. An abandoned treatment warehouse east of the freight road. We have plans, thermal imaging and municipal service records. A conventional entry team can reach it within 16 minutes. Lin Xia looked at the frozen image Luo had captured. The wall behind Zhao Kai carried reinforcement spacing that didn't match the exposed beams. One section appeared newly repaired, yet the surface temperature remained identical to the older concrete around it. Where does the plan place that chamber? She asked. Luo enlarged the warehouse layout. Nowhere. The internal space shown on the call should overlap the main processing floor. It doesn't. Sun Lan compared the image with an aerial scan arriving on her tablet. Thermal shows one occupied room near the loading door. That's what they want you to find. Lin Xia pointed to the repaired wall. Someone altered the structural material so the concealed chamber reads like the building around it. Sensors will follow the decoy. Luo's expression tightened. Can you identify the real chamber from outside? Not from an image. Lin Xia looked at the timer still running on Zhao Mei's phone. I need contact with the structure. Luo studied her for one hard second, then turned towards his team. Protected convoy. Planned entry. She stays inside the security formation until touch is required. The empty workshop filled with movement as the rescue began. 40. The wall she made. The convoy left the empty workshop with 18 minutes remaining on Zhao Mei's timer. Luo Wei rode beside Lin Xia in the lead vehicle, one hand on the warehouse plan while Sun Lan listened to the entry teams reporting from 3 separate approaches. Nobody repeated the kidnapper's demand that Lin Xia enter alone. The rescue had already been built around refusing it. The decoy room is beside the loading door, Luo said. Our first team will breach there and draw attention. You remain behind the second shield group until we reach structural contact. And if the real chamber isn't accessible from that side? Then you touch the first connected surface we can secure and tell us where to move. Lin Xia looked through the windscreen as the convoy entered the warehouse district. Delivery trucks still moved along the main road. Workers stood outside a repair depot drinking from paper cups, unaware that armed teams were closing around the abandoned treatment building 2 streets away. The attackers had chosen an urban site because ordinary life gave them cover and hostages beyond the ones already bound inside. The lead vehicle stopped behind a concrete service wall. Officers opened both doors together, forming a protected passage before Lin Xia stepped out. Gunfire sounded from the far side of the warehouse almost immediately, short controlled bursts aimed at the decoy entry team. Move, Luo ordered. They crossed the service lane beneath overlapping shields. Sun stayed close enough for Lin Xia to hear her breathing while Chen Rui guarded the rear approach. The warehouse wall rose ahead of them, stained concrete interrupted by old pipe brackets and one section whose surface looked no different from the rest. Lin Xia pressed her palm against it. Analysis entered the structure faster than fear could interrupt her. Concrete, reinforcing steel, old repairs and newer additions opened beneath her hand. The visible wall continued into the processing floor exactly as the plans claimed, but another enclosure sat deeper inside, wrapped in altered material designed to imitate the density and heat behavior around it. 3 people occupied the concealed chamber. A narrow service passage reached it from the eastern loading structure. There, she said, pointing along the wall. 30 meters east, behind the loading frame. The decoy room is empty. Luo transmitted the location. Real chamber confirmed. Redirect entry teams east. A heavy vehicle engine roared beyond the service wall. Chen Rui turned first. Contact rear. A delivery truck smashed through the district barrier and struck the road behind their convoy, blocking the withdrawal lane. Gunmen rose from an upper warehouse opposite them and opened fire. Civilians scattered between parked vehicles while 2 workers leaving the repair depot froze in the open. Luo pulled Lin Xia down behind the shield line as rounds struck concrete above her hand. The attackers hadn't only hidden Zhao Kai. They had waited for her to find him. Rounds struck the shield line and broke chips from the concrete above Lin Xia's shoulder. Luo dragged her lower while Sun Lan covered the exposed side. Across the service lane, Chen Rui fired towards the upper warehouse, then dropped behind the support vehicle as another burst hammered its roof. We can't reach the east passage from here, Luo said. The open ground is covered. Lin Xia kept her left palm against the warehouse wall. Analysis still held the hidden chamber, but the structure around it mattered now. She followed the concrete into the slab, then outward through reinforcing bars, buried pipes and the steel columns carrying the loading frame. Every path ended where separate material broke contact. The concealed chamber sat beyond 2 structural joints she couldn't cross from this wall. The floor connects to the loading columns, she said. But the eastern frame is isolated above the expansion joint. Gunfire cut across the gap. 2 civilians remained trapped behind a parked van near the repair depot, crouched low while rounds struck the road around them. What has to touch? Chen called. Lin Xia traced the slab again, forcing the picture to remain clear through the noise. The loading frame needs a continuous metal path into this section, something heavy enough to stay against it. Chen looked at the support vehicle, then towards the loading structure. Its front corner stood behind a low barrier, partially protected from the gunmen above. Reaching it required crossing the exposed lane Luo had rejected. Luo understood. No, we find another route. The timer doesn't have another route, Chen said. He opened the driver's door and climbed inside while bullets struck the rear quarter panel. Keep her hand on the slab. Sun moved to the vehicle's flank and fired towards the upper windows. Luo caught Chen's door before it closed. Hit the column and hold contact. You do not leave the cab. That was the plan. The engine surged. Chen reversed, turned within the narrow lane and drove straight at the loading structure. The support vehicle crossed the open ground under concentrated fire, windows widening where rounds struck reinforced glass. It mounted the curb, broke through the barrier and slammed its front frame against the eastern loading column. The impact traveled through the slab beneath Lin Xia's palm. Analysis opened along the new connection. Vehicle frame, crushed barrier, loading steel and warehouse structure became one reachable path, joined by Chen's deliberate collision. "I have it," Lin Xia said. Above them, the gunmen shifted their fire towards the immobilized vehicle, and Chen remained inside holding the frame against the column. Lin Xia kept her palm against the concrete and followed the new connection through the loading steel. The warehouse opened inside her mind as joined material, every column, reinforcing bar and buried service line fixed in relation to the hidden chamber. She couldn't move anything beyond those paths, but she didn't need the whole building. She needed the ground between Luo's team and the people trapped inside. "Eastern passage confirmed," she said. "The chamber door is 4 meters behind the loading frame. Give me the route you need." Luo pointed across the exposed floor. "From this wall to the loading column, then straight inside. Shield the civilians first." Azure light spread beneath Lin Xia's hand and traveled through the reinforcing steel. Concrete rose from the service lane in a thick fixed barrier between the trapped workers and the upper firing position. The pavement didn't leap or flow. It compressed, folded and locked into a waist-high shield while the men behind the van stared at the ground changing beside them. One gunman shouted from above. Fire shifted towards the forming wall, rounds striking before its upper edge had finished thickening. "Move now," Sun called. The civilians ran behind the new cover as Lin Xia drove the connected slab upward again. A second fixed wall formed ahead of them, followed by a narrow corridor whose sides advanced section by section towards the loading frame. Each change pulled hard against her reserve. Her fingers began trembling against the concrete, but she held contact while Luo's rescue team entered the corridor under fire. The hidden chamber's outer closure remained beyond the slab's direct steel path. Lin Xia reached through Chen's vehicle instead, following its frame into the crushed loading column and the metal structure surrounding the door. "Chen, stay braced," she said. "I'm not moving." Azure flashed along the vehicle's damaged front frame. Inside the warehouse, the concealed closure buckled inward along its locking seam and folded against the surrounding wall, opening one fixed breach without sending loose metal into the hostages. Luo disappeared through it with 2 officers. Seconds later, Zhao Kai emerged between them, wrists still bound, followed by the injured workers. Sun pulled the rescued civilians into the corridor while rounds broke against the walls Lin Xia had made. A gunman crossed an upper opening beyond her reachable structure. Lin Xia saw the movement and knew she couldn't follow him without releasing the corridor protecting everyone else. She held the walls. The last hostage reached cover, and the firing above began to change from attack to withdrawal. Luo's teams advanced through the warehouse while the remaining gunmen abandoned the upper positions. No one pursued beyond the secured perimeter. The civilians and rescued workers came first, followed by Zhao Kai, who refused the medic's hands until he saw Lin Guozhang and Zhao Mei approaching behind the second convoy. "I told you not to come," he said as Zhao Mei cut the binding from his wrists. "You also disappeared during working hours," Lin Guozhang replied, his voice rougher than the reprimand deserved. "We'll discuss attendance policy later." Lin Xia tried to lift her hand from the wall and found her fingers slow to obey. Sun Lan closed both hands around her wrist and guided it away from the concrete before her trembling palm scraped down the surface. "Sit," Sun said. "I need to check Chen." "Chen is shouting at someone about his vehicle. He's alive." Across the service lane, officers helped Chen Rui through the damaged driver's door. Blood marked one side of his face where reinforced glass had broken inward, but he remained on his feet and immediately pointed towards the crushed front frame. "Don't separate it until the evidence team records the contact," he called. Lin Xia lowered herself behind the fixed wall she'd made. Analysis no longer opened cleanly when she touched the pavement. Fine details arrived slowly, blurred beneath exhaustion, and the safe part of her reserve felt reduced to roughly 1/3 of what she'd brought into the district. The walls remained standing. The corridor still protected the evacuation route. She couldn't have made another at the same scale without crossing a limit she didn't trust. Luo crouched beside her. They were filming. Lin Xia followed his gaze towards a recovered camera fixed beneath an upper window. Its lens had faced the service lane, the loading frame and every section of concrete she'd reshaped. This wasn't only a capture attempt, she said. No, they wanted your response under live pressure. Hours later, Adrian Cole watched the recovered transmission end with Lin Xia holding the corridor while his surviving team withdrew. He replayed the moment she failed to follow the gunman crossing beyond her connected structure, then marked 3 constraints in the safe house plan. Force direct contact, divide the material paths and require movement beyond any fixed zone she created. The warehouse operation had failed to take her. It had shown him how the next room must be built. 41. Run without her. The convoy cleared the warehouse district before the first coordinated alert reached Luo Wei's tablet. Lin Xia sat between Sun Lan and a medic in the lead vehicle, her trembling right hand wrapped around a cooling pack she could barely feel. Zhao Kai traveled behind them under medical guard. Chen Rui had refused transport until someone promised his damaged vehicle would remain under evidence control. Every part of the extraction had been planned around getting Lin Xia away from the site before another attack could fix her in place. Luo read the alert once, then connected his tablet to the authenticated operations feed. 3 protected sites have received emergency instructions within 90 seconds. Campus, Janae Administration and the workshop. Lin Xia leaned towards the screen. What instructions? Evacuation and transfer orders. None came through the primary command channel. The campus feed opened first. Song Qingyuan stood inside the engineering operations room with his mobile controls package connected beside the municipal safety terminal. Signed diagnostic credentials appeared across one screen while tamper-evident logs filled another. He Qian was visible near the doorway, still carrying the university bag she'd taken to class that morning. A campus officer spoke through the feed. The evacuation order carries district emergency authentication. It carries a valid signature, Song replied. That doesn't prove the command path is valid. He opened the package and deployed its traffic system compatibility tools across the campus network. The equipment could inspect commands, compare signed records and reject site instructions that failed its checks. It couldn't control Lin Xia's convoy or redirect any protected vehicle, which meant Song could defend the campus without reaching her. He Qian looked towards someone beyond the camera. You're not sending students into the road because a screen used an official font. Show me where the order originated. A second alarm sounded inside Lin Xia's vehicle. Luo's driver increased speed while the support cars tightened around them. Campus is 12 minutes away, Lin Xia said. Turn back. No, Luo replied. Extraction protocol remains active. They're attacking because I'm separated from them. They're attacking every place they expect you to protect. Luo held her gaze. Breaking route gives them the one target they didn't secure at the warehouse. Lin Xia looked at Song's controlled movements and He Qian blocking the operations room door while officials argued beyond her. Her reserve remained near 1/3, her fine analysis blurred and her hand still wouldn't stop shaking. Reaching campus wouldn't make her safe enough to help. She pressed the cooling pack harder against her palm. Keep the route. Luo relayed her decision. The convoy continued away from the university while Song activated the package and He Qian faced the false evacuation command without her. The campus feed widened across Luo's tablet as Song separated the emergency command from the university network. The false order remained visible on one side of the screen while his package copied its credentials, route history and timestamps into a sealed log. On the other side, He Qian stood at the operations room doorway with one hand pressed against the wall-mounted evacuation control. A campus officer reached towards the panel. Students are already receiving messages. If we delay a genuine evacuation, we're responsible. He Qian kept her hand over the confirmation switch. Then verify it before you send several thousand people through gates, someone may be waiting outside. Song opened the signed command path. 3 approval marks appeared in sequence, each apparently valid, but the route between them passed through a district relay that hadn't issued the original instruction. He expanded the relay record while the package compared it against the university's authenticated baseline. The signatures were copied onto a replacement command, he said. The order didn't travel from the emergency center. It entered through a maintenance channel after authentication. The officer looked towards the screen. Can you prove that before the fire wardens start acting independently? Song's eyes moved across the diagnostic trace. I can prove where the command entered. I need to know whether the altered route can still trigger local devices after we reject it. He looked directly into the operations camera. Lin Xia, the emergency gates use independent mechanical releases after electrical confirmation. If the false command already reached them, will rejecting the signal reset the mechanisms? The question stayed inside the boundary he'd drawn. No request for creation. No demand that she return. One technical judgment based on systems she'd already studied during the campus safety review. Lin Xia leaned closer to Luo's tablet. Not automatically. The releases store the last accepted state until they receive a verified replacement or someone resets them locally. Reject the command first, then send a signed hold instruction through the normal university channel. Don't cycle the gates while students are near them. Song entered the sequence without asking her to repeat it. The false path turned red, then separated from the active network. He Qian removed her hand from the evacuation switch only after the university hold command appeared beneath her palm. The officer read the confirmation twice. Order blocked. No campus-wide evacuation. A tremor ran through Lin Xia's fingers against the cooling pack. Every instinct still urged her towards the people on the screen, but there was nothing left for her to do that wouldn't turn their defense into dependence. Song looked into the camera. We have the campus. Lin Xia forced herself to sit back. Then keep it. Song's face remained on the principal feed while 4 authenticated notices opened along the edge of Luo's tablet. Each demanded attention, and none offered enough information to make the choice easy. The first came from Tang Xi's governance cell. Someone had attempted to replace Janae's ownership archive with an earlier filing that removed the Lin family's protected contribution share. Tang had frozen all external amendments, duplicated the signed records across 3 authorized repositories and refused a request carrying valid credentials but no matching approval trail. Lin Xia read the final line twice. Tang hadn't asked what to do. She'd stated what she had done and accepted responsibility for holding the records. A second update appeared beneath it. Wu Min had isolated a corrupted communications channel linking Janae's technical archive to an outside maintenance contractor. The channel was contained, but disconnecting it had also cut one legitimate engineering team from live documentation. Luo glanced at Lin Xia. They're requesting authority to keep the isolation in place. Approve it, she said. The team can work from verified local copies until Wu Min clears the route.
On the campus feed, Song continued tracing dormant commands while He Qian organized wardens around manual confirmation points.
Lin Xia kept the image centered as the workshop update arrived. Her father's team had moved every physical prototype from the ordinary storage area into separate secured rooms, with workers signing each transfer in pairs. A proposed emergency order directed them towards a district warehouse for collection. Zhao Kai's authenticated voice followed from medical custody, strained but certain. That location hasn't held Lin shop material in months. Peng used it before Qianhe changed carriers. Anyone directing prototypes there is sending them into an empty building controlled by the wrong people. A route officer asked through Luo's channel, we can divert your convoy past the warehouse and verify the site before the workshop team moves. Lin Xia looked at the map. The proposed diversion would take them away from the protected route and towards another location supplied by compromised records. Her reserve remained at roughly 1/3, and even fine analysis still arrived slowly. No, she said. Don't move us, and don't send the prototypes. Secure what's already inside the workshop. Zhao Kai's identification is enough to reject the order. The officer hesitated. The warehouse may contain evidence. Then an independent team can approach it after the command path is verified. I'm not the inspection tool for every false location they create. Luo cancelled the diversion. The 4 updates reduced to sealed acknowledgements, leaving Song and He Qian full-sized on the screen again. A new command warning appeared behind them. Lin Xia kept her attention on the campus feed. The new warning identified 3 dormant maintenance channels attempting to reconnect beneath different credentials. Song blocked the first two, but the third had already reached the campus traffic controls before the package isolated it. He-Chian checked the manual confirmation board. North vehicle gate is holding closed. The east pedestrian route is clear, and wardens are keeping everyone inside until we know the signals aren't going to change again. The campus officer stepped closer to Song's console. The false evacuation has been cancelled. We can disconnect your equipment and transfer monitoring to the municipal team. Song didn't reach for the shutdown control. The municipal channel carried one of the replacement commands. It also controls the traffic signals beyond campus. We can't leave an unofficial package attached indefinitely. It isn't attached indefinitely. Song opened the active threat list and turned the screen towards him. It's attached while compromised commands are still trying to enter. The officer looked at the 3 rejected routes. His earlier impatience had disappeared, replaced by the weight of being the person who had to decide whether Song's system remained part of an emergency response. Luo lowered his voice beside Lin Xia. The package contains credentials and compatibility tools useful beyond the campus. Keeping it active increases exposure. She understood the warning. Every additional system Song touched created another record of what the package could recognize, reject and preserve. Shutting it down would protect the design. It would also leave the campus dependent on channels someone had already compromised. On the feed, Song looked directly towards the operations camera. I'm willing to keep it in service. That's my decision, not Lin Xia's. The campus officer studied him. You'll remain under incident command, log every connection and accept immediate disconnection if the package behaves outside its declared function. Yes. He-Chian moved beside Song rather than behind him. And I'll keep manual confirmation between his screen and any instruction affecting students. The officer took the authorization tablet, entered his credentials and pressed his thumb to the approval field. Mobile package remains active under Campus Incident Authority. Song Qingyuan retains technical control. I retain operational responsibility. Lin Xia felt the urge to add conditions, request more checks or make herself part of the decision simply because she could see it happening. Instead she looked at Song, He-Chian and the officer who had placed his own name beneath the risk. I trust you, she said. Song gave one short nod and returned to the active channels. The campus remained secure without waiting for Lin Xia to arrive, and the package stayed in the field under responsibility clearly assigned to the people using it. 42. The wrong safe house. The safe house order reached Luo Wei 6 minutes after the campus incident commander accepted responsibility for Song's package. Lin Xia watched the new route open across his tablet while the university feed reduced to a smaller window at the edge of the display. Song remained at the controls, He-Chian beside him, but the convoy map now occupied most of the screen. A protected site waited less than 9 kilometers ahead, already staffed by a provincial transfer team and cleared to receive Zhao Kai under medical guard. Luo checked the authentication chain twice. The order came through Internal Protection Command. Site credentials are current, and the receiving officer's identity matches the active register. Sun Lan leaned across Lin Xia to read the route. Why wasn't it included in the extraction plan? Warehouse exposure invalidated the original recovery site. The replacement was activated 4 minutes ago. Lin Xia looked at the marked building. It sat inside a low government residential compound beyond the university district, close enough to avoid a long transfer and separate from every location already attacked. The order carried Guojian's routing authority, 2 supporting approvals and a medical request to place Zhao Kai inside a controlled treatment room before moving him farther. Everything about it appeared sensible. Luo opened a secure channel. Receiving site, confirm gate status and protection strength. A uniformed man appeared on the feed against a concrete security wall. His badge, face and voice matched the registered officer record. North entrance secured. 6 guards on site, 2 medical staff inside and containment rooms prepared. We've locked all secondary access points. Confirm local command phrase. The officer gave it without hesitation. Chen Rui's voice came through from the support vehicle behind them. I have the same credentials and site history. Building was used for protected witnesses last year. Luo still didn't approve the turn. He examined the order's route history, checked the listed guards against the current roster and called the protection center through a separate channel. The duty controller confirmed the transfer and repeated Guo's authorization number. Only then did Luo instruct the driver to leave the main road. The convoy entered a narrower district of walled compounds and government housing. Two marked security vehicles waited at the final intersection. Their officers blocked civilian traffic, checked each convoy plate and guided them towards a steel gate already opening inward. Lin Xia pressed the cooling pack against her trembling hand and studied the compound through the window. The guards wore correct uniforms. Cameras tracked the vehicles from protected housings. The receiving officer stood beneath the entrance canopy with his identification tablet ready. Luo lowered his own tablet. "We transfer inside. Stay between Sun and me until the building is cleared." The lead vehicle stopped beside a stainless steel entrance rail. Lin Xia opened her door and reached for it as she stepped out. Her fingers closed around the entrance rail. Analysis struck through the metal before her weight settled onto the step. The stainless steel surface had been installed 18 months earlier, but the structure beneath it had changed within the past 11 days. New locking rods ran through the entrance frame and into reinforced wall channels designed to seal the doors from outside the normal control system. Narrow pipes had been cut into the ventilation ducts and connected to pressurized cylinders hidden behind a maintenance partition. The treatment rooms contained floor anchors, concealed restraints and strengthened internal panels built to survive impacts from someone far stronger than an ordinary prisoner. None of it belonged in a witness-safe house. The knowledge arrived at once rather than unfolding in manageable layers. Every weld, hidden channel and altered load path forced itself into her mind with the same certainty as the rail beneath her hand. Pain flashed behind her eyes. Her balance shifted, and Sun Lan caught her upper arm before she struck the step. "Back," Lin Xia said. Her voice came out too quiet. She forced it louder. "Everyone back. This is containment." Luo moved between her and the entrance before asking why. His sidearm cleared its holster while Sun pulled Lin Xia towards the vehicle. The receiving officer raised both hands. "Commander Luo, the site has been fully certified." "The certification is false," Lin Xia said. She kept one hand against the rail because releasing it would leave only memory while the building still surrounded them. "The doors have hidden external locks. Gas lines enter through the ventilation system. The treatment rooms were reinforced and fitted with anchor points." The officer's expression changed by less than a second, but Lin Xia saw his attention move towards the gate rather than the building. Luo saw it too. Convoy, reverse formation. Nobody enters. The steel gate began closing behind the support vehicles. Sun Lan pulled Lin Xia away from the rail. The loss of contact ended the flood of structural detail, but the building remained inside her mind in complete, invasive clarity. Her vision blurred at the edges, and the tremor in her right hand worsened until the cooling pack slipped from her fingers. The receiving officer stepped backwards beneath the canopy. "You're disobeying an authenticated protection order." Luo kept his weapon trained on him. "I'm refusing a compromised site." Metal struck metal behind them as the gate reached its closed position. The guards along the wall shifted towards covered firing points, no longer pretending their positions were routine. Lin Xia looked from the reinforced entrance to the sealed exit and understood the trap's weakness. Every hidden system had been built into connected material. They had meant the structure to hold her. Instead, one touch had given her all of it. Luo seized Lin Xia's arm and pulled her towards the convoy as the first guard reached beneath his jacket. "Chen, bring the support vehicle forward," Luo ordered. "Use the lead car as cover." Sun Lan opened the rear door before Chen Rui completed the turn. Lin Xia climbed inside, her legs unsteady beneath her, while Luo backed towards them with his weapon trained on the entrance. Gunfire struck the lead vehicle's armor and drove two officers behind its engine block. The support vehicle stopped broadside between Lin Xia and the building. Chen looked over his shoulder. "Tell me what you need." Lin Xia pressed one hand against the metal floor. Analysis spread through the vehicle's frame, tracing the floor panel into the supports, chassis and front bumper. The route ended in open air before reaching the closed gate. "The bumper has to touch the gate," she said. "Hard contact. Hold it there." Chen understood before Luo could repeat the instruction. He reversed several meters, aligned the vehicle and accelerated. Sun caught Lin Xia around the shoulders as the bumper struck the steel gate. Metal compressed with a violent crash. The vehicle stopped, but Chen kept pressure on the accelerator, forcing the damaged bumper into the gate's lower frame. Contact became continuous beneath Lin Xia's hand. Creation opened through the floor, along the vehicle frame and into the compressed metal at the gate. Azure light traveled beneath the seats and disappeared forward faster than her eyes could follow. The path resisted where separate panels met, but collision had crushed them together tightly enough for matter to answer as one connected route. Lin Xia reached into the gate structure and changed only what she could touch through that chain. Locking rods softened inside their wall channels. Reinforced plates folded away from their anchor points. The lower gate frame drew inward, pulling steel out of the mechanism until the concealed locks no longer aligned with anything capable of holding them. Pain tightened behind her eyes. Her trembling hand flattened harder against the floor as reserve drained in a sudden, measurable drop. She had entered with roughly 1/3 still safe. By the time the last locking rod bent clear, only about 1/5 remained. Now, she said. Chen released the accelerator and reversed. The bumper tore free from the reshaped gate with a burst of sparks. Both steel leaves sagged inward, their hidden locks reduced to twisted channels and disconnected rods. Luo fired twice towards the wall positions as the support vehicle drove through the opening. Behind them, the containment gate collapsed across the entrance road, blocking the guards from closing it again. The convoy cleared the compound before the first verified response unit reached the broken gate. Luo stopped beyond the next intersection, positioned both vehicles behind an armored road control truck and refused to move Lin Xia while the arriving officers secured the site. An evidence team entered beneath armed cover. Their helmet feed showed the safe house operations room exactly as Lin Xia's analysis had revealed it, with hidden containment controls wired behind the legitimate security console. One officer removed the command unit while another photographed every connection before cutting power. Credential audit logs recovered, the evidence lead reported. They show valid internal routing authority copied into the site system. We also have modified lock components and sections from the concealed gas channels. A third officer emerged carrying a damaged storage module sealed inside a metal evidence case. This was connected between the protection network and the local command recorder. It retained part of the copying sequence. Luo looked at the identifiers appearing on his tablet. Does that invalidate the copied credentials? No, it proves copies were created. We don't know how many remain or where they're being used. Another transfer order opened before the answer had finished. It instructed Luo to leave the evidence team, move Lin Xia and Zhao Kai to a different recovery point, and direct Song's mobile controls team towards the same protected junction. The order carried Guo Jian's routing authority. Luo rejected it. The duty controller spoke sharply through the secure channel. Commander Luo, you haven't been authorized to suspend Director Guo's instructions. I'm not suspending his authority, Luo replied. I'm refusing an unverified route created through credentials we've just proved were copied. Remaining in place exposes the convoy. Following another compromised order exposes everyone named in it. Lin Xia watched the rejected instruction remain red across the screen. Luo hadn't asked her whether he was allowed to protect her. He'd placed his own authority against the order before anyone higher had agreed. A superior command channel opened less than a minute later. The senior protection official confirmed the evidence categories, reviewed Luo's refusal and issued a temporary suspension of Guo's unilateral routing access across the operation. Guo appeared on the channel from a separate command room. He read the order without argument. Suspension acknowledged. All further routes require independent verification and superior approval. The official said, a formal review will follow. It should, Guo replied. Luo sealed the recovered audit logs, altered containment samples and damaged storage module for guarded transport. On another feed, Song's team halted rather than continue towards the shared junction. The false safe house had failed, but the authority that sent them there could no longer be trusted simply because it carried a familiar name. 43. No living matter. The suspension of Guo Jian's routing access had been active for 3 minutes when another emergency order reached Luo Wei's tablet. It directed Lin Xia's convoy towards a protected transfer junction west of the University District, where Zhao Kai would be handed to a fresh medical team before the evidence continued under separate guard. A second instruction ordered Song's mobile controls team to the same junction for secure recovery. Luo read both without approving either. Independent verification. The duty controller answered through the secure channel. The junction is authenticated, but the routing request entered before Director Guo's access was suspended. Superior approval is still pending. A warning opened across the university feed before Luo could respond. Song's camera shook violently, showing a transport compartment lit by emergency strips and filled with shouting engineers. Metal struck somewhere beyond the vehicle, followed by the hard crack of gunfire. Song braced one hand against the console. Mobile team under attack at Transfer Junction 4. They're targeting the package. The feed authenticated his voice, device and live location. His position appeared on Luo's map less than 2 kilometers ahead, directly along the route the new order required them to follow. Sun Lan leaned closer. That isn't coincidence. No, Luo said. It's convergence. Song opened a rear camera. 2 dark vehicles had blocked the junction while armed men forced his team away from their transport. The mobile package remained locked inside its shock-resistant case beneath the console, carrying signed diagnostic credentials, traffic system compatibility tools and tamper-evident logs. Alone, it couldn't command Lin Xia's convoy. Combined with copied protection credentials, it could make a false emergency route appear legitimate before revocation reached every isolated system. The onward order changed on Luo's screen. It now instructed him to bypass the junction and continue south without stopping. Lin Xia looked at Song's feed. They want us to leave him there. Luo rejected the order. Chen, turn west. We intercept. The duty controller spoke sharply. Commander Luo, superior verification hasn't arrived. Neither has verification for the order telling us to abandon an authenticated distress call. Luo enlarged the junction map. Support vehicle forward. Evidence transport stays between us. Zhao Kai's medical vehicle remains protected. Chen Rui accelerated before the channel closed. The convoy left the marked route and entered the service road leading towards Song's position. On the feed, another impact drove Song against the console. He recovered, pulled one engineer towards the rear exit and shouted for the others to move. The junction appeared beyond the next barrier, choked with damaged vehicles, smoke and armed men closing around Song's transport. Chen Rui drove through the damaged barrier before the support vehicle had fully cleared the junction road. Luo Wei opened the rear door while they were still moving and pointed towards Song's transport, half crushed between a concrete divider and one of the attacker's vehicles. Sun stays with Lin Xia. Chen, cover the left side. I'm going to Song. I'm coming, Lin Xia said. Luo looked at her trembling hand, then at the armed men withdrawing beyond the smoke. Stay behind Sun and touch nothing unless we know what it is. The vehicle stopped hard enough to throw Lin Xia against the restraint. Sun Lan released it, pulled her out and kept one hand locked around her upper arm as they crossed behind Luo. Gunfire cracked from the far side of the junction. Officers answered from behind the convoy's armored vehicles while Chen Rui moved ahead, firing towards a man dragging a black case from Song's transport. Song stood inside the torn rear compartment, pushing the last engineer towards an opening where the side door had buckled away from its track. Move, he shouted. Don't wait for the equipment. The engineer dropped through the gap. Song turned towards the controls console as a damaged overhead panel tore free from its mounting. Lin Xia saw it fall. Song. He looked towards her. The panel struck his shoulder and drove him down across the edge of the collapsed console. A second section of framing folded with it, pinning him inside the compartment. Lin Xia pulled free of Sun before anyone could stop her. She climbed through the damaged doorway, cutting one palm against torn metal, and dropped beside him. Song's eyes were open, but his breathing came shallow and uneven. Blood marked one side of his face. His neck lay at an angle that made every instinct in her demand immediate correction. Don't move, she said, though he hadn't tried. His gaze found hers. Package. I don't care about the package. She placed one hand against his chest and the other beside his neck. Nothing opened. No structure entered her mind. No tissues, bone, blood vessels or hidden injury became available for understanding. Analysis struck the same absolute boundary it had always met with living matter and stopped there without yielding even one useful fact. Lin Xia pressed harder, as though force could change the rule. "Tell me what's broken," she whispered. The living body beneath her hands remained closed. Behind her, a medic reached the doorway and shouted, "Don't shift him." The compartment's loading across his spine. Lin Xia looked at the crushed metal surrounding Song, then down at the floor beneath both knees. His body wouldn't answer her. Everything around it would. Lin Xia flattened both palms against the damaged transport floor. Analysis opened through the torn panels, crushed supports and folded wall frame, giving her every load path surrounding Song without crossing into the living body trapped between them. "Tell me what must not move," she said. The medic crouched beyond the opening, one hand braced against the compartment wall. Head, neck and torso stay aligned. The pressure across his shoulder has to come off gradually. If that frame shifts while we lift him, it could drive the broken panel farther down. Lin Xia found the metal pressing against Song and traced its weight through the collapsed roof supports. "I can hold the compartment apart. Can you support him without moving him first?" "Yes." Luo reached the doorway behind the medic. Gunfire continued beyond the transport, but his attention fixed on Lin Xia's hands. "Your reserve?" "About 1/5 before this." Lin Xia. She looked at Song's bloodied face. His eyes had closed, though the medic still had 2 fingers against his neck. "The package can be replaced," she said. "He can't." Azure light spread beneath both hands. The floor thickened around Song without lifting him. Metal flowed inward from untouched sections of the transport, forming narrow supports beside his shoulders and hips before rising around his neck in a rigid cradle. Lin Xia shaped every surface around the space his body already occupied, refusing even the smallest contact that might alter flesh rather than support it. The medic watched the cradle close around the cervical line. "Hold that position. Don't tighten it." "I'm not touching him." A second structure grew from the floor and joined the damaged walls. Braced arms reached around the collapsed roof frame, taking its weight before Lin Xia drew the crushed metal upward by controlled degrees. The external pressure frame locked into place, leaving Song enclosed within a rigid protected space. Her reserve fell with frightening speed. The safe remainder narrowed until almost nothing stood between control and overdraw. The medic leaned through the opening. "We can't lift him from separate supports. We need the cradle sealed to a transfer base and detached from the vehicle." Lin Xia's fingers had begun to ache inside the azure light. She understood the remaining work completely. Close the shell, preserve access for breathing and monitoring, separate it cleanly from the floor, and leave handles strong enough for 4 medics to carry without transmitting movement. Luo said, "Stop if finishing means crossing your limit." Lin Xia looked once at Song, then pressed both hands harder against the floor. "Get ready to lift." She drove creation past the last safe fraction of reserve. Azure sealed the cradle beneath Song's shoulders and hips, joined it to the transfer base and closed the protective shell around him without touching his body. Open channels remained beside his face and chest for the medic's hands, airway equipment and monitoring leads. 4 reinforced grips formed along the outer frame as the last connection to the transport floor narrowed beneath Lin Xia's palms. Pain drove through her fingers before the metal separated. The shell came free with a hard metallic snap. Lin Xia's vision flashed white, and both arms nearly folded beneath her. The medic caught the transfer base before it shifted. "Lift together," he ordered. "No rotation. Keep the head end level." 4 people took the grips and raised Song clear of the wrecked compartment. The shell held every internal support in the position Lin Xia had created, carrying him without allowing the movement his body couldn't survive. Luo reached for her as she tried to stand. "You're finished." Lin Xia gripped the transport wall instead. Her fingers refused to close properly, each joint burning as though the tendons had been drawn too tight. "Song?" "Alive," the medic said as they moved him towards the waiting ambulance. "The support is holding. We can transport him now." Only then did Lin Xia look towards the junction. The black case was gone. Chen Rui stood behind the damaged support vehicle, weapon trained on the service road where the attacker's last car disappeared beyond the smoke. 2 officers had reached the abandoned blocking vehicle, but nobody remained inside it. They took the package, Sun Lan said. Luo's expression hardened. We had a clear path to the carrier until the extraction started. Lin Xia looked at the ambulance doors closing around Song's transfer shell. Her hands had been on the floor. Her attention had been inside every support surrounding him. If she'd released either one to stop the escape, the crushed frame could have shifted before the shell was complete. The credentials and tools can be replaced, she said. The signed logs may expose Song's architecture, Luo replied. Combined with the copied authority credentials, the package can still authenticate another emergency route. I know. The words hurt less than her hands. Lin Xia watched the ambulance pull into the protected center of the convoy while officers reorganized around it. She couldn't repair living tissue. She couldn't recover what Cole's people had taken while she saved Song. Neither fact changed the choice she'd made. Luo received a new warning across his tablet. An authenticated emergency route had activated ahead of them using Song's stolen package. This time, the order didn't ask the convoy to stop. 44. Everything in reach. The false route seized control of the next junction before Luo Wei could reject it. Traffic barriers dropped behind the ambulance carrying Song and separated the convoy from the support vehicles following under University command. Ahead, signal lights cleared a narrow eastbound lane between 2 maintenance walls, leaving no space wide enough for the ambulance to turn. Chen Rui accelerated alongside it in the damaged support vehicle. I can keep the medical transport moving, but not if that lane closes. It won't close on the ambulance, Luo said. They need us inside it. The duty controller's voice broke through heavy interference. Central Command shows the route revoked. Local systems are receiving a valid confirmation through Song Chunyuan's stolen diagnostic package. Luo didn't ask how. The junction attack had already answered that. Cole's people had struck before the revocation reached every isolated system, and they were using the corrupted channel to choose which instructions arrived first. An evidence officer spoke from the transport behind them. They may be after the recovered safe house material. Luo opened its secure manifest. The damaged metal case contained the safe house credential audit logs, altered containment samples and copied command storage module. Together, they proved how valid internal authority had been duplicated and used against the protection system. They could expose the route by which Cole's network had entered. They could also show every surviving participant exactly what needed to be destroyed. They're cleaning the evidence, Lin Xia said. Her hands lay open in her lap because closing them had become difficult. Pain ran from her fingers into both wrists, and the edges of Luo's tablet shifted whenever she tried to focus on it. There was no safe reserve left beneath the exhaustion. Finishing Song's transfer shell had carried her past that boundary. A dark utility vehicle burst through a maintenance gate beside the convoy and struck the evidence transport behind its rear wheel. The impact drove it towards the concrete wall. Gunfire followed at once, concentrated not on the ambulance or Lin Xia's vehicle, but on the evidence compartment. They know the case position, the evidence officer shouted. Chen forced the support vehicle between the attackers and the damaged transport. Bullets struck the already torn side door, punching through sections where the armor had peeled away at the junction. An officer beside Lin Xia returned fire, then recoiled as another round tore through the frame near his shoulder. Luo dragged a captured rifle from beneath the seat and passed it forward. Reinforce the opening. The officer pressed the weapon across the torn door as a temporary brace, holding metal against metal while Chen drove through the next impact. Lin Xia looked at the joined surfaces. Everything she could reach remained open to her. She pressed her left palm against the torn door while the officer held the captured rifle across its exposed frame. Metal met metal through the pressure of his hands, joining the weapon to the damaged armor for as long as he could keep them together. Don't let it slip, she said. The officer tightened his grip. It's against the door. Azure light opened beneath Lin Xia's palm. Pain drove through her wrist before the metal began to move. The rifle's receiver flattened against the door, its barrel dividing into curved reinforcing ribs while the weapon's remaining mass spread across the gaps torn through the armor. Bent sections of the door folded inward, shaping themselves around the exposed officer's chest, shoulder and side without touching him until the form was complete. The attacking vehicle fired again. Rounds struck the forming armor and flattened against surfaces that hadn't existed seconds earlier. The officer stared down as a rigid plate closed around his shoulder, joined to a side shield wide enough to cover the opening while leaving his arms free. "Pull it clear," Lin Xia said. He and Luo tore the completed armor away from the door. The joined root broke at once, leaving Lin Xia with nothing beneath her hand except damaged vehicle metal. She released it before instinct made her search for more. The officer braced the new shield across the opening. Gunfire struck it again, but none entered the passenger compartment. Chen looked through the side mirror. "They're coming alongside." Lin Xia forced her left hand away from the door and planted it against the support vehicle's floor. Her fingers barely registered the cold metal. Numbness had begun at the tips and was spreading through both hands, replacing pain with something more frightening. "Hit them," she said. Luo turned towards Chen. "She has no reserve." "I know," Lin Xia replied. "Hit them anyway." Chen pulled hard left. The support vehicle crossed the lane and struck the hostile car from the side. Metal screamed beneath them as the two frames compressed together. Chen held the steering angle, keeping both vehicles locked while the attacker's driver fought to turn away. "Contact," Chen said. "You have it." Analysis opened through the floor, into the damaged exterior frame and across the crushed point where both vehicles touched. Lin Xia found the support vehicle's drivetrain, steering linkages and protected passenger cell, then excluded them. Everything else available on their side came only from armor already torn, buckled or made useless by the earlier strike. She reached through the joined metal into the hostile vehicle. Azure spread beneath the floor and burst across the contact line. The attacker's outer panels collapsed inward. Doors, roof skin and exposed structural rails peeled away from the passenger compartment and drove down towards the road. Expendable metal from Chen's damaged exterior followed, binding the hostile frame into a widening fixed mass. The pursuing vehicle lurched as its front wheel left the ground. Someone inside shouted. Gunfire stopped while the occupants fought doors that no longer opened and a roof folding around the vehicle's outer edge. "Enough," Luo said. "Chen, separate." Lin Xia held the barrier for one more second, forcing the hostile vehicle's stripped structure into the roadway until it could no longer roll or follow. "Now." Chen accelerated and tore the support vehicle free. The continuous route snapped. Azure vanished from beneath Lin Xia's hand, leaving the pursuing car fixed inside a tangled barrier of its own outer structure and the support vehicle's sacrificed armor. The road doubled in her vision. She blinked, but the two images didn't rejoin. Behind them, the immobilized attackers had stopped moving. Ahead, the barrier they had created filled most of the convoy's only remaining exit. Chen Rui braked without stopping, holding the support vehicle behind the ambulance while the evidence transport closed the distance from the rear. The hostile car had become a twisted mass across the lane, joined to torn road panels and the support vehicle's discarded armor. Only a narrow gap remained beside the maintenance wall, too tight for the ambulance carrying Song's rigid transfer shell. "We can't turn the medical vehicle," Chen said. "The wall closes the lane behind us." Luo Wei looked through the shattered side window. A damaged guardrail ran along the opposite edge of the road, already bent away from its mount where the hostile vehicle had struck it. "That side. Can we remove it?" "Not before the next team reaches us," Chen replied. Lin Xia kept her palm against the metal floor. The vehicle's frame remained open beneath it, but its edges no longer held still in her mind. Analysis returned shapes that shifted against one another whenever she tried to separate structural members from damaged exterior panels. Her fingers felt distant, as though they belonged to someone holding the floor beneath her rather than to her own body. "Bring the guardrail to the vehicle," she said. Luo turned sharply. "You can't distinguish the frame cleanly." "I don't need the whole frame." Lin Xia focused on the outer sill running beneath the damaged door. "Only one contact point." Two officers left through the protected side. One covered the road while the other dragged the loose guardrail section towards them. Metal scraped across the pavement. The barrier was still anchored at one end, forcing him to wrench the damaged section sideways until its torn edge reached the support vehicle. Against the lower frame, Lin Xia said. Not the door. The officer shoved the rail beneath the sill and held it there with his boot. Contact. Analysis crossed from the floor into the frame and through the pressed junction. The guardrail opened before her, followed by its broken posts, roadside brackets and the damaged metal running towards the blocked lane. She excluded the support vehicle's inner structure and reached only through the point where foreign metal touched it. Azure light appeared beneath her hand. The guardrail folded away from the convoy. Uprights tore free from cracked concrete and flowed along the road surface, filling depressions while the upper rail flattened into a reinforced track beside the maintenance wall. Lin Xia drew the hostile barrier's outermost edge towards it only where roadside metal already touched, widening one passage without loosening the trapped vehicle behind them. The work demanded distinctions her vision no longer provided. Every boundary doubled. She held the route by touch and retained knowledge, separating road metal from the support frame one narrowing section at a time. Chen watched the opening grow. Ambulance can clear it. Move them first, Luo ordered. The ambulance entered the new path, followed by Zhao Kai's medical vehicle and the evidence transport. Tires struck the flattened guardrail but remained level as the reinforced track carried them through the gap. Chen accelerated after them. Release, he said. Lin Xia pulled her hand from the floor as the support vehicle crossed the joined section. The contact route broke. Azure vanished, leaving the opened path fixed behind them while the vehicle frame remained intact. She looked towards the convoy ahead and saw two ambulances where only one existed. Then headlights appeared beyond both images as Cole's remaining team entered the road behind the evidence transport. The pursuing vehicle accelerated through the opening before the twisted barrier could settle completely. A second vehicle followed close behind it, forcing the first forward while armed men leaned from both passenger sides and fired towards the evidence transport's rear compartment. They're not targeting us, Luo Wei said. They want the case. The evidence vehicle swerved beneath the gunfire. Its rear door buckled inward, exposing one officer crouched beside the damaged metal case while another tried to return fire through the widening gap. Chen Rui pushed the support vehicle alongside them. I can hold this position for seconds. Pass the evidence across, Luo ordered. The officer inside the transport stared through the gap between vehicles. The case won't fit safely. Then make it fit, Luo said. They've already proved the transport won't hold. Lin Xia tried to raise her right hand. Her fingers moved late and stopped halfway, trembling without enough control to close. The two vehicles beside them became four whenever she looked directly at the gap. Put it against my hand, she said. Luo turned towards her. You can't see clearly. I don't need to see the case. The evidence officer released one securing strap, then the second. Gunfire struck the rear compartment as he dragged the dented case towards the torn door. The copied command storage module, sealed containment samples and credential audit logs remained locked inside separate protected sections, but the outer shell had split near one hinge. Chen held the vehicles close enough for their damaged sides to scrape. Now, Luo said. Two officers lifted the case between them. Luo caught one end through the opening and hauled it into the support vehicle, lowering the damaged metal directly against Lin Xia's open palm. Contact opened everything inside the shell. She found the three evidence categories without touching them separately: rigid storage housings, sealed sample containers, protected document layers and the broken outer case surrounding all of them. She couldn't alter the contents. She didn't need to. Keep it still, she said. Azure light spread beneath her hand. The damaged case folded inward around its protected compartments. Torn hinges disappeared into thickened seams. Empty sections collapsed and redistributed their metal across the corners, while narrow internal ribs formed between the credential logs, samples and storage module to prevent any impact from forcing one into another. Lin Xia drew the remaining shell around all three as one closed capsule, leaving no removable panel, exposed fastening or hidden route into the contents. The pursuing vehicle struck the evidence transport again. Her vision disappeared for one white second. When it returned, Luo's hands were on the capsule, keeping it from rolling away while Azure crawled unevenly across the final seam. Lin Xia, release it, he said. Not sealed. It's enough. No. She forced the last section closed. A continuous raised pattern formed across every joint edge, carrying the original case identifiers through the new surface so any later cutting, opening or substitution would remain visible. The light vanished. Lin Xia's hand slipped from the capsule. She tried to lift it again and couldn't make her fingers answer. Behind them, the first pursuing vehicle lost control as officers fired into its front tire. It struck the maintenance wall and stopped sideways. The second braked too late, trapping itself behind the wreck while convoy officers closed from the rear. Two attackers dropped their weapons. Another fled towards the barrier and was brought down before reaching it. Luo secured the capsule beneath his legs, then caught Lin Xia as she folded towards the floor. "The evidence?" she whispered. "Sealed. Song? Still ahead of us." Chen accelerated after the ambulance while the surviving attackers disappeared behind armed officers and blocked vehicles. Lin Xia looked towards her hand resting against Luo's sleeve. She knew it belonged to her because she could see it. She couldn't feel it at all. 45. What the road left behind. 5 days after the road attack, Lin Xia entered her father's workshop with both hands held close to her body and no confidence that they would obey her if she needed them. The machines were silent. 2 work tables had been overturned during the search for Zhao Kai, storage cabinets stood open and several tool drawers were missing entirely. Damaged fixtures had been gathered beside the wall rather than discarded, each one carrying the possibility that Lin Xia might repair it once the medical restrictions ended. That possibility felt less comforting than everyone seemed to think. Zhao Kai sat beside the office door with one leg stretched out and bruising still visible above his collar. He started to rise when she entered. "Don't," Lin Xia said. He stopped halfway. "I was only going to stand." That's what people say immediately before proving they shouldn't. Her father carried a chair from the office and placed it beside Zhao Kai. Zhao Mei remained near the workbench with 6 shop workers gathered around her, none of them wearing work clothes. They had come to discuss reopening, but the empty machines made the conversation feel like an inspection of what remained. One machinist lifted a damaged measuring set from the bench. They took the newer gauges and smashed what they couldn't carry. "We can replace most of it." "Most," Zhao Mei repeated. The man looked towards Lin Xia's hands and then away. "Some of it could be repaired." Lin Xia tried to flex her right fingers. The movement arrived late, uneven enough that her thumb struck the side of her palm. Everyone saw it. "No," she said. "Not by me." Silence settled across the shop. Zhao Kai looked down at the floor. "They came because I kept asking about the false transport record." "They came because Cole's people were already inside the system," Lin Xia replied. "And you nearly died getting me out." "My hands are damaged because I chose to keep using them." Lin Guozhang's expression tightened. "You used them because people were trying to kill us." One of the older workers touched the edge of the ruined gauge case. "They can come back." Another answered before anyone else could. "They can also win without coming back if we never start the machines again." The words moved through the group without agreement. Fear remained visible in the way several workers watched the open entrance and in how Zhao Mei kept checking every unfamiliar sound outside. Lin Xia looked across the damaged shop, at the missing tools, Zhao Kai's bruises and the people waiting to learn whether survival meant returning or leaving. For once, the answer couldn't be made between her hands. Lin Guozhang looked from one worker to the next. "Nobody stays because they think they owe us. Nobody leaves because they think we'll hold it against them. We reopen only if enough of us choose to do it together." The machinist holding the damaged measuring set placed it back on the bench. "I'm staying." "So am I," Zhao Kai said. "You're sitting," Lin Xia told him. "For now." Zhao Kai rested both hands on the chair. "That doesn't change my answer." The remaining workers added theirs without speeches. 2 wanted another security inspection before returning. 1 asked for temporary work on the undamaged line. Another needed to discuss the decision with his wife. Nobody pretended courage had removed fear, but nobody chose closure either. Lin Guozhang nodded. "Then we reopen in stages. We inventory what survived, replace what we can and take only work the remaining equipment can support." Zhao Mei opened the folder beside her. The compensation office offered enough to cover closure, wages and the remaining contracts. That pays us to disappear, Lin Guozhang said. No. They also offered a complete replacement shop. Built by whom, owned under what conditions and supervised by how many people? He shook his head. No instant rescue. We rebuild this one. Several eyes turned towards Lin Xia. Her father saw it. And not with her hands. Even after they recover. The refusal hurt and relieved her at once. Zhao Mei pressed her palm against the closed folder. Before everyone decides that reopening proves we won, understand what it costs this family to stand here again. Armed men took Zhao Kai. They searched our home, watched our daughter's friends and used government orders to move her onto a road where she lost control of her hands. I won't call that ordinary business risk because the machines start again. The workshop remained quiet until Luo Wei entered from the front office carrying a secure tablet. He stopped beside Lin Xia rather than handing it to her. The evidence capsule was opened under independent observation this morning, he said. The records have already triggered arrests, account freezes and searches across several provinces. Foreign intermediaries connected to Cole's network are being detained or expelled. Formal diplomatic protests were delivered before noon. He turned the screen towards them. It showed sealed facilities, seized vehicles and the copied route structure spreading across an investigation map far larger than the workshop. Lin Xia's numb fingers moved uselessly against her sleeve. The road had taken her control. It had also preserved enough evidence to begin tearing Cole's network apart. Her father looked at the workers. We reopen Monday. The workers left in pairs after agreeing on Monday's inventory, each of them carrying a written contact number and instructions not to travel alone. When the workshop door closed behind the last man, Luo Wei moved a chair to the cleared workbench and placed the secure tablet beside Zhao Mei's folder. Guo Jian entered with the superior review officer who had suspended his routing access during the escape. He wore no director's badge. 2 sealed files remained beneath the officer's hand rather than his. Guo stopped across from Lin Xia. The compromised route operated through authority assigned to my office. I approved a system that allowed valid credentials to outrun verification, and I continued relying on it after the first evidence of internal compromise. Lin Xia watched him without helping. Luo refused the route before you did. Yes. And someone above you had to remove your access. Yes. Guo's answer remained steady. The suspension remains active. I'm not asking for it to be lifted. The review officer opened the first file. No protected movement involving Lin Xia, her family, Song Chengyuan or the university team will proceed on one office's authority. Route selection requires operations approval, protection team approval and independent verification. Any one of those signatories may stop movement without being overruled during transit. Luo turned the tablet towards Lin Xia. My refusal becomes binding immediately. No superior on the route can order the convoy forward until the disputed instruction is verified outside the compromised chain. Lin Xia looked at Guo. Including you. Including me, he said. Future target reviews and travel requests will be submitted through the same process. I may request. I won't direct. The review officer opened the second file and displayed a recovered exchange between Xia and Cole. Xia had authorized continued collection, pressure through local intermediaries and denial of access to equipment and markets. When Cole proposed a public lethal strike, she warned that killing Lin Xia visibly would unify support around her and turn an engineering asset into a national symbol. Cole's reply dismissed restraint as another failed attempt to control the situation. Lin Xia read the exchange twice. She told him not to kill me. She told him not to do it publicly, Luo said. Guo nodded. The warning protects her strategy, not you. The surrounding orders tie her to the coercive collection network, but they don't prove she authorized Cole's final attack. The distinction left Xia beyond public reach while the people beneath her were arrested. Lin Xia pushed the tablet back with fingers that still moved too slowly. Then keep the evidence sealed until it proves what happened, not what everyone already believes. The review officer placed the permanent route rules before her. That begins with making sure nobody can move you that way again. He turned to the final document. It contained no route maps, evidence lists or names from Cole's network. The first page carried Lin Xia's medical restrictions, and the second fixed her delayed defense for the final week of June. Lin Xia read the date twice. That's almost a month. Your hands require the time, the review officer said. Fine control has begun returning, but the medical team won't certify analysis or creation before the defense. I don't use my hands to analyze everything. You use your nervous system, Luo replied. That's the part they're protecting. She tried to turn the page and caught its edge between two fingers. The paper slipped before she could secure it. Guo moved instinctively, then stopped without touching either the document or her hand. The pause made the new authority visible more clearly than the signatures did. Lin Xia flattened the page with her palm. No tests. No samples. No small creations to see whether control has returned. None, the review officer said. You continue rehabilitation, ordinary coursework and defense preparation that doesn't involve your power. Any request to alter those terms comes through the medical team and independent review. Her degree waited beyond the date. The final report had survived the emergency because Song, her friends and Professor Shen had kept it alive without her. Accepting the delay still felt like watching another part of her life move beyond reach. What happens when someone decides a target is urgent? She asked. Guo answered from across the bench. They submit it. I may review the request and recommend action. I can't assign you, move you or approve travel. And if you believe the restriction is wrong? I argue through the review process. You don't call Luo and tell him the situation changed. No. The review officer placed a separate audit notice beside Guo's file. His suspension would continue while investigators examine every routing decision, delegated credential and emergency approval issued through his office. No end date had been set. Guo signed the acknowledgement without comment. Lin Xia looked at the defense date again. Her hands still felt incomplete, but the people around her had stopped treating her recovery as an empty interval waiting to be shortened. She signed beneath the restrictions slowly enough that every letter remained legible. The defense stays in late June, she said. Until then, I recover. Luo collected the signed pages. Outside, a worker raised the workshop shutter to test the repaired track. Daylight widened across the floor where the machines would restart on Monday. Lin Xia watched it reach the damaged benches and understood that returning didn't mean restoring everything to what it had been. 46. The factory answer. 3 weeks after the workshop chose to reopen, Lin Xia stood beside a public service platform beneath a banner carrying Janae's name and watched 6 compact vehicles wait for passengers without needing anything from her hands. The factory had changed them since the January pilot. Each used the motor developed from her original creation, but the bodies, cooling systems, access panels and passenger interiors had been built through ordinary production. Inspection cards rested behind every windscreen. A printed notice beside the platform stated the approved route, passenger limit and operating speed without pretending the vehicles could do more than the factory had proved. Lin Xia flexed her right hand inside the loose support glove. Her fingers followed the movement more evenly now, although the smallest corrections still arrived slowly. The medical restriction remained absolute. No analysis. No creation. She could attend, answer ordinary questions and prepare for her defense. She couldn't touch a machine to learn whether recovery had returned what the road had taken. Song Qingyuan came down from the lead vehicle carrying a diagnostic tablet. A pale scar remained near his temple, and he still moved carefully when turning too quickly, but he had refused the chair placed beside the control station. You're checking your hand again, he said. I'm moving it. You've moved it 14 times since we arrived. Lin Xia looked towards the tablet. And you've checked that system more than 14 times. The system is allowed to work today. So am I. At standing? For now. Song accepted that answer and turned the tablet so she could see the live status display. Every vehicle had passed its final startup sequence under the factory team's signatures. None of the controls required his intervention once the route began. Beyond them, workers stood with their families rather than behind officials. University students crowded the marked viewing area with phones raised, while Lin Guozheng and Zhao Mei spoke to 2 assembly technicians near the first passenger queue. Professor Shen had positioned himself beside the published operating limits, where anyone hoping to exaggerate them would have to do so within hearing distance. A factory supervisor approached Song and Lin Xia with 6 numbered route cards. Drivers are ready. Passenger groups are confirmed. We begin as soon as the opening remarks finish. Any late changes? Song asked. None from the engineering team. The supervisor glanced towards the temporary media stage. The officials have been discussing the program for 20 minutes, but they haven't changed the service order. Lin Xia followed his gaze. Several senior visitors stood beneath the cameras with prepared speeches in hand. One of them had stopped reading and was looking past the platform towards the performance figures printed beside the vehicles. The factory had brought an honest success into public view. The people arranging the headline had just begun deciding whether honesty was impressive enough. The discussion ended when a senior program official crossed from the media stage with 2 communications staff following him. He carried no technical folder, only a revised running order marked with handwritten changes. The service route remains, he said. Before passengers board, we'll add 1 maximum output circuit. Full acceleration, sustained upper speed and emergency braking at the far platform. The factory supervisor looked at the page without taking it. That profile wasn't approved. It's within the design capability. It's within the design estimate, Song said. He kept the diagnostic tablet against his side. The vehicles are certified for the service envelope printed beside them. We haven't validated sustained full output with passengers, public barriers and 6 vehicles sharing the route. The official glanced towards the cameras. No passengers during the demonstration. 1 vehicle, 1 driver. The route is controlled. The route was controlled for the test we approved, the supervisor replied. Not for a new one introduced after final inspection. One communications officer lowered her voice. The limited service figures won't carry nationally. These vehicles began with a breakthrough motor. People expect to see what that means. Lin Xia looked past them towards the first queue. 2 elderly passengers stood beside a factory worker explaining the access step. A father had lifted his daughter so she could see through the lead vehicle's windscreen. None of them had come to watch engineers gamble with a machine for a better headline. Professor Shen approached from beside the published limits. You're asking them to substitute spectacle for evidence while standing beneath a board that states exactly what the evidence supports. The senior official's patience tightened. Professor, nobody is asking for recklessness. The original motor demonstrated exceptional output. The original motor was made by Lin Xia, Song said. These were reproduced conventionally, assembled by factory teams and validated under a defined profile. Their success is that they meet it. That distinction won't survive the broadcast. Then explain it properly, the supervisor said. The official looked across the 6 vehicles, the waiting passengers and the cameras already turning towards the disagreement. A public program launch cannot end with everyone wondering whether the machines were deliberately held back. They are being operated as certified, Song replied. The refusal remained calm, collective and impossible to dismiss as one cautious engineer protecting his work. The official's gaze moved from Song to the supervisor, then past both of them. It settled on Lin Xia. For half a second nobody spoke. The expectation reached her before the request did. The factory wouldn't exceed its proof, so the people seeking a perfect result had turned instinctively towards the one person they believed could make uncertainty disappear. The official held out the revised running order. Miss Lin, perhaps you can help us resolve this. Lin Xia didn't take the revised running order. There's nothing to resolve. The factory team has already stated what these vehicles are approved to do. The senior official kept the page extended. You understand the original design better than anyone here. I understand why Song and the factory set those limits. Lin Xia looked towards the 6 inspection cards behind the windscreens. I'm not medically permitted to analyze or alter anything, and I wouldn't replace their evidence with my confidence even if I were. The cameras had turned fully towards them now. One communications officer whispered to the stage coordinator, but the supervisor stepped into the open space beside Song before anyone could separate the disagreement from the launch. We will operate the declared public service profile, he said. Passenger boarding begins now. The official lowered the running order. And if the result looks modest? The supervisor glanced towards the families waiting beside the platform. Then it will look like transport people can use. That answer moved through the workers before it reached the crowd. Doors opened along the platform. Assembly technicians helped passengers aboard, checking belts and access steps while drivers confirmed their route cards. The first vehicle took the elderly pair, the second received the father and his daughter, and the remaining seats filled with students, workers' families and invited local passengers. Song crossed to the control station and handed the diagnostic tablet to a young engineer wearing the factory's identification badge. "You have the route." The engineer accepted it with both hands. "Controls stable. All 6 vehicles linked for monitoring only. Drivers retain command." A presenter near the stage recovered quickly enough to turn the exchange into the broadcast. She named the factory team, the assembly workers and Song's controls group, then explained that the service vehicles had been reproduced and validated without requiring Lin Xia to create or repair them. Applause began before the first vehicle moved. The lead driver released the brake. The compact vehicle rolled away from the platform without drama, carrying its passengers into the marked route at the published speed. The second followed at the approved interval, then the third. No hidden correction brightened beneath Lin Xia's hands. No engineer looked towards her for rescue. Song watched the live traces while workers beside him called out clean departures and stable temperatures. Lin Xia watched the little girl press both palms to the window as the second vehicle accelerated smoothly towards the far platform. Her motor remained inside every one of them. So did months of work that belonged to other hands. When the crowd applauded the factory team again, Lin Xia found herself smiling hard enough that her face hurt. At the far end of the route, the lead vehicle slowed for its first scheduled turn. The lead vehicle completed the turn and began its return without any warning appearing on Song's display. The young engineer beside him called out stable motor temperature, normal braking response and no control faults. Song confirmed the readings, then stepped away from the tablet instead of taking it back. The remaining vehicles followed through the same turn. Their spacing held, passengers remained comfortable and every driver kept to the published profile. When the lead vehicle entered the final approach, the elderly couple inside were already leaning forward to see the workers waiting at the platform. The vehicle stopped exactly at its marked position. Its doors opened, and the crowd's applause reached the passengers before they stepped down. The older man accepted a technician's hand, then turned towards the vehicle and patted its door with open satisfaction. "It's quieter than the bus near our home." The technician smiled. "That was one of the targets." "Then you reached it." The second vehicle arrived behind them. The little girl came down holding her father's hand and immediately pointed towards Song's controls team. "Are they the people who made it go?" "Some of them," her father said. The factory supervisor heard her. He turned towards the workers gathered beside the platform and raised his voice enough for the nearby microphones. The motor began with Lin Xia's prototype. "These vehicles reached service because our production, assembly, testing and controls teams learned how to build around it, reproduce it and operate it safely." The presenter repeated the team names as they appeared on the event screen. Song Chunyuan's controls group received its own line beneath the factory engineering division. The young engineer still holding the diagnostic tablet stared at the display until one of his colleagues struck his shoulder lightly and pushed him towards the others. Song remained beside Lin Xia. "You're not going up there? They're calling your team. They're calling yours too." Lin Xia looked towards the workers standing beneath the screen. Her name belonged in the beginning of the explanation, but it didn't need to occupy every part that followed. "I'm already where I should be." The final vehicles returned in sequence. Passengers stepped onto the platform talking about access, comfort and where the service might run next. Nobody asked whether Lin Xia had corrected anything in secret. Nobody searched her hands for azure light. Her father came to stand beside her as the workers gathered for photographs. "You gave them the first answer," he said. Lin Xia nodded. "They built the factory answer." The cameras captured workers, engineers, drivers and families around machines that had completed exactly what they promised. Lin Xia's hands remained still inside their restrictions, and the success continued without waiting for them. 47. Teach me what belongs to her. 9 days after the factory vehicles completed their first public service route, Lin Xia stood at the front of a university examination room with her right hand still inside its support glove and watched the external examiners open copies of a report that no longer pretended she had worked alone. Professor Shen sat at the end of the panel rather than beside her. Two university examiners occupied the center seats, while an external materials specialist and an engineering representative appointed by the state completed the row. Song Qingyuan, Tang Si and the researchers whose revisions appeared in the report sat among the permitted observers behind them. None had been invited as decoration. Their names, tests and decisions were part of what she had come to defend. The chair of the panel adjusted his glasses. Miss Lin, your original submission date was postponed for medical reasons. Are you able to proceed today? Yes. Professor Shen looked towards her gloved hand. That answer concerns the defense, not your powers. Lin Xia met his gaze. I'm able to proceed without them. Good. He turned one page. That is the condition under which your degree is being examined. The carbon device rested inside a transparent evidence case on one side table. A section of the responsive composite occupied another, accompanied by conventional test records, fabrication notes and the revisions made after other engineers had challenged Lin Xia's first designs. The objects were impressive enough to seize attention before she spoke. Shen had positioned them away from the lectern for precisely that reason. The external materials specialist glanced towards the carbon device. Your report describes knowledge acquired through analysis as complete understanding. That claim creates an obvious academic problem. A conventional researcher cannot reproduce your method of obtaining the information. No, Lin Xia said. They can test what I claim the information means. And when the test disagrees with you, then the disagreement stays in the record. The examiner lifted the report. Colored markers identified 7 places where measurements, manufacturing trials or another researcher's work had narrowed her original conclusion. Song's controls revisions occupied an entire appendix under his team's authorship. The smart composite section named the people who had converted one handmade result into evidence that could survive beyond her hands. The chair leaned forward. Then let's begin with the question at the center of your study. When you touch an object and know it completely, what part of the resulting engineering belongs to you? Lin Xia looked towards the carbon device without touching its case. Analysis gives me certainty about the object I'm examining. I know its composition, structure, manufacturing history, tolerances, damage and the choices already present inside it. That knowledge belongs to my contribution because nobody else obtained it. The external materials specialist turned a page. You describe more than material history in several sections. You identify possible improvements. Possible improvements aren't the same as proven engineering. Lin Xia indicated the marked report before the panel. Analysis showed me why the first carbon contacts behaved as they did. It didn't prove that the revised production sequence would work repeatedly, or that the controller could operate them safely, or that another laboratory would obtain the same result. The engineering representative glanced towards Song. Yet you created the original device. I created the handmade assembly, Lin Xia said. Song's team changed the control architecture after testing showed my first operating assumptions were too narrow. The researchers changed the contact preparation, isolation method and measurement sequence. Those revisions are named because the finished evidence includes their work. Professor Shen rested one finger beside a highlighted paragraph. Your original draft used the phrase complete understanding. It was inaccurate. Lin Xia held his gaze. I understood the object completely as it existed. I didn't understand every future manufacturing problem, every operating environment or every mistake another team might make while reproducing it. The chair looked down the table. Then what does analysis fail to provide? Independent confirmation, reproducibility, safe operating limits outside the object's recorded history. It also doesn't make me the author of changes other people discover after testing my result. The external specialist lifted one of the revision sheets. This section records that your predicted failure threshold was wrong. Yes. By a significant margin. Lin Xia felt the observers behind her waiting for discomfort she no longer needed to hide. The material history showed where damage would begin. I overestimated how quickly it would become operational failure. Conventional cycling corrected me. Song spoke only when the chair acknowledged him. Her explanation gave us the right place to test. It didn't give us permission to invent the result. The chair returned his attention to Lin Xia. And without your handmade prototype? The program wouldn't have had that device to test. Lin Xia let the answer stand without reducing it. My contribution is exceptional. It still isn't everyone's contribution. The chair closed the revision appendix and opened the section titled Attribution Rules. Then defend how you decided where one ended and the others began. Lin Xia defended the attribution rules through questions about records, authorship and the point at which guidance became design. She identified the work created directly through her hands, the conclusions drawn from retained analysis knowledge and the revisions that belonged to people who had tested, corrected or industrialized what she began. By the time the chair closed the final section, every marked contribution had survived challenge without becoming equal. The panel withdrew for 17 minutes. Lin Xia remained at the lectern while Song and her classmates were required to stay behind the observer line. Her right hand had begun to ache inside the support glove, not from power, but from holding herself too still. Professor Shen returned first and took his seat without offering any clue. The chair followed with the written decision. The defense is approved without further examination. The panel accepts the study as an original engineering contribution and recognizes Miss Lin's method for separating supernatural knowledge, inventive authorship and reproducible team evidence. Relief moved through Lin Xia before she could contain it. Song lowered his head briefly, smiling towards the floor. Shen only turned the decision page towards her and said, "Read before celebrating." 2 additional documents waited beneath it. The university proposed a special distinction crediting Lin Xia as the principal creator of the Carbon Electronics Program and Responsive Protection Program. The State Engineering Committee recommended a National Innovation Honor describing both programs as achievements produced under her leadership. Lin Xia read the wording twice. "I didn't lead either program." The state representative folded his hands. "Your inventions made both possible. That makes me the originating inventor. It doesn't make every researcher, controls engineer, tester and production worker part of my program." The university chair said, "The distinction is intended to recognize exceptional impact. Ordinary categories don't describe what you contributed. Then create an accurate exceptional category." Lin Xia placed the documents beside the approved defense. "Don't solve the problem by giving me work other people did." The external specialist studied her. "You could decline both honors. That would be inaccurate too." Lin Xia looked towards the sealed carbon device and remembered the impossible structure forming beneath her hands. "I created things nobody else could have created. I found knowledge nobody else could have obtained. Pretending that deserves ordinary credit would only be another kind of dishonesty." Professor Shen's expression settled into restrained approval. At last, a refusal that doesn't attempt to disappear. The chair drew the 2 honor documents back. "Then the committees require a corrected statement of what you will accept." Behind Lin Xia, paper moved as Tang Xi opened the contribution rules they had prepared for exactly that question. She brought the contribution rules to the panel herself after the chair permitted her across the observer line. She placed one copy before Lin Xia and distributed the others without apology, then returned to her seat while the examiners read the categories she had helped turn from argument into Genet policy. Lin Xia rested her gloved hand beside the document. "I'll accept principal inventor credit for the original carbon device and responsive composite. I'll accept authorship of the structures, material choices and improvements I created or derived directly from analysis. I'll also accept the ownership shares and licensing income attached to those contributions." The state representative looked up. "Including future commercial applications? Including the contribution rules already governing Genet?" Lin Xia indicated the relevant section. "My knowledge doesn't become public property because it has national value, and wealth doesn't become embarrassing because other people also worked on the result." Professor Shen's mouth shifted slightly. "Continue." Song Chengyuan and his controls group retain authorship of their architecture, revisions and operating evidence. The research teams retain credit for reproduction methods, testing and every correction they proved. Factory workers and production engineers receive named recognition where their work converted prototypes into usable machines. Lin Xia looked towards Luo Wei, Sun Lan and Shen Rui beside the examination room entrance. Protection teams don't become inventors, but the work also wouldn't exist in this form without people who kept laboratories, routes and everyone inside them alive. The chair read the final clause. "No award description may assign program-wide authorship to a single contributor where named technical work exists." Yes. And you still accept an exceptional distinction? Lin Xia looked at the approved defense, the devices she had made and the report that showed where certainty had ended and engineering had continued. For supernatural inventions supported by disciplined engineering explanation. That part genuinely belongs to me. The external specialist signed first. The chair followed, then passed the amended statement to the state representative. He crossed out whole program leadership, replaced it with originating inventor and principal supernatural contributor, and added the named team requirement beneath it. When the final signature was complete, the chair rose. Your degree is approved. Your inventor credit and financial contribution rights are recognized under the attached rules. Congratulations, Miss Lin. Applause came from behind her, uneven and immediate. Lin Xia turned towards Song, her friends, the researchers and the officers standing near the doors. She had accepted everything her hands and education had earned without taking what belonged to them. Her delayed defense was over, and graduation could now arrive with her name attached to the right things. 48. The next impossible thing. Graduation arrived 4 days after Lin Xia's defense with academic robes, late June heat and enough security around the university hall to make the families taking photographs glance twice before returning to their celebrations. Lin Xia stood beneath the engineering faculty banner while Zhao Mei straightened a collar that required no further adjustment. Her father waited beside them in a suit he claimed had become uncomfortable through poor design rather than recent weight gain. Zhao Kai and 6 workers from the shop had traveled together, carrying a framed photograph of the reopened workshop that they refused to show her until after the ceremony. You're crushing it, Lin Xia told her mother. The university had months to prepare this robe and still left the collar uneven. Zhao Mei released the fabric and inspected the result. Now it's acceptable. Lin Guozhang looked towards Professor Shen, who stood with several faculty members near the hall entrance. Ask him whether that counts as an engineering correction. Don't encourage her, Lin Xia said. Her friends reached them before he could answer. Tang Xiyi wore her own graduate robe with organized dignity, while He Qian had already pushed her sleeves up and Wu Min had somehow made formal clothing look like an administrative protest. Song followed with his parents, carrying 2 bottles of water because experience had taught him that celebrations around Lin Xia still required basic operational planning. He offered her one. Before your mother starts correcting the building. The stairs are poorly placed, Zhao Mei said. Song nodded. The process has begun. Luo Wei, Sun Lan and Shen Rui remained close enough to intervene without forcing themselves into every photograph. Their presence no longer felt separate from the gathering. Sun accepted a flower from He Qian after losing a brief argument about whether guards counted as guests, while Chen allowed one of the shop workers to position him beside Zhao Kai for a photograph. Luo resisted until Lin Guozhang told him that protecting a family for a year had removed his right to pretend he wasn't included. Professor Shen approached as the hall doors opened. His gaze moved across Lin Xia's family, friends, protection team and the workers who had traveled to witness the result. Your examination record is complete. Try not to create another committee before the ceremony ends. Lin Xia looked at the people gathered around her and felt the weight of the day settle without becoming pressure. Months of attack, recovery and argument had not reduced graduation to an official conclusion. Everyone who had carried part of her life had come to see her cross the stage. The first bell sounded inside the hall. Song held out his arm without ceremony. Ready? Lin Xia took it with her ungloved left hand. Yes. Together, they followed the others inside. The ceremony gave Lin Xia 43 minutes in which nobody asked her to inspect, improve or create anything. She crossed the stage when her name was called, accepted the degree Professor Shen had forced institutions to let her earn properly and returned to her seat beneath applause loud enough for He Qian's voice to remain identifiable within it. Outside the hall, photographs resumed across the faculty courtyard. Zhao Mei held Lin Xia's degree folder while Lin Guozhang finally unveiled the framed shop photograph. Every worker stood inside the reopened workshop beneath a banner bearing the company's own name. Zhao Kai had mounted a small brass plate beneath the frame. We kept our hands on it. Lin Xia read the words twice before looking up. Who chose this? The workers, Zhao Kai said. Your father rejected 3 longer versions. They sounded like speeches, Lin Guozhang said. This one sounded like us. A protected sedan stopped beyond the courtyard barrier. Guo Jian emerged carrying a narrow sealed case and 2 document folders marked with classification bands. Luo Wei saw them at the same moment Lin Xia did, but he didn't move to clear a path or reorganize the gathering. Guo no longer possessed that kind of unquestioned authority. He approached alone and stopped outside the loose circle formed by her family and friends. Congratulations. Thank you. Lin Xia looked at the case. Did someone decide graduation created an available review window? Guo glanced down at what he carried. 3 programs submitted requests after your defense was approved. I was asked to make them available. Available isn't the same as open. No. Guo held the folders against the sealed case without offering either to her. Your medical clearance was entered this morning, but the review rules remain unchanged. Tang Xi stepped closer beside Lin Xia, including the part where she may choose no target. Guo met her gaze without irritation, including that part. Lin Xia had expected the old pull of curiosity, the desire to discover what waited inside every sealed object placed near her. It was still there, but it no longer felt like an instruction. Around her stood the people who had come to celebrate an ending she had nearly been denied. Then I choose nothing today, she said. Guo nodded once and kept every seal intact. I'll return them to secure storage. He turned to leave, then paused when Lin Guozhang called after him. You came all this way. You can still be in the photograph. Guo looked towards the waiting families, workers, guards and graduates. After a brief hesitation, he handed the unopened files to his driver and stepped into the space Zhao Mei indicated. The next photograph contained no target at all. After the photographs, Lin Xia led the group to a reserved engineering courtyard where a covered workbench waited beneath the faculty awning. Prepared metal, ceramic and glass occupied labeled trays, while a conventional bearing module sat inside its manufacturer's packaging. Song had arranged the materials before the ceremony, but nothing had been designed without her. Lin Xia looked from her parents to her friends, the shop workers and the people who had protected them. What do you want to carry away from today? He Qian answered first. Something impossible. That narrows nothing, Wu Min said. Tang Xi rested one hand on the covered bench. Something all of us chose. Not another thing people brought to you because they needed it fixed. The answer formed through discussion rather than instruction. Zhao Kai suggested the shop's old handwheel. Wu Min wanted the university's open book symbol. He Qian demanded movement, while Zhao Mei rejected anything that would become difficult to clean. Song listened until the competing requests settled into one design Lin Xia could hold clearly. She uncovered the prepared materials and placed the bearing module at the center. One sculpture. Several kilograms. The bearing stays conventional, and everything around it is mine. Azure spread beneath both hands. Metal rose into a broad circular frame shaped from the shop's handwheel, its outer surface opening into the pages of a book. Ceramic supports formed beneath it, carrying the structure without hiding the separate materials. Glass gathered into a clear central disc around the supplied bearing, joining the frame through interfaces Lin Xia created without heat, tools or adhesive. The finished sculpture turned beneath Zhao Kai's careful push. The glass center moved inside the open book while the metal handwheel remained fixed around it. Nobody spoke for several seconds. Then He Qian laughed and began applauding hard enough to make everyone else join her. Lin Guozhang touched the metal edge with one fingertip. You kept the wheel. It belonged there, Lin Xia said. Fatigue rested mildly behind her eyes and through her shoulders, present but manageable. She drank water, sat beside Song for 12 minutes and waited until the strain stopped increasing before returning to the smaller trays. The keepsakes came one at a time and none repeated another. Tang received a compact metal page clip shaped around the contribution mark she had helped establish. Wu Min chose a ceramic cable guide with 4 exact channels. He Qian requested a glass and metal charm that turned freely around its center. For Song, Lin Xia formed a small alignment key matching the first tool she had made after returning to university, then added the date beneath its grip. Song closed his fingers around it. You remembered. I remember everything I make. This time, remembering felt entirely like a gift. Song remained beside her after the others carried their keepsakes towards the tables, comparing details and arguing over whose had required the most thought. He turned the alignment key between his fingers, then closed his hand around it. "My final placement is confirmed," he said. "The controls program wants me at the Coastal Test Center by August." Lin Xia had known the offer was likely. Hearing the date made it real. "That isn't close." "No." Song looked towards the sculpture turning beneath He Qian's hand. "Neither is wherever your next project takes you." The old fear tried to make distance sound like a verdict delivered by two careers moving honestly in different directions. Lin Xia didn't let it finish. "I'm not asking you to refuse," she said. "I know." Song faced her fully. "I'm not asking you to stay available either. Distance is a problem we've chosen to solve together. It isn't proof that one of us chose work over the other." Lin Xia looked at the key she had made for him, a copy of the first controlled creation that had shown them her limits could move. "Then we solve it. Visits, protected travel, inconvenient calls and Professor Shen objecting when either of us becomes sentimental near equipment. He'll object remotely if necessary." Song smiled. "I assumed so." Later, after the families had begun gathering bags and the faculty courtyard had quieted, Lin Xia opened the notebook she had kept closed through recovery. Its pages held motor magnetic paths, Song's controls architecture, optical interfaces, responsive composite behavior and force distribution problems gathered from objects she had already analyzed. She arranged the authorized reference samples beside a fresh prepared blank. Each sample represented knowledge earned through touch, testing and other people's corrections. The blank represented nothing except material waiting to be shaped. Song returned to the bench and read the question she had written across the top of a clean page. "Can a compact device create and control a useful field without becoming too unstable to manufacture?" That's the first version. "And the answer?" Lin Xia placed her fingertips against the prepared blank. Analysis revealed only its composition, structure and manufacturing history. No hidden machine waited inside it. No design arrived to rescue her from choosing one. Not yet. She looked across the samples, connected the first retained relationships and began sketching the device she wanted to attempt. Graduation had ended the part of her life built around answering whatever arrived next. Now Lin Xia had chosen the question. End of Book 3.